Section 1 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. Splanchnology. Under this heading are included the respiratory, digestive, and urogenital organs, and the ductless glands. The respiratory apparatus. Apparatus respiratorius, respiratory system. The respiratory apparatus consists of the larynx, trachea, bronchi, lungs, and pleurae. Development. The rudiment of the respiratory organs appears as a median longitudinal groove in the ventral wall of the pharynx. The groove deepens and its lips fuse to form a septum which grows from below upward, and converts the groove into a tube, the laryngotracheal tube, the cephalic end of which opens into the pharynx by a slit-like aperture formed by the persistent anterior part of the groove. The tube is lined by endoderm, from which the epithelial lining of the respiratory tract is developed. The cephalic part of the tube becomes the larynx, and its next succeeding part the trachea, while from its caudal end two lateral outgrowths, the right and left lung buds, arise, and from them the bronchi and lungs are developed. The first rudiment of the larynx consists of two arytenoid swellings, which appear, one on either side of the cephalic end of the laryngotracheal groove, and are continuous in front of the groove with a transverse ridge, furcula of His, which lies between the ventral ends of the third branchial arches, and from which the epiglottis is subsequently developed. After the separation of the trachea from the esophagus, the arytenoid swellings come into contact with one another, and with the back of the epiglottis, and the entrance to the larynx assumes the form of a T-shaped cleft. The margins of the cleft adhere to one another, and the laryngeal entrance is for a time occluded. The mesodermal wall of the tube becomes condensed to form the cartilages of the larynx and trachea. The arytenoid swellings are differentiated into the arytenoid and corniculate cartilages, and the folds joining them to the epiglottis form the aryepiglottic folds, in which the cuneiform cartilages are developed as derivatives of the epiglottis. The thyroid cartilage appears as two lateral plates, each chondrified from two centers, and united in the mid-ventral line by a membrane in which an additional center of chondrification develops. The cricoid cartilage arises from two cartilaginous centers, which soon unite ventrally, and gradually extend and ultimately fuse on the dorsal aspect of the tube. J. Ernest Fraser has made an important investigation on the development of the larynx, and the following are his main conclusions. The opening of the pulmonary diverticulum lies between the two fifth arch masses, and behind a central mass in the middle line. The proximal end of the diverticulum is compressed between the fifth arch masses. The fifth arch is joined by the fourth to form a lateral mass on each side of the opening, and these lateral masses grow forward and overlap the central mass, and so form a secondary transverse cavity, which is really a part of the cavity of the pharynx. The two parts of the cavity of the larynx are separated in the adult by a line drawn back along the vocal fold, and then upward along the border of the arytenoid eminence to the interarytenoid notch. The arytenoid and cricoid are developed in the fifth arch mass. The thyroid is primarily a fourth arch derivative, and if it has a fifth arch element, this is a later addition. The epiglottis is derived from the central mass, and has a third arch element in its oral and upper aspect. The arch value of the central mass is doubtful. The right and left lung buds grow out behind the ducts of Cuvier, and are at first symmetrical, but their ends soon become lobulated, 3 lobules appearing on the right, and 2 on the left. These subdivisions are the early indications of the corresponding lobes of the lungs. The buds undergo further subdivision and ramification, and ultimately end in minute expanded extremities, the infundibula of the lung. After the 6th month, the air sacs began to make their appearance on the infundibula in the form of minute pouches. The pulmonary arteries are derived from the 6th aortic arches. During the course of their development, the lungs migrate in a caudal direction, so that by the time of birth the bifurcation of the trachea is opposite the 4th thoracic vertebra. As the lungs grow, they project into that part of the coelom which will ultimately form the pleural cavities, and the superficial layer of the mesoderm enveloping the lung rudiment expands on the growing lung, and is converted into the pulmonary pleura. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Veronica Jenkins. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Larynx, Part 1. The larynx, or organ of voice, is placed at the upper part of the air passage. It is situated between the trachea and the root of the tongue, at the upper and fore part of the neck, where it presents a considerable projection in the middle line. It forms the lower part of the anterior wall of the pharynx, and is covered behind by the mucous lining of that cavity. On either side of it lie the great vessels of the neck. Its vertical extent corresponds to the 4th, 5th, and 6th cervical vertebrae, but it is placed somewhat higher in the female and also during childhood. Symington found that in infants between 6 and 12 months of age, the tip of the epiglottis was a little above the level of the fibrocartilage between the odontoid process and body of the axis, and that between infancy and adult life the larynx descends for a distance equal to 2 vertebral bodies and 2 intervertebral fibrocartilages. According to Sappi, the average measurements of the adult larynx are as follows: length, in males 44 mm, in females 36 mm. Transverse diameter, in males 43 mm, in females 41 mm. Antero-posterior diameter, in males 36 mm, in females 26 mm. Circumference, in males 136 mm, in females 112 mm. Until puberty, the larynx of the male differs little in size from that of the female. In the female, its increase after puberty is only slight. In the male, it undergoes considerable increase. All the cartilages are enlarged, and the thyroid cartilage becomes prominent in the middle line of the neck, while the length of the rima glottis is nearly doubled. The larynx is broad above, where it presents the form of a triangular box, flattened behind and at the sides, and bounded in front by a prominent vertical ridge. Below, it is narrow and cylindrical. It is composed of cartilages which are connected together by ligaments and moved by numerous muscles. It is lined by mucous membrane continuous above with that of the pharynx and below with that of the trachea. The cartilages of the larynx, cartilaginous laryngis, are 9 in number, 3 single and 3 paired, as follows: thyroid, cricoid, 2 arytenoid, 2 corniculate, 2 cuneiform, epiglottis. The thyroid cartilage, cartilago thyroidea, is the largest cartilage of the larynx. It consists of 2 laminae, the anterior borders of which are fused with each other at an acute angle in the middle line of the neck and form a subcutaneous projection named the laryngeal prominence, pomum adami. This prominence is most distinct at its upper part and is larger in the male than in the female. Immediately above it, the laminae are separated by a V-shaped notch, the superior thyroid notch. The laminae are irregularly quadrilateral in shape, and their posterior angles are prolonged into processes termed the superior and inferior cornua. The outer surface of each lamina presents an oblique line which runs downward and forward from the superior thyroid tubercle situated near the root of the superior cornu to the inferior thyroid tubercle on the lower border. This line gives attachment to the sternothyroideus, thyrohyoideus, and constrictor pharyngis inferior. The inner surface is smooth. Above and behind, it is slightly concave and covered by mucous membrane. In front, in the angle formed by the junction of the laminae, are attached the stem of the epiglottis, the ventricular and vocal ligaments, the thyroarytenoideae, thyroepiglottici, and vocalis muscles, and the thyroepiglottic ligament. The upper border is concave behind and convex in front. It gives attachment to the corresponding half of the hyothyroid membrane. The lower border is concave behind and nearly straight in front, the two parts being separated by the inferior thyroid tubercle. A small part of it, in and near the middle line, is connected to the cricoid cartilage by the middle cricothyroid ligament. The posterior border, thick and rounded, receives the insertions of the stylopharyngis and the pharyngopalatinus. It ends above in the superior cornu and below in the inferior cornu. The superior cornu is long and narrow, directed upward, backward, and medialward, and ends in a conical extremity, which gives attachment to the lateral hyothyroid ligament. The inferior cornu is short and thick. It is directed downward with a slight inclination forward and medialward, and presents on the medial side of its tip a small oval articular facet for articulation with the side of the cricoid cartilage. During infancy, the laminae of the thyroid cartilage are joined to each other by a narrow lozenge-shaped strip named the intrathyroid cartilage. This strip extends from the upper to the lower border of the cartilage in the middle line, and is distinguished from the laminae by being more transparent and more flexible. The cricoid cartilage, cartilago cricoidea, is smaller but thicker and stronger than the thyroid, and forms the lower and posterior parts of the wall of the larynx. It consists of two parts, a posterior quadrate lamina and a narrow anterior arch, 1/4 or 1/5 of the depth of the lamina. The lamina cartilaginous cricoidea, posterior portion, is deep and broad, and measures from above downward about 2 or 3 centimeters. On its posterior surface, in the middle line, is a vertical ridge, to the lower part of which are attached the longitudinal fibers of the esophagus, and on either side of this a broad depression for the cricoarytenoideus posterior. The arch, arcus cartilaginous cricoideae, anterior portion, is narrow and convex, and measures vertically from 5 to 7 millimeters. It affords attachment externally in front and at the sides to the cricothyroideae, and behind to the part of the constrictor pharyngis inferior. On either side, at the junction of the lamina with the arch, is a small round articular surface for articulation with the inferior cornu of the thyroid cartilage. The lower border of the cricoid cartilage is horizontal and connected to the highest ring of the trachea by the cricotracheal ligament. The upper border runs obliquely upward and backward, owing to the great depth of the lamina. It gives attachment in front to the middle cricothyroid ligament, at the side to the conus elasticus and the cricoarytenoideae lateralis. Behind, it presents in the middle a shallow notch, and on either side of this is a smooth oval convex surface directed upward and lateralward for articulation with the base of an arytenoid cartilage. The inner surface of the cricoid cartilage is smooth and lined by mucous membrane. The arytenoid cartilages, cartilaginous arytenoideae, are 2 in number and situated at the upper border of the lamina of the cricoid cartilage at the back of the larynx. Each is pyramidal in form and has 3 surfaces, a base and an apex. The posterior surface is a triangular, smooth concave and gives attachment to the arytenoide obliquus and transversus. The anterolateral surface is somewhat convex and rough. On it, near the apex of the cartilage, is a rounded elevation, colliculus, from which a ridge, crista arcuata, curves at first backward and then downward and forward to the vocal process. The lower part of this crest intervenes between 2 depressions, or fovae, an upper triangular and a lower oblong in shape. The latter gives attachment to the vocalis muscle. The medial surface is narrow, smooth, and flattened, covered by mucous membrane, and forms the lateral boundary of the intercartilaginous part of the rima glottis. The base of each cartilage is broad, and on it is a concave, smooth surface for articulation with the cricoid cartilage. Its lateral angle is short, rounded, and prominent. It projects backward and lateralward and is termed the muscular process. It gives insertion to the cricoarytenoides posterior behind and to the cricoarytenoides lateralis in front. Its anterior angle, also prominent but more pointed, projects horizontally forward. It gives attachment to the vocal ligament and is called the vocal process. The apex of each cartilage is pointed, curved backward and medialward, and surmounted by a small conical cartilaginous nodule, the corniculate cartilage. The corniculate cartilages, cartilaginous corniculati, cartilages of Santorini, are 2 small conical nodules consisting of yellow elastic cartilage, which articulate with the summits of the arytenoid cartilages and serve to prolong them backward and medialward. They are situated in the posterior parts of the aryepiglottic folds of mucous membrane and are sometimes fused with the arytenoid cartilages. The cuneiform cartilages, cartilaginous cuneiformis, cartilages of Riesberg, are 2 small elongated pieces of yellow elastic cartilage, placed 1 on either side in the aryepiglottic fold, where they give rise to small whitish elevations on the surface of the mucous membrane, just in front of the arytenoid cartilages. The epiglottis, cartilago epiglottica, is a thin lamina of fibrocartilage of a yellowish color, shaped like a leaf and projecting obliquely upward behind the root of the tongue in front of the entrance to the larynx. The free extremity is broad and rounded. The attached part or stem is long, narrow, and connected by the thyroepiglottic ligament to the angle formed by the 2 laminae of the thyroid cartilage, a short distance below the superior thyroid notch. The lower part of its anterior surface is connected to the upper border of the body of the hyoid bone by an elastic ligamentous band, the hyoepiglottic ligament. The anterior or lingual surface is curved forward and covered on its upper free part by mucous membrane, which is reflected onto the sides and root of the tongue, forming a median and 2 lateral glossoepiglottic folds. The lateral folds are partly attached to the wall of the pharynx. The depressions between the epiglottis and the root of the tongue on either side of the median fold are named the Vesiculae. The lower part of the anterior surface lies behind the hyoid bone, the hyothyroid membrane, and upper part of the thyroid cartilage, but is separated from these structures by a mass of fatty tissue. The posterior or laryngeal surface is smooth, concave from side to side, concavo-convex from above downward. Its lower part projects backward as an elevation, the tubercle or cushion. When the mucous membrane is removed, the surface of the cartilage is seen to be indented by a number of small pits in which mucous glands are lodged. To its sides, the aryepiglottic folds are attached. Structure. The corniculate and cuneiform cartilages, the epiglottis, and the apices of the arytenoids at first consist of hyaline cartilage, but later elastic fibers are deposited in the matrix, converting them into yellow fibrocartilage, which shows little tendency to calcification. The thyroid, cricoid, and the greater part of the arytenoids consist of hyaline cartilage and become more or less ossified as age advances. Ossification commences about the 25th year in the thyroid cartilage and somewhat later in the cricoid and arytenoids. By the 65th year, these cartilages may be completely converted into bone. Ligaments. The ligaments of the larynx are extrinsic, that is, those connecting the thyroid cartilage and epiglottis with the hyoid bone, and the cricoid cartilage with the trachea, and intrinsic, those which connect the several cartilages of the larynx to each other. Extrinsic ligaments. The ligaments connecting the thyroid cartilage with the hyoid bone are the hyothyroid membrane and a middle and two lateral hyothyroid ligaments. The hyothyroid membrane, membrana hyothyroidea, thyrohyoid membrane, is a broad fibroelastic layer attached below to the upper border of the thyroid cartilage and to the front of its superior cornu, and above to the upper margin of the posterior surface of the body and greater cornua of the hyoid bone, thus passing behind the posterior surface of the body of the hyoid and being separated from it by a mucus bursa, which facilitates the upward movement of the larynx during deglutition. Its middle thicker part is termed the middle hyothyroid ligament, ligamentum hyothyroideum medium, middle thyrohyoid ligament. Its lateral thinner portions are pierced by the superior laryngeal vessels and the internal branch of the superior laryngeal nerve. Its anterior surface is in relation with the thyrohyoideus, sternohyoideus, and omohyoideus, and with the body of the hyoid bone. The lateral hyothyroid ligament, ligamentum hyothyroideum laterale, lateral thyrohyoid ligament, is a round elastic cord which forms the posterior border of the hyothyroid membrane and passes between the tip of the superior cornu of the thyroid cartilage and the extremity of the greater cornu of the hyoid bone. A small cartilaginous nodule, cartilago triticea, sometimes bony, is frequently found in it. The epiglottis is connected with the hyoid bone by an elastic band, the hyoepiglottic ligament, ligamentum hyoepiglotticum, which extends from the anterior surface of the epiglottis to the upper border of the body of the hyoid bone. The glossoepiglottic folds of mucous membrane may also be considered as extrinsic ligaments of the epiglottis. The cricotracheal ligament, ligamentum cricotracheale, connects the cricoid cartilage with the first ring of the trachea. It resembles the fibrous membrane which connects the cartilaginous rings of the trachea to each other. Intrinsic ligaments. Beneath the mucous membrane of the larynx is a broad sheet of fibrous tissue containing many elastic fibers and termed the elastic membrane of the larynx. It is subdivided on either side by the interval between the ventricular and vocal ligaments. The upper portion extends between the arytenoid cartilage and the epiglottis and is often poorly defined. The lower part is a well-marked membrane forming, with its fellow of the opposite side, the conus elasticus, which connects the thyroid, cricoid, and arytenoid cartilages to one another. In addition, the joints between the individual cartilages are provided with ligaments. The conus elasticus, cricothyroid membrane, is composed mainly of yellow elastic tissue. It consists of an anterior and two lateral portions. The anterior part, or middle cricothyroid ligament, ligamentum cricothyroideum medium, central part of cricothyroid membrane, is thick and strong, narrow above and broad below. It connects together the front parts of the contiguous margins of the thyroid and cricoid cartilages. It is overlapped on either side by the cricothyroideus, but between these is subcutaneous. It is crossed horizontally by a small anastomotic arterial arch, formed by the junction of the two cricothyroid arteries, branches of which pierce it. The lateral portions are thinner and lie close under the mucous membrane of the larynx. They extend from the superior border of the cricoid cartilage to the inferior margin of the vocal ligaments, with which they are continuous. These ligaments may therefore be regarded as the free borders of the lateral portions of the conus elasticus, and extend from the vocal processes of the arytenoid cartilages to the angle of the thyroid cartilage about midway between its upper and lower borders. An articular capsule, strengthened posteriorly by a well-marked fibrous band, encloses the articulation of the inferior cornu of the thyroid with the cricoid cartilage on either side. Each arytenoid cartilage is connected to the cricoid by a capsule and a posterior cricoarytenoid ligament. The capsule, capsula articularis cricoarytenoidea, is thin and loose and is attached to the margins of the articular surfaces. The posterior cricoarytenoid ligament, ligamentum cricoarytenoideum posterius, extends from the cricoid to the medial and back part of the base of the arytenoid. The thyroepiglottic ligament, ligamentum thyroepiglotticum, is a long, slender, elastic cord which connects the stem of the epiglottis with the angle of the thyroid cartilage, immediately beneath the superior thyroid notch, above the attachment of the ventricular ligaments. Movements. The articulation between the inferior cornu of the thyroid cartilage and the cricoid cartilage on either side is a diarthrodial one, and permits of rotatory and gliding movements. The rotatory movement is one in which the cricoid cartilage rotates upon the inferior cornua of the thyroid cartilage around an axis, passing transversely through both joints. The gliding movement consists in a limited shifting of the cricoid on the thyroid in different directions. The articulation between the arytenoid cartilages and the cricoid is also a diarthrodial one, and permits of two varieties of movement. One is a rotation of the arytenoid on a vertical axis, whereby the vocal process is moved lateralward or medialward, and the rima glottis increased or diminished. The other is a gliding movement and allows the arytenoid cartilages to approach or receive from each other, from the direction and slope of the articular surfaces. Lateral gliding is accompanied by a forward and downward movement. The two movements of gliding and rotation are associated, the medial gliding being connected with medialward rotation and the lateral gliding with lateralward rotation. The posterior cricoarytenoid ligaments limit the forward movement of the arytenoid cartilages. Section 3 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Larynx, Part 2. Interior of the larynx. The cavity of the larynx, cavum laryngis, extends from the laryngeal entrance to the lower border of the cricoid cartilage, where it is continuous with that of the trachea. It is divided into two parts by the projection of the vocal folds, between which is a narrow triangular fissure or chink, the rima glottis. The portion of the cavity of the larynx above the vocal folds is called the vestibule. It is wide and triangular in shape. its base or anterior wall presenting, however, about its center the backward projection of the tubercle of the epiglottis. It contains the ventricular folds, and between these and the vocal folds are the ventricles of the larynx. The portion below the vocal folds is at first of an elliptical form, but lower down it widens out, assumes a circular form, and is continuous with the tube of the trachea. The entrance of the larynx is a triangular opening, wide in front, narrow behind, and sloping obliquely downward and backward. It is bounded in front by the epiglottis, behind by the apices of the arytenoid cartilages, the corniculate cartilages, and the interarytenoid notch, and on either side by a fold of mucous membrane, enclosing ligamentous and muscular fibers stretched between the side of the epiglottis and the apex of the arytenoid cartilage. This is the aryepiglottic fold, on the posterior part of the margin of which the cuneiform cartilage forms a more or less distinct whitish prominence, the cuneiform tubercle. The ventricular folds, plicae ventricularis, superior or false vocal cords, are two thick folds of mucous membrane, each enclosing a narrow band of fibrous tissue, the ventricular ligament, which is attached in front to the angle of the thyroid cartilage immediately below the attachment of the epiglottis, and behind to the anterolateral surface of the arytenoid cartilage, a short distance above the vocal process. The lower border of this ligament, enclosed in mucous membrane, forms a free crescentic margin, which constitutes the upper boundary of the ventricle of the larynx. The vocal folds, plicae vocalis, inferior or true vocal cords, are concerned in the production of sound, and enclose two strong bands, named the vocal ligaments, ligamenta vocalis, inferior thyroarytenoid. Each ligament consists of a band of yellow elastic tissue attached in front to the angle of the thyroid cartilage and behind to the vocal process of the arytenoid. Its lower border is continuous with the thin lateral part of the conus elasticus. Its upper border forms the lower boundary of the ventricle of the larynx. Laterally, the vocalis muscle lies parallel with it. It is covered medially by mucous membrane, which is extremely thin and closely adherent to its surface. The ventricle of the larynx, ventriculus laryngis Morgagni, laryngeal sinus, is a fusiform fossa, situated between the ventricular and vocal folds on either side and extending nearly their entire length. The fossa is bounded above by the free crescentic edge of the ventricular fold, below by the straight margin of the vocal fold, laterally by the mucous membrane covering the corresponding thyroarytenoideus. The anterior part of the ventricle leads up by a narrow opening into a cecal pouch of mucous membrane of variable size called the appendix. The appendix of the laryngeal ventricle, appendix ventriculi laryngis, laryngeal saccule, is a membranous sac placed between the ventricular fold and the inner surface of the thyroid cartilage, occasionally extending as far as its upper border or even higher. It is conical in form and curved slightly backward. On the surface of its mucous membrane are the openings of 60 or 70 mucous glands, which are lodged in the submucous areolar tissue. This sac is enclosed in a fibrous capsule, continuous below with the ventricular ligament. Its medial surface is covered by a few delicate muscular fasciculi, which arise from the apex of the arytenoid cartilage and become lost in the aryepiglottic fold of mucous membrane. Laterally it is separated from the thyroid cartilage by the thyroepiglotticus. These muscles compress the sac and express the secretion it contains upon the vocal folds to lubricate their surfaces. The rima glottidis is the elongated fissure or chink between the vocal folds in front and the bases and vocal processes of the arytenoid cartilages behind. It is therefore subdivided into a larger anterior intramembranous part, glottis vocalis, which measures about 3/5 of the length of the entire aperture, and a posterior intercartilaginous part, glottis respiratoria. Posteriorly, it is limited by the mucous membrane passing between the arytenoid cartilages. The rima glottis is the narrowest part of the cavity of the larynx, and its level corresponds with the bases of the arytenoid cartilages. Its length in the male is about 23 millimeters, in the female from 17 to 18 millimeters. The width and shape of the rima glottis vary with the movements of the vocal folds and arytenoid cartilages during respiration and phonation. In the condition of rest, that is, when these structures are uninfluenced by muscular action, as in quiet respiration, the intramembranous part is triangular, with its apex in front and its base behind, the latter being represented by a line about 8 millimeters long connecting the anterior ends of the vocal processes, while the medial surfaces of the arytenoids are parallel to each other, and hence the intercartilaginous part is rectangular. During extreme adduction of the vocal folds, as in the emission of a high note, the intramembranous part is reduced to a linear slit by the apposition of the vocal folds, while the intercartilaginous part is triangular, its apex corresponding to the anterior ends of the vocal processes of the arytenoids, which are approximated by the medial rotation of the cartilages. Conversely, in extreme abduction of the vocal folds, as in forced inspiration, the arytenoids and their vocal processes are rotated lateralward, and the intercartilaginous part is triangular in shape, but with its apex directed backward. In this condition the entire glottis is somewhat lozenge-shaped, the sides of the intramembranous part diverging from before backward, those of the intercartilaginous part diverging from behind forward. The widest part of the aperture corresponding with the attachments of the vocal folds to the vocal processes. Muscles. The muscles of the larynx are extrinsic, passing between the larynx and parts around. These have been described in the section on myology, and intrinsic, confined entirely to the larynx. The intrinsic muscles are cricothyroideus, cricoarytenoideus posterior, cricoarytenoideus lateralis, arytenoideus, thyroarytenoideus. The cricothyroideus, cricothyroid, triangular in form, arises from the front and lateral part of the cricoid cartilage. Its fibers diverge and are arranged in two groups. The lower fibers constitute a pars obliqua and slant backward and lateralward to the anterior border of the inferior cornu. The anterior fibers, forming a pars recta, run upward, backward, and lateralward to the posterior part of the lower border of the lamina of the thyroid cartilage. The medial borders of the two muscles are separated by a triangular interval occupied by the middle cricothyroid ligament. The cricoarytenoideus posterior, posterior cricoarytenoid, arises from the broad depression on the corresponding half of the posterior surface of the lamina of the cricoid cartilage. Its fibers run upward and lateralward, and converge to be inserted into the back of the muscular process of the arytenoid cartilage. The uppermost fibers are nearly horizontal, the middle oblique, and the lowest almost vertical. The cricoarytenoideus lateralis, lateral cricoarytenoid, is smaller than the preceding, and of an oblong form. It arises from the upper border of the arch of the cricoid cartilage, and passing obliquely upward and backward, is inserted into the front of the muscular process of the arytenoid cartilage. The arytenoideus is a single muscle, filling up the posterior concave surfaces of the arytenoid cartilages. It arises from the posterior surface and lateral border of one arytenoid cartilage, and is inserted into the corresponding parts of the opposite cartilage. It consists of oblique and transverse parts. The arytenoideus obliquus, the more superficial, forms two vesiculae, which pass from the base of one cartilage to the apex of the opposite one, and therefore cross each other like the limbs of the letter X. A few fibers are continued around the lateral margin of the cartilage and are prolonged into the aryepiglottic fold. They are sometimes described as a separate muscle, the aryepiglotticus. The arytenoideus transversus crosses transversely between the two cartilages. The thyroarytenoideus, thyroarytenoid, is a broad, thin muscle which lies parallel with and lateral to the vocal fold and supports the wall of the ventricle and its appendix. It rises in front from the lower half of the angle of the thyroid cartilage and from the middle cricothyroid ligament. Its fibers pass backward and lateralward to be inserted into the base and anterior surface of the arytenoid cartilage. The lower and deeper fibers of the muscle can be differentiated as a triangular band which is inserted into the vocal process of the arytenoid cartilage and into the adjacent portion of its anterior surface. It is termed the vocalis and lies parallel with the vocal ligament to which it is adherent. A considerable number of the fibers of the thyroarytenoideus are prolonged into the aryepiglottic fold, where some of them become lost, while others are continued to the margin of the epiglottis. They have received a distinctive name, thyroepiglotticus, and are sometimes described as a separate muscle. A few fibers extend along the wall of the ventricle from the lateral wall of the arytenoid cartilage to the side of the epiglottis and constitute the ventricularis muscle. Actions. In considering the actions of the muscles of the larynx, they may be conveniently divided into two groups. That is, 1. Those which open and close the glottis, 2. Those which regulate the degree of tension of the vocal folds. The cricoarytenoideae posteriores separate the vocal folds and consequently open the glottis by rotating the arytenoid cartilages outward around a vertical axis passing through the cricoarytenoid joints, so that their vocal processes and the vocal folds attached to them become widely separated. The cricoarytenoideae laterales close the glottis by rotating the arytenoid cartilages inward so as to approximate their vocal processes. The arytenoideus approximates the arytenoid cartilages and thus closes the opening of the glottis, especially at its back part. The cricothyroideae produce tension and elongation of the vocal folds by drawing up the arch of the cricoid cartilage and tilting back the upper border of its lamina. The distance between the vocal processes and the angle of the thyroid is thus increased, and the folds are consequently elongated. The thyroarytenoideae, consisting of two parts having different attachments and different directions, are rather complicated as regards their action. Their main use is to draw the arytenoid cartilages forward toward the thyroid and thus shorten and relax the vocal folds. But owing to the connection of the deeper portion with the vocal fold, this part, if acting separately, is supposed to modify its elasticity and tension, while the lateral portion rotates the arytenoid cartilage inward and thus narrows the rhemoglottis by bringing the two vocal folds together. The manner in which the entrance of the larynx is closed during degglutination is referred to on page 1140. Mucous membrane. The mucous membrane of the larynx is continuous above with that lining the mouth and pharynx, and is prolonged through the trachea and bronchi into the lungs. It lines the posterior surface and the upper part of the anterior surface of the epiglottis, to which it is closely adherent, and forms the aryepiglottic folds which bound the entrance of the larynx. It lines the whole of the cavity of the larynx, forms, by its reduplication, the chief part of the ventricular fold, and from the ventricle is continued into the ventricular appendix. It is then reflected over the vocal ligament, where it is thin and very intimately adherent, covers the inner surface of the conus elasticus and cricoid cartilage, and is ultimately continuous with the lining membrane of the trachea. The anterior surface and the upper half of the posterior surface of the epiglottis, the upper part of the aryepiglottic folds, and the vocal folds are covered by stratified squamous epithelium. All the rest of the laryngeal mucous membrane is covered by columnar ciliated cells, but patches of stratified squamous epithelium are found in the mucous membrane above the glottis. Glands. The mucous membrane of the larynx is furnished with numerous mucus-secreting glands, the orifices of which are found in nearly every part. They are very plentiful upon the epiglottis, being lodged in little pits in its substance. They are also found in large numbers along the margin of the aryepiglottic fold, in front of the arytenoid cartilages, where they are termed the arytenoid glands. They exist also in large numbers in the ventricular appendages. None are found on the free edges of the vocal folds. Vessels and nerves. The chief arteries of the larynx are the laryngeal branches derived from the superior and inferior thyroid. The veins accompany the arteries. Those accompanying the superior laryngeal artery join the superior thyroid vein, which opens into the internal jugular vein, while those accompanying the inferior laryngeal artery join the inferior thyroid vein, which opens into the innominate vein. The lymphatic vessels consist of two sets, superior and inferior. The former accompany the superior laryngeal artery and pierce the hyothyroid membrane, to end in the glands situated near the bifurcation of the common carotid artery. Of the latter, some pass through the middle cricothyroid ligament and open into a gland lying in front of that ligament or in front of the upper part of the trachea, while others pass to the deep cervical glands and to the glands accompanying the inferior thyroid artery. The nerves are derived from the internal and external branches of the superior laryngeal nerve, from the recurrent nerve, and from the sympathetic. The internal laryngeal branch is almost entirely sensory, but some motor filaments are said to be carried by it to the arytenoideus. It enters the larynx by piercing the posterior part of the hyothyroid membrane above the superior laryngeal vessels and divides into a branch which is distributed to both surfaces of the epiglottis, a second to the aryepiglottic fold, and a third, the largest, which supplies the mucous membrane over the back of the larynx and communicates with the recurrent nerve. The external laryngeal branch supplies the cricothyroideus. The recurrent nerve passes upward beneath the lower border of the constrictor pharyngeus inferior, immediately behind the cricothyroid joint. It supplies all the muscles of the larynx except the cricothyroideus and perhaps a part of the arytenoideus. The sensory branches of the laryngeal nerves form subepithelial plexuses from which fibers pass to end between the cells covering the mucous membrane. Over the posterior surface of the epiglottis, in the aryepiglottic
Section 4 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. 1b. The Trachea and Bronchi. The trachea, or windpipe, is a cartilaginous and membranous tube, extending from the lower part of the larynx on a level with the 6th cervical vertebra to the upper border of the 5th thoracic vertebra, where it divides into the 2 bronchi, one for each lung. The trachea is nearly but not quite cylindrical, being flattened posteriorly. It measures about 11 centimetres in length. Its diameter from side to side is from 2 to 2.5 centimetres, being always greater in the male than in the female. In the child, the trachea is smaller, more deeply placed, and more movable than in the adult. Relations. The anterior surface of the trachea is convex and covered in the neck from above downward by the isthmus of the thyroid gland, the inferior thyroid veins, the arteria thyroidema, where that vessel exists, the sternothyroideus and sternohyoideus muscles, the cervical fascia, and more superficially by the anastomosing branches between the anterior jugular veins. In the thorax it is covered from before backward by the manubrium sterni, the remains of the thymus, the left innominate vein, the aortic arch, the innominate and left common carotid arteries, and the deep cardiac plexus. Posteriorly it is in contact with the esophagus. Laterally in the neck it is in relation with the common carotid arteries, the right and left lobes of the thyroid gland, the inferior thyroid arteries, and the recurrent nerves. In the thorax it lies in the superior mediastinum, and is in relation on the right side with the pleura and the right vagus, and near the root of the neck with the innominate artery. On its left sides the left recurrent nerve, the aortic arch, and the left common carotid and subclavian arteries. The right bronchus, bronchus dexter, wider, shorter, and more vertical in direction than the left, is about 2.5 centimetre long, and enters the right lung nearly opposite the fifth thoracic vertebra. The esophagus vein arches over it from behind, and the right pulmonary artery lies at first below and then in front of it. About 2 centimetres from its commencement it gives off a branch to the upper lobe of the right lung. This is termed the eparterial branch of the bronchus, because it arises above the right pulmonary artery. The bronchus now passes below the artery, and is known as the hyperarterial branch. It divides into 2 branches for the middle and lower lobes. The left bronchus, bronchus sinister, is smaller in calibre but longer than the right, being nearly 5 centimetres long. It enters the root of the left lung opposite the sixth thoracic vertebra. It passes beneath the aortic arch, crosses in front of the esophagus, the thoracic duct, and the descending aorta, and has the left pulmonary artery lying at first above and then in front of it. The left bronchus has no eparterial branch, and therefore it has been supposed by some that there is no upper lobe to the left lung, but that the so-called upper lobe corresponds to the middle lobe of the right lung. The further subdivisions of the bronchi will be considered with the anatomy of the lung. If a transverse section be made across the trachea a short distance above its point of bifurcation, and a bird's-eye view taken of its interior, the septum placed at the bottom of the trachea and separating the 2 bronchi will be seen to occupy the left of the median line, and the right bronchus appears to be a more direct continuation of the trachea than the left, so that any solid body dropping into the trachea would naturally be directed toward the right bronchus. This tendency is aided by the larger diameter of the right tube as compared to its fellow. This fact serves to explain why a foreign body in the trachea more frequently falls into the right bronchus. Footnote: Riegel asserts that the entry of a foreign body into the left bronchus is by no means so infrequent as is generally supposed. End of footnote. The trachea and extrapulmonary bronchi are composed of imperfect rings of hyaline cartilage, fibrous tissues, muscle fibres, mucous membranes, and glands. The cartilages of the trachea vary from 16 to 20 in number. Each forms an imperfect ring, which occupies the anterior 2/3 or so of the circumference of the trachea, being deficient behind, where the tube is completed by fibrous tissue and unstriped muscular fibres. The cartilages are placed horizontally above each other, separated by narrow intervals. They measure about 4 millimetres in depth and 1 millimetre in thickness. The outer surfaces are flattened in a vertical direction, but the internal are convex, the cartilages being thicker in the middle than at the margins. Two or more of the cartilages often unite, partially or completely, and they are sometimes bifurcated at the extremities. They are highly elastic, but may become calcified in advanced life. In the right bronchus the cartilages vary in number from 6 to 8, in the left from 9 to 12. They are shorter and narrower than those of the trachea, but have the same shape and arrangement. The peculiar tracheal cartilages are the first and last. The first cartilage is broader than the rest, and often divided at one end. It is connected by the cricotracheal ligament with the lower border of the cricoid cartilage, with which, or with the succeeding cartilage, it is sometimes blended. The last cartilage is thick and bored in the middle, in consequence of its lower border being prolonged into a triangular hook-shaped process, which curves downwards and backwards between the two bronchi. It ends on each side in an imperfect ring, which encloses the commencement of the bronchus. The cartilage above the last is somewhat broader than the others at its centre. The fibrous membrane. The cartilages are enclosed in an elastic fibrous membrane, which consists of two layers, one, the thicker, passing over the outer surface of the ring, the other over the inner surface. At the upper and lower margins of the cartilages, the two layers blend together to form a single membrane, which connects the rings one with another. They are thus invested by the membrane. In the space behind, between the ends of the rings, the membrane forms a single layer. The muscular tissue consists of two layers of non-striated muscle, longitudinal and transverse. The longitudinal fibres are external, and consist of a few scattered bundles. The transverse fibres, trachealeus muscle, are internal and form a thin layer which extends transversely between the ends of the cartilages. Mucous membrane. The mucous membrane is continuous above with that of the larynx, and below with that of the bronchi. It consists of areolar and lymphoid tissue, and presents a well-marked basement membrane supporting a stratified epithelium, the surface layer of which is columnar and ciliated, while the deeper layers are composed of oval or rounded cells. Beneath the basement membrane there is a distinct layer of longitudinal elastic fibres with a small amount of intervening areolar tissue. The submucous layer is composed of a loose meshwork of connective tissue containing large blood vessels, nerves, and mucous glands. The ducts of the latter pierce the overlaying layers and open on the surface. Vessels and nerves. The trachea is supplied with blood by the inferior thyroid arteries. The veins end in the thyroid venous plexus. The nerves are derived from the vagus and the recurrent nerves, and from the
Section 5 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Bloomfield. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Pleurae. Each lung is invested by an exceedingly delicate serous membrane, the pleura, which is arranged in the form of a closed invaginated sac. A portion of the serous membrane covers the surface of the lung and dips into the fissures between its lobes. It is called the pulmonary pleura. The rest of the membrane lines the inner surface of the chest wall, covers the diaphragm, and is reflected over the structures occupying the middle of the thorax. This portion is termed the parietal pleura. The two layers are continuous with one another around and below the root of the lung. In health, they are in actual contact with one another, but the potential space between them is known as the pleural cavity. When the lung collapses, or when air or fluid collects between the two layers, the cavity becomes apparent. The right and left pleural sacs are entirely separate from one another. Between them are all the thoracic viscera except the lungs, and they only touch each other for a short distance in front. Opposite the second and third pieces of the sternum, the interval between the two sacs is termed the mediastinum. Different portions of the parietal pleura have received special names which indicate their position. Thus, that portion which lines the inner surfaces of the ribs and intercostales is the costal pleura. That clothing the convex surface of the diaphragm is the diaphragmatic pleura. That which rises into the neck over the summit of the lung is the cupula of the pleura, cervical pleura. And that which is applied to the other thoracic viscera is the mediastinal pleura. Reflections of the pleura. Commencing at the sternum, the pleura passes lateralward, lines the inner surfaces of the costal cartilages, ribs and intercostales, and at the back part of the thorax passes over the sympathetic trunk and its branches, and is reflected upon the sides of the bodies of the vertebrae, where it is separated by a narrow interval, the posterior mediastinum, from the opposite pleura. From the vertebral column, the pleura passes to the side of the pericardium, which it covers to a slight extent. It then covers the back part of the root of the lung, from the lower border of which a triangle sheet descends vertically toward the diaphragm. This sheet is the posterior layer of a wide fold, known as a pulmonary ligament. From the back of the lung root, the pleura may be traced over the costal surface of the lung, the apex and base, and also over the sides of the fissures between the lobes, onto its mediastinal surface and the front part of its root. It is continued from the lower margin of the root as the anterior layer of the pulmonary ligament, and from this it is reflected onto the pericardium, pericardial pleura, and from it to the back of the sternum. Above the level of the root of the lung, however, the mediastinal pleura passes uninterruptedly from the vertebral column to the sternum over the structures in the superior mediastinum. Below, it covers the upper surface of the diaphragm and extends, in front, as low as the costal cartilage of the 7th rib, at the side of the chest to the lower border of the 10th rib on the left side, and to the upper border of the same rib on the right side, and behind it reaches as low as the 12th rib, and sometimes even to the transverse process of the first lumbar vertebra. Above, its cupula projects through the superior opening of the thorax into the neck, extending from 2.5 to 5 cm above the sternal end of the first rib. This portion of the sac is strengthened by a dome-like expansion of fascia, Simpson's fascia, attached in front to the inner border of the first rib, and behind to the anterior border of the transverse process of the 7th cervical vertebra. This is covered and strengthened by a few spreading muscular fibres derived from the scaleni. In the front of the chest, where the parietal pleura is reflected backward to the pericardium, the two pleural sacs are in contact for a short distance. At the upper part of the chest, behind the manubrium, they are separated by an angular interval, the line of reflection being represented by a line drawn from the sternoclavicular articulation to the midpoint of the junction of the manubrium with the body of the sternum. From this point, the two pleurae descend in close contact to the level of the 4th costal cartilages, and the line of reflection on the right side is continued downward in nearly a straight line to the xiphoid process, and then turns lateralward, while on the left side the line of reflection diverges lateralward and is continued downward close to the left border of the sternum as far as the 6th costal cartilage. The inferior limit of the pleura is on a considerably lower level than the corresponding limit of the lung, but does not extend to the attachment of the diaphragm, so that below the line of reflection of the pleura from the chest wall onto the diaphragm, the latter is in direct contact with the rib cartilages and the intercostales interni. Moreover, in ordinary inspiration, the thin inferior margin of the lung does not extend as low as the line of the pleural reflection, with the result that the costal and diaphragmatic pleurae here are in contact, the intervening narrow slit being termed the phrenic costal sinus. A similar condition exists behind the sternum and rib cartilages, where the anterior thin margin of the lung falls short of the line of pleural reflection, and where the slit-like cavity between the two layers of pleura forms what is called the costomediastinal sinus. The line along which the right pleura is reflected from the chest wall to the diaphragm starts in front, immediately below the 7th sternocostal joint, and runs downward and backward behind the 7th costal cartilage so as to cross the 10th rib in the mid-axillary line, from which it is prolonged to the spinous process of the 12th thoracic vertebra. The reflection of the left pleura follows at first the ascending part of the 6th costal cartilage, and in the rest of its course is slightly lower than that of the right side. The free surface of the pleura is smooth, polished, and moistened by a serous fluid. Its attached surface is intimately adherent to the lung, and to the pulmonary vessels as they emerge from the pericardium. It is also adherent to the upper surface of the diaphragm. Throughout the rest of its extent, it is easily separable from the adjacent parts. The right pleural sac is shorter, wider, and reaches higher in the neck than the left. Pulmonary ligament, ligamentum pulmonale, ligamentum latum pulmonis. From the above description, it will be seen that the root of the lung is covered in front, above, and behind by pleura, and that at its lower border the investing layers come into contact. Here they form a sort of mesenteric fold, the pulmonary ligament, which extends between the lower part of the mediastinal surface of the lung and the pericardium. Just above the diaphragm, the ligament ends in a free falciform border. It serves to retain the lower part of the lung in position. Structure of the pleura. Like other serous membranes, the pleura is covered by a single layer of flattened nucleated cells, united at their edges by cement substance. These cells are modified connective tissue corpuscles and rest on a basement membrane. Beneath the basement membrane there are networks of yellow elastic and white fibres, embedded in ground substance which also contains connective tissue cells. Blood vessels, lymphatics, and nerves are distributed in the substance of the pleura. Vessels and nerves. The arteries of the pleura are derived from the intercostal, internal mammary, musculophrenic, thymic, pericardiac, and bronchial vessels. The veins correspond to the arteries. The nerves are derived from the phrenic and sympathetic. Kuliker states that nerves accompany the ramifications of the bronchial arteries in the pulmonary pleura. The mediastinum, interpleural space. The mediastinum lies between the right and left pleurae in and near the median sagittal plane of the chest. It extends from the sternum in front to the vertebral column behind, and contains all the thoracic viscera excepting the lungs. It may be divided, for purposes of description, into two parts, an upper portion above the upper level of the pericardium, which is named the superior mediastinum, and a lower portion below the upper level of the pericardium. This lower portion is again subdivided into three parts, vis-à-vis that in front of the pericardium, the anterior mediastinum, that containing the pericardium and its contents, the middle mediastinum, and that behind the pericardium, the posterior mediastinum. The superior mediastinum is that portion of the interpleural space which lies between the manubrium sterni in front and the upper thoracic vertebrae behind. It is bounded below by a slightly oblique plane passing backward from the junction of the manubrium and body of the sternum to the lower part of the body of the 4th thoracic vertebra, and laterally by the pleurae. It contains the origins of the sternohyoidea and the sternothyroidea, and the lower ends of the longi colli, the aortic arch, the innominate artery and the thoracic portions of the left common carotid and the left subclavian arteries, the innominate veins and the upper half of the superior vena cava, the left highest intercostal vein, the vagus, cardiac, phrenic, and left recurrent nerves, the trachea, esophagus, and thoracic duct, the remains of the thymus, and some lymph glands. The anterior mediastinum exists only on the left side, where the left pleura diverges from the midsternal line. It is bounded in front by the sternum, laterally by the pleurae, and behind by the pericardium. It is narrow above, but widens out a little below. Its anterior wall is formed by the left transversus thoracis and the 5th, 6th, and 7th left costal cartilages. It contains a quantity of loose areolar tissue, some lymphatic vessels which ascend from the convex surface of the liver, 2 or 3 anterior mediastinal lymph glands, and the small mediastinal branches of the internal mammary artery. The middle mediastinum is the broadest part of the interpleural space. It contains the heart enclosed in the pericardium, the ascending aorta, the lower half of the superior vena cava with the azygos veins opening into it, the bifurcation of the trachea and the two bronchi, the pulmonary artery dividing it into its two branches, the right and left pulmonary veins, the phrenic nerves, and some bronchial lymph glands. The posterior mediastinum is an irregular triangular space running parallel with the vertebral column. It is bounded in front by the pericardium above and by the posterior surface of the diaphragm below, behind by the vertebral column from the lower border of the 4th to the 12th thoracic vertebra, and on either side by the mediastinal pleura. It contains the thoracic part of the descending aorta, the azygos and the two hemiazygos veins, the vagus and splanchnic nerves, the esophagus, the thoracic duct.
Section 6 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Evans. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Lungs. 1e. The Lungs. Pulmones. The lungs are the essential organs of respiration. They are two in number, placed one on either side within the thorax, and separated from each other by the heart and other contents of the mediastinum. The substance of the lung is of a light, porous, spongy texture. It floats in water and crepitates when handled, owing to the presence of air in the alveoli. It is also highly elastic, hence the retracted state of these organs when they are removed from the closed cavity of the thorax. The surface is smooth, shining, and marked out into numerous polyhedral areas, indicating the lobules of the organ. Each of these areas is crossed by numerous tighter lines. At birth, the lungs are pinkish-white in color. In adult life, the color is a dark slaty gray, mottled in patches, and as age advances, this mottling assumes a black color. The coloring matter consists of granules of a carbonaceous substance deposited in the areolar tissue near the surface of the organ. It increases in quantity as age advances, and is more abundant in males than in females. As a rule, the posterior border of the lung is darker than the anterior. The right lung usually weighs about 625 grams, the left 567 grams, but much variation is met with according to the amount of blood or serous fluid they may contain. The lungs are heavier in the male than in the female, their proportion to the body being, in the former, as 1:37, in the latter as 1:43. Each lung is conical in shape and presents for examination an apex, a base, 3 borders, and 2 surfaces. The apex, apex pulmonis, is rounded and extends into the root of the neck, reaching from 2.5 to 4 centimeters above the level of the sternal end of the first rib. A sulcus produced by the subclavian artery as it curves in front of the pleura runs upward and lateralward immediately below the apex. The base, basis pulmonis, is broad, concave, and rests upon the convex surface of the diaphragm, which separates the right lung from the right lobe of the liver, and the left lung from the left lobe of the liver, the stomach, and the spleen. Since the diaphragm extends higher on the right than on the left side, the concavity on the base of the right lung is deeper than that on the left. Laterally and behind, the base is bounded by a thin, sharp margin which projects for some distance into the pharyngo-costal sinus of the pleura, between the lower ribs and the costal attachment of the diaphragm. The base of the lung descends during inspiration and ascends during expiration. The costal surface, facies costalis, external or thoracic surface, is smooth, convex, of considerable extent, and corresponds to the form of the cavity of the chest, being deeper behind than in front. It is in contact with the costal pleura, and presents, in specimens which have been hardened in situ, slight grooves corresponding with the overlying ribs. The mediastinal surface, facies mediastinalis, inner surface, is in contact with the mediastinal pleura. It presents a deep concavity, the cardiac impression, which accommodates the pericardium. This is larger and deeper on the left than on the right lung, on account of the heart projecting farther to the left than to the right side of the median plane. Above and behind this concavity is a triangular depression named the hilum, where the structures which form the root of the lung enter and leave the viscus. These structures are invested by pleura, which, below the hilus and behind the pericardial impression, forms the pulmonary ligament. On the right lung, immediately above the hilus, is an arched furrow which accommodates the azygous vein, while running upward and then arching lateralward some little distance below the apex is a wide groove for the superior vena cava and right innominate vein. Behind this, and nearer the apex, is a furrow for the innominate artery. Behind the hilus and the attachment of the pulmonary ligament is a vertical groove for the esophagus. This groove becomes less distinct below owing to the inclination of the lower part of the esophagus to the left of the middle line. In front and to the right of the lower part of the esophageal groove is a deep concavity for the extrapericardiac portion of the thoracic part of the inferior vena cava. On the left lung, immediately above the hilus, is a well-marked curved furrow produced by the aortic arch, and running upward from this towards the apex is a groove accommodating the left subclavian artery. A slight impression in front of the latter and close to the margin of the lung lodges the left innominate vein. Behind the hilus and pulmonary ligament is a vertical furrow produced by the descending aorta, and in front of this, near the base of the lung, the lower part of the esophagus causes a shallow impression. Borders. The inferior border, margo inferior, is thin and sharp where it separates the base from the costal surface and extends into the phrynicocostal sinus. Medially, where it divides the base from the mediastinal surface, it is blunt and rounded. The posterior border, margo posterior, is broad and rounded, and is received into the deep concavity on either side of the vertebral column. It is much longer than the anterior border and projects below into the phrynicocostal sinus. The anterior border, margo anterior, is thin and sharp and overlaps the front of the pericardium. The anterior border of the right lung is almost vertical and projects into the costo-mediastinal sinus. That of the left presents below an angular notch, the cardiac notch, in which the pericardium is exposed. Opposite this notch, the anterior margin of the left lung is situated some little distance lateral to the line of reflection of the corresponding part of the pleura. Fissures and lobes of the lungs. The left lung is divided into two lobes, an upper and a lower, by an interlobular fissure, which extends from the costal to the mediastinal surface of the lung, both above and below the hilus. As seen on the surface, this fissure begins on the mediastinal surface of the lung at the upper and posterior part of the hilus, and runs backward and upward to the posterior border, which it crosses at a point about 6 centimeters below the apex. It then extends downward and forward over the costal surface, and reaches the lower border a little behind its anterior extremity, and its further course can be followed upward and backward across the mediastinal surface as far as the lower part of the hilus. The superior lobe lies above and in front of this fissure, and includes the apex, the anterior border, and a considerable part of the costal surface and the greater part of the mediastinal surface of the lung. The inferior lobe, the larger of the two, is situated below and behind the fissure, and comprises almost the whole of the base, a large portion of the costal surface, and the greater part of the posterior border. The right lung is divided into 3 lobes, superior, middle, and inferior, by 2 interlobular fissures. One of these separates the inferior from the middle and superior lobes, and corresponds closely with the fissure in the left lung. Its direction is, however, more vertical, and it cuts the lower border about 7.5 centimeters behind its anterior extremity. The other fissure separates the superior from the middle lobe. It begins in the previous fissure near the posterior border of the lung, and, running horizontally forward, cuts the anterior border on a level with the sternal end of the fourth costal cartilage. On the mediastinal surface, it may be traced backward to the hilus. The middle lobe, the smallest lobe of the right lung, is wedge-shaped and includes the lower part of the anterior border and the anterior part of the base of the lung. The right lung, although shorter by 2.5 centimeters than the left, in consequence of the diaphragm rising higher on the right side to accommodate the liver, is broader, owing to the inclination of the heart to the left side. Its total capacity is greater, and it weighs more than the left lung. The root of the lung. Radix pulmonis. A little above the middle of the mediastinal surface of each lung, and nearer its posterior than its anterior border, is its root, by which the lung is connected to the heart and the trachea. The root is formed by the bronchus, the pulmonary artery, the pulmonary veins, the bronchial arteries and veins, the pulmonary plexuses of nerves, lymphatic vessels, bronchial lymph glands, and areolar tissue, all of which are enclosed by a reflection of the pleura. The root of the right lung lies behind the superior vena cava and part of the right atrium, and below the azygous vein. That of the left lung passes beneath the aortic arch and in front of the descending aorta. The phrenic nerve, the pericardiaco-phrenic artery and vein, and the anterior pulmonary plexus lie in front of each, and the vagus and posterior pulmonary plexus behind each. Below each is the pulmonary ligament. The chief structures composing the root of each lung are arranged in a similar manner from before backward on both sides, viz., the upper of the two pulmonary veins in front, the pulmonary artery in the middle, and the bronchus together with the bronchial vessels behind. From above downward, on the two sides, their arrangement differs thus. On the right side their position is eparterial bronchus, pulmonary artery, hyparterial bronchus, pulmonary veins, but on the left side their position is pulmonary artery, bronchus, pulmonary veins. The lower of the two pulmonary veins is situated below the bronchus, at the apex or lowest part of the hilus. Divisions of the bronchi. Just as the lungs differ from each other in the number of their lobes, so the bronchi differ in their mode of subdivision. The right bronchus gives off, about 2.5 centimeters from the bifurcation of the trachea, a branch for the superior lobe. This branch arises above the level of the pulmonary artery, and is therefore named the eparterial bronchus. All the other divisions of the main stem come off below the pulmonary artery, and consequently are termed hyparterial bronchi. The first of these is distributed to the middle lobe, and the main tube then passes downward and backward to the inferior lobe, giving off in its course a series of large ventral and small dorsal branches. The ventral and dorsal branches arise alternately, and are usually 8 in number, 4 of each kind. The branch to the middle lobe is regarded as the first of the ventral series. The left bronchus passes below the level of the pulmonary artery before it divides, and hence all its branches are hyparterial. It may therefore be looked upon as equivalent to that portion of the right bronchus which lies on the distal side of its eparterial branch. The first branch of the left bronchus arises about 5 centimeters from the bifurcation of the trachea, and is distributed to the superior lobe. The main stem then enters the inferior lobe, where it divides into ventral and dorsal branches similar to those in the right lung. The branch to the superior lobe of the left lung is regarded as the first of the ventral series. Structure. The lungs are composed of an external serous coat, a subserous areolar tissue, and the pulmonary substance or parenchyma. The serous coat is the pulmonary pleura. It is thin, transparent, and invests the entire organ as far as the root. The subserous areolar tissue contains a large proportion of elastic fibers. It invests the entire surface of the lung and extends inward between the lobules. The parenchyma is composed of secondary lobules which, although closely connected together by an interlobular areolar tissue, are quite distinct from one another and may be teased asunder without much difficulty in the fetus. The secondary lobules vary in size. Those on the surface are large, of pyramidal form, the base turned toward the surface. Those in the interior smaller and of various forms. Each secondary lobule is composed of several primary lobules, the anatomical units of the lung. The primary lobule consists of an alveolar duct, the air spaces connected with it, and their blood vessels, lymphatics, and nerves. The intrapulmonary bronchi divide and subdivide throughout the entire organ, the smallest subdivisions constituting the lobular bronchioles. The larger divisions consist of 1. An outer coat of fibrous tissue in which are found at intervals irregular plates of hyaline cartilage, most developed at the points of division. 2. Internal to the fibrous coat, a layer of circularly disposed smooth muscle fibers, the bronchial muscle, and 3. Most internally, the mucous membrane, lined by columnar ciliated epithelium resting on a basement membrane. The corium of the mucous membrane contains numerous elastic fibers running longitudinally and a certain amount of lymphoid tissue. It also contains the ducts of mucus glands, the acini of which lie in the fibrous coat. The lobular bronchioles differ from the larger tubes in containing no cartilage and in the fact that the ciliated epithelial cells are cubical in shape. The lobular bronchioles are about 0.2 millimeters in diameter. Each bronchiole divides into 2 or more respiratory bronchioles with scattered alveoli, and each of these again divides into several alveolar ducts with a greater number of alveoli connected with them. Each alveolar duct is connected with a variable number of irregularly spherical spaces, which also possess alveoli, the atria. Within each atrium, a variable number, 2 to 5, of alveolar sacs are connected, which bear, on all parts of their circumference, alveoli or air sacs. The alveoli are lined by a delicate layer of simple squamous epithelium, the cells of which are united at their edges by cement substance. Between the squames are here and there smaller, polygonal, nucleated cells. Outside the epithelial lining is a little delicate connective tissue containing numerous elastic fibers and a close network of blood capillaries, and forming a common wall to adjacent alveoli. The fetal lung resembles a gland in that the alveoli have a small lumen and are lined by cubical epithelium. After the first respiration, the alveoli become distended, and the epithelium takes on the characters described above. Vessels and nerves. The pulmonary artery conveys the venous blood to the lungs. It divides into branches which accompany the bronchial tubes and end in a dense capillary network in the walls of the alveoli. In the lung, the branches of the pulmonary artery are usually above and in front of a bronchial tube, the vein below. The pulmonary capillaries form plexuses which lie immediately beneath the lining epithelium, in the walls and septa of the alveoli and of the infundibula. In the septa between the alveoli, the capillary network forms a single layer. The capillaries form a very minute network, the meshes of which are smaller than the vessels themselves. Their walls are also exceedingly thin. The arteries of neighboring lobules are independent of each other, but the veins freely anastomose. The pulmonary veins commence in the pulmonary capillaries, the radicals coalescing into larger branches which run through the substance of the lung, independently of the pulmonary arteries and bronchi. After freely communicating with other branches, they form large vessels, which ultimately come into relation with the arteries and bronchial tubes and accompany them to the hilus of the organ. Finally, they open into the left atrium of the heart, conveying oxygenated blood to be distributed to all parts of the body by the aorta. The bronchial arteries supply blood for the nutrition of the lung. They are derived from the thoracic aorta or from the upper aortic intercostal arteries, and, accompanying the bronchial tubes, are distributed to the bronchial glands and upon the walls of the larger bronchial tubes and pulmonary vessels. Those supplying the bronchial tubes form a capillary plexus in the muscular coat, from which branches are given off to form a second plexus in the mucous coat. This plexus communicates with small venous trunks that empty into the pulmonary veins. Others are distributed in the interlobular areolar tissue, and end partly in the deep, partly in the superficial bronchial veins. Lastly, some ramify upon the surface of the lung, beneath the pleura, where they form a capillary network. The bronchial vein is formed at the root of the lung, receiving superficial and deep veins corresponding to branches of the bronchial artery. It does not, however, receive all the blood supplied by the artery, as some of it passes into the pulmonary veins. It ends on the right side in the azygous vein, and on the left side in the highest intercostal or in the accessory hemiazygous vein. The lymphatics are described on page 718. Nerves. The lungs are supplied from the anterior and posterior pulmonary plexuses, formed chiefly by branches from the sympathetic and vagus. The filaments from these plexuses accompany the bronchial tubes, supplying efferent fibers to the bronchial muscle and afferent fibers to the bronchial mucous membrane.
Section 7 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Digestive Apparatus. Apparatus digestorius. Organs of digestion. The apparatus for the digestion of the food consists of the digestive tube and of certain accessory organs. The digestive tube, alimentary canal, is a muscular membranous tube about 9 meters long, extending from the mouth to the anus, and is lined throughout its entire extent by mucous membrane. It has received different names in the various parts of its course. At its commencement is the mouth, where provision is made for the mechanical division of the food, mastication, and for its admixture with a fluid secreted by the salivary glands, insalivation. Beyond this are the organs of deglutition, the pharynx and the esophagus, which convey the food into the stomach, in which it is stored for a time, and in which, also, the first stages of the digestive process take place. The stomach is followed by the small intestine, which is divided for purposes of description into 3 parts, the duodenum, the jejunum, and ileum. In the small intestine, the process of digestion is completed, and the resulting products are absorbed into the blood and lacteal vessels. Finally, the small intestine ends in the large intestine, which is made up of cecum, colon, rectum, and anal canal, the last terminating on the surface of the body at the anus. The accessory organs are the teeth, for purposes of mastication, the 3 pairs of salivary glands, the parotid, submaxillary, and sublingual, the secretion from which mixes with the food in the mouth and converts it into a bolus, and acts chemically on one of its constituents. The liver and pancreas, 2 large glands in the abdomen, the secretions of which, in addition to that of numerous minute glands in the wall of the alimentary canal, assist in the process of digestion. The development of the digestive tube. The primitive digestive tube consists of 2 parts, that is, 1. The foregut, within the cephalic flexure and dorsal to the heart, and 2. The hindgut, within the caudal flexure. Between these is the wide opening of the yolk sac, which is gradually narrowed and reduced to a small foramen leading into the vitelline duct. At first, the foregut and hindgut end blindly. The anterior end of the foregut is separated from the stomadeum by the bucopharyngeal membrane. The hindgut ends in the cloaca, which is closed by the cloacal membrane. The mouth. The mouth is developed partly from the stomadeum and partly from the floor of the anterior portion of the foregut. By the growth of the head end of the embryo and the formation of the cephalic flexure, the pericardial area and the bucopharyngeal membrane come to lie on the ventral surface of the embryo. With the further expansion of the brain and the forward bulging of the pericardium, the bucopharyngeal membrane is depressed between these two prominences. This depression constitutes the stomadeum. It is lined by ectoderm and is separated from the anterior end of the foregut by the bucopharyngeal membrane. This membrane is devoid of mesoderm, being formed by the apposition of the stomadeal ectoderm with the foregut entoderm. At the end of the 3rd week it disappears, and thus a communication is established between the mouth and the future pharynx. No trace of the membrane is found in the adult, and the communication just mentioned must not be confused with the permanent isthmus faucium. The lips, teeth, and gums are formed from the walls of the stomadeum, but the tongue is developed in the floor of the pharynx. The visceral arches extend in a ventral direction between the stomadeum and the pericardium, and with the completion of the mandibular arch and the formation of the maxillary processes, the mouth assumes the appearance of a pentagonal orifice. The orifice is bounded in front by the frontonasal process, behind by the mandibular arch, and laterally by the maxillary processes. With the inward growth and fusion of the palatine processes, the stomadeum is divided into an upper nasal and a lower buccal part. Along the free margins of the processes bounding the mouth cavity, a shallow groove appears. This is termed the primary labial groove, and from the bottom of it a downgrowth of ectoderm takes place into the underlying mesoderm. The central cells of the ectodermal downgrowth degenerate, and a secondary labial groove is formed. By the deepening of this, the lips and cheeks are separated from the alveolar processes of the maxillae and mandible. The salivary glands. The salivary glands arise as buds from the epithelial lining of the mouth. The parotid appears during the 4th week, in the angle between the maxillary process and the mandibular arch. The submaxillary appears in the 6th week, and the sublingual during the 9th week, in the hollow between the tongue and the mandibular arch. The tongue. The tongue is developed in the floor of the pharynx, and consists of an anterior or buccal and a posterior or pharyngeal part, which are separated in the adult by the V-shaped sulcus terminalis. During the 3rd week there appears, immediately behind the ventral ends of the 2 halves of the mandibular arch, a rounded swelling, named the tuberculum impar, which was described by His as undergoing enlargement to form the buccal part of the tongue. More recent researches, however, show that this part of the tongue is mainly, if not entirely, developed from a pair of lateral swellings, which rise from the inner surface of the mandibular arch and meet in the middle line. The tuberculum impar is said to form the central part of the tongue immediately in front of the foramen caecum, but Hammer insists that it is purely a transitory structure and forms no part of the adult tongue. From the ventral ends of the 4th arch there arises a second and larger elevation, in the centre of which is a median groove or furrow. This elevation was named by His the furcula, and is at first separated from the tuberculum impar by a depression, but later by a ridge, the copula, formed by the forward growth and fusion of the ventral ends of the second and third arches. The posterior or pharyngeal part of the tongue is developed from the copula, which extends forward in the form of a V, so as to embrace between its two limbs the buccal part of the tongue. At the apex of the V, a pit-like invagination occurs to form the thyroid gland, and this depression is represented in the adult by the foramen cecum of the tongue. In the adult, the union of the anterior and posterior parts of the tongue is marked by the V-shaped sulcus terminalis, the apex of which is at the foramen cecum, while the two limbs run lateralward and forward, parallel to, but a little behind, the vallate papillae. The palatine tonsils. The palatine tonsils are developed from the dorsal angles of the second branchial pouches. The entoderm which lines these pouches grows in the form of a number of solid buds into the surrounding mesoderm. These buds become hollowed out by the degeneration and casting off of their central cells, and by this means the tonsillar crypts are formed. Lymphoid cells accumulate around the crypts and become grouped to form the lymphoid follicles. The latter, however, are not well defined until after birth. The further development of the digestive tube. The upper part of the foregut becomes dilated to form the pharynx, in relation to which the branchial arches are developed. The succeeding part remains tubular, and, with the descent of the stomach, is elongated to form the esophagus. About the 4th week, a fusiform dilation, the future stomach, makes its appearance, and beyond this the gut opens freely into the yolk sac. The opening is at first wide, but is gradually narrowed into a tubular stalk, the yolk stalk, or vitelline duct. Between the stomach and the mouth of the yolk sac, the liver diverticulum appears. From the stomach to the rectum, the alimentary canal is attached to the notochord by a band of mesoderm, from which the common mesentery of the gut is subsequently developed. The stomach has an additional attachment, that is, to the ventral abdominal wall, as far as the umbilicus, by the septum transversum. The cephalic portion of the septum takes part in the formation of the diaphragm, while the caudal portion, into which the liver grows, forms the ventral mesogastrium. The stomach undergoes a further dilation, and its two curvatures can be recognized, the greater directed towards the vertebral column, and the lesser towards the anterior wall of the abdomen, while its two surfaces look to the left and right respectively. Behind the stomach, the gut undergoes great elongation, and forms a V-shaped loop, which projects downwards and forward. From the bend or angle of the loop, the vitelline duct passes to the umbilicus. For a time, a considerable part of the loop extends beyond the abdominal cavity into the umbilical cord, but by the end of the 3rd month it is withdrawn within the cavity. With the lengthening of the tube, the mesoderm, which attaches it to the future vertebral column, and carries the blood vessels for the supply of the gut, is thinned and drawn out to form the posterior common mesentery. The portion of this mesentery attached to the greater curvature of the stomach is named the dorsal mesogastrium, and the part which suspends the colon is termed the mesocolon. About the 6th week, a diverticulum of the gut appears just behind the opening of the vitelline duct, and indicates the future cecum and vermiform process. The part of the loop on the distal side of the cecal diverticulum increases in diameter, and forms the future ascending and transverse portions of the large intestine. Until the 5th month, the cecal diverticulum has a uniform caliber, but from this time onward its distal part remains rudimentary, and forms the vermiform process, while its proximal part expands to form the cecum. Changes also take place in the shape and position of the stomach. Its dorsal part, or greater curvature, to which the dorsal mesogastrium is attached, grows much more rapidly than its ventral part, or lesser curvature, to which the ventral mesogastrium is fixed. Further, the greater curvature is carried downward and to the left, so that the right surface of the stomach is now directed backward and the left surface forward, a change in position which explains why the left vagus nerve is found on the front and the right vagus on the back of the stomach. The dorsal mesogastrium being attached to the greater curvature must necessarily follow its movements, and hence it becomes greatly elongated and drawn lateralward and ventralward from the vertebral column, and, as in the case of the stomach, the right surfaces of both the dorsal and ventral mesogastria are now directed backward and the left forward. In this way a pouch, the bursa ommentalis, is formed behind the stomach, and this increases in size as the digestive tube undergoes further development. The entrance to the pouch constitutes the future foramen epiploicum, or foramen of Winslow. The duodenum is developed from that part of the tube which immediately succeeds the stomach. It undergoes little elongation, being more or less fixed in position by the liver and pancreas, which arise as diverticular from it. The duodenum is at first suspended by a mesentery, and projects forward in the form of a loop. The loop and its mesentery are subsequently displaced by the transverse colon, so that the right surface of the duodenal mesentery is directed backward, and, adhering to the parietal peritoneum, is lost. The remainder of the digestive tube becomes greatly elongated, and as a consequence the tube is coiled on itself, and this elongation demands a corresponding increase in the width of the intestinal attachment of the mesentery, which becomes folded. At this stage, the small and large intestines are attached to the vertebral column by a common mesentery, the coils of the small intestine falling to the right of the middle line, while the large intestine lies on the left side. Footnote: sometimes this condition persists throughout life, and it is then found that the duodenum does not cross from the right to the left side of the vertebral column, but lies entirely on the right side of the median plane, where it is continued into the jejunum. The arteries to the small intestine also arise from the right instead of the left side of the superior mesenteric artery. End of footnote. The gut is now rotated upon itself, so that the large intestine is carried over in front of the small intestine, and the cecum is placed immediately below the liver. About the 6th month, the cecum descends into the right iliac fossa, and the large intestine forms an arch consisting of the ascending, transverse, and descending portions of the colon. The transverse portion, crossing in front of the duodenum and lying just below the greater curvature of the stomach. Within this arch the coils of the small intestine are disposed. Sometimes the downward progress of the cecum is arrested, so that in the adult it may be found lying immediately below the liver instead of in the right iliac region. Further changes take place in the bursa ommentalis and in the common mesentery, and give rise to the peritoneal relations seen in the adult. The bursa ommentalis, which at first reaches only as far as the greater curvature of the stomach, grows downward to form the greater omentum, and this downward extension lies in front of the transverse colon and the coils of the small intestine. Above, before the pleuraperitoneal opening is closed, the bursa ommentalis sends up a diverticulum on either side of the esophagus. The left diverticulum soon disappears, but the right is constricted off and persists in most adults as a small sac lying within the thorax on the right side of the lower end of the esophagus. The anterior layer of the transverse mesocolon is at first distinct from the posterior layer of the greater omentum, but ultimately the two blend, and hence the greater omentum appears as if attached to the transverse colon. The mesenteries of the ascending and descending parts of the colon disappear in the majority of cases, while that of the small intestine assumes the oblique attachment characteristic of its adult condition. The lesser omentum is formed, as indicated above, by a thinning of the mesoderm or ventral mesogastrium, which attaches the stomach and duodenum to the anterior abdominal wall. By the subsequent growth of the liver, this leaf of mesoderm is divided into two parts, that is, the lesser omentum between the stomach and liver, and the falciform and coronary ligaments between the liver and the abdominal wall and diaphragm. The rectum and anal canal. The hindgut is at first prolonged backward into the body stalk as the tube of the allantois, but with the growth and flexure of the tail end of the embryo, the body stalk, with its contained allantoic tube, is carried forward to the ventral aspect of the body, and consequently a bend is formed at the junction of the hindgut and allantois. This bend becomes dilated into a pouch, which constitutes the entodermal cloaca. Into its dorsal part the hindgut opens, and from its ventral part the allantois passes forward. At a later stage, the Wolffian and Mullerian ducts open into its ventral portion. The cloaca is, for a time, shut off from the anterior by a membrane, the cloacal membrane, formed by the apposition of the ectoderm and entoderm, and reaching at first as far forward as the future umbilicus. Behind the umbilicus, however, the mesoderm subsequently extends to form the lower part of the abdominal wall and symphysis pubis. By the growth of the surrounding tissues, the cloacal membrane comes to lie at the bottom of a depression, which is lined by ectoderm and named the ectodermal cloaca. The entodermal cloaca is divided into a dorsal and a ventral part by means of a partition, the urorectal septum, which grows downward from the ridge separating the allantoic from the cloacal opening of the intestine, and ultimately fuses with the cloacal membrane and divides it into an anal and a urogenital part. The dorsal part of the cloaca forms the rectum, and the anterior part of the urogenital sinus and bladder. For a time, a communication named the cloacal duct exists between the two parts of the cloaca below the urorectal septum. This duct occasionally persists as a passage between the rectum and urethra. The anal canal is formed by an invagination of the ectoderm behind the urorectal septum. This invagination is termed the proctodeum, and it meets with the entoderm of the hindgut and forms with it the anal membrane. By the absorption of this membrane, the anal canal becomes continuous with the rectum. A small part of the hindgut projects backward beyond the anal membrane. It is named the postanal gut.
Section 8 of Gray's Anatomy Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Anatomy of the Human Body Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Mouse Part 1. 2a. The mouse. Cavum oris, oralobuccal cavity. The cavity of the mouse is placed at the commencement of the digestive tube. It is a nearly oval-shaped cavity which consists of two parts, an outer smaller portion, the vestibule, and an inner larger part, the mouse cavity proper. The vestibule, vestibulum oris, is a slit-like space, bounded externally by the lips and cheeks, internally by the gums and teeth. It communicates with the surface of the body by the rima or orifice of the mouth. Above and below, it is limited by the reflection of the mucous membrane from the lips and cheeks to the gum, covering the upper and lower alveolar arch respectively. It receives the secretion from the parotid salivary glands, and communicates, when the jaws are closed, with the mouth cavity proper by an aperture on either side behind the wisdom teeth, and by narrow clefts between opposing teeth. The mouth cavity proper, cavum oris proprium, is bounded laterally and in front by the alveolar arches with their contained teeth. Behind it communicates with the pharynx by a constricted aperture, termed the isthmus faucium. It is roofed in by the hard and soft palates, while the greater part of the floor is formed by the tongue, the remainder by the reflection of the mucous membrane from the sides and under surface of the tongue to the gum lining of the inner aspect of the mandible. It receives the secretion from the submaxillary and sublingual salivary glands. Structure. The mucous membrane lining the mouth is continuous with the integument at the free margin of the lips, and with the mucous lining of the pharynx behind. It is of a rose-pink tinge during life, and very thick where it overlies the hard parts bounding the cavity. It is covered by stratified squamous epithelium. The lips labia oris, the two fleshy folds which surround the rim or orifice of the mouth, are formed externally of integument and internally of mucous membrane, between which are found the orbicularis oris muscle, the labial vessels, some nerves, areolar tissue and fat, and numerous small labial glands. The inner surface of each lip is connected in the middle line to the corresponding gum by a fold of mucous membrane, the frenulum, the upper being the larger. The labial glands, glandulae labialis, are situated between the mucous membrane and the orbicularis oris around the orifice of the mouth. They are circular in form and about the size of small peas. Their ducts open by minute orifices upon the mucous membrane. In structure, they resemble the salivary glands. The cheeks, buccae, form the sides of the face and are continuous in front with the lips. They are composed externally of integument, internally of mucous membrane, and between the two of a muscular stratum, besides a large quantity of fat, areolar tissue, vessels, nerves, and buccal glands. Structure. The mucous membrane lining the cheek is reflected above and below upon the gums and is continuous behind with the lining membrane of the soft palate. Opposite the second molar tooth of the mandibula is a papilla, on the summit of which is the aperture of the parotid duct. The principal muscle of the cheek is the buccinator, but other muscles enter into this formation, the zygomaticus, risorius, and platysma. The buccal glands are placed between the mucous membrane and buccinator muscle. They are similar in structure to the labial glands, but smaller. About 5, of a larger size than the rest, are placed between the masseter and the buccinator muscles, around the distal extremity of the parotid ducts. The ducts open in the mouth opposite the last molar tooth. They are called molar glands. The gums, gingivae, are composed of a dense fibrous tissue, closely connected to the periosteum of the alveolar processes, and surrounding the necks of the teeth. They are covered by smooth and vascular mucous membrane, which is remarkable for its limited sensibility. Around the necks of the teeth this membrane presents numerous fine papillae, and is reflected into the alveoli, where it is continuous with the periostal membrane lining these cavities. The palate, palatum, forms the roof of the mouth. It consists of two portions, the hard palate in front, the soft palate behind. The hard palate, palatum durum, is bounded in front and at the sides by the alveolar arches and gums. Behind it is continuous with the soft palate. It is covered by a dense structure, formed by the periosteum and mucous membrane of the mouth, which are intimately adherent. Along the middle line is a linear raphe, which ends anteriorly in a small papilla corresponding with the incisive canal. On either side and in front of the raphe, the mucous membrane is thick, pale in color and corrugated. Behind it is thin, smooth, and of a deeper color. It is covered with stratified squamous epithelium, and furnished with numerous palatinal glands, which lie between the mucous membrane and the surface of the bone. The soft palate, palatum molle, is a movable fold, suspended from the posterior border of the hard palate, and forming an incomplete septum between the mouth and the pharynx. It consists of a fold of mucous membrane enclosing muscular fibers, naponeuroses, vessels, nerves, adenoid tissue, and mucous glands. In occupying its usual position, example relaxed and pendant, its anterior surface is concave, continuous with the roof of the mouth, and marked by the median raphe. Its posterior surface is convex, and continuous with the mucous membrane covering the floor of the nasal cavities. Its upper border is attached to the posterior margin of the hard palate, and its sides are blended with the pharynx. Its lower border is free. Its lower portion, which hangs like a curtain between the mouth and pharynx, is termed the palatum velum. Hanging from the middle of its lower border is a small conical pendulous process, the palatine uvula, and arching lateralward and downward from the base of the uvula on either side are two curved folds of mucous membrane containing muscular fibers called the arches or pillars of the fauces. The teeth, dentes. Man is provided with two sets of teeth, which make their appearance at different periods of life. Those of the first set appear in childhood, and are called the deciduous or milk teeth. Those of the second set, which appear at an early period, may continue until old age, and are called permanent. The deciduous teeth are 20 in number, 4 incisors, 2 canines, and 4 molars in each jaw. The permanent teeth are 32 in number, 4 incisors, 2 canines, 4 premolars, and 6 molars in each jaw. The dental formula may be represented as follows. Deciduous teeth. Upper jaw, 2 molars, 1 canine, 2 incisors, 1 canine, 1 molar. Lower jaw, 2 molars, 1 canine, 2 incisors, 1 canine, 2 molars. Total 20. Permanent teeth. Upper jaw, 3 molars, 2 premolars, 1 canine, 2 incisors, 1 canine, 2 premolars, 3 molars. Lower jaw, 3 molars, 2 premolars, 1 canine, 2 incisors, 1 canine, 2 premolars, 3 molars. Total 32. General characteristics. Each tooth consists of 3 portions: the crown projecting above the gum, the root embedded in the alveolus, and the neck, the constricted portion between the crown and the root. The roots of the teeth are firmly implanted in depressions within the alveoli. These depressions are lined with periosteum, which invests the tooth as far as the neck. At the margins of the alveoli the periosteum is continuous with the fibrous structure of the gums. In consequence with the curve of the dental arch, terms as anterior and posterior as applied to the teeth are misleading and confusing. Special terms are therefore used to indicate the different surfaces of a tooth. The surface directed toward the lips and the cheek is known as the labial or buccal surface. That directed toward the tongue is described as the lingual surface. Those surfaces which touch neighboring teeth are termed surfaces of contact. In the case of incisor and canine teeth, the surfaces of contact are medial and lateral. In premolar and molar teeth they are anterior and posterior. The superior dental arch is larger than the inferior, so that in the normal condition the teeth in the maxillae slightly overlap those of the mandible both in front and at the sides. Since the upper central incisors are wider than the lower, the other teeth in the upper arch are thrown somewhat distally, and the two sets do not quite correspond to each other when the mouth is closed. Thus the upper canine tooth rests partially on the lower canine, partly on the first premolar, and the cusps of the upper molar teeth lie behind the corresponding cusps of the lower molar teeth. The two series, however, end at nearly the same point behind. This is mainly because the molars in the upper Section 9 of Gray's Anatomy Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Anatomy of the Human Body Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Mouth Part 2. The permanent teeth. Dentes permanentes. The incisors, dentes incisivi, incisive for cutting teeth, are so named from their presenting a sharp cutting edge, adapted for biting the food. They are 8 in number and form the 4 front teeth in each dental arch. The crown is directed vertically and is scissor-shaped, being beveled at the expense of its lingual surface, so as to present a sharp horizontal cutting edge, which, before being subjected to attrition, presents 3 small prominent points, separated by 2 slight notches. It is convex, smooth, and highly polished on its labial surface, concave on its lingual surface, where in the teeth of the upper arch it is frequently marked by an inverted V-shaped eminence, situated near the gum. This is known as the basal ridge or cingulum. The neck is constricted. The root is long, single, conical, transversely flattened, thicker in front than behind, and slightly grooved on either side in the longitudinal direction. The upper incisors are larger and stronger than the lower, and are directed obliquely downward and forward. The central ones are larger than the lateral, and the roots are more rounded. The lower incisors are smaller than the upper. The central ones are smaller than the lateral, and are the smallest of all the incisors. They are placed vertically and are somewhat beveled in front, where they have been worn down by contact with the overlapping edge of the upper teeth. The cingulum is absent. The canine teeth, dentes canini, are 4 in number, 2 in the upper and 2 in the lower arch, one being placed laterally to each lateral incisor. They are larger and stronger than the incisors, and their roots sink deeply into the bones and cause well-marked prominences upon the surface. The crown is large and conical, very convex on its labial surface, a little hollowed and uneven on its lingual surface, and tapered to a blunted point or cusp, which projects beyond the level of the other teeth. The root is single, but longer and thicker than that of the incisors, conical in form, compressed laterally, and marked by a single groove on each side. The upper canine teeth, popularly called eye teeth, are larger and longer than the lower, and usually present a distinct basal ridge. The lower canine teeth, popularly called stomach teeth, are placed nearer the middle line than the upper, so that their summits correspond to the intervals between the upper canines and the lateral incisors. The premolars or bicuspid teeth, dentes premolares, are 8 in number, 4 in each arch. They are situated lateral to and behind the canine teeth, and are smaller and shorter than they. The crown is compressed antero-posteriorly, and surmounted by 2 pyramidal eminences or cusps, a labial and a lingual, separated by a groove, hence the name bicuspid. Of the 2 cusps the labial is larger and more prominent. The neck is oval. The root is generally single, compressed, and presents in front and behind a deep groove, which indicates a tendency in the root to become double. The apex is generally bifid. The upper premolars are larger and present a greater tendency to division of their roots than the lower. This is especially the case in the first upper premolar. The molar teeth, dentes molares, are the largest of the permanent set, and their broad crowns are adapted for grinding and pounding the food. They are 12 in number, 6 in each arch, 3 being placed posterior to each of second premolars. The crown of each is nearly cubical in form, convex on its buccal and lingual surfaces, and flattened on its surfaces of contact. It is surmounted by 4 or 5 tubercles or cusps, separated from each other by a crucial depression. Hence the molars are sometimes termed multicuspids. The neck is distinct, large and rounded. Upper molars. As a rule, the first is the largest, and the third the smallest of the upper molars. The crown of the first has usually 4 tubercles, that of the second 3 or 4, that of the third 3. Each upper molar has 3 roots, and of these 2 are buccal and nearly parallel to one another. The third is lingual, and diverges from the others as it runs upward. The roots of the third molar, dens serotinus or wisdom tooth, are more or less fused together. Lower molars. The lower molars are larger than the upper. On the crown of the first there are usually 5 tubercles, on those of the second and third 4 or 5. Each lower molar has 2 roots, an anterior, nearly vertical, and a posterior, directed obliquely backward. Both roots are grooved longitudinally, indicating a tendency to division. The 2 roots of the third molar, dens serotinus or wisdom tooth, are more or less united. The deciduous teeth. Dentes decidui, temporary or milk teeth. The deciduous are smaller than, but, generally speaking, resemble in form the teeth which bear the same names in the permanent set. The hinder of the 2 molars is the largest of all the deciduous teeth. It is succeeded by the second premolar. The first upper molar has only 3 cusps, 2 labial and 1 lingual. The second upper molar has 4 cusps. The first lower molar has 4 cusps. The second lower molar has 5. The roots of the deciduous molars are smaller and more divergent than those of the permanent molars, but in other respects bear a strong resemblance to them. Structure of the teeth. On making a vertical section of a tooth, A cavity will be found in the interior of the crown and the center of each root. It opens by a minute orifice at the extremity of the latter. It is called the pulp cavity and contains the dental pulp, a loose connective tissue richly supplied with vessels and nerves, which enter the cavity through the small aperture at the point of each tooth. Some of the cells of the pulp are arranged as a layer on the wall of the pulp cavity. They are named the odontoblasts of Waldeyer, and during the development of the tooth are columnar in shape. But later on, when the dentine is fully formed, they become flattened and resemble osteoblasts. Each has two fine processes, the outer one passing into the dental caniculus and the inner being continuous with the processes of the connective tissue cells of the pulp matrix. The solid portion of the tooth consists of the ivory or dentine, which forms the bulk of the tooth, the enamel which covers the exposed part of the crown, and a thin layer of bone, or cement or crust petrosa, which is disposed on the surface of the root. The dentine, substantia burnea, ivory, forms the principal mass of a tooth. It is a modification of osseous tissue, from which it differs, however, in structure. On microscopic examination, it is seen to consist of a number of minute wavy and branching tubes, the dental caniculi, embedded in a dense homogeneous substance, the matrix. The dental caniculi, dentinal tubules, are placed parallel with one another and open at the inner ends into the pulp cavity. In their course to the periphery they present 2 or 3 curves and are twisted on themselves in a spiral direction. These caniculi vary in direction. Thus in the tooth of the mandible they are vertical in the upper portion of the crown, becoming oblique and then horizontal in the neck and upper part of the root, while toward the lower part of the root they are inclined downward. In their course they divide and subdivide dichotomously, and especially in the root give off minute branches, which join together in loops in the matrix or end blindly. Near the periphery of the dentine, the finer ramifications of the caniculi terminate imperceptibly by 3 ends. The dental caniculi have definite walls, consisting of an elastic homogeneous membrane, the dentinal sheath of Neumann, which resists the action of acids. They contain slender cylindrical prolongations of the odontoblasts, first described by Thoms, and named Thoms fibers or dentinal fibers. The matrix, intertubular dentine, is translucent and contains the chief part of the earthy matter of the dentine. In it are a number of fine fibrils, which are continuous with the fibrils of the dental pulp. After the earthy matter has been removed by steeping a tooth in weak acid, the animal bases remaining may be torn into laminae, which run parallel with the pulp cavity across the direction of the tubes. A section of dry dentine often displays a series of somewhat parallel lines, the incremental lines of Salter. These lines are composed of imperfectly calcified dentine arranged in layers. In consequence of the imperfection of the calcifying process, little irregular cavities are left, termed interglobular spaces. Normally a series of these spaces is found toward the outer surface of the dentine, where they form a layer which is sometimes known as a granular layer. They have received their name from the fact that they are surrounded by minute nodules, or globules of dentine. Other curved lines may be seen parallel to the surface. These are the lines of Schreger, and are due to the optical effect of simultaneous curvature of the dental fibers. Chemical composition. According to Berzelius and von Bibra, dentine consists of 28 parts of animal and 72 parts of earthy matter. The animal matter is converted by boiling into gelatin. The earthy matter consists of phosphate of lime, carbonate of lime, a trace of fluoride of calcium, phosphate of magnesium, and other salts. The animal substantia adamantina is the hardest and most compact part of the tooth, and forms a thin crust over the exposed part of the crown, as far as the commencement of the root. It is thickest on the grinding surface of the crown, until worn away by attrition, and becomes thinner toward the neck. It consists of minute hexagonal rods in columns termed enamel fibers or enamel prisms, prismata adamantina. They lie parallel with one another, resting by one extremity upon the dentine, which presents a number of minute depressions for their reception, and forming the free surface of the crown by the other extremity. The columns are directed vertically on the summit of the crown, horizontally at the sides. They are about 4 μ in diameter and pursue a more or less wavy course. In each column is a six-sided prism and presents numerous dark transverse shadings. These shadings are probably due to the manner in which the columns are developed in successive stages, producing shallow contritions, as will be subsequently explained. Another series of lines having a brown appearance, the parallel striae, or colored lines of Retzius, is seen on section. According to Ebner, they are produced by air in the interprismatic spaces. Others believe that they are the result of true pigmentation. Numerous minute interstices intervene between the animal fibers near the dentinal ends, a provision calculated to allow of the permeation of fluids from the dental caniculi into the substance of the animal. Chemical composition. According to von Bibra, animal consists of 96.5% of earthy matter and 3.5% of animal matter. The earthy matter consists of phosphate of lime, with traces of fluoride of calcium, carbonate of lime, phosphate of magnesium, and other salts. According to Thoms, the animal contains the merest trace of organic matter. The crusta petrosa or cement, substantia ossea, is disposed as a thin layer on the roots of the teeth, from the termination of the animal to the apex of each root, where it is usually very thick. In structure and chemical composition it resembles bone. It contains sparingly the lacunae and caniculi which characterize true bone. The lacunae placed near the surface receive the caniculi radiating from the side of the lacunae toward the periodontal membrane, and those more deeply placed join with the adjacent dental caniculi. In the thicker portions of the crusta petrosa, the lamellae or Haversian canals peculiar to bone are also found. As age advances, the cement increases in thickness, and gives rise to those bony growths or exostoses so common in the teeth of the aged. The pulp cavity also becomes partially filled up by a hard substance, intermediate in structure between dentin and bone, osteodentin, Owen, secondary dentin, Thoms. It appears to be formed by a slow conversion of the dental pulp, which shrinks. Section 10 of Gray's Anatomy Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Anatomy of the Human Body Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Mouse Part 3. Development of the teeth. In describing the development of the teeth, the mode of formation of the deciduous teeth must first be considered, and then that of the permanent series. Development of the deciduous teeth. The development of the deciduous teeth begins about the 6th week of fetal life as a thickening of the epithelium along the line of the future jaw, the thickening being due to a rapid multiplication of the more deeply situated epithelial cells. As the cells multiply, they extend into the subjacent mesoderm and thus form a ridge or strand of cells embedded in mesoderm. About the 7th week, a longitudinal splitting or cleavage of this strand of cells takes place, and it becomes divided into two strands. The separation begins in front and extends laterally, the process occupying 4 or 5 weeks. Of the two strands thus formed, the labial forms the labiodental lamina, while the other, the lingual, is the ridge of cells in connection with which the teeth, both deciduous and permanent, are developed. Hence it is known as the dental lamina or common dental germ. It forms a flat band of cells, which grows into the substance of the embryonic jaw, at first horizontally inward and then, as the teeth develop, vertically, i.e. upward in the upper jaw and downward in the lower jaw. While still maintaining a horizontal direction, it has two edges, an attached edge, continuous with the epithelium lining the mouth, and a free edge, projecting inward and embedded in the mesodermal tissue of the embryonic jaw. Along its line of attachment to the buccal epithelium is a shallow groove, the dental furrow. About the 9th week the dental lamina begins to develop enlargements along its free border. These are 10 in number in each jaw, and each corresponds with a future deciduous tooth. They consist of masses of epithelial cells, and the cells of the deeper part, that is, the part farthest from the margin of the jaw, increase rapidly and spread out in all directions. Each mass thus comes to assume a club shape, connected with the general epithelial lining of the mouth by a narrow neck, embraced by mesoderm. They are now known as special dental germs. After a time the lower expanded portion inclines outward, so as to form an angle with the superficial constricted portion, which is sometimes known as the neck of the special dental germ. About the 10th week, the mesodermal tissue beneath the special dental germs becomes differentiated into papillae. These grow upward and come in contact with the epithelial cells of the special dental germs, which become folded over them like a hood or cap. There is then at this stage a papilla, or papillae, which has already begun to assume somewhat the shape of the crown of the future tooth, and from which the dentin and pulp of the tooth are formed, surmounted by a dome or cap of epithelial cells, from which the enamel is derived. In the meantime, while these changes have been going on, the dental lamina has been extending backward behind the special dental germ corresponding with the second deciduous molar tooth, and at about the 17th week it presents an enlargement, the special dental germ for the first permanent molar, soon followed by the formation of a papilla in the mesodermal tissue for the same tooth. This is followed about the 6 months after birth by a further extension backward of the dental lamina, with the formation of another enlargement in its corresponding papilla for the second molar. And finally the process is repeated for a third time, its papilla appearing about the 5th year of life. After the formation of the special dental germs, the dental lamina undergoes atrophic changes and becomes cribriform except on the lingual and lateral aspects of each of the special dental germs. After the formation of the special dental germs, the dental lamina undergoes atrophic changes and becomes cribriform, except on the lingual and lateral aspects of each of the special germs of the temporary teeth, where it undergoes a local thickening forming the special dental germ of each of the successional permanent teeth, the 10 anterior ones in each jaw. Here the same process goes on as has been described in connection with those of the deciduous teeth. That is, they recede into the substance of the gum behind the germs of the deciduous teeth. As they recede, they become club-shaped, form expansions at their distal extremities, and finally meet papillae, which have been formed in the mesoderm just in the same manner as was the case in the deciduous teeth. The apex of each papilla indents the dental germ which encloses it, and forming a cap for it, becomes converted into enamel, while the papilla forms the dentin and pulp of the permanent tooth. The special dental germs consist at first of rounded or polyhedral epithelial cells. After the formation of the papillae, these cells undergo a differentiation into 3 layers. Those which are in immediate contact with the papilla become elongated and form a layer of well-marked columnar epithelium coating the papilla. They are the cells which form the enamel fibers and are therefore termed enamel cells or adamantoplasts. The cells of the outer layer of the special dental germs, which are in contact with the inner surface of the dental sac, presently to be described, are much shorter, cubical in form, and are named the external enamel epithelium. All the intermediate round cells of the dental germ between these 2 layers undergo a peculiar change. They become stellate in shape and develop processes, which unite to form a network into which fluid is secreted. This has the appearance of a jelly, and to it the name enamel pulp is given. This transformed special dental germ is now known under the name of enamel organ. While these changes are going on, a sac is formed around each enamel organ from the surrounding mesodermal tissue. This is known as the dental sac, and is a vascular membrane of connective tissue. It grows up from below and thus encloses the whole tooth germ. As it grows, it causes the neck of the enamel organ to atrophy and disappear, so that all communication between the enamel organ and the superficial epithelium is cut off. At this stage there are vascular papillae, surmounted by caps of epithelial cells, the whole being surrounded by membranous sacs. Formation of enamel. The enamel is formed exclusively from the enamel cells or adamantoplasts of the special dental germs, either by direct calcification of the columnar cells, which become elongated into hexagonal rods of the enamel, or, as is more generally believed, as a secretion from the adamantoplasts, within which calcareous matter is subsequently deposited. The process begins at the apex of each cusp, at the ends of the enamel cells in contact with the dental papilla. Here a fine globular deposit takes place, being apparently shed from the end of the adamantoplasts. It is known by the name of enamel droplet, and resembles keratin in its resistance to the action of mineral acids. This droplet then becomes fibrous and calcifies and forms the first layer of the enamel. A second droplet now appears and calcifies, and so on. Successive droplets of keratin-like material are shed from the odontoblasts and form successive layers of enamel, the odontoblasts gradually receding as each layer is produced, until at the termination of the process they have almost disappeared. The intermediate cells of the enamel pulp atrophy and disappear, so that the newly formed calcified material and the external enamel epithelium come into opposition. This latter layer, however, soon disappears in the emergence of the tooth beyond the gum. After its disappearance, the crown of the tooth is still covered by a distinct membrane, which persists for some time. This is known as the cuticular dentis, anesmous membrane, and is believed to be the last formed layer of enamel derived from the odontoblasts, which has not yet become calcified. It forms a horny layer, which may be separated from the subjacent calcified mass by the action of strong acids. It is marked by the hexagonal impressions of the enamel prisms, and when stained by nitrate of silver shows the characteristic appearance of epithelium. Formation of dentin. While these changes are taking place in the epithelium to form the enamel, contemporaneous changes occurring in the differentiated mesoderm of the dental papillae result in the formation of the dentin. As before stated, the first germs of the dentin are the papillae, corresponding in number to the teeth, formed from the soft mesodermal tissue, which bounds the depressions containing the special enamel germs. The papillae grow upward into the enamel germs and become covered by them, both being enclosed in a vascular connective tissue, the dental sac, in the manner above described. Each papilla then constitutes the formative pulp, from which the dentin and permanent pulp are developed. It consists of rounded cells and is very vascular, and soon begins to assume the shape of a future tooth. The next step is the appearance of the odontoblasts, which have a relation to the development of the teeth similar to that of the osteoblasts to the formation of the bone. They are formed from the cells of the periphery of the papilla, that is to say, from the cells in immediate contact with the odontoblasts of the special dental germ. These cells become elongated, one end of the elongated cell resting against the epithelium of the special dental germs, the other being tapered and often branched. By the direct transformation of the peripheral ends of these cells, or by a secretion from them, a layer of uncalcified matrix prodentin is formed, which caps the cusp, or cusps, if there are more than one, of the papillae. This matrix becomes fibrillated, and in it islets of calcification make their appearance, and coalescing gives rise to a continuous layer of calcified material which covers each cusp and constitutes the first layer of dentin. The odontoblasts, having thus formed the first layer, retire toward the center of the papilla, and as they do so, produce successive layers of dentin from the peripheral extremities. That is to say, they form the dental matrix in which calcification subsequently takes place. As they thus recede from the periphery of the papilla, they leave behind them filamentous processes of cell protoplasm, provided with finer side processes. These are surrounded by calcified material, and thus form the dental caniculi, and by their side branches and anastomosing caniculi, the processes of protoplasm contained within them constitute the dental fibers, Tome's fibers. In this way the entire thickness of the dentin is developed, each caniculus being completed throughout its whole length by a single odontoblast. The central part of the papilla does not undergo calcification, but persists as the pulp of the tooth. In this process of formation of dentin, it has been shown that an uncalcified matrix is first developed, and that in this matrix islets of calcifications appear, which subsequently blend together to form a cap to each cusp. In like manner successive layers are produced, which ultimately become blended with each other. In certain places this blending is not complete. Portions of matrix remain uncalcified between the successive layers. This gives rise to little spaces, which are the interglobular spaces alluded to above. Formation of the cement. The root of the tooth begins to be formed shortly before the crown emerges through the gum, but is not completed until some time afterward. It is produced by a downgrowth of the epithelium of the dental germ, which extends almost as far as the situation of the apex of the future root, and determines the form of this portion of the tooth. This fold of epithelium is known as the epithelial sheath, and on its papillary surface odontoblasts appear, which in turn form dentin, so that the dentin formation is identical in the crown and root of the tooth. After the dentin of the root has been developed, the vascular tissues of the dental sac begin to break through the epithelial sheath and spread over the surface of the root as a layer of bone-forming material. In this, osteoblasts make their appearance, and the process of ossification goes on in identically the same manner as in the ordinary intramembranous ossification of bone. In this way the cement is formed. It consists of ordinary bone containing caniculi and lacunae. Formation of the alveoli. About the 14th week of embryonic life, the dental lamina becomes enclosed in a strogal groove of mesodermal tissue, which is at first common to all the dental germs, but subsequently becomes divided by bony septa into loculi, each loculus containing a special dental germ of a deciduous tooth and its corresponding permanent tooth. After birth, each cavity becomes subdivided, so as to form separate loculi, the future alveoli, for the deciduous tooth and its corresponding permanent tooth. Although at one time the whole of the growing tooth is contained in the cavity of the alveolus, the latter never completely encloses it, since there is always an aperture over the top of the crown, filled by soft tissue, by which the dental sac is connected with the surface of the gum, and which the permanent teeth is called the gubernaculum dentis. Development of the permanent teeth. The permanent teeth as regards their development may be divided into two sets. First, those which replace the deciduous teeth, and which, like them, are 10 in number in each jaw. These are the successional permanent teeth. And second, those which have no deciduous predecessors, but are superadded distal to the temporary dental series. These are 3 in number on either side of each jaw, and are termed superadded permanent teeth. They are the 3 molars of the permanent set, the molars of the deciduous set being replaced by the premolars of the permanent set. The development of the successional permanent teeth, the 10 anterior ones in either jaw, has already been indicated. During their development, the permanent teeth, enclosed in their sacs, come to be placed on the lingual side of the deciduous teeth, and more distant from the margin of the future gum, and, as already stated, are separated from them by bony partitions. As the crown of the permanent tooth grows, absorption of these bony partitions and of the root of the deciduous tooth takes place, through an agency of osteoclasts, which appear at this time, and finally nothing but the crown of the deciduous tooth remains. This is shed or removed, and the permanent tooth takes its place. The superadded permanent teeth are developed in the manner already described, by extensions backward of the posterior part of the dental lamina in each jaw. Eruption of the teeth. When the calcification of the different tissues of each tooth is sufficiently advanced to enable it to bear the pressure to which it will be afterwards subjected, eruption takes place, the tooth making its way through the gum. The gum is absorbed by the pressure of the crown of the tooth against it, which is itself pressed up by the increasing size of the root. At the same time the septa between the dental sacs ossify, and constitute the alveoli. These firmly embrace the necks of the teeth, and afford them a solid basis of support. The eruption of the deciduous teeth commences about the 7th month after birth, and is completed about the end of the 2nd year, the teeth of the lower jaw preceding those of the upper. The following, according to C.S. Tomes, are the most usual times of eruption. Lower central incisors, 6 to 9 months. Upper incisors, 8 to 10 months. Lower lateral incisors and first molars, 15 to 21 months. Canines, 16 to 20 months. Second molars, 20 to 24 months. There are, however, considerable variations in these times, thus according to Holt. At the age of 1 year, a child should have 6 teeth. At the age of 2½ years, a child should have 12 teeth. At the age of 2 years, a child should have 16 teeth. At the age of 2½ years, a child should have 20 teeth. Calcification of the permanent teeth proceeds in the following order in the lower jaw. In the upper jaw it takes place a little later. The first molar, soon after birth. The central and lateral incisors and the canine about 6 months after birth. The premolars at the 2nd year, or a little later. The second molar about the end of the 2nd year. The third molar about the 12th year. The eruption of the permanent teeth takes place at the following periods: the Teeth of the lower jaw preceding those of the upper with short intervals. First molars, 6th year. 2 central incisors, 7th year. 2 lateral incisors, 8th year. First premolars, 9th year. Second premolars, 10th year. Canines, 11th to 12th year. Second molars, 12th to 13th year. Third molars, 17th to 25th year. Toward the 6th year, before the shedding of the deciduous teeth begins, there are 24 teeth in each jaw. The 10 deciduous teeth and the crowns of all permanent Section 11 of Gray's Anatomy Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Anatomy of the Human Body Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Mouse Part 4. The tongue, lingua. The tongue is the principal organ of the sense of taste, and an important organ of speech. It also assists in the mastication and agglutination of the food. It is situated in the floor of the mouth, within the curve of the body of the mandible. Its root, radix linguae base, is directed backward, and connected with the hyoid bone by the hypoglossy and genioglossi muscles and the hypoglossal membrane, with the epiglottis by 3 folds, glossoepiglottic, of mucous membrane, with the soft palate by the glossopalatine arches, and with the pharynx by the constrictores pharyngis superioris and the mucous membrane. Its apex linguae, tip, thin and narrow, is directed forward against the lingual surfaces of the lower incisor teeth. Its inferior surface, facies inferior linguae, under surface, is connected with the mandible by the genioglossi. The mucous membrane is reflected from it to the lingual surface of the gum and on the floor of the mouth, where, in the middle line, it is elevated into a distinct vertical fold, the frenulum linguae. On either side lateral to the frenulum is a slight fold of the mucous membrane, the plica fibrillata, the free edge of which occasionally exhibits a series of fringe-like processes. The apex of the tongue, the inferior surface, the sides and dorsum are free. The dorsum of the tongue, dorsum linguae, is convex and marked by a median sulcus, which divides it into symmetrical halves. This sulcus ends behind, about 2.5 centimeters from the root of the organ, in a depression, the foramen caecum, from which a shallow groove, the sulcus terminalis, runs lateralward and forward on either side to the margin of the tongue. The part of the dorsum of the tongue, in front of its groove, forming about 2/3 of its surface, looks upward, and is rough and covered with papillae. The posterior third looks backward and is smoother, and contains numerous muciparous glands and lymph follicles, lingual tonsil. The foramen caecum is the remains of the upper part of the thyreoglossal duct, or diverticulum, from which the thyroid gland is developed. The pyramidal lobe of the thyroid gland indicates the position of the lower part of the duct. The papillae of the tongue are projections of the corium. They are thickly distributed over the anterior 2/3 of its dorsum, giving to this surface its characteristic roughness. The varieties of papillae matvis are the papillae valatae, papillae fungiformes, papillae filiformes, and papillae simplices. The papillae valatae, circumvallate papillae, are of a large size, and vary from 8 to 12 in number. They are situated at the dorsum of the tongue, immediately in front of the foramen caecum and sulcus terminalis, forming a row on either side. The 2 rows run backward and medialward, and meet in the middle line, like the limbs of the letter V inverted. Each papilla consists of a projection of mucous membrane from 1 to 2 mm wide, attached to the bottom of a circular depression of the mucous membrane. The margin of the depression is elevated from a wall, vallum, and between this and the papilla is a circular sulcus, termed the fossa. The papilla is shaped like a truncated cone, the smaller end being directed downward and attached to the tongue, the broader part or base projecting a little above the surface of the tongue, and being studded with numerous small secondary papillae, and covered with stratified squamous epithelium. The papillae fungiformes, fungiform papillae, more numerous than the preceding, are found chiefly at the sides and apex. They are scattered irregularly and sparingly over the dorsum. They are easily recognized among the other papillae by their large size, rounded eminences, and deep red color. They are narrow at their attachment to the tongue, but broad and rounded at their free extremities, and covered with secondary papillae. The papillae filiformes, filiform or conical papillae, cover the anterior 2/3 of the dorsum. They are very minute, filiform in shape, and arranged in lines parallel with the 2 rows of the papillae volate, excepting at the apex of the organ, where the direction is transverse. Projecting from the apices are numerous filamentous processes, or secondary papillae. These are the whitish tint, owing to the thickness and density of the epithelium of which they are composed, which has here undergone a peculiar modification, the cells having become conified and elongated into dense, imbricated brush-like processes. They contain also a number of elastic fibers, which render them firmer and more elastic than the papillae of mucous membrane generally. The larger and longer papillae of this group are sometimes termed papillae conicae. The papillae simplices are similar to those of the skin, and cover the whole of the mucous membrane of the tongue, as well as the larger papillae. They consist of closely set microscopic elevations of the corneum, each containing a capillary loop, covered by a layer of epithelium. Muscles of the tongue. The tongue is divided into lateral halves by a medium fibrous septum, which extends throughout its entire length and is fixed below to the hyoid bone. In either half there are 2 sets of muscles, extrinsic and intrinsic, the former having their origins outside the tongue, the latter are contained entirely within it. The extrinsic muscles are genioglossus, hyoglossus, chondroglossus, styloglossus, glossopalatinus. Footnote 160. The glossopalatinus, palatoglossus, although one of the muscles of the tongue, is more closely associated with the soft palate both in situation and function. It has consequently been described as the muscles of that structure. End of footnote. The genioglossus, geniohyoglossus, is a flat triangular muscle close to and parallel with the median plane, its apex corresponding with its point of origin from the mandible, its base with its insertion into the tongue and hyoid bone. It arises by a sort of tendon from the superior mental spine on the inner surface of the symphysis menti, immediately above the geniohyoideus, and from this point spreads out in a fan-like form. The inferior fibers extend backward to be attached by a thin aponeurosis to the upper part of the body of the hyoid bone, a few passing between the hyoglossus and chondroglossus to blend with the constrictoris pharyngis. The middle fibers pass backward, and the superior ones upward and forward, to enter the whole length of the under surface of the tongue, from the root to the apex. The muscles of opposite sides are separated at their insertions by the median fibrous septum of the tongue. In front they are more or less blended owing to the decussation of fasciculi in the median plane. The hyoglossus, thin and quadrilateral, arises from the side of the body and from the whole length of the greater cornu of the hyoid bone, and passes almost vertically upward to enter the side of the tongue, between the styloglossus and longitudinalis inferior. The fibers arising from the body of the hyoid bone overlap those of the greater cornu. The chondroglossus is sometimes described as part of the hyoglossus, but is separated from it by fibers of the genioglossus, which passes through the side of the pharynx. It is about 2 centimeters long, and arises from the medial side and base of the lesser cornu and contiguous portion of the body of the hyoid bone, and passes directly upward to blend with the intrinsic muscular fibers of the tongue, between the hyoglossus and genioglossus. A small slip of muscular fibers is occasionally found, arising from the cartilagotrapecia and the lateral hyothyroid ligament, and entering the tongue with the hindermost fibers of the hyoglossus. The styloglossus, the shortest and smallest of the 3 styloid muscles, arises from the anterior and lateral surfaces of the styloid process, near its apex, and from the stylomandibular ligament, passing downward and forward between the internal and external carotid arteries It divides upon the side of the tongue near its dorsal surface, blending with the fibres of the longitudinalis inferior in front of the hyoglossus. The other oblique overlaps the hyoglossus and decussets with its fibres. The intrinsic muscles are longitudinalis superior, transversus, longitudinalis inferior, verticalis. The longitudinalis linguae superior, superior lingualis, is a thin stratum of oblique and longitudinal fibres, immediately underlying the mucous membrane on the dorsum of the tongue. It arises from a submucous fibrous layer close to the epiglottis, and from the median fibrous septum, and runs forward to the edges of the tongue. The longitudinalis linguae inferior, inferior lingualis, is a narrow band situated on the under surface of the tongue between the genioglossus and hyoglossus. It extends from the root to the apex of the tongue. Behind, some of its fibres are connected with the body of the hyoid bone. In front it blends with the fibres of the styloglossus. The transversus linguae, transverse lingualis, consists of fibres which arise from the median fibrous septum and pass lateralward to be inserted into the submucous fibrous tissue at the sides of the tongue. The verticalis linguae, vertical lingualis, is found only at the borders of the forepart of the tongue. Its fibres extend from the upper to the under surface of the organ. The median fibrous septum of the tongue is very complete, so that the anastomosis between the two lingual arteries is not very free. Nerves, the muscles of the tongue described above, are supplied by the hyoglossal nerve. Actions. The movements of the tongue, although numerous and complicated, may be understood by carefully considering the direction of the fibres of its muscles. The genioglossi, by means of their posterior fibres, draw the root of the tongue forward, and protrude the apex from the mouth. The anterior fibres draw the tongue back into the mouth. The anterior fibres draw the tongue back into the mouth. The two muscles acting in their entirety draw the tongue downward, so as to make its superior surface concave from side to side, forming a canal along which fluids may pass toward the pharynx, as in sucking. The hyoglossi depress the tongue and draw down its sides. The styloglossi draw the tongue upward and backward. The glossopalatini draw the root of the tongue upward. The intrinsic muscles are mainly concerned in alternating the shape of the tongue, whereby it becomes shortened, narrowed, or curved in different portions. Thus the longitudinalis superior and inferior tend to shorten the tongue, but the former in addition turn the tip and sides upward so as to render the dorsum concave, while the latter pull the tip downward and render the dorsum convex. The transversus narrows and elongates the tongue, and the verticalis flattens and broadens it. The complex arrangement of the muscular fibres of the tongue and the various directions in which they run give this organ the power of assuming the forms necessary for the enunciation of the different consonantal sounds. And Macalister states, there is reason to believe that the musculature of the tongue varies in different races, owing to the hereditary practice and habitual use of certain motions required for enunciating the several vernacular languages. Structure of the tongue. The tongue is partly invested by mucous membrane and a submucous fibrous layer. The mucous membrane, tunica mucosa linguae, differs in different parts. That covering the under surface of the origin is thin, smooth, and identical in structure with that lining the rest of the oral cavity. The mucous membrane of the dorsum of the tongue behind the foramen caecum and sulcus terminalis is thick and freely movable over the subjacent parts. It contains a large number of lymphoid follicles, which together constitute what is sometimes termed the lingual tonsil. Each follicle forms a rounded eminence, the center of which is perforated by a minute orifice leading into a funnel-shaped cavity or recess. Around this recess are grouped numerous oval or rounded nodules of lymphoid tissue, each enveloped by a capsule derived from the submucosa, while opening into the bottom of the recess are also seen the ducts of mucous glands. The mucous membrane on the anterior part of the dorsum of the tongue is thin, immediately adherent to the muscular tissue, and presents numerous minute surface eminences, the papillae of the tongue. It consists of a layer of connective tissue, the corneum or mucosa, covered with epithelium. The epithelium is of the stratified squamous variety, similar to but much thinner than that of the skin. and each papilla has a separate investment from root to summit. The deepest cells may sometimes be attached as a separate layer, corresponding to the red mucosum, but they never contain coloring matter. The chorium consists of a dense feltwork of fibrous connective tissue, with numerous elastic fibers firmly connected with the fibrous tissue forming the septa between the muscular bundles of the tongue. It contains the ramifications of the numerous vessels and nerves from which the papillae are supplied, large plexuses of lymphatic vessels, and the glands of the tongue. Structure of the papillae. The papillae apparently resemble in structure those of the cutis, consisting of cone-shaped projections of connective tissue, covered with a thick layer of stratified squamous epithelium, and containing one or more capillary loops, among which nerves are distributed in great abundance. If the epithelium be removed, it will be found that they are not simple elevations like the papillae of the skin, for the surface of each is studded with a minute conical process, which forms secondary papillae. In the papillae valate, the nerves are numerous and of a large size. In the papillae fungiformis they are also numerous, and end in a plexiform network, from which brush-like branches proceed. In the papillae filiformis the mode of termination is uncertain. Glands of the tongue. The tongue is provided with mucous and serous glands. The mucous glands are similar in structure to the labial and buccal glands. They are found especially at the back part behind the valid papillae, but they are also present at the apex and marginal parts. In this connection the anterior lingual glands, blende non, require special notice. They are situated on the under surface of the apex of the tongue, one on either side of the frenulum, where they are covered by fasciculars of muscular fibers derived from the styloclossus and longitudinalis inferior. They are from 12 to 25 millimeters long and about 8 millimeters broad, and each opens by 3 or 4 ducts on the under surface of the apex. The serous glands occur only in the back of the tongue in the neighborhood of the taste buds, the ducts opening for the most part into the fossae of the valid papillae. These glands are racemose, the duct of each branching into several minute ducts, which end in alveoli, lined by a single layer of more or less columnar epithelium. Their secretion is of a watery nature, and probably assists in the distribution of the substance to be tasted over the taste area. Ebner. The septum. The septum consists of a vertical layer of fibrous tissue, extending throughout the entire length of the median plane of the tongue, though not quite reaching the dorsum. It is thicker behind than in front, and occasionally contains a small fibrocartilage about 6 millimeters in length. It is well displayed by making a vertical section across the organ. The hyoglossal membrane is a strong fibrous lamina, which connects the under surface of the root of the tongue to the body of the hyoid bone. This membrane receives in front some of the fibers of the genioglossi. Taste buds, the end organs of the gustatory sense, are scattered over the mucous membrane of the mouth and tongue at irregular intervals. They occur especially in the sides of the valid papillae. In the rabbit there is a localized area at the side of the base of the tongue, the papillae foliata, in which they are especially abundant. They are described under the organs of the senses. Vessels and nerves. The main artery of the tongue is the lingual branch of the external carotid, but the external maxillary and descending pharyngeal also give branches to it. The veins open into the internal jugular. The lymphatics of the tongue have been described on page 696. The sensory nerves of the tongue are 1. The lingual branch of the mandibular, which is distributed to the papillae at the forepart and sides of the tongue, and forms the nerve of ordinary sensibility for its anterior 2/3. 2. The chordotympani branch of the facial, which runs in the sheath of the lingual and is generally regarded as the nerve of taste for the anterior 2/3. This nerve is a continuation of the sensory root of the facial, nervus intermedius. 3. The lingual branch of the glossopharyngeal, which is distributed to the mucous membrane at the base and sides of the tongue, and to the papillae valate, and which supplies both gustatory filaments and fibers of general sensation to this region. 4. The superior laryngeal, which sends some fine Section 12 of Gray's Anatomy Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. Anatomy of the Human Body Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Mouse Part 5. The salivary glands. 3 large pairs of salivary glands communicate with the mouth and pour the secretion into its cavity. They are the parotid, submaxillary and sublingual. Parotid gland, glandula parotis. The parotid gland, the largest of the 3, varies in weight from 14 to 28 grams. It lies upon the side of the face, immediately below and in front of the external ear. The main portion of the gland is superficial, somewhat flattened and quadrilateral in form, and is placed between the ramus of the mandible in front and the mastoid process and sternocleidomastoideus behind, overlapping, however, both boundaries. Above it is broad and reaches nearly to the zygomatic arch. Below it tapers somewhat to about the level of a line joining to the tip of the mastoid process to the angle of the mandible. The remainder of the gland is irregularly wedge-shaped and extends deeply inward toward the pharyngeal wall. The gland is enclosed within a capsule, continuous with the deep cervical fascia. The layer covering the superficial surface is dense and closely adherent to the gland. A portion of the fascia attached to the styloid process and the angle of the mandible is thickened to form the stylomandibular ligament, which intervenes between the parotid and the submaxillary glands. The anterior surface of the gland is molded on the posterior border of the ramus of the mandible, closed by the pterygoideus internus and masseter. The inner lip of the groove dips for a short distance between the 2 pterygoid muscles, while the outer lip extends for some distance over the superficial surface of the masseter. A small portion of this lip, immediately below the zygomatic arch, is usually detached, and is named the accessory part, socia parotidis, of the gland. The posterior surface is grooved longitudinally and abuts against the external acoustic meatus, the mastoid process, and the anterior border of the sternocleidomastoideus. The superficial surface, slightly lobulated, is covered by integument, the superficial fascia containing the facial branches of the great auricular nerve and some small lymph glands, and the fascia which forms the capsule of the gland. The deep surface extends inward by means of 2 processes, one of which lies under the gastricus, styloid process, and the styloid group of muscles, and projects under the mastoid process and sternocleidomastoideus. The other is situated in front of the styloid process, and sometimes passes into the posterior part of the mandibular fossa, behind the temporomandibular joint. The deep surface is in contact with the internal and external carotid arteries, the internal jugular vein, and the vagus and glossopharyngeal nerves. The gland is separated from the pharyngeal wall by some loose connective tissue. Structures within the gland. The external carotid artery lies at first on the deep surface, and then in the substance of the gland. The artery gives off its posterior auricular branch, which emerges from the gland behind. It then divides into its terminal branches, the internal maxillary and the superficial temporal. The former runs forward deep to the neck of the mandible. The latter runs upward across the zygomatic arch and gives off its transverse facial branch, which emerges from the front of the gland. Superficial to the arteries are the superficial temporal and internal maxillary veins, uniting to form the posterior facial vein. In the lower part of the gland, this vein splits into anterior and posterior divisions. The anterior division emerges from the gland and unites with the anterior facial to form the common facial vein. The posterior unites in the gland with the posterior auricular to form the external jugular vein. On a still more superficial plane is the facial nerve, the branches of which emerge from the borders of the gland. Branches of the great auricular nerve pierce the gland to join the facial, while the auriculotemporal nerve issues from the upper part of the gland. The parotid duct, Ductus parotideus, Stenson's duct, is about 7 centimeters long. It begins by numerous branches from the anterior part of the gland, crosses the masseter, and at the anterior part of this muscle turns inward nearly at the right angle, passes through the corpus adiposum of the cheek, and pierces the buccinator. It then runs for a short distance obliquely forward between the buccinator and mucous membrane of the mouth, and opens upon the oral surface of the cheek by a small orifice, opposite the second upper molar tooth. While crossing the masseter, it receives the duct of the accessory portion. In this position it lies between the branches of the facial nerve. The accessory part of the gland and the transverse facial artery are above it. Structure. The parotid duct is dense, its wall being of considerable thickness. Its canal is about the size of a crow quill, but at its orifice on the oral surface of the cheek its lumen is greatly reduced in size. It consists of a thick external fibrous coat, which contains contractile fibers, and of an internal or mucous coat, lined with a short columnar epithelium. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the parotid gland are derived from the external carotid, and from the branches given off by that vessel, in or near its substance. The veins empty themselves into the external jugular, through some of its tributaries. The lymphatics end in the superficial and deep cervical lymph glands, passing in their course through 2 or 3 glands, placed on the surface and in the substance of the parotid. The nerves are derived from the plexus of the sympathetic on the external carotid artery, the facial, the auriculotemporal, and the great auricular nerves. It is probable that the branch from the auriculotemporal nerve is derived from the glossopharyngeal through the otic ganglion. At all events, in some of the lower animals, this has been proved experimentally to be the case. Submaxillary gland, glandula submaxillaris. The submaxillary gland is irregular in form and about the size of a walnut. A considerable part of it is situated in the submaxillary triangle, reaching forward to the anterior belly of the digastricus and backward to the stylomandibular ligament, which intervenes between it and the parotid gland. Above, it extends under the cover of the body of the mandible. Below, it usually overlaps the intermediate tendon of the digastricus and the insertion of the stylohyoideus, while from its deep surface a tongue-like deep process extends forward above the mylohyoideus muscle. Its superficial surface consists of an upper and a lower part. The upper part is directed outward, and lies partly against the submaxillary depression on the inner surface of the body of the mandible, and partly on the pterygoideus internus. The lower part is directed downward and outward, and is covered by the skin, superficial fascia, platysma, and deep cervical fascia. It is crossed by the anterior facial vein and by filaments of the facial nerve. In contact with it near the mandible are the submaxillary lymph glands. The deep surface is in relation with the mylohyoideus, hyoglossus, styloglossus, stylohyoideus, and posterior belly of the digastricus. In contact with it are the mylohyoid nerve, the mylohyoid and submental vessels. The external maxillary artery is embedded in a groove in the posterior border of the gland. The deep process of the gland extends forward between the mylohyoideus below and externally, and the hyoglossus and styloglossus internally. Above it is the lingual nerve and submaxillary ganglion. Below it the hyoglossal nerve and its accompanying vein. The submaxillary duct, ductus submaxillaris, Wharton's duct, is about 5 centimeters long, and its wall is much thinner than that of the parotid duct. It begins by numerous branches from the deep surface of the gland, and runs forward between the mylohyoideus and hyoglossus and genioglossus, then between the sublingual gland and the genioglossus, and opens by a narrow orifice on the summit of a small papilla at the side of the frenulum linguae. On the hyoglossus it lies between the lingual and hyoglossal nerves, but at the anterior border of the muscle it is crossed laterally by the lingual nerve. The terminal branches of the lingual nerve ascend on its medial side. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the submaxillary gland are branches of the external maxillary and lingual. Its veins follow the course of the arteries. The nerves are derived from the submaxillary ganglion. through which it receives filaments from the chorda tympani of the facial nerve and the lingual branch of the mandibular, sometimes from the mylohyoid branch of the inferior alveolar and from the sympathetic. Sublingual gland, Glandula sublingualis. The sublingual gland is the smallest of the three glands. It is situated beneath the mucous membrane of the floor of the mouth, at the side of the frenulum linguae, in contact with the sublingual depression on the inner surface of the mandible, close to the symphysis. It is narrow, flattened, shaped somewhat like an almond, and weighs only 2 grams. It is in relation above with the mucous membrane, below with the mylohyoideus, behind with the deep part of the submaxillary gland, laterally with the mandible, and medially with the genioglossus, from which it is separated by the lingual nerve and the submaxillary duct. Its excretory ducts are from 8 to 20 in number. Of the smaller sublingual ducts, ducts of Revinus, some join the submaxillary duct. Others open separately into the mouth, on the elevated crest of the mucous membrane, plica sublingualis, caused by the projection of the gland on either side of the frenulum linguae. One or more join to form the larger sublingual duct, duct of Bartholin, which opens into the submaxillary duct. Vessels and nerves. The sublingual gland is supplied with blood from the sublingual and submental arteries. Its nerves are derived from the lingual, the chorda tympani, and the sympathetic. Structure of the salivary glands. The salivary glands are compound racemose glands, consisting of numerous lobes, which are made up of smaller lobules, connected together by dense areolar tissue, vessels and ducts. Each lobule consists of the ramifications of a single duct, the branches ending in dilated ends, or alveoli, on which the capillaries are distributed. The alveoli are enclosed by a basement membrane, which is continuous with the membrana propria of the duct, and consists of a network of branched and flattened nucleated cells. The alveoli of the salivary glands are of 2 kinds, which differ in appearance of the secreting cells, in their size, and in the nature of their secretion. 1. The mucous variety secretes a viscid fluid, which contains mucin. 2. The serose variety secretes a thinner and more watery fluid. The sublingual gland consists of mucus, the parotid of serose alveoli. The submaxillary contains both mucus and serose alveoli, the latter, however, preponderating. The cells in the mucous alveoli are columnar in shape. In the fresh condition they contain large granules of mucinogen. In hardened preparations a delicate protoplasmic network is seen, and the cells are clear and transparent. The nucleus is usually situated near the basement membrane and is flattened. In some alveoli are seen peculiar crescentic bodies, lying between the cells and the membrana propria. They are termed the crescents of Janussi, or the demilune of Heidenhain, and are composed of polyhedral granular cells, which Heidenhain regards as young epithelial cells, destined to supply the place of those salivary cells which have undergone disintegration. This view, however, is not accepted by Klein. Fine canaliculi pass between the mucus-secreting cells to reach the demilune and even penetrate the cells forming these structures. In the serose alveoli, the cells almost completely fill the cavity, so that there is hardly any lumen perceptible. They contain secretory granules embedded in a closely reticulated protoplasm. The cells are more cubical than those of the mucus type. The nucleus of each is spherical and placed near the center of the cell. The granules are smaller. Both mucus and serous cells vary in appearance according to whether the gland is in a resting condition or has recently been active. In the former case the cells are large and contain many secretory granules. In the latter case they are shrunken and contain few granules, chiefly collected at the inner ends of the cells. The granules are best seen in fresh preparations. The ducts are lined at the origins by epithelium, which differs little from the pavement form. As the ducts enlarge, the epithelial cells change to the columnar shape, and the part of the cell next the basement membrane is finally striated. The lobules of the salivary glands are richly supplied with blood vessels, which form a dense network in the interalveolar spaces. Fine plexuses of nerves are also found in the interlobular tissue. the nerve fibrils pierce the basement membrane of the alveoli and end in branched varicose filaments between the secreting cells. In the hilus of the submaxillary gland there is a collection of nerve cells, termed Langley's ganglion. Accessory glands. Besides the salivary glands proper, numerous other glands are found in the mouth. Many of these glands are found in the posterior part of the dorsum of the tongue, behind the valid papillae, and also along its margin as far forward as the apex. Others lie round, and in the palatine tonsil between its crypts, and large numbers are present in the soft palate, the lips and cheeks. These glands are of the same structure as the larger salivary glands, and they are of
Section 13 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Fauces. 2b. The Fauces. The aperture by which the mouth communicates with the pharynx is called the isthmus faucium. It is bounded above by the soft palate, below by the dorsum of the tongue, and on either side by the glossopalatine arch. The glossopalatine arch, arcus glossopalatinus, anterior pillar of fauces, on either side runs downward, lateralward, and forward to the side of the base of the tongue, and is formed by the projection of the glossopalatinus with its covering mucous membrane. The pharyngopalatine arch, arcus pharyngopalatinus, posterior pillar of fauces, is larger and projects farther toward the middle line than the anterior. It runs downward, lateralward, and backward to the side of the pharynx, and is formed by the projection of the pharyngopalatinus, covered by mucous membrane. On either side the two arches are separated below by a triangular interval in which the palatine tonsil is lodged. The palatine tonsils, tonsili palatini tonsil, are two prominent masses situated one on either side between the glossopalatine and pharyngopalatine arches. Each tonsil consists fundamentally of an aggregation of lymphoid tissue underlying the mucous membrane between the palatine arches. The lymphoid mass, however, does not completely fill the interval between the two arches, so that a small depression, the supratonsillar fossa, exists at the upper part of the interval. Further, the tonsil extends for a variable distance under cover of the glossopalatine arch, and is here covered by a reduplication of mucous membrane. The upper part of this fold reaches across the supratonsillar fossa between the two arches as a thin fold sometimes termed the plica semilunaris. The remainder of the fold is called the plica triangularis. Between the plica triangularis and the surface of the tonsil is a space known as the tonsillar sinus. In many cases, however, this sinus is obliterated by its walls becoming adherent. From this description it will be apparent that a portion of the tonsil is below the level of the surrounding mucous membrane, i.e., is embedded, while the remainder projects as the visible tonsil. In the child the tonsils are relatively and frequently absolutely larger than in the adult, and about 1/3 of the tonsil is embedded. After puberty the embedded portion diminishes considerably in size, and the tonsil assumes a disc-like form, flattened from side to side. The shape and size of the tonsil, however, vary considerably in different individuals. The medial surface of the tonsil is free except anteriorly, where it is covered by the plica triangularis. It presents from 12 to 15 orifices leading into small crypts or recesses from which numerous follicles branch out into the tonsillar substance. The lateral or deep surface is adherent to a fibrous capsule, which is continued into the plica triangularis. It is separated from the inner surface of the constrictor pharyngees superior, usually by some loose connective tissue. This muscle intervenes between the tonsil and the external maxillary artery with its tonsillar and ascending palatine branches. The internal carotid artery lies behind and lateral to the tonsil, at a distance of 20 to 25 millimeters from it. The tonsils form part of a circular band of adenoid tissue which guards the opening into the digestive and respiratory tubes. The anterior part of the ring is formed by the submucous adenoid collections, lingual tonsil, on the posterior part of the tongue. The lateral portions consist of the palatine tonsils and the adenoid collections in the vicinity of the auditory tubes, while the ring is completed behind the pharyngeal tonsil on the posterior wall of the pharynx. In the intervals between these main masses are smaller collections of adenoid tissue. Structure. The follicles of the tonsil are lined by a continuation of the mucous membrane of the pharynx, covered with stratified squamous epithelium. Around each follicle is a layer of closed capsules consisting of lymphoid tissue embedded in the submucous tissue. Lymph corpuscles are found in large numbers invading the stratified epithelium. It is probable that they pass into the mouth and form the so-called salivary corpuscles. Surrounding each follicle is a close plexus of lymphatics, from which the lymphatic vessels pass to the deep cervical glands in the neighborhood of the greater cornu of the hyoid bone, behind and below the angle of the mandible. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the tonsil are the dorsalis linguae from the lingual, the ascending palatine and tonsillar from the external maxillary, the ascending pharyngeal from the external carotid, the descending palatine branch of the internal maxillary, and a twig from the small meningeal. The veins end in the tonsillar plexus on the lateral side of the tonsil. The nerves are derived from the sphenopalatine ganglion and from the glossopharyngeal. Palatine aponeurosis. Attached to the posterior border of the hard palate is a thin, firm, fibrous lamella which supports the muscles and gives strength to the soft palate. It is thicker above than below, where it becomes very thin and difficult to define. Laterally it is continuous with the pharyngeal aponeurosis. Muscles of the palate. The muscles of the palate are levator velar palatini, tensor velar palatini, musculus uvuli, glossopalatinus, pharyngopalatinus. The levator velar palatini, levator palati, is a thick, rounded muscle situated lateral to the choanae. It arises from the under surface of the apex of the petrous part of the temporal bone and from the medial lamina of the cartilage of the auditory tube. After passing above the upper concave margin of the constrictor pharyngees superior, it spreads out in the palatine velum, its fibers extending obliquely downward and medialward to the middle line, where they blend with those of the opposite side. The tensor velar palatini, tensor palati, is a broad, thin, ribbon-like muscle placed lateral to the levator velar palatini. It arises by a flat lamella from the scaphoid fossa at the base of the medial pterygoid plate, from the spina angularis of the sphenoid, and from the lateral wall of the cartilage of the auditory tube. Descending vertically between the medial pterygoid plate and the pterygoideus internus It ends in a tendon which winds around the pterygoid hamulus, being retained in this situation by some of the fibers of origin of the pterygoideus internus. Between the tendon and the hamulus is a small bursa. The tendon then passes medialward and is inserted into the palatine aponeurosis and into the surface behind the transverse ridge on the horizontal part of the palatine bone. The musculus uvuli, azygos uvuli, arises from the posterior nasal spine of the palatine bones and from the palatine aponeurosis. It descends to be inserted into the uvula. The glossopalatinus, palatoglossus, is a small, fleshy fasciculus, narrower in the middle than at either end, forming, with the mucous membrane covering its surface, the glossopalatine arch. It arises from the anterior surface of the soft palate, where it is continuous with the muscle of the opposite side, and, passing downward, forward and lateralward in front of the palatine tonsil, is inserted into the side of the tongue, some of its fibers spreading over the dorsum, and others passing deeply into the substance of the organ to intermingle with the transversus lingui. The pharyngopalatinus, palatopharyngeus, is a long, fleshy fasciculus, narrower in the middle than at either end, forming, with the mucous membrane covering its surface, the pharyngopalatine arch. It is separated from the glossopalatinus by an angular interval in which the palatine tonsil is lodged. It arises from the soft palate, where it is divided into two fasciculi by the levator villi palatini and musculus uvuli. The posterior fasciculus lies in contact with the mucous membrane and joins with that of the opposite muscle in the middle line. The anterior fasciculus, the thicker, lies in the soft palate between the levator and tensor, and joins in the middle line the corresponding part of the opposite muscle. Passing lateralward and downward behind the palatine tonsil, the pharyngopalatinus joins the stylopharyngeus and is inserted with that muscle into the posterior border of the thyroid cartilage, some of its fibers being lost on the side of the pharynx, and others passing across the middle line posteriorly to decussate with the muscle of the opposite side. Nerves. The tensor villi palatini is supplied by a branch from the otic ganglion. The remaining muscles of this group are in all probability supplied by the accessory nerve through the pharyngeal plexus. Actions. During the first stage of deglutition, the bolus of food is driven back into the fauces by the pressure of the tongue against the hard palate, the base of the tongue being, at the same time, retracted, and the larynx raised with the pharynx. During the second stage the entrance to the larynx is closed by the drawing forward of the arytenoid cartilages toward the cushion of the epiglottis, a movement produced by the contraction of the thyroid arytenoidea, the arytenoidea, and the aryteno-epiglottidae. After leaving the tongue, the bolus passes on to the posterior or laryngeal surface of the epiglottis, and glides along this for a certain distance. Then the glossopalatini, the constrictors of the fauces, contract behind it. The palatine velum is slightly raised by the levator villi palatini, and made tense by the tensor villi palatini, and the pharyngopalatini, by their contraction, pull the pharynx upward over the bolus, and come nearly together, the uvula filling up the slight interval between them. By these means the food is prevented from passing into the nasal part of the pharynx. At the same time, the pharyngopalatini form an inclined plane, directed obliquely downward and backward, along the under surface of which the bolus descends into the lower part of the pharynx. The salpingopharyngei raise the upper and lateral parts of the pharynx, i.e., those parts which are above the points where the stylopharyngi are attached to the pharynx. Mucous membrane. The mucous membrane of the soft palate is thin, and covered with stratified squamous epithelium on both surfaces, excepting near the pharyngeal ostium of the auditory tube, where it is columnar and ciliated. According to Klein, the mucous membrane on the nasal surface of the soft palate in the fetus is covered throughout by columnar ciliated epithelium, which subsequently becomes squamous. Some anatomists state that it is covered with columnar ciliated epithelium, except at its free margin, throughout life. Beneath the mucous membrane on the oral surface of the soft palate is a considerable amount of adenoid tissue. The palatine glands form a continuous layer on its posterior surface and around the uvula. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the palate are the descending palatine branch of the internal maxillary, the ascending palatine branch of the external maxillary, and the palatine branch of the ascending pharyngeal. The veins end chiefly in the pterygoid and tonsillar plexuses. The lymphatic vessels pass to the deep cervical glands. The sensory nerves are derived from the palatine and nasopalatine nerves and from the glossopharyngeal. Section 14 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Pharynx. 2c. The Pharynx. The pharynx is that part of the digestive tube which is placed behind the nasal cavities, mouth, and larynx. It is a musculo-membranous tube, somewhat conical in form, with the base upward and the apex downward, extending from the under surface of the skull to the level of the cricoid cartilage in front and that of the sixth cervical vertebra behind. The cavity of the pharynx is about 12.5 centimeters long and broader in the transverse than in the antero-posterior diameter. Its greatest breadth is immediately below the base of the skull, where it projects on either side, behind the pharyngeal ostium of the auditory tube, as the pharyngeal recess, fossa of Rosenmuller. Its narrowest point is at its termination in the esophagus. It is limited above by the body of the sphenoid and basilar part of the occipital bone. Below, it is continuous with the esophagus. Posteriorly, it is connected by loose areolar tissue with the cervical portion of the vertebral column and the prevertebral fascia covering the longus colli and longus capitis muscles. Anteriorly, it is incomplete, and is attached in succession to the medial pterygoid plate, pterygomandibular raphe, mandible, tongue, hyoid bone, and thyroid and cricoid cartilages. Laterally, it is connected to the styloid processes and their muscles, and is in contact with the common and internal carotid arteries, the internal jugular veins, the glossovaryngeal, vagus, and hypoglossal nerves, and the sympathetic trunks and above with small parts of the pterygoidea interni. 7 cavities communicate with it, viz. the 2 nasal cavities, the 2 tympanic cavities, the mouth, the larynx, and the esophagus. The cavity of the pharynx may be subdivided from above downward into 3 parts: nasal, oral, and laryngeal. The nasal part of the pharynx, pars nasalis pharyngeus, nasopharynx, lies behind the nose and above the level of the soft palate. It differs from the oral and laryngeal parts of the pharynx in that its cavity always remains patent. In front it communicates through the choana with the nasal cavities. On its lateral wall is the pharyngeal ostium of the auditory tube, somewhat triangular in shape, and bounded behind by a firm prominence, the torus or cushion caused by the medial end of the cartilage of the tube, which elevates the mucous membrane. A vertical fold of mucous membrane, the salpingopharyngeal fold, stretches from the lower part of the torus. It contains a salpingopharyngeus muscle. A second and smaller fold, the salpingopalatine fold, stretches from the upper part of the torus to the palate. Behind the ostium of the auditory tube is a deep recess, the pharyngeal recess, fossa of Rosenmüller. On the posterior wall is a prominence, best marked in childhood, produced by a mass of lymphoid tissue which is known as the pharyngeal tonsil. Above the pharyngeal tonsil, in the middle line, an irregular flask-shaped depression of the mucous membrane sometimes extends up as far as the basilar process of the occipital bone. It is known as the pharyngeal bursa. The oral part of the pharynx, pars oralis pharyngis, reaches from the soft palate to the level of the hyoid bone. It opens anteriorly through the isthmus faucium into the mouth, while in its lateral wall, between the two palatine arches, is the palatine tonsil. The laryngeal part of the pharynx, pars laryngia pharyngis, reaches from the hyoid bone to the lower part of the cricoid cartilage, where it is continuous with the esophagus. In front it presents the triangular entrance of the larynx, the base of which is directed forward and is formed by the epiglottis, while its lateral boundaries are constituted by the areoepiglottic folds. On either side of the laryngeal orifice is a recess termed the sinus piriformis, which is bounded medially by the areoepiglottic fold, laterally by the thyroid cartilage and hyothyroid membrane. Muscles of the pharynx. The muscles of the pharynx are: constrictor inferior, constrictor medius, constrictor superior, stylopharyngeus, salpingopharyngeus, pharyngopalatinus. Note: the pharyngopalatinus is described with the muscles of the palate. End of note. The constrictor pharyngeus inferior, inferior constrictor, the thickest of the three constrictors, arises from the sides of the cricoid and thyroid cartilage. From the cricoid cartilage it arises in the interval between the cricothyroideus in front and the articular facet for the inferior cornu of the thyroid cartilage behind. On the thyroid cartilage it arises from the oblique line on the side of the lamina, from the surface behind this nearly as far as the posterior border, and from the inferior cornu. From these origins the fibers spread backward and medialward, to be inserted with the muscle of the opposite side into the fibrous raphe in the posterior median line of the pharynx. The inferior fibers are horizontal and continuous with the circular fibers of the esophagus. The rest ascend, increasing in obliquity, and overlap the constrictor medius. The constrictor pharyngeus medius, middle constrictor, is a fan-shaped muscle, smaller than the preceding. It arises from the whole length of the upper border of the greater cornu of the hyoid bone, from the lesser cornu, and from the stylohyoid ligament. The fibers diverge from their origin. The lower ones descend beneath the constrictor inferior, the middle fibers pass transversely, and the upper fibers ascend and overlap the constrictor superior. It is inserted into the posterior median fibrous raphe, blending in the middle line with the muscle of the opposite side. The constrictor pharyngeus superior, superior constrictor, is a quadrilateral muscle, thinner and paler than the other two. It arises from the lower third of the posterior margin of the medial pterygoid plate and its hamillus, from the pterygomandibular raphe, from the alveolar process of the mandible above the posterior end of the mylohyoid line, and by a few fibers from the side of the tongue. The fibers curve backward to be inserted into the median raphe, being also prolonged by means of an aponeurosis to the pharyngeal spine on the basilar part of the occipital bone. The superior fibers arch beneath the levator villi palatini and the auditory tube. The interval between the upper border of the muscle and the base of the skull is closed by the pharyngeal aponeurosis, and is known as the sinus of Morgagni. The stylopharyngeus is a long, slender muscle, cylindrical above, flattened below. It arises from the medial side of the base of the styloid process, passes downward along the side of the pharynx between the constrictors superior and medius, and spreads out beneath the mucous membrane. Some of its fibers are lost in the constrictor muscles, while others, joining with the pharyngopalatinus, are inserted into the posterior border of the thyroid cartilage. The glossopharyngeal nerve runs on the lateral side of this muscle and crosses over it to reach the tongue. The salpingopharyngeus arises from the inferior part of the auditory tube near its orifice. It passes downward and blends with the posterior fasciculus of the pharyngopalatinus. Nerves. The constrictors and salpingopharyngeus are supplied by branches from the pharyngeal plexus, the constrictor inferior by additional branches from the external laryngeal and recurrent nerves, and the stylopharyngeus by the glossopharyngeal nerve. Actions. When deglutition is about to be performed, the pharynx is drawn upward and dilated in different directions to receive the food propelled into it from the mouth. The stylopharyngii, which are much farther removed from one another at their origin than at their insertion, draw the sides of the pharynx upward and lateralward, and so increase its transverse diameter. Its breadth in the antero-posterior direction is increased by the larynx and tongue being carried forward in their ascent. As soon as the bolus of food is received in the pharynx, the elevator muscles relax, the pharynx descends, and the constrictors contract upon the bolus and convey it downward into the esophagus. Structure. The pharynx is composed of three coats: mucous, fibrous, and muscular. The pharyngeal aponeurosis, or fibrous coat, is situated between the mucous and muscular layers. It is thick above where the muscular fibers are wanting, and is firmly connected to the basilar portion of the occipital and the petrous portions of the temporal bones. As it descends it diminishes in thickness, and is gradually lost. It is strengthened posteriorly by a strong fibrous band, which is attached above to the pharyngeal spine on the under surface of the basilar portion of the occipital bone, and passes downward, forming a median raphe, which gives attachment to the constrictors pharyngeus. The mucous coat is continuous with that lining the auditory tubes, the nasal cavities, the mouth, and the larynx. In the nasal part of the pharynx it is covered by columnar ciliated epithelium. In the oral and laryngeal portions the epithelium is stratified squamous. Beneath the mucous membrane are found racemose mucous glands. They are especially numerous at the upper part of the pharynx, around the orifices of the auditory tubes.
Section 15 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Esophagus. The esophagus, or gullet, is a muscular canal about 23 to 25 centimeters long, extending from the pharynx to the stomach. It begins in the neck at the lower border of the cricoid cartilage, opposite the 6th cervical vertebra, descends along the front of the vertebral column through the superior and posterior mediastina, passes through the diaphragm, and entering the abdomen, ends at the cardiac orifice of the stomach, opposite the 11th thoracic vertebra. The general direction of the esophagus is vertical, but it presents two slight curves in its course. At its commencement it is placed in the middle line, but it inclines to the left side as far as the root of the neck, gradually passes to the middle line again at the level of the 5th thoracic vertebra, and finally deviates to the left as it passes forward to the esophageal hiatus in the diaphragm. The esophagus also presents antero-posterior flexures corresponding to the curvatures of the cervical and thoracic portions of the vertebral column. It is the narrowest part of the digestive tube, and is most contracted at its commencement and at the point where it passes through the diaphragm. Relations. The cervical portion of the esophagus is in relation in front with the trachea and at the lower part of the neck where it projects to the left side with the thyroid gland. Behind, it rests upon the vertebral column and longus colli muscles. On either side, it is in relation with the common carotid artery, especially the left as it inclines to that side, and parts of the lobes of the thyroid gland. The recurrent nerves ascend between it and the trachea. To its left side is the thoracic duct. The thoracic portion of the esophagus is at first situated in the superior mediastinum between the trachea and the vertebral column, a little to the left of the median line. It then passes behind and to the right of the aortic arch, and descends in the posterior mediastinum along the right side of the descending aorta, then runs in front and a little to the left of the aorta, and enters the abdomen through the diaphragm at the level of the 10th thoracic vertebra. Just before it perforates the diaphragm, it presents a distinct dilation. It is in relation in front with the trachea, the left bronchus, the pericardium, and the diaphragm. Behind, it rests upon the vertebral column, the longus colli muscles, the right aortic intercostal arteries, the thoracic duct, and the hemiazygos veins, and below, near the diaphragm, upon the front of the aorta. On its left side, in the superior mediastinum, are the terminal part of the aortic arch, the left subclavian artery, the thoracic duct, and the left pleura, while running upward in the angle between it and the trachea is the left recurrent nerve. Below, it is in relation with the descending thoracic aorta. On its right side are the right pleura and the azygos vein, which it overlaps. Below the roots of the lungs, the vagi descend in close contact with it, the right nerve passing down behind, and the left nerve in front of it, the two nerves uniting to form a plexus around the tube. In the lower part of the posterior mediastinum, the thoracic duct lies to the right side of the esophagus. Higher up, it is placed behind it, and crossing about the level of the 4th thoracic vertebra, is continued upward on its left side. The abdominal portion of the esophagus lies in the esophageal groove on the posterior surface of the left lobe of the liver. It measures about 1.25 centimeters in length, and only its front and left aspects are covered by peritoneum. It is somewhat conical with its base applied to the upper orifice of the stomach, and is known as the antrum cardiacum. Structure. The esophagus has 4 coats, an external or fibrous, a muscular, a submucous or areolar, and an internal or mucous coat. The muscular coat, tunica muscularis, is composed of 2 planes of considerable thickness, an external of longitudinal and an internal of circular fibers. The longitudinal fibers are arranged at the commencement of the tube in 3 fasciculi, one in front, which is attached to the vertical ridge on the posterior surface of the lamina of the cricoid cartilage, and one at either side, which is continuous with the muscular fibers of the pharynx. As they descend, they blend together, and form a uniform layer, which covers the outer surface of the tube. Accessory slips of muscular fibers pass between the esophagus and the left pleura, where the latter covers the thoracic aorta, or the root of the left bronchus, or the back of the pericardium. The circular fibers are continuous above with the constrictor pharyngis inferior. Their direction is transverse at the upper and lower parts of the tube, but oblique in the intermediate part. The muscular fibers in the upper part of the esophagus are of a red color and consist chiefly of the striped variety, but below they consist for the most part of involuntary fibers. The areolar or submucous coat, tela submucosa, connects loosely the mucous and muscular coats. It contains blood vessels, nerves, and mucous glands. The mucous coat, tunica mucosa, is thick, of a reddish color above and pale below. It is disposed in longitudinal folds, which disappear on distension of the tube. Its surface is studded with minute papillae, and it is covered throughout with a thick layer of stratified squamous epithelium. Beneath the mucous membrane, between it and the areolar coat, is a layer of longitudinally arranged, non-striped muscular fibers. This is the muscularis mucosae. At the commencement of the esophagus it is absent, or only represented by a few scattered bundles. Lower down it forms a considerable stratum. The esophageal glands, glandulae esophagi, are small compound racemose glands of the mucous type. They are lodged in the submucous tissue, and each opens upon the surface by a long excretory duct. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the esophagus are derived from the inferior thyroid branch of the thyrocervical trunk, from the descending thoracic aorta, from the left gastric branch of the celiac artery, and from the left inferior phrenic of the abdominal aorta. They have for the most part a longitudinal direction. The nerves are derived from the vagi and from the sympathetic trunks. They form a plexus, in which are groups of ganglion cells.
Section 16 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Abdomen, Part 1. The abdomen is the largest cavity in the body. It is of an oval shape, the extremities of the oval being directed upward and downward. The upper extremity is formed by the diaphragm, which extends as a dome over the abdomen, so that the cavity extends high into the bony thorax, reaching on the right side, in the mammary line, to the upper border of the fifth rib. On the left side, it falls below this level by 2.5 centimeters. The lower extremity is formed by the structures which clothe the inner surface of the bony pelvis, principally the levator ani and the coccygeus on either side. These muscles are sometimes termed the diaphragm of the pelvis. The cavity is wider above than below, and measures more in the vertical than in the transverse diameter. In order to facilitate description, it is artificially divided into two parts, an upper and larger part, the abdomen proper, and the lower and smaller part, the pelvis. These two cavities are not separated from each other, but the limit between them is marked by the superior aperture of the lesser pelvis. The abdomen proper differs from the other great cavities of the body in being bounded for the most part by muscles and fascia, so that it can vary in capacity and shape according to the condition of the viscera which it contains. But, in addition to this, the abdomen varies in form and extent with age and sex. In the adult male, with moderate distension of the viscera, it is oval in shape, but at the same time flattened from before backward. In the adult female, with a fully developed pelvis, it is ovoid with a narrower pole upward, and in young children it is also ovoid, but with the narrower pole downward. Boundaries. It is bounded in front and at the sides by the abdominal muscles and the iliacus muscles, behind by the vertebral column and the psoas and quadratus lumborum muscles, above by the diaphragm, below by the plane of the superior aperture of the lesser pelvis. The muscles forming the boundaries of the cavity are lined upon their inner surfaces by a layer of fascia. The abdomen contains the greater part of the digestive tube. Some of the accessory organs to digestion, viz., the liver and pancreas, the spleen, the kidneys, and the suprarenal glands. Most of these structures, as well as the wall of the cavity in which they are contained, are more or less covered by an extensive and complicated serous membrane, the peritoneum. The apertures in the walls of the abdomen. The apertures in the walls of the abdomen, for the transmission of structures to and from it, are in front. The umbilical in the fetus, for the transmission of the umbilical vessels, the allantois and vitelline duct. Above, the vena cava opening, for transmission of the inferior vena cava, the aortic hiatus, for the passage of the aorta, azygos vein, and thoracic duct, and the esophageal hiatus, for the esophagus and vagi. Below, there are two apertures on either side, one for the passage of the femoral vessels and the lumbo-inguinal nerve, and the other for the transmission of the spermatic cord in the male and the round ligament of the uterus in the female. Regions. For convenience of description of the viscera, as well as of reference to the morbid conditions of the contained parts, the abdomen is artificially divided into 9 regions by imaginary planes, 2 horizontal and 2 sagittal, passing through the cavity, the edges of the planes being indicated by lines drawn on the surface of the body. Of the horizontal planes, the upper or transpyloric is indicated by a line encircling the body at the level of a point midway between the jugular notch and the symphysis pubis. The lower by a line carried around the trunk at the level of a point midway between the transpyloric and the symphysis pubis. The latter is practically the intertubular plane of Cunningham, who pointed out that its level corresponds with the prominent and easily defined tubercle on the iliac crest about 5 cm behind the anterior superior iliac spine. By means of these imaginary planes, the abdomen is divided into 3 zones, which are named from above downward, the subcostal, the umbilical, and hypogastric zones. Each of these is further subdivided into 3 regions by the 2 sagittal planes, which are indicated on the surface by lines drawn vertically through points halfway between the anterior superior iliac spines and the symphysis pubis. The middle region of the upper zone is called the epigastric, and the 2 lateral regions, the right and left hypochondriac. The central region of the middle zone is the umbilical, and the 2 lateral regions, the right and left lumbar. The middle region of the lower zone is the hypogastric or pubic region, and the lateral regions are the right and left iliac or inguinal. The pelvis is the portion of the abdominal cavity which lies below and behind a plane passing through the promontory of the sacrum, lineae terminalis of the hip bones, and the pubic crests. It is bounded behind by the sacrum, coccyx, piriformis, and the sacrospinous and sacrotuberous ligaments, in front and laterally by the pubis and ischia and obturatores internii. Above, it communicates with the abdomen proper. Below, it is closed by the levatorus ani and the coccygeae and the urogenital diaphragm. The pelvis contains the urinary bladder, the sigmoid colon and rectum, a few coils of the small intestine, and some of the generative organs. When the anterior abdominal wall is removed, the viscera are partly exposed as follows. Above and to the right side is the liver, situated chiefly under the shelter of the right ribs and their cartilages, but extending across the middle line and reaching for some distance below the level of the xiphoid process. To the left of the liver is the stomach, from the lower border of which an apron-like fold of the peritoneum, the greater omentum, descends for a varying distance, and obscures, to a greater or lesser extent, the other viscera. Below it, however, some of the coils of the small intestine can generally be seen, while in the right and left iliac regions respectively, the cecum and the iliac colon are partly exposed. The bladder occupies the anterior part of the pelvis, and if distended, will project above the symphysis pubis. The rectum lies in the concavity of the sacrum, but is usually obscured by the coils of the small intestine. The sigmoid colon lies between the rectum and the bladder. When the stomach is followed from left to right, it is seen to be continuous with the first part of the small intestine, or duodenum, the point of continuity being marked by a thickened ring which indicates the position of the pyloric valve. The duodenum passes toward the undersurface of the liver, and then, curving downward, is lost to sight. If, however, the greater omentum be thrown upward over the chest, the inferior part of the duodenum will be observed passing across the vertebral column towards the left side, where it becomes continuous with the coils of the jejunum and ileum. These measure some 6 meters in length, and if followed downward, the ileum will be seen to end in the right iliac fossa by opening into the cecum, the commencement of the large intestine. From the cecum the large intestine takes an arched course, passing at first upward on the right side, then across the middle line, and downward on the left side, and forming respectively the ascending, transverse, and descending parts of the colon. In the pelvis it assumes the form of a loop, the sigmoid colon, and ends in the rectum. The spleen lies behind the stomach in the left hypochondriac region, and may be in part exposed by pulling the stomach over toward the right side. The glistening appearance of the deep surface of the abdominal wall and of the surface of the exposed viscera is due to the fact that the former is lined, and the latter are more or less completely covered, by a serous membrane, the peritoneum. The peritoneum, tunica serosa. The peritoneum is the largest serous membrane in the body, and consists, in the male, of a closed sac, part of which is applied against the abdominal parietes, while the remainder is reflected over the contained viscera. In the female, the peritoneum is not a closed sac, since the free ends of the uterine tubes open directly into the peritoneal cavity. The part which lines the parietes is named the parietal portion of the peritoneum. That which is reflected over the contained viscera constitutes the visceral portion of the peritoneum. The free surface of the membrane is smooth, covered by a layer of fattened mesothelium, and lubricated by a small quantity of serous fluid. Hence the viscera can slide freely against the wall of the cavity or upon one another with the least possible amount of friction. The attached surface is rough, being connected to the viscera and inner surface of the parietes by means of areolar tissue, termed the subserous areolar tissue. The parietal portion is loosely connected with the facial lining of the abdomen and pelvis, but is more closely adherent to the undersurface of the diaphragm and also in the middle line of the abdomen. The space between the parietal and visceral layers of the peritoneum is named the peritoneal cavity, but under normal conditions this cavity is merely a potential one, since the parietal and visceral layers are in contact. The peritoneal cavity gives off a large diverticulum, the omental bursa, which is situated behind the stomach and adjoining structures. The neck of communication between the cavity and the bursa is termed the epiglottic foramen, foramen of Winslow. Formerly the main portion of the cavity was described as the greater, and the omental bursa the lesser sac. The peritoneum differs from the other serous membranes of the body in presenting a much more complex arrangement, and one that can be clearly understood only by following the changes which take place in the digestive tube during its development. To trace the membrane from one viscus to another, and from the viscera to the parietes, it is necessary to follow its continuity in the vertical and horizontal directions, and it will be found simpler to describe the main portion of the cavity and the omental bursa separately. Vertical disposition of the main peritoneal cavity, greater sac. It is convenient to trace this from the back of the abdominal wall at the level of the umbilicus. In following the peritoneum upward from this level, it is seen to be reflected around a fibrous cord, the ligamentum teres, obliterated umbilical vein, which reaches from the umbilicus to the undersurface of the liver. This reflection forms a somewhat triangular fold, the falciform ligament of the liver, attaching the upper and anterior surfaces of the liver to the diaphragm and abdominal wall. With the exception of the line of attachment of this ligament, the peritoneum covers the whole of the undersurface of the anterior part of the diaphragm, and is continued from it onto the upper surface of the right lobe of the liver as the superior layer of the coronary ligament, and onto the upper surface of the left lobe as the superior layer of the left triangular ligament of the liver. Covering the upper and anterior surfaces of the liver, it is continued around its sharp margin onto the undersurface, where it presents the following relations. A. It covers the undersurface of the right lobe and is reflected from the back part of this onto the right suprarenal gland and the upper extremity of the right kidney, forming in this situation the inferior layer of the coronary ligament. A special fold, the hepatorenal ligament, is frequently present between the inferior surface of the liver and the front of the kidney. From the kidney it is carried downward to the duodenum and the right colic flexure, and medial ward in front of the inferior vena cava, where it is continuous with the posterior wall of the omental bursa. Between the two layers of the coronary ligament, there is a large triangular surface of the liver devoid of peritoneal covering. This is named the bare area of the liver, and is attached to the diaphragm by areolar tissue. Toward the right margin of the liver, the two layers of the coronary ligament gradually approach each other, and ultimately fuse to form a small triangular fold connecting the right lobe of the liver to the diaphragm, and named the right triangular ligament of the liver. The apex of the triangular bare area corresponds with the point of meeting of the two layers of the coronary ligament, its base with the fossa for the inferior vena cava. B. It covers the lower surface of the quadrat lobe, the under and lateral surfaces of the gallbladder, and the undersurface and posterior border of the left lobe. It is then reflected from the upper surface of the left lobe to the diaphragm as the inferior layer of the left triangular ligament, and from the porta of the liver and the fossa for the ductus venosus to the lesser curvature of the stomach, and the first 2.5 centimeters of the duodenum as the anterior layer of the hepatogastric and the hepatoduodenal ligaments, which together constitute the lesser omentum. If this layer of the lesser omentum be followed to the right, it will be found to turn around the hepatic artery, bile duct, and portal vein, and become continuous with the anterior wall of the omental bursa, forming a free folded edge of the peritoneum. Traced downward, it covers the antero-superior surface of the stomach and the commencement of the duodenum, and is carried down into a large free fold, known as the gastrocolic ligament, or greater omentum. Reaching the free margin of this fold, it is reflected upward to cover the under and posterior surfaces of the transverse colon, and thence to the posterior abdominal wall as the inferior layer of the transverse mesocolon. It reaches the abdominal wall at the head and anterior border of the pancreas, is then carried down over the lower part of the head and over the inferior surface of the pancreas on the superior mesenteric vessels, and thence to the small intestine as the anterior layer of the mesentery. It encircles the intestine and subsequently may be traced as the posterior layer of the mesentery, upward and backward to the abdominal wall. From this it sweeps down over the aorta into the pelvis, where it invests the sigmoid colon, its reduplication forming the sigmoid mesocolon. Leaving first the sides and then the front of the rectum, it is reflected on to the seminal vesicles and the fundus of the urinary bladder and, after covering the upper surface of this viscus, is carried along the medial and lateral umbilical ligaments onto the back of the abdominal wall to the level from which a start was made. Between the rectum and the bladder it forms, in the male, a pouch, the rectovesical excavation, the bottom of which is slightly below the level of the upper ends of the Vesiculae Seminales, i.e., about 7.5 centimeters from the orifice of the anus. When the bladder is distended, the peritoneum is carried up with the expanded viscus, so that a considerable part of the anterior surface of the latter lies directly against the abdominal wall, without the intervention of the peritoneal membrane, pre-vesical space of Retzius. In the female, the peritoneum is reflected from the rectum over the posterior vaginal fornix to the cervix and body of the uterus, forming the recto-uterine excavation, pouch of Douglas. It is continued over the intestinal surface and fundus of the uterus on its vesical surface, which it covers as far as the junction of the body and cervix uteri, and then to the bladder, forming here a second but shallower pouch, the vesico-uterine excavation. It is also reflected from the sides of the uterus to the lateral walls of the pelvis as two expanded folds, the broad ligaments of the uterus, in the free margin of each of which is the uterine tube. Vertical disposition of the omental bursa, lesser peritoneal sac. A start may be made in this case on the posterior abdominal wall at the anterior border of the pancreas. From this region, the peritoneum may be followed upward over the pancreas onto the inferior surface of the diaphragm, and thence onto the caudate lobe and the caudate process of the liver to the fossa from the ductus venosus and the porta of the liver. Traced to the right, it is continuous over the inferior vena cava with the posterior wall of the main cavity. From the liver it is carried downward to the lesser curvature of the stomach and the commencement of the duodenum as the posterior layer of the lesser omentum, and is continuous on the right around the hepatic artery, bile duct, and portal vein, with the anterior layer of this omentum. The posterior layer of the lesser omentum is carried down as a covering for the posterior inferior surfaces of the stomach and the commencement of the duodenum, and is continued downward as the deep layer of the gastrocolic ligament or greater omentum. From the free margin of this fold, it is reflected upward on itself to the anterior and superior surfaces of the transverse colon, and thence as the superior layer of the transverse mesocolon to the anterior border of the pancreas, the level from which a start was made. It will be seen that the loop formed by the wall of the omental bursa below the transverse colon follows, and is closely applied to, the deep surface of that formed by the peritoneum of the main cavity, and that the greater omentum or large fold of the peritoneum which hangs in front of the small intestine therefore consists of 4 layers, 2 anterior and 2 posterior. Section 17 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Abdomen, Part 2. Horizontal disposition of the peritoneum. Below the transverse colon the arrangement is simple, as it includes only the main cavity. Above the level of the transverse colon it is more complicated on account of the existence of the omental bursa. Below the transverse colon it may be considered in the 2 regions, viz., in the pelvis and in the abdomen proper. In the pelvis. The peritoneum here follows closely the surfaces of the pelvic viscera and the inequalities of the pelvic walls, and presents important differences in the 2 sexes. A. In the male, it encircles the sigmoid colon, from which it is reflected to the posterior wall of the pelvis as a fold, the sigmoid mesocolon. It then leaves the sides, and finally, the front of the rectum, and is continued on to the upper ends of the seminal vesicles and the bladder. On either side of the rectum it forms a fossa, the pararectal fossa, which varies in size with the distension of the rectum. In front of the rectum, the peritoneum forms the rectovesical excavation, which is limited laterally by the peritoneal folds extending from the sides of the bladder to the rectum and the sacrum. These folds are known from their position as the rectovesical or sacrogenital folds. The peritoneum of the anterior pelvic wall covers the superior surface of the bladder, and on either side of this viscus forms a depression, termed the peravesical fossa, which is limited laterally by the fold of peritoneum covering the ductus deferens. The size of this fossa is dependent on the state of distension of the bladder. When the bladder is empty, a variable fold of peritoneum, the plica vesicalis transversa, divides the fossa into two portions. On the peritoneum between the peravesical and pararectal fossae, the only elevations are those produced by the ureters and the hypogastric vessels. B. In the female, pararectal and paravesical fossae similar to those in the male are present. The lateral limit of the paravesical fossa is the peritoneum investing the round ligament of the uterus. The rectovesical excavation is, however, divided by the uterus and vagina into a small anterior vesicouterine and a large, deep posterior rectouterine excavation. The sacrogenital folds form the margins of the latter, and are continued on to the back of the uterus to form a transverse fold, the torus uterinus. The broad ligaments extend from the sides of the uterus to the lateral walls of the pelvis. They contain in their free margins the uterine tubes, and in their posterior layers the ovaries. Below, the broad ligaments are continuous with the peritoneum on the lateral walls of the pelvis. On the lateral pelvic wall, behind the attachment of the broad ligament, in the angle between the elevations produced by the diverging hypogastric and external iliac vessels, is a slight fossa, the ovarian fossa, in which the ovary normally lies. In the lower abdomen, starting with the linea alba, below the level of the transverse colon, and tracing the continuity of the peritoneum in a horizontal direction to the right, the membrane covers the inner surface of the abdominal wall almost as far as the lateral border of the quadratus lumborum. It encloses the cecum and the vermiform process, and is reflected over the sides and front of the ascending colon. It may then be traced over the duodenum, sosus major, and inferior vena cava toward the middle line, whence it passes along the mesenteric vessels to invest the small intestine, and back again to the large vessels in front of the vertebral column, forming the mesentery, between the layers of which are contained the mesenteric blood vessels, lacteals, and glands. It is then continued over the left sosus. It covers the sides and front of the descending colon, and, reaching the abdominal wall, is carried on it to the middle line. The upper abdomen. Above the transverse colon, the omental bursa is superadded to the general sac, and the communication of the two cavities with one another through the epiploic foramen can be demonstrated. A. Main cavity. Commencing on the posterior abdominal wall at the inferior vena cava, the peritoneum may be followed to the right over the front of the suprarenal gland and the upper part of the right kidney onto the anterolateral abdominal wall. From the middle line of the anterior wall, a backwardly directed fold encircles the obliterated umbilical vein and forms the falciform ligament of the liver. Continuing to the left, the peritoneum lines the anterolateral abdominal wall and covers the lateral part of the front of the left kidney, and is reflected to the posterior border of the hilus of the spleen as the posterior layer of the phrenicolenal ligament. It can then be traced around the surface of the spleen to the front of the hilus, and thence to the cardiac end of the greater curvature of the stomach as the anterior layer of the gastroleonal ligament. It covers the antero-superior surfaces of the stomach and commencement of the duodenum, and extends up from the lesser curvature of the stomach to the liver as the anterior layer of the lesser omentum. B. Omental bursa. Bursa omentalis, lesser peritoneal sac. On the posterior abdominal wall, the peritoneum of the general cavity is continuous with that of the omental bursa in front of the inferior vena cava. Starting from here, the bursa may be traced across the aorta and over the medial part of the front of the left kidney and diaphragm to the hilus of the spleen, as the anterior layer of the phrenicolateral ligament. From the spleen it is reflected to the stomach as the posterior layer of the gastrosplenic ligament. It covers the postero-inferior surfaces of the stomach and commencement of the duodenum, and extends upward to the liver as the posterior layer of the lesser omentum. The right margin of this layer is continuous around the hepatic artery, bile duct, and portal vein, with the wall of the general cavity. The epiploic foramen, foramen epiploicum, foramen of Winslow, is the passage of communication between the general cavity and the omental bursa. It is bounded in front by the free border of the lesser omentum, with the common bile duct, hepatic artery, and portal vein between its two layers, behind by the peritoneum covering the inferior vena cava, above by the peritoneum on the caudate process of the liver, and below by the peritoneum covering the commencement of the duodenum and the hepatic artery, the latter passing forward below the foramen before ascending between the two layers of the lesser omentum. The boundaries of the omental bursa will now be evident. It is bounded in front, from above downward, by the caudate lobe of the liver, the lesser omentum, the stomach, and the anterior two layers of the greater omentum. Behind, it is limited, from below upward, by the two posterior layers of the greater omentum, the transverse colon and the ascending layer of the transverse mesocolon, the upper surface of the pancreas, the left suprarenal gland, and the upper end of the left kidney. To the right of the esophageal opening of the stomach, it is formed by that part of the diaphragm which supports the caudate lobe of the liver. Laterally, the bursa extends from the epiploic foramen to the spleen, where it is limited by the phrenicolateral and gastrolateral ligaments. The omental bursa, therefore, consists of a series of pouches or recesses to which the following terms are applied. 1. The vestibule, a narrow channel continued from the epiploic foramen over the head of the pancreas to the gastropancreatic fold. This fold extends from the omental turbosity of the pancreas to the right side of the fundus of the stomach, and contains the left gastric artery and coronary vein. 2. The superior omental recess, between the caudate lobe of the liver and the diaphragm. 3. The lienal recess, between the spleen and the stomach. 4. The inferior omental recess, which comprises the remainder of the bursa. In the fetus, the bursa reaches as low as the free margin of the greater omentum, but in the adult its vertical extent is usually more limited owing to adhesions between the layers of the omentum. During a considerable part of fetal life, the transverse colon is suspended from the posterior abdominal wall by a mesentery of its own, the two posterior layers of the greater omentum passing at this stage in front of the colon. This condition occasionally persists throughout life, but as a rule adhesion occurs between the mesentery of the transverse colon and the posterior layer of the greater omentum, with the result that the colon appears to receive its peritoneal covering by the splitting of the two posterior layers of the latter fold. In the adult, the omental bursa intervenes between the stomach and the structures on which that viscus lies, and performs therefore the functions of a serous bursa for the stomach. Numerous peritoneal folds extend between the various organs or connect them to the parietes. They serve to hold the viscera in position and, at the same time, enclose the vessels and nerves proceeding to them. They are grouped under the three headings of ligaments, omenta, and mesenteries. The ligaments will be described with their respective organs. There are two omenta, the lesser and the greater. The lesser omentum, omentum minus, small omentum, gastrohepatic omentum, is the duplicature which extends to the liver from the lesser curvature of the stomach and the commencement of the duodenum. It is extremely thin, and is continuous with the two layers of peritoneum which cover respectively the antero-superior and posterior-inferior surfaces of the stomach and first part of the duodenum. When these two layers reach the lesser curvature of the stomach and the upper border of the duodenum, they join together and ascend as a double fold to the porta of the liver. To the left of the porta, the fold is attached to the bottom of the fossa for the ductus venosus, along which it is carried to the diaphragm, where the two layers separate to embrace the end of the esophagus. At the right border of the omentum, the two layers are continuous, and form a free margin which constitutes the anterior boundary of the epiglottic foramen. The portion of the lesser omentum extending between the liver and stomach is termed the hypogastric ligament, while that between the liver and the duodenum is the hepatoduodenal ligament. Between the two layers of the lesser omentum, close to the right free margin, are the hepatic artery, the common bile duct, the portal vein, lymphatics, and the hepatic plexus of nerves, all these structures being enclosed in the fibrous capsule, Glisson's capsule. Between the layers of the lesser omentum, where they are attached to the stomach, run the right and left gastric vessels. The greater omentum, omentum majus, great omentum, gastrocolic omentum, is the largest peritoneal fold. It consists of a double sheet of peritoneum, folded on itself so that it is made up of 4 layers. The 2 layers which descend from the stomach and commencement of the duodenum pass in front of the small intestines, sometimes as low down as the pelvis. They then turn upon themselves, and descend again as far as the transverse colon, where they separate and enclose that part of the intestine. These individual layers may be easily demonstrated in the young subject, but in the adult they are more or less inseparably blended. The left border of the greater omentum is continuous with the gastroleonal ligament. Its right border extends as far as the commencement of the duodenum. The greater omentum is usually thin, presents a cribiform appearance, and usually contains some adipose tissue, which in fat people accumulates in considerable quantity. Between its 2 anterior layers, a short distance from the greater curvature of the stomach, is the anastomosis between the right and left gastroepiglottic vessels. The mesenteries are the mesentery proper, the transverse mesocolon, and the sigmoid mesocolon. In addition to these, there are sometimes present an ascending and a descending mesocolon. The mesentery proper, mesenterium, is the broad fan-like fold of peritoneum which connects the convolutions of the jejunum and ileum with the posterior wall of the abdomen. Its root, the part connected with the structures in front of the vertebral column, is narrow, about 15 centimeters long, and is directed obliquely from the duodenojejunal flexure at the left side of the second lumbar vertebra to the right sacroiliac articulation. Its intestinal border is about 6 meters long, and here the 2 layers separate to enclose the intestine, and form its peritoneal coat. It is narrow above, but widens rapidly to about 20 centimeters, and is thrown into various plates or folds. It suspends the small intestine, and contains between its layers the intestinal branches of the superior mesenteric artery, with their accompanying veins and plexuses of nerves, the lacteal vessels, and mesenteric lymph glands. The transverse mesocolon, mesocolon transversus, is a broad fold, which connects the transverse colon to the posterior wall of the abdomen. It is continuous with the 2 posterior layers of the greater omentum, which, after separating to surround the transverse colon, join behind it and are continued backward to the vertebral column, where they diverge in front of the anterior border of the pancreas. This fold contains between its layers the vessels which supply the transverse colon. The sigmoid mesocolon, mesocolon sigmoideum, is the fold of peritoneum which retains the sigmoid colon in connection with the pelvic wall. Its line of attachment forms a V-shaped curve, the apex of the curve being placed about the point of division of the left common iliac artery. The curve being on the medial side of the left sosus major, and runs upward and backward to the apex, from which it bends sharply downward, and ends in the medial plane at the level of the third sacral vertebra. The sigmoid and superior hemorrhoidal vessels run between the two layers of this fold. In most cases, the peritoneum covers only the front and sides of the ascending and descending parts of the colon. Sometimes, however, these are surrounded by the serous membrane and attached to the posterior abdominal wall by an ascending and a descending mesocolon respectively. A fold of peritoneum, the phrenicocholic ligament, is continued from the left colic flexure to the diaphragm opposite the 10th and 11th ribs. It passes below and serves to support the spleen, and therefore has received the name of systemicolum lienus. The appendices epicloacae are small pouches of the peritoneum filled with fat and situated along the colon and upper part of the rectum. They are chiefly appended to the transverse and sigmoid parts of the colon. Peritoneal recesses or fossae. Retroperitoneal fossae. In certain parts of the abdominal cavity, there are recesses of peritoneum forming cul-de-sacs or pouches, which are of surgical interest in connection with the possibility of the occurrence of retroperitoneal herniae. The largest of these is the omental bursa, already described, but several others, of smaller size, require mention, and may be divided into three groups, viz., duodenal, cecal, and intersigmoid. Duodenal fossae, three are fairly constant, viz., A. The inferior duodenal fossa, present in from 70 to 75% of cases, is situated opposite the third lumbar vertebra on the left side of the ascending portion of the duodenum. Its opening is directed upward, and is bounded by a thin sharp fold of peritoneum with a concave margin, called the duodenomesocolic fold. The tip of the index finger introduced into the fossa under the fold passes some little distance behind the ascending portion of the duodenum. B. The superior duodenal fossa, present in from 40 to 50% of cases, often coexists with the inferior one, and its orifice looks downward. It lies on the left of the ascending portion of the duodenum, in front of the second lumbar vertebra, and behind a sickle-shaped form of peritoneum, the duodenal jejunal fold, and has a depth of about 2 centimeters. C. The duodenal jejunal fossa exists in from 15 to 20% of cases, but has never yet been found in conjunction with the other forms of duodenal fossae. It can be seen by pulling the jejunum downward and to the right, after the transverse colon has been pulled upward. It is bounded above by the pancreas, to the right by the aorta, and to the left by the kidney. Beneath is the left renal vein. It has a depth of about 2 to 3 centimeters, and its orifice, directed downward and to the right, is nearly circular and will admit the tip of the little finger. Cecal fossae, paracecal folds or fossae. There are 3 principal pouches or recesses in the neighborhood of the cecum. A. The superior ileocecal fossa is formed by a fold of peritoneum, arching over the branch of the ileocolic artery which supplies the ileocolic junction. The fossa is a narrow chink situated between the mesentery of the small intestine, the ileum, and the small portion of the cecum behind. B. The inferior ileocecal fossa is situated behind the angle of the junction of the ileum and cecum. It is formed by the ileocecal fold of peritoneum, bloodless fold of Treves, the upper border of which is fixed to the ileum, opposite its mesenteric attachment, while the lower border, passing over the ileocecal junction, joins the mesenterial of the vermiform process, and sometimes the process itself. Between this fold and the mesenterial of the vermiform process is the inferior ileocecal fossa. It is bounded above by the posterior surface of the ileum and the mesentery, in front and below by the ileocecal fold, and behind by the upper part of the mesenterial of the vermiform process. C. The cecal fossa is situated immediately behind the cecum, which has to be raised to bring it into view. It varies much in size and extent. In some cases, it is sufficiently large to admit the index finger, and extends upward behind the ascending colon in the direction of the kidney. In others, it is merely a shallow depression. It is bounded on the right by the cecal fold, which is attached by one edge of the abdominal wall from the lower border of the kidney to the iliac fossa, and by the other to the posterolateral aspect of the colon. In some instances, additional fossae, the retrocecal fossae, are present. The intersigmoid fossa, recessus intersigmoideus, is constant in the fetus and during infancy, but disappears in a certain percentage of cases as age advances. Upon drawing the sigmoid colon upward, the left surface of the sigmoid mesocolon is exposed, and on it will be seen a funnel-shaped recess of the peritoneum, lying on the external iliac vessels, in the interspace between the sosus and iliacus muscles. This is the orifice leading to the intersigmoid fossa, which lies behind the sigmoid mesocolon, and in front of the parietal peritoneum. The fossa varies in size. In some instances it is a mere dimple, whereas
Section 18 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Stomach, Ventriculus, Gaster. The stomach is the most dilated part of the digestive tube, and is situated between the end of the esophagus and the beginning of the small intestine. It lies in the epigastric, umbilical, and left hypochondriac regions of the abdomen, and occupies a recess bounded by the upper abdominal viscera, and completed in front and on the left side by the anterior abdominal wall and the diaphragm. The shape and position of the stomach are so greatly modified by changes within itself and in the surrounding viscera that no one form can be described as typical. The chief modifications are determined by 1. The amount of the stomach contents, 2. The stage which the digestive process has reached, 3. The degree of development of the gastric musculature, and 4. The condition of the adjacent intestines. It is, however, possible, by comparing a series of stomachs, to determine certain markings more or less common to all. The stomach presents 2 openings, 2 borders or curvatures, and 2 surfaces. Openings. The opening by which the esophagus communicates with the stomach is known as the cardiac orifice, and is situated on the left of the middle line at the level of the 10th thoracic vertebra. The short abdominal portion of the esophagus, antrum cardiacum, is conical in shape, and curves sharply to the left, the base of the cone being continuous with the cardiac orifice of the stomach. The right margin of the esophagus is continuous with the lesser curvature of the stomach, while the left margin joins the greater curvature at an acute angle, termed the incisura cardiaca. The pyloric orifice communicates with the duodenum, and its position is usually indicated on the surface of the stomach by a circular groove, the duodenal pyloric constriction. This orifice lies to the right of the middle line at the level of the upper border of the first lumbar vertebra. Curvatures. The lesser curvature, curvatura ventriculi minor, extending between the cardiac and pyloric orifices, forms the right or posterior border of the stomach. It descends as a continuation of the right margin of the esophagus in front of the fibers of the right crus of the diaphragm, and then, turning to the right, it crosses the first lumbar vertebra and ends at the pylorus. Nearer its pyloric than its cardiac end is a well-marked notch, the incisura angularis, which varies somewhat in position with the state of distension of the viscus. It serves to separate the stomach into a right and left portion. The lesser curvature gives attachment to the two layers of the hepatogastric ligament, and between these two layers are the left gastric artery and the right gastric branch of the hepatic artery. The greater curvature, curvatura ventriculi major, is directed mainly forward, and is 4 or 5 times as long as the lesser curvature. Starting from the cardiac orifice at the incisura cardiaca, it forms an arch backward, upward, and to the left. The highest point of the convexity is on a level with the 6th left costal cartilage. From this level it may be followed downward and forward with a slight convexity to the left as low as the cartilage of the 9th rib. It then turns to the right, to the end of the pylorus. Directly opposite the incisura angularis of the lesser curvature, the greater curvature presents a dilation, which is the left extremity of the pyloric part. This dilation is limited on the right by a slight groove, the sulcus intermedius, which is about 2.5 centimeters from the duodenal pyloric constriction. The portion between the sulcus intermedius and the duodenal pyloric constriction is termed the pyloric antrum. At its commencement, the greater curvature is covered by peritoneum, continuous with that covering the front of the organ. The left part of the curvature gives attachment to the gastrolienal ligament, while to its anterior portion are attached the two layers of the greater omentum, separated from each other by the gastroepiploic vessels. Surfaces. When the stomach is in the contracted condition, its surfaces are directed upward and downward respectively, but when the viscus is distended, they are directed forward and backward. They may therefore be described as antero-superior and postero-inferior. Antero-superior surface. The left half of this surface is in contact with the diaphragm, which separates it from the base of the left lung, the pericardium, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th ribs, and intercostal spaces of the left side. The right half is in relation with the left and quadrate lobes of the liver, and with the anterior abdominal wall. When the stomach is empty, the transverse colon may lie on the front part of this surface. The whole surface is covered by peritoneum. The postero-inferior surface is in relation with the diaphragm, the spleen, the left suprarenal gland, the upper part of the front of the left kidney, the anterior surface of the pancreas, the left colic flexure, and the upper layer of the transverse mesocolon. These structures form a shallow bed, the stomach bed, on which the viscus rests. The transverse mesocolon separates the stomach from the duodenal jejunal flexure and the small intestine. The postero-inferior surface is covered by peritoneum, except over a small area close to the cardiac orifice. This area is limited by the lines of attachment of the gastrophrenic ligament, and lies in apposition with the diaphragm, and frequently with the upper portion of the left suprarenal gland. Component parts of the stomach. A plane passing through the incisura angularis on the lesser curvature and the left limit of the opposed dilation on the greater curvature divides the stomach into a left portion or body and a right or pyloric portion. The left portion of the body is known as the fundus, and is marked off from the remainder of the body by a plane passing horizontally through the cardiac orifice. The pyloric portion is divided by a plane through the sulcus intermedius at right angles to the long axis of this portion. The part to the right of this plane is the pyloric antrum. If the stomach be examined during the process of digestion, it will be found divided by a muscular constriction into a large dilated left portion and a narrow contracted tubular right portion. The constriction is in the body of the stomach and does not follow any of the anatomical landmarks. Indeed, it shifts gradually toward the left as digestion progresses. That is, more of the body is gradually absorbed into the tubular part. Position of the stomach. The position of the stomach varies with the posture, with the amount of the stomach contents, and with the condition of the intestines on which it rests. In the erect posture, the empty stomach is somewhat J-shaped. The part above the cardiac orifice is usually distended with gas. The pylorus descends to the level of the second lumbar vertebra, and the most dependent part of the stomach is at the level of the umbilicus. Variation in the amount of its contents affects mainly the cardiac portion, the pyloric portion remaining in a more or less contracted condition during the process of digestion. As the stomach fills, it tends to expand forward and downward in the direction of least resistance. but when this is interfered with by a distended condition of the colon or intestines, the fundus presses upward on the liver and diaphragm and gives rise to the feelings of oppression and palpitation complained of in such cases. Hiss and Cunningham have shown, by hardening the viscera in situ, that the contracted stomach has a sickle shape, the fundus looking directly backward. The surfaces are directed upward and downward, the upper surface having, however, a gradual downward slope to the right. The greater curvature is in front and at a slightly higher level than the lesser. The position of the full stomach depends, as already indicated, on the state of the intestines. When these are empty, the fundus expands vertically and so forward. The pylorus is displaced toward the right, and the whole organ assumes an oblique position, so that its surfaces are directed more forward and backward. The lowest part of the stomach is at the pyloric vestibule, which reaches into the region of the umbilicus. Where the intestines interfere with the downward expansion of the fundus, the stomach retains the horizontal position which is characteristic of the contracted viscus. Examination of the stomach during life by X-rays has confirmed these findings, and has demonstrated that, in the erect posture, the full stomach usually presents a hook-like appearance, the long axis of the clinical fundus being directed downward, medialward, and forward toward the umbilicus, while the pyloric portion curves upward to the duodenal pyloric junction. Interior of the stomach. When examined after death, the stomach is usually fixed at some temporary stage of the digestive process. A common form is shown in Fig. 1050. If the viscus be laid open by a section through the plane of its two curvatures, it is seen to consist of two segments, A large globular portion to the left, and B, a narrow tubular part on the right. These correspond to the clinical subdivisions of fundus and pyloric portions already described, and are separated by a constriction which indents the body in greater curvature, but does not involve the lesser curvature. To the left of the cardiac orifice is the incisura cardiaca. The projection of this notch into the cavity of the stomach increases as the organ distends, and has been supposed to act as a valve, preventing regurgitation into the esophagus. In the pyloric portion are seen A, the elevation corresponding to the incisura angularis, and B, the circular projection of the duodenal pyloric constriction, which forms the pyloric valve. The separation of the pyloric antrum from the rest of the pyloric part is scarcely indicated. The pyloric valve, valvula pylori, is formed by a reduplication of the mucous membrane of the stomach, covering a muscular ring composed of a thickened portion of the circular layer of the muscular coat. Some of the deeper longitudinal fibers turn in and interlace with the circular fibers of the valve. Structure. The wall of the stomach consists of four coats, serous, muscular, areolar, and mucous, together with vessels and nerves. The serous coat, tunica serosa, is derived from the peritoneum and covers the entire surface of the organ, excepting along the greater and lesser curvatures at the points of the attachment of the greater and lesser omenta. Here the two layers of peritoneum leave a small triangular space, along which the nutrient vessels and nerves pass. On the posterior surface of the stomach, close to the cardiac orifice, there is also a small area uncovered by peritoneum, where the organ is in contact with the undersurface of the diaphragm. The muscular coat, tunica muscularis, is situated immediately beneath the serous covering, with which it is closely connected. It consists of three sets of smooth muscle fibers, longitudinal, circular, and oblique. The longitudinal fibers, stratum longitudinale, are the most superficial and are arranged in two sets. The first set consists of fibers continuous with the longitudinal fibers of the esophagus. They radiate in a stellate manner from the cardiac orifice and are practically all lost before the pyloric portion is reached. The second set commences on the body of the stomach and passes to the right, its fibers becoming more thickly distributed as they approach the pylorus. Some of the more superficial fibers of this set pass on to the duodenum, but the deeper fibers dip inward and interlace with the circular fibers of the pyloric valve. The circular fibers, stratum circulare, form a uniform layer over the whole extent of the stomach beneath the longitudinal fibers. At the pylorus they are most abundant, and are aggregated into a circular ring, which projects into the lumen and forms, with the fold of mucous membrane covering its surface, the pyloric valve. They are continuous with the circular fibers of the esophagus, but are sharply marked off from the circular fibers of the duodenum. The oblique fibers, fibrae obliqui, internal to the circular layer, are limited chiefly to the cardiac end of the stomach, where they are disposed as a thick uniform layer covering both surfaces, some passing obliquely from left to right, others from right to left, around the cardiac end. The areolar or submucous coat, tela submucosa, consists of a loose areolar tissue connecting the mucous and muscular layers. The mucous membrane, tunica mucosa, is thick and its surface is smooth, soft, and velvety. In the fresh state it is of pinkish tinge at the pyloric end and of a red or reddish-brown color over the rest of its surface. In infancy it is of a brighter hue, the vascular redness being more marked. It is thin at the cardiac extremity, but thicker toward the pylorus. During the contracted state of the organ it is thrown into numerous plates or rugae, which for the most part have a longitudinal direction, and are most marked toward the pyloric end of the stomach and along the greater curvature. These folds are entirely obliterated when the organ becomes distended. Structure of the mucous membrane. When examined with a lens, the inner surface of the mucous membrane presents a peculiar honeycomb appearance from being covered with small shallow depressions or alveoli of a polygonal or hexagonal form, which vary from 0.12 to 0.25 millimeters in diameter. These are the ducts of the gastric glands, and at the bottom of each may be seen one or more minute orifices, the openings of the gland tubes. The surface of the mucous membrane is covered by a single layer of columnar epithelium with occasional goblet cells. This epithelium commences very abruptly at the cardiac orifice, where there is a sudden transition from the stratified epithelium of the esophagus. The epithelial lining of the gland ducts is of the same character and is continuous with the general epithelial lining of the stomach. The gastric glands. The gastric glands are of three kinds: A. Pyloric, B. Cardiac, and C. Fundus or oxyntic glands. They are tubular in character and are formed of a delicate basement membrane consisting of flattened, transparent endothelial cells lined by epithelium. The pyloric glands are found in the pyloric portion of the stomach. They consist of 2 or 3 short closed tubes opening into a common duct or mouth. These tubes are wavy and are about 1/2 the length of the duct. The duct is lined by columnar cells, continuous with the epithelium lining the surface of the mucous membrane of the stomach, the tubes by shorter and more cubical cell, which are finely granular. The cardiac glands, few in number, occur close to the cardiac orifice. They are of two kinds: 1. Simple tubular glands resembling those of the pyloric end of the stomach, but with short ducts. 2. Compound racemose glands resembling the duodenal glands. The fundus glands are found in the body and fundus of the stomach. They are simple tubes, 2 or more of which open into a single duct. The duct, however, in these glands is shorter than in the pyloric variety, sometimes not amounting to more than 1/6 of the whole length of the gland. It is lined throughout by columnar epithelium. The gland tubes are straight and parallel to each other. At the point where they open into the duct, which is termed the neck, the epithelium alters, and consists of short columnar or polyhedral granular cells, which almost fill the tube, so that the lumen becomes suddenly constricted and is continued down as a very fine channel. They are known as the chief or central cells of the glands. Between these cells and the basement membrane, larger oval cells, which stain deeply with eosin, are found. These cells are studded throughout the tube at intervals, giving it a beaded or varicose appearance. These are known as the parietal or oxyntic cells, and they are connected with the lumen by fine channels which run into their substance. Between the glands, the mucous membrane consists of a connective tissue framework with lymphoid tissue. In places, this later tissue, especially in early life, is collected into little masses which to a certain extent resemble the solitary nodules of the intestine and are termed the lenticular glands of the stomach. They are not, however, so distinctly circumscribed as the solitary nodules. Beneath the mucous membrane and between it and the submucous coat is a thin stratum of involuntary muscular fiber, muscularis mucosae, which in some parts consists only of a single longitudinal layer, in others of 2 layers, an inner circular and an outer longitudinal. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the stomach are the left gastric, the right gastric, and the right gastroepiploic branches of the hepatic, the left gastroepiploic and short gastric branches of the lyinal. They supply the muscular coat, ramify in the submucous coat, and are finally distributed to the mucous membrane. The arrangement of the vessels in the mucous membrane is somewhat peculiar. The arteries break up at the base of the gastric tubules into a plexus of fine capillaries which run upward between the tubules, anastomosing with each other, and ending in a plexus of larger capillaries which surround the mouths of the tubes, and also form hexagonal meshes around the ducts. From these the veins arise, and pursue a straight course downward between the tubules to the submucous tissue. They end either in the lyinal and superior mesenteric veins or directly in the portal vein. The lymphatics are numerous. They consist of a superficial and a deep set, and pass to the lymph glands found along the 2 curvatures of the organ. The nerves are the terminal branches of the right and left vagi, the former being distributed upon the back, and the latter upon the front part of the organ. A great number of branches from the celiac plexus of the sympathetic are also distributed to it. Nerve plexuses are found in the submucous coat and between the layers of the muscular coat as in the intestine.
Section 19 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Roche. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. 2G. The Small Intestine. Intestinum tenue. The small intestine is a convoluted tube extending from the pylorus to the colic valve, where it ends in the large intestine. It is about 7 meters long. Footnote: Treves states that in 100 cases the average length of the small intestine in the adult male was 22 feet 6 inches, and in the adult female 23 feet 4 inches, but that it varies very much, the extremes in the male being 31 feet 10 inches and 15 feet 6 inches. He states that in the adult, the length of the bowel is independent of age, height, and weight. End footnote. And gradually diminishes in size from its commencement to its termination. It is contained in the central and lower part of the abdominal cavity, and is surrounded above and at the sides by the large intestine. A portion of it extends below the superior aperture of the pelvis and lies in front of the rectum. It is in relation, in front, with the greater omentum and abdominal parietes, and is connected to the vertebral column by a fold of peritoneum, the mesentery. The small intestine is divisible into 3 portions: the duodenum, the jejunum, and the ileum. The duodenum has received its name from being about equal in length to the breadth of 12 fingers, 25 centimeters. It is the shortest, the widest, and the most fixed part of the small intestine, and has no mesentery, being only partially covered by peritoneum. Its course presents a remarkable curve, somewhat of the shape of an imperfect circle, so that its termination is not far removed from its starting point. In the adult, the course of the duodenum is as follows. Commencing at the pylorus, it passes backward, upward, and to the right, beneath the quadrate lobe of the liver to the neck of the gallbladder, varying slightly in direction according to the degree of distension of the stomach. It then takes a sharp curve and descends along the right margin of the head of the pancreas, for a variable distance, generally to the level of the upper border of the body of the 4th lumbar vertebra. It now takes a second bend and passes from right to left across the vertebral column, having a slight inclination upward, and on the left side of the vertebral column it ascends for about 2.5 centimeters, and then ends opposite the second lumbar vertebra in the jejunum. As it unites with the jejunum, it turns abruptly forward, forming the duodenojejunal flexure. From the above description, it will be seen that the duodenum may be divided into 4 portions: superior, descending, horizontal, and ascending. Relations. The superior portion, pars superior, first portion, is about 5 centimeters long. Beginning at the pylorus, it ends at the neck of the gallbladder. It is the most movable of the 4 portions. It is almost completely covered by peritoneum, but a small part of its posterior surface, near the neck of the gallbladder and the inferior vena cava, is uncovered. The upper border of its first half has the hepatoduodenal ligament attached to it, while to the lower border of the same segment the greater omentum is connected. It is in such close relation with the gallbladder that it is usually found to be stained by bile after death, especially on its anterior surface. It is in relation above and in front with the quadrate lobe of the liver and the gallbladder, behind with the gastroduodenal artery, the common bile duct, and the portal vein, and below and behind with the head and neck of the pancreas. The descending portion, pars descendens, second portion, is from 7 to 10 centimeters long, and extends from the neck of the gallbladder on a level with the first lumbar vertebra along the right side of the vertebral column as low as the upper border of the body of the fourth lumbar vertebra. It is crossed in its middle third by the transverse colon, the posterior surface of which is uncovered by peritoneum and is connected to the duodenum by a small quantity of connective tissue. The supra- and infracolic portions are covered in front by peritoneum, the infracolic part by the right leaf of the mesentery. Posteriorly, the descending portion of the duodenum is not covered by peritoneum. The descending portion is in relation, in front, from above downward, with the duodenal impression on the right lobe of the liver, the transverse colon, and the small intestine. Behind, it has a variable relation to the front of the right kidney, in the neighborhood of the hilum, and is connected to it by loose areolar tissue. The renal vessels, the inferior vena cava, and the psoas below are also behind it. At its medial side is the head of the pancreas and the common bile duct. To its lateral side is the right colic flexure. The common bile duct and the pancreatic duct together perforate the medial side of this portion of the intestine obliquely, some 7 to 10 centimeters below the pylorus. The accessory pancreatic duct sometimes pierces it about 2 centimeters above and slightly in front of these. The horizontal portion, pars horizontalis, third or pre-aortic or transverse portion, is from 5 to 7.5 centimeters long. It begins at the right side of the upper border of the fourth lumbar vertebra and passes from right to left, with a slight inclination upward, in front of the great vessels and crura of the diaphragm, and ends in the ascending portion in front of the abdominal aorta. It is crossed by the superior mesenteric vessels and the mesentery. Its front surface is covered by peritoneum, except near the middle line, where it is crossed by the superior mesenteric vessels. Its posterior surface is uncovered by peritoneum, except towards its left extremity, where the posterior layer of the mesentery may sometimes be found covering it to a variable extent. This surface rests upon the right crus of the diaphragm, the inferior vena cava, and the aorta. The upper surface is in relation with the head of the pancreas. The ascending portion, pars ascendens, fourth portion, of the duodenum is about 2.5 centimeters long. It ascends on the left side of the aorta as far as the level of the upper border of the second lumbar vertebra, where it turns abruptly forward to become the jejunum, forming the duodenojejunal flexure. It lies in front of the left psoas major and left renal vessels, and is covered in front and partly at the sides by peritoneum continuous with the left portion of the mesentery. The superior part of the duodenum, as stated above, is somewhat movable, but the rest is practically fixed, and is bound down to neighboring viscera and the posterior abdominal wall by the peritoneum. In addition to this, the ascending part of the duodenum and the duodenojejunal flexure are fixed by a structure to which the name of musculus suspensorius duodeni has been given. This structure commences in the connective tissue around the celiac artery and left crus of the diaphragm, and passes downward to be inserted into the superior border of the duodenojejunal curve and a part of the ascending duodenum, and from this it is continued into the mesentery. It possesses, according to Treitz, plain muscular fibers mixed with the fibrous tissue of which it is principally made up. It is of little importance as a muscle, but acts as a suspensory ligament. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the duodenum are the right gastric and superior pancreatic duodenal branches of the hepatic, and the inferior pancreatic duodenal branch of the superior mesenteric. The veins end in the lienal and superior mesenteric. The nerves are derived from the celiac plexus. Jejunum and ileum. The remainder of the small intestine, from the end of the duodenum, is named jejunum and ileum, the former term being given to the upper 2/5 and the latter to the lower 3/5. There is no morphological line of distinction between the two, and the division is arbitrary. But at the same time, the character of the intestine gradually undergoes a change from the commencement of the jejunum to the end of the ileum, so that a portion of the bowel taken from these two situations would present characteristic and marked differences. These are briefly as follows. The jejunum, intestinum jejunum, is wider, its diameter being about 4 centimeters, and is thicker, more vascular, and of a deeper color than the ileum, so that a given length weighs more. The circular folds, valvulae conniventes, of its mucous membrane are large and thickly set, and its villi are larger than in the ileum. The aggregated lymph nodules are almost absent in the upper part of the jejunum, and in the lower part are less frequently found than in the ileum, and are smaller and tend to assume a circular form. By grasping the jejunum between the finger and thumb, the circular folds can be felt through the walls of the gut, these being absent in the lower part of the ileum. It is possible in this way to distinguish the upper from the lower part of the small intestine. The ileum, intestinum ileum, is narrow, its diameter being 3.75 centimeters, and its coats thinner and less vascular than those of the jejunum. It possesses but few circular folds, and they are small and disappear entirely toward its lower end, but aggregated lymph nodules, Peyer's patches, are larger and more numerous. The jejunum for the most part occupies the umbilical and left iliac regions, while the ileum occupies chiefly the umbilical, hypogastric, right iliac, and pelvic regions. The terminal part of the ileum usually lies in the pelvis, from which it ascends over the right psoas and right iliac vessels. It ends in the right iliac fossa by opening into the medial side of the commencement of the large intestine. The jejunum and ileum are attached to the posterior abdominal wall by an extensive fold of peritoneum, the mesentery, which allows the freest motion, so that each coil can accommodate itself to changes in form and position. The mesentery is fan-shaped, its posterior border, or root, about 15 centimeters long, is attached to the posterior abdominal wall from the left side of the body of the second lumbar vertebra to the right sacroiliac articulation, crossing successively the horizontal part of the duodenum, the aorta, the inferior vena cava, the ureter, and the right psoas muscle. Its breadth between its vertebral and intestinal borders averages about 20 centimeters, and is greater in the middle than at its upper and lower ends. According to Lockwood, it tends to increase in breadth as age advances. Between the two layers of which it is composed are contained blood vessels, nerves, lacteals, and lymph glands, together with a variable amount of fat. Meckel's diverticulum, Diverticulum iliae. This consists of a pouch which projects from the lower part of the ileum in about 2% of subjects. Its average position is about 1 meter above the colic valve, and its average length about 5 centimeters. Its caliber is generally similar to that of the ileum, and its blind extremity may be free or may be connected with the abdominal wall or some other portion of the intestine by a fibrous band. It represents the remains of the proximal part of the vitelline duct, the duct of communication between the yolk sac and the primitive digestive tube in early Section 20 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Roche. 2G. The Small Intestine. Structure. The wall of the small intestine is composed of 4 coats: serous, muscular, areolar, and mucus. The serous coat, tunica serosa, is derived from the peritoneum. The superior portion of the duodenum is almost completely surrounded by this membrane near its pyloric end, but is only covered in front and at the other extremity. The descending portion is covered by it in front, except where it is carried off by the transverse colon, and the inferior portion lies behind the peritoneum, which passes over it without being closely incorporated with the other coats of this part of the intestine, and is separated from it in and near the middle line by the superior mesenteric vessels. The rest of the small intestine is surrounded by the peritoneum, excepting along its attached or mesenteric border. Here a space is left for the vessels and nerves to pass to the gut. The muscular coat, tunica muscularis, consists of 2 layers of unstriped fibers, an external longitudinal and an internal circular layer. The longitudinal fibers are thinly scattered over the surface of the intestine, and are more distinct along its free border. The circular fibers form a thick, uniform layer, and are composed of plain muscle cells of considerable length. The muscular coat is thicker at the upper than at the lower part of the small intestine. The areolar or submucous coat, tela submucosa, connects together the mucous and muscular layers. It consists of loose filamentous areolar tissue containing blood vessels, lymphatics, and nerves. It is the strongest layer of the intestine. The mucous membrane, tunica mucosa, is thick and highly vascular at the upper part of the small intestine, but somewhat paler and thinner below. It consists of the following structures. Next, the areolar or submucous coat is a double layer of unstriped muscular fibers, outer longitudinal and inner circular. The muscularis mucosae internal to this is a quantity of retiform tissue, enclosing in its meshes lymph corpuscles, and in this the blood vessels and nerves ramify. Lastly, a basement membrane supporting a single layer of epithelial cells, which throughout the intestine are columnar in character. The cells are granular in appearance, and each possesses a clear, oval nucleus. At their superficial or unattached ends, they present a distinct layer of highly refracting material, marked by vertical striae, the striated border. The mucous membrane presents for examination the following structures contained within it or belonging to it: circular folds, villi, intestinal glands, duodenal glands, solitary lymphatic nodules, aggregated lymphatic nodules. The circular folds, plicae circulares, Kerkringi, valvuli conniventes, valves of Kerkring, are large valvular flaps projecting into the lumen of the bowel. They are composed of reduplications of the mucous membrane, the 2 layers of the fold being bound together by submucous tissue. Unlike the folds in the stomach, they are permanent, and are not obliterated when the intestine is distended. The majority extend transversely around the cylinder of the intestine for about 1/2 or 2/3 of its circumference, but some form complete circles, and others have a spiral direction. The latter usually extend a little more than once around the bowel, but occasionally 2 or 3 times. The larger folds are about 8 millimeters in depth at their broadest part, but the greater number are of smaller size. The larger and smaller folds alternate with each other. They are not found at the commencement of the duodenum, but begin to appear about 2.5 or 5 centimeters beyond the pylorus. In the lower part of the descending portion, below the point where the bile and pancreatic ducts enter the intestine, they are very large and closely approximated. In the horizontal and descending portions of the duodenum and upper half of the jejunum, they are large and numerous, but from this point down to the middle of the ileum they diminish considerably in size. In the lower part of the ileum they almost entirely disappear. Hence the comparative thinness of this portion of the intestine as compared with the duodenum and jejunum. The circular folds retard the passage of the food along the intestines, and afford an increased surface for absorption. The intestinal villi, villi intestinales, are highly vascular processes, projecting from the mucous membrane of the small intestine throughout its whole extent, and giving to its surface a velvety appearance. They are largest and most numerous in the duodenum and jejunum, and become fewer and smaller in the ileum. Structure of the villi. The essential parts of a villus are the lacteal vessel, the blood vessels, the epithelium, the basement membrane, and the muscular tissue of the mucosa, all being supported and held together by retiform lymphoid tissue. The lacteals are in some cases double, and in some animals multiple, but usually there is a single vessel. Situated in the axis of the villus, each commences by dilated cecal extremities near to, but not quite at, the summit of the villus. The walls are composed of a single layer of endothelial cells. The muscular fibers are derived from the muscularis mucosae, and are arranged in longitudinal bundles around the lacteal vessel, extending from the base to the summit of the villus, and giving off, laterally, individual muscle cells, which are enclosed by the reticulum, and by it are attached to the basement membrane and to the lacteal. The blood vessels form a plexus under the basement membrane, and are enclosed in the reticular tissue. These structures are surrounded by the basement membrane, which is made up of a stratum of endothelial cells, and upon this is placed a layer of columnar epithelium, the characteristics of which have been described. The retiform tissue forms a network in the meshes of which a number of leukocytes are found. The intestinal glands, glandulae intestinales libercunae, crypts of Lieberkühn, are found in considerable numbers over every part of the mucous membrane of the small intestine. They consist of minute tubular depressions of the mucous membrane, arranged perpendicularly to the surface, upon which they open by small circular apertures. They may be seen with the aid of a lens, their orifices appearing as minute dots scattered between the villi. Their walls are thin, consisting of a basement membrane lined by columnar epithelium, and covered on their exterior by capillary vessels. The duodenal glands, glandulae duodenales, Brunnerei, Brunner's glands, are limited to the duodenum, and are found in the submucous areolar tissue. They are largest and most numerous near the pylorus, forming an almost complete layer in the superior portion and upper half of the descending portions of the duodenum. They then begin to diminish in number and practically disappear at the junction of the duodenum and jejunum. They are small compound acinotubular glands consisting of a number of alveoli lined by short columnar epithelium and opening by a single duct on the inner surface of the intestine. The solitary lymphatic nodules, noduli lymphaticae solitariae, solitary glands, are found scattered throughout the mucous membrane of the small intestine, but are most numerous in the lower part of the ileum. Their free surfaces are covered with rudimentary villi, except at the summits, and each gland is surrounded by the openings of the intestinal glands. Each consists of a dense interlacing retiform tissue closely packed with lymph corpuscles, and permeated with an abundant capillary network. The interspaces of the retiform tissue are continuous with larger lymph spaces which surround the gland, through which they communicate with the lacteal system. They are situated partly in the submucous tissue, partly in the mucous membrane, where they form slight projections of its epithelial layer. The aggregated lymphatic nodules, noduli lymphaticae aggregatae, Peyer's patches, Peyer's glands, agminated follicles, tonsillae intestinales, form circular or oval patches, from 20 to 30 in number, and varying in length from 2 to 10 centimeters. They are largest and most numerous in the ileum. In the lower part of the jejunum they are small, circular, and few in number. They are occasionally seen in the duodenum. They are placed lengthwise in the intestine, and are situated in the portion of the tube most distant from the attachment of the mesentery. Each patch is formed of a group of solitary lymphatic nodules covered with mucous membrane, but the patches do not, as a rule, possess villi on their free surfaces. They are best marked in the young subject, become indistinct in middle age, and sometimes disappear altogether in advanced life. They are freely supplied with blood vessels, which form an abundant plexus around each follicle, and give off fine branches permeating the lymphoid tissue in the interior of the follicle. The lymphatic plexuses are especially abundant around these patches. Vessels and nerves. The jejunum and ileum are supplied by the superior mesenteric artery, the intestinal branches of which, having reached the attached borders of the bowel, run between the serous and muscular coats, with frequent inosculations to the free border, where they also anastomose with other branches running around the opposite surface of the gut. From these vessels numerous branches are given off, which pierce the muscular coat, supplying it and forming an intricate plexus in the submucous tissue. From this plexus minute vessels pass to the glands and villi of the mucous membrane. The veins have a similar course and arrangement to the arteries. The lymphatics of the small intestine, lacteals, are arranged in two sets, those of the mucous membrane and those of the muscular coat. The lymphatics of the villi commence in these structures in the manner described above. They form an intricate plexus in the mucous and submucous tissue, being joined by the lymphatics from the lymph spaces at the bases of the solitary nodules, and from this pass to larger vessels at the mesenteric border of the gut. The lymphatics of the muscular coat are situated to a great extent between the two layers of muscular fibers, where they form a close plexus. Throughout their course they communicate freely with the lymphatics from the mucous membrane, and empty themselves in the same manner as these into the origins of the lacteal vessels at the attached border of the gut. The nerves of the small intestine are derived from the plexuses of sympathetic nerves around the superior mesenteric artery. From this source they run to the myenteric plexus, Auerbach's plexus, of nerves and ganglia situated between the circular and longitudinal muscular fibers from which the nervous branches are distributed to the muscular coats of the intestine. From this, a secondary plexus, the plexus of the submucosa, Meissner's plexus, is derived, and is formed by branches which have perforated the circular muscular fibers. This plexus lies in the submucous coat of the intestine. It also contains ganglia from which nerve fibers pass to the muscularis mucosae and to the mucous membrane. The nerve bundles of the submucous plexus are finer than those of the myenteric plexus. End of section 20. Recording. Section 21 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Roche. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. Chapter 2H. The Large Intestine. Intestinum crassum. The large intestine extends from the end of the ileum to the anus. It is about 1.5 meters long, being 1/5 of the whole extent of the intestinal canal. Its caliber is largest at its commencement at the cecum, and gradually diminishes as far as the rectum, where there is a dilation of considerable size just above the anal canal. It differs from the small intestine in its greater caliber, its more fixed position, its sacculated form, and in possessing certain appendages to its external coat, the appendices epiploici. Further, its longitudinal muscular fibers do not form a continuous layer around the gut, but are arranged in 3 longitudinal bands, or tinii. The large intestine, in its course, describes an arch which surrounds the convolutions of the small intestine. It commences in the right iliac region, in a dilated part, the cecum. It ascends through the right lumbar and hypochondriac regions to the under surface of the liver. It here takes a bend, the right colic flexure, to the left, and passes transversely across the abdomen on the confines of the epigastric and umbilical regions, to the left hypochondriac region. It then bends again, the left colic flexure, and descends through the left lumbar and iliac regions to the pelvis, where it forms a bend called the sigmoid flexure. From this, it is continued along the posterior wall of the pelvis to the anus. The large intestine is divided into the cecum, colon, rectum, and anal canal. The cecum, intestinum cecum, the commencement of the large intestine, is the large blind pouch situated below the colic valve. Its blind end is directed downward, and its open end upward, communicating directly with the colon, of which this blind pouch appears to be the beginning, or head, and hence the old name of caput cecum coli was applied to it. Its size is variously estimated by different authors, but on an average it may be said to be 6.25 centimeters in length and 7.5 in breadth. It is situated in the right iliac fossa, above the lateral half of the inguinal ligament. It rests on the iliacus and psoas major, and usually lies in contact with the anterior abdominal wall, but the greater omentum and, if the cecum be empty, some coils of small intestine may lie in front of it. As a rule, it is entirely enveloped by peritoneum, but in a certain number of cases, 5% vary, the peritoneal covering is not complete, so that the upper part of the posterior surface is uncovered and connected to the iliac fascia by connective tissue. The cecum lies quite free in the abdominal cavity and enjoys a considerable amount of movement, so that it may become herniated down the right inguinal canal, and has occasionally been found in an inguinal hernia on the left side. The cecum varies in shape, but according to Treves, in man it may be classified under one of 4 types. In early fetal life it is short, conical, and broad at the base, with its apex turned upward and medialward toward the ileocolic junction. It then resembles the cecum of some monkeys, e.g. Mangabey monkey. As the fetus grows, the cecum increases in length more than in breadth, so that it forms a longer tube than in the primitive form, and without the broad base, but with the same inclination of the apex toward the ileocolic junction. This form is seen in other monkeys, e.g. the spider monkey. As development goes on, the lower part of the tube ceases to grow, and the upper part becomes greatly increased, so that at birth there is a narrow tube, the vermiform process, hanging from a conical projection, the cecum. This is the infantile form, and as it persists throughout life in about 2% of cases, it is regarded by Treves as the first of his 4 types of human ceca. The cecum is conical, and the appendix rises from its apex. The 3 longitudinal bands start from the appendix and are equidistant from each other. In the second type, the conical cecum has become quadrate by the growing out of a saccule on either side of the anterior longitudinal band. These saccules are of equal size, and the appendix arises from between them, instead of from the apex of a cone. This type is found in about 3% of cases. The third type is the normal type of man. Here, the 2 saccules, which in the second type were uniform, have grown at unequal rates, the right with greater rapidity than the left. In consequence of this, an apparently new apex has been formed by the growing downward of the right saccule, and the original apex, with the appendix attached, is pushed over to the left toward the ileocolic junction. The 3 longitudinal bands still start from the base of the vermiform process, but they are now no longer equidistant from each other, because the right saccule has grown between the anterior and posterolateral bands, pushing them over to the left. This type occurs in about 90% of cases. The fourth type is merely an exaggerated condition of the third. The right saccule is still larger, and at the same time the left saccule has become atrophied, so that the original apex of the cecum, with the vermiform process, is close to the ileocolic junction, and the anterior band courses medialward to the same situation. This type is present in about 4% of cases. The vermiform process, or appendix, processus vermiformis, is a long, narrow, worm-shaped tube, which starts from what was originally the apex of the cecum, and may pass in one of several directions: upward behind the cecum, to the left behind the ilium and mesentery, or downward into the lesser pelvis. It varies from 2 to 20 centimeters in length, its average being about 8.3 centimeters. It is retained in position by a fold of peritoneum, mesenteriole, derived from the left leaf of the mesentery. This fold, in the majority of cases, is more or less triangular in shape, and as a rule extends along the entire length of the tube. Between its 2 layers, and close to its free margin, lies the appendicular artery. The canal of the vermiform process is small, extends through the whole length of the tube, and communicates with the cecum by an orifice which is placed below and behind the ileocecal opening. It is sometimes guarded by a semilunar valve formed by a fold of mucous membrane, but this is by no means constant. Structure. The coats of the vermiform process are the same as those of the intestine: serous, muscular, submucous, and mucous. The serous coat forms a complete investment for the tube, except along the narrow line of attachment of its mesenteriole in its proximal 2/3. The longitudinal muscular fibers do not form 3 bands, as in the greater part of the large intestine, but invest the whole organ, except at 1 or 2 points where both the longitudinal and circular fibers are deficient, so that the peritoneal and submucous coats are contiguous over small areas. The circular muscle fibers form a much thicker layer than the longitudinal fibers, and are separated from them by a small amount of connective tissue. The submucous coat is well marked, and contains a large number of masses of lymphoid tissue, which cause the mucous membrane to bulge into the lumen, and so render the latter of small size and irregular shape. The mucous membrane is lined by columnar epithelium, and resembles that of the rest of the large intestine, but the intestinal glands are fewer in number. The colic valve, valvula coli, ileocecal valve. The lower end of the ileum, ends by opening into the medial and back part of the large intestine, at the point of junction of the cecum with the colon. The opening is guarded by a valve consisting of two segments or lips, which project into the lumen of the large intestine. If the intestine has been inflated and dried, the lips are of semilunar shape. The upper one, nearly horizontal in direction, is attached by its convex border to the line of junction of the ileum with the colon. The lower lip, which is longer and more concave, is attached to the line of junction of the ileum with the cecum. At the ends of the aperture, the two segments of the valve coalesce, and are continued as narrow membranous ridges around the canal for a short distance, forming the frenula of the valve. The left or anterior end of the aperture is rounded. The right or posterior is narrow and pointed. In the fresh condition, or in specimens which have been hardened in situ, the lips project as thick, cushion-like folds into the lumen of the large gut, while the opening between them may present the appearance of a slit, or may be somewhat oval in shape. Each lip of the valve is formed by a reduplication of the mucous membrane and of the circular muscular fibers of the intestine, the longitudinal fibers and peritoneum being continued uninterruptedly from the small to the large intestine. The surfaces of the valve directed toward the ileum are covered with villi, and present the characteristic structure of the mucous membrane of the small intestine, while those turned toward the large intestine are destitute of villi, and marked with the orifices of the numerous tubular glands peculiar to the mucous membrane of the large intestine. These differences in structure continue as far as the free margins of the valve. It is generally maintained that this valve prevents reflux from the cecum into the ileum, but in all probability it acts as a sphincter around the end of the ileum, and prevents the contents of the ileum from passing too quickly into the cecum. The colon is divided into four parts: the ascending, transverse, descending, and sigmoid. The ascending colon, colon ascendens, is smaller in caliber than the cecum, with which it is continuous. It passes upward, from its commencement at the cecum, opposite the colic valve, to the under surface of the right lobe of the liver, on the right of the gallbladder, where it is lodged in a shallow depression, the colic impression. Here it bends abruptly forward and to the left, forming the right colic hepatic flexure. It is retained in contact with the posterior wall of the abdomen by the peritoneum, which covers its anterior surface and sides, its posterior surface being connected by loose areolar tissue with the iliacus, quadratus lumborum, aponeurotic origin of transversus abdominis, and with the front of the lower and lateral part of the right kidney. Sometimes the peritoneum completely invests it, and forms a distinct but narrow mesocolon. It is in relation in front with the convolutions of the ileum and the abdominal parietes. The transverse colon, colon transversum, the longest and most movable part of the colon, passes with a downward convexity from the right hypochondriac region across the abdomen, opposite the confines of the epigastric and umbilical zones, into the left hypochondriac region, where it curves sharply on itself beneath the lower end of the spleen, forming the left colic splenic flexure. In its course it describes an arch, the concavity of which is directed backward and a little upward. Toward its splenic end there is often an abrupt U-shaped curve, which may descend lower than the main curve. It is almost completely invested by peritoneum, and is connected to the inferior border of the pancreas by a large and wide duplicature of that membrane, the transverse mesocolon. It is in relation by its upper surface with the liver and gallbladder, the greater curvature of the stomach, and the lower end of the spleen. By its anterior surface with the anterior layers of the greater omentum and the abdominal parietes. Its posterior surface is in relation from right to left with the descending portion of the duodenum, the head of the pancreas, and some of the convolutions of the jejunum and ileum. The left colic, or splenic flexure, is situated at the junction of the transverse and descending parts of the colon, and is in relation with the lower end of the spleen and the tail of the pancreas. The flexure is so acute that the end of the transverse colon usually lies in contact with the front of the descending colon. It lies at a higher level than, and on a plane posterior to, the right colic flexure, and is attached to the diaphragm, opposite the 10th and 11th ribs, by a peritoneal fold, named the phrenicocholic ligament, which assists in supporting the lower end of the spleen. The descending colon, colon descendens, passes downward through the left hypochondriac and lumbar regions along the lateral border of the left kidney. At the lower end of the kidney it turns medialward toward the lateral border of the psoas, and then descends in the angle between psoas and quadratus lumborum to the crest of the ileum, where it ends in the iliac colon. The peritoneum covers its anterior surface and sides, while its posterior surface is connected by areolar tissue with the lower and lateral part of the left kidney, the aponeurotic origin of the transversus abdominis, and the quadratus lumborum. It is smaller in caliber and more deeply placed than the ascending colon, and is more frequently covered with peritoneum on its posterior surface than the ascending colon, treves. In front of it are some coils of the small intestine. The iliac colon is situated in the left iliac fossa and is about 12 to 15 centimeters long. It begins at the level of the iliac crest, where it is continuous with the descending colon, and ends in the sigmoid colon at the superior aperture of the lesser pelvis. It curves downward and medialward in front of the iliacus and psoas, and as a rule is covered by peritoneum on its sides and anterior surface only. End of section 21. Section 22 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marc Rocher. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. Chapter 2H. The Large Intestine, Intestinum crassum. The sigmoid colon, colon sigmoideum, pelvic colon, sigmoid flexure, forms a loop which averages about 40 centimeters in length and normally lies within the pelvis, but on account of its freedom of movement is liable to be displaced into the abdominal cavity. It begins at the superior aperture of the lesser pelvis, where it is continuous with the iliac colon, and passes transversely across the front of the sacrum to the right side of the pelvis. It then curves on itself and turns toward the left to reach the middle line at the level of the third piece of the sacrum, where it bends downward and ends in the rectum. It is completely surrounded by peritoneum, which forms a mesentery, sigmoid mesocolon, which diminishes in length from the center toward the ends of the loop, where it disappears so that the loop is fixed at its junctions with the iliac colon and rectum, but enjoys a considerable range of movement in its central portion. Behind the sigmoid colon are the external iliac vessels, the left piriformis and left sacral plexus of nerves. In front, it is separated from the bladder in the male and the uterus in the female by some coils of the small intestine. The rectum, intestinum rectum, is continuous above with the sigmoid colon, while below it ends in the anal canal. From its origin at the level of the third sacral vertebra, it passes downward, lying in the sacrococcygeal curve, and extends for about 2.5 centimeters in front of and a little below the tip of the coccyx, as far as the apex of the prostate. It then bends sharply backward into the anal canal. It therefore presents two antero-posterior curves, an upper with its convexity backwards, and the lower with its convexity forward. Two lateral curves are also described, one to the right opposite the junction of the third and fourth sacral vertebra, and the other to the left, opposite the left sacrococcygeal articulation. They are, however, of little importance. The rectum is about 12 centimeters long, and at its commencement its caliber is similar to that of the sigmoid colon, but near its termination it is dilated to form the rectal ampulla. The rectum has no saculations comparable to those of the colon, but when the lower part of the rectum is contracted, its mucous membrane is thrown into a number of folds, which are longitudinal in direction, and are effaced by the distension of the gut. Besides these, there are certain permanent transverse folds of a semilunar shape, known as Houston's valves. They are usually 3 in number, sometimes a 4th is found, and occasionally only 2 are present. One is situated near the commencement of the rectum, on the right side. A second extends inward from the left side of the tube, opposite the middle of the sacrum. A third, the largest and most constant, projects backward from the forepart of the rectum, opposite the fundus of the urinary bladder. When a 4th is present, it is situated nearly 2.5 centimeters above the anus on the left and posterior wall of the tube. These folds are about 12 millimeters in width, and contain some of the circular fibers of the gut. In the empty state of the intestine they overlap each other, as Houston remarks, so as effectually as to require considerable maneuvering to conduct a bougie or the finger along the canal. Their use seems to be to support the weight of fecal matter and prevent its urging toward the anus, where its presence always excites a sensation of demanding its discharge. Footnote: Patterson, The Form of the Rectum, Journal of Anatomy and Physiology, Volume 43, utilizes the third fold for the purpose of dividing the rectum into an upper and lower portion. He considers the latter to be just as much a duct as the narrower anal canal below, and maintains that under normal conditions it does not contain feces except during the act of defecation. End footnote. The peritoneum is related to the upper 2/3 of the rectum, covering at first its front and sides, but lower down its front only. From the latter it is reflected onto the seminal vesicles in the male, and the posterior vaginal wall in the female. The level at which the peritoneum leaves the anterior wall of the rectum to be reflected onto the viscus in front of it is of considerable importance from a surgical point of view, in connection with the removal of the lower part of the rectum. It is higher in the male than in the female. In the former, the height of the rectovesical excavation is about 7.5 centimeters, i.e., the height to which an ordinary index finger can reach from the anus. In the female, the height of the rectouterine excavation is about 5.5 centimeters from the anal orifice. The rectum is surrounded by a dense tube of fascia derived from the fascia endopelvina, but fused behind with the fascia covering the sacrum and coccyx. The fascial tube is loosely attached to the rectal wall by areolar tissue in order to allow the distension of the viscus. Relations of the rectum. The upper part of the rectum is in relation behind with the superior hemorrhoidal vessels, the left piriformis, and left sacral plexus of nerves, which separate it from the pelvic surfaces of the sacral vertebra. In its lower part, it lies directly on the sacrum, coccyx, and levatoris ani, a dense fascia alone intervening. In front, it is separated above, in the male, from the fundus of the bladder, in the female from the intestinal surface of the uterus and its appendages by some convolutions of the small intestine, and frequently by the sigmoid colon. Below, it is in relation in the male with the triangular portion of the fundus of the bladder, the Vesiculae Seminales and Ductus Deferens, and more anteriorly with the posterior surface of the prostate. In the female, with the posterior wall of the vagina. The anal canal, pars analis recti, or terminal portion of the large intestine, begins at the level of the apex of the prostate, is directed downward and backward, and ends at the anus. It forms an angle with the lower part of the rectum, and measures from 2.5 to 4 centimeters in length. It has no peritoneal covering, but is invested by the sphincter ani internus, supported by the levatorius ani, and surrounded at its termination by the sphincter ani externus. In the empty condition it presents the appearance of an anterio-posterior longitudinal slit. Behind it is a mass of muscular and fibrous tissue, the anococcygeal body, Symington. In front of it, in the male, but separated by connective tissue from it, are the membranous portion and bulb of the urethra, and the fascia of the urogenital diaphragm. And in the female, it is separated from the lower end of the vagina by a mass of muscular and fibrous tissue, named the perineal body. The lumen of the anal canal presents, in its upper half, a number of vertical folds, produced by an infolding of the mucous membrane and some of the muscular tissue. They are known as the rectal columns, Morgagni, and are separated from one another by furrows, rectal sinuses, which end below in small valve-like folds, termed anal valves, which join together the lower ends of the rectal columns. Structure of the colon. The large intestine has 4 coats: serous, muscular, areolar, and mucous. The serous coat, tunica serosa, is derived from the peritoneum, and invests the different portions of the large intestine to a variable extent. The cecum is completely covered by the serous membrane, except in about 5% of cases where the upper part of the posterior surface is uncovered. The ascending, descending, and iliac parts of the colon are usually covered only in front and at the sides. A variable amount of the posterior surface is uncovered. The transverse colon is almost completely invested, the parts corresponding to the attachment of the greater omentum and transverse mesocolon being alone excepted. The sigmoid colon is entirely surrounded. The rectum is covered above on its anterior surface and sides, below on its anterior aspect only. The anal canal is entirely devoid of any serous covering. In the course of the colon, the peritoneal coat is thrown into a number of small pouches filled with fat, called appendices epiploisi. They are most numerous on the transverse colon. The muscular coat, tunica muscularis, consists of an external longitudinal and an internal circular layer of non-striped muscular fibers. The longitudinal fibers do not form a continuous layer over the whole surface of the large intestine. In the cecum and colon, they are especially collected into 3 flat longitudinal bands, tini coli, each of about 12 millimeters in width. One, the posterior, is placed along the attached border of the intestine. The anterior, the largest, corresponds along the arch of the colon to the attachment of the greater omentum, but is in front in the ascending, descending, and iliac parts of the colon, and in the sigmoid colon. The third, or lateral band, is found on the medial side of the ascending and descending parts of the colon, and on the under aspect of the transverse colon. These bands are shorter than the other coats of the intestine, and serve to produce the saculae, which are characteristic of the cecum and colon. Accordingly, when they are dissected off, the tube can be lengthened, and its saculated character disappears. In the sigmoid colon, the longitudinal fibers become more scattered, and around the rectum they spread out and form a layer, which completely encircles this portion of the gut, but is thicker on the anterior and posterior surfaces, where it forms 2 bands, than on the lateral surfaces. In addition, 2 bands of plain muscular tissue arise from the second and third coccygeal vertebrae, and pass downward and forward, to blend with the longitudinal muscular fibers on the posterior wall of the anal canal. These are known as the rectococcygeal muscles. The circular fibers form a thin layer over the cecum and colon, being especially accumulated in the intervals between the saculae. In the rectum they form a thick layer, and in the anal canal they become numerous and constitute the sphincter ani internus. The areolar coat, tela submucosa, submucous coat, connects the muscular and mucous layers closely together. The mucous membrane, tunica mucosa, in the cecum and colon is pale, smooth, destitute of villi, and raised into numerous crescentic folds, which correspond to the intervals between the saculi. In the rectum it is thicker, of a darker color, more vascular, and connected loosely to the muscular coat, as in the esophagus. As in the small intestine, the mucous membrane consists of a muscular layer, the muscularis mucosae, a quantity of retiform tissue in which the vessels ramify, a basement membrane and epithelium which is of the columnar variety, and resembles the epithelium found in the small intestine. The mucous membrane of the large intestine presents for examination glands and solitary lymphatic nodules. The glands of the great intestine are minute tubular prolongations of the mucous membrane arranged perpendicularly side by side over its entire surface. They are longer, more numerous, and placed in much closer apposition than those of the small intestine, and they open by minute rounded orifices upon the surface, giving it a cribriform appearance. Each gland is lined by short columnar epithelium and contains numerous goblet cells. The solitary lymphatic nodules, noduli lymphatic solitarii, of the large intestine are most abundant in the cecum and vermiform process, but are irregularly scattered also over the rest of the intestine. They are similar to those of the small intestine. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the colon are derived from the colic and sigmoid branches of the mesenteric arteries. They give off large branches, which ramify between and supply the muscular coats, and after dividing into small vessels in the submucous tissue, pass to the mucous membrane. The rectum is supplied by the superior hemorrhoidal branch of the inferior mesenteric, and the anal canal by the middle hemorrhoidal from the hypogastric, and the inferior hemorrhoidal from the internal pudendal artery. The superior hemorrhoidal, the continuation of the inferior mesenteric, divides into two branches, which run down either side of the rectum to within about 12.5 centimeters of the anus. They here split up into about 6 branches, which pierce the muscular coat and descend between it and the mucous membrane in a longitudinal direction, parallel with each other as far as the sphincter ani internus, where they anastomose with the other hemorrhoidal arteries and form a series of loops around the anus. The veins of the rectum commence in a plexus of vessels which surrounds the anal canal. In the vessels forming this plexus are smaller saccular dilations, just within the margin of the anus. From the plexus about 6 vessels of considerable size are given off. These ascend between the muscular and mucous coats for about 12.5 centimeters, running parallel to each other. They then pierce the muscular coat, and, by their union, form a single trunk, the superior hemorrhoidal vein. This arrangement is termed the hemorrhoidal plexus. It communicates with the tributaries of the middle and inferior hemorrhoidal veins at its commencement, and thus a communication is established between the systemic and portal circulations. The lymphatics of the large intestine are described on page 711. The nerves are derived from the sympathetic plexuses around the branches of the superior and inferior mesenteric arteries. They are distributed in a similar way to those found in the small intestine. Congenital hernia. There are some varieties of oblique inguinal hernia, depending upon congenital defects in the saccus vaginalis, the pouch of peritoneum which precedes the descent of the testes. Normally, this pouch is closed before birth, closure commencing at 2 points, viz., at the abdominal inguinal ring and at the top of the epididymis, and gradually extending until the whole of the intervening portion is converted into a fibrous cord. From failure in the completion of this process, variations in the relation of the hernial protrusion to the testes and tunica vaginalis are produced. These constitute distinct varieties of inguinal hernia, viz., the hernia of the funicular process and the complete congenital variety. Where the saccus vaginalis remains patent throughout, the cavity of the tunica vaginalis communicates directly with that of the peritoneum. The intestine descends along this pouch into the cavity of the tunica vaginalis, which constitutes the sac of the hernia, and the gut lies in contact with the testes. Though this form of hernia is termed complete congenital, the term does not imply that the hernia existed at birth, but merely that a condition is present which may allow the descent of the hernia at any moment. As a matter of fact, congenital hernia frequently do not appear until adult life. Where the processus vaginalis is occluded at the lower point only, i.e., just above the testes, the intestine descends into the pouch of the peritoneum as far as the testes, but is prevented from entering the sac of the tunica vaginalis by the septum which has formed between it and the pouch. This is known as hernia into the funicular process, or incomplete congenital hernia. It differs from the former in that instead of enveloping the testes, it lies above it. End of section 22. Recording.
Section 23 of Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Liver, Part 1. Hepar. The liver, the largest gland in the body, has both external and internal secretions, which are formed in the hepatic cells. Its external secretion, the bile, is collected after passing through the bile capillaries by the bile ducts, which join like the twigs and branches of a tree to form two large ducts, which unite to form the hepatic duct. The bile is either carried to the gallbladder by the cystic duct, or poured directly into the duodenum by the common bile duct where it aids in digestion. The internal secretions are concerned with the metabolism of both nitrogenous and carbohydrate materials absorbed from the intestine and carried to the liver by the portal vein. The carbohydrates are stored in the hepatic cells in the form of glycogen, which is secreted in the form of sugar directly into the bloodstream. Some of the cells lining the blood capillaries of the liver are concerned in the destruction of red blood corpuscles. It is situated in the upper and right parts of the abdominal cavity, occupying almost the whole of the right hypochondrium, the greater part of the epigastrium, and not uncommonly extending into the left hypochondrium as far as the mammillary line. In the male it weighs from 1.4 to 1.6 kilograms, in the female from 1.2 to 1.4 kilograms. It is relatively much larger in the fetus than in the adult, constituting in the former about 1/18th and in the latter about 1/36th of the entire body weight. Its greatest transverse measurement is from 20 to 22.5 centimeters. Vertically, near its lateral or right surface, it measures about 15 to 17.5 centimeters, while its greatest antero-posterior diameter is on a level with the upper end of the right kidney and is from 10 to 12.5 centimeters. Opposite the vertebral column, its measurement from before backward is reduced to about 7.5 centimeters. Its consistence is that of a soft solid. It is friable, easily lacerated, and highly vascular. Its color is a dark reddish brown, and its specific gravity is 1.05. To obtain a correct idea of its shape, it must be hardened in situ, and it will then be seen to present the appearance of a wedge, the base of which is directed to the right, and the thin edge toward the left. Symington describes its shape as that of a right-angled triangular prism with the right angle rounded off. Surfaces. The liver possesses three surfaces, namely superior, inferior, and posterior. A sharp, well-defined margin divides the inferior from the superior in front. The other margins are rounded. The superior surface is attached to the diaphragm and anterior abdominal wall by a triangular falciform fold of peritoneum, the falciform ligament, in the free margin of which is a rounded cord, the ligamentum teres, obliterated umbilical vein. The line of attachment of the falciform ligament divides the liver into two parts, termed the right and left lobes, the right being much the larger. The inferior and posterior surfaces are divided into 4 lobes by 5 fauces, which are arranged in the form of the letter H. The left limb of the H marks on these surfaces the division of the liver into right and left lobes. It is known as the left sagittal fossa, and consists of 2 parts, namely, the fossa for the umbilical vein in front and the fossa for the ductus venosus behind. The right limb of the H is formed in front by the fossa for the gallbladder and behind by the fossa for the inferior vena cava. These 2 fossae are separated from one another by a band of liver substance termed the caudate process. The bar connecting the 2 limbs of the H is the porta, transverse fissure. In front of it is the quadrate lobe, behind it the caudate lobe. The superior surface, facies superior, comprises a part of both lobes, and as a whole is convex, and fits under the vault of the diaphragm, which in front separates it on the right from the 6th to the 10th ribs and their cartilages, and on the left from the 7th and 8th costal cartilages. Its middle part lies behind the xiphoid process, and in the angle between the diverging rib cartilage of opposite sides is in contact with the abdominal wall. Behind this the diaphragm separates the liver from the lower part of the lungs and pleurae, the heart and pericardium, and the right costal arches from the 7th to the 11th inclusive. It is completely covered by peritoneum, except along the line of attachment of the falciform ligament. The inferior surface, facies inferior, visceral surface, is uneven, concave, directed downward, backward, and to the left, and is in relation with the stomach and duodenum, the right colic flexure, and the right kidney and suprarenal gland. The surface is almost completely invested by peritoneum. The only parts devoid of this covering are where the gallbladder is attached to the liver, and at the porta hepatis, where the 2 layers of the lesser omentum are separated from each other by the blood vessels and ducts of the liver. The inferior surface of the left lobe presents behind and to the left the gastric impression, molded over the antero-superior surface of the stomach, and to the right of this a rounded eminence, the tuber omentale, which fits into the concavity of the lesser curvature of the stomach and lies in front of the anterior layer of the lesser omentum. The under surface of the right lobe is divided into 2 unequal portions by the fossa for the gallbladder. The portion to the left, the smaller of the 2, is the quadrate lobe, and is in relation with the pyloric end of the stomach, the superior portion of the duodenum, and the transverse colon. The portion of the under surface of the right lobe to the right of the fossa for the gallbladder presents 2 impressions, one situated behind the other and separated by a ridge. The anterior of these 2 impressions, the colic impression, is shallow and is produced by the right colic flexure. The posterior, the renal impression, is deeper and is occupied by the upper part of the right kidney and the lower part of the right suprarenal gland. Medial to the renal impression is a 3rd and slightly marked impression, lying between it and the neck of the gallbladder. This is caused by the descending portion of the duodenum, and is known as the duodenal impression. Just in front of the inferior vena cava is a narrow strip of liver tissue, the caudate process, which connects the right inferior angle of the caudate lobe to the under surface of the right lobe. It forms the upper boundary of the epiploic foramen of the peritoneum. The posterior surface, facies posterior, is rounded and broad behind the right lobe, but narrow on the left. Over a large part of its extent it is not covered by peritoneum. This uncovered portion is about 7.5 centimeters broad at its widest part, and is in direct contact with the diaphragm. It is marked off from the upper surface by the line of reflection of the upper layer of the coronary ligament, and from the undersurface by the line of reflection of the lower layer of the coronary ligament. The central part of the posterior surface presents a deep concavity which is molded on the vertebral column and crura of the diaphragm. To the right of this, the inferior vena cava is lodged in its fossa between the uncovered area and the caudate lobe. Close to the right of this fossa, and immediately above the renal impression, is a small triangular depressed area, the suprarenal impression, the greater part of which is devoid of peritoneum. It lodges the right suprarenal gland. To the left of the inferior vena cava is the caudate lobe, which lies between the fossa for the vena cava and the fossa for the ductus venosus. Its lower end projects and forms part of the posterior border of the porta. On the right it is connected with the undersurface of the right lobe of the liver by the caudate process, and on the left it presents an elevation, the papillary process. Its posterior surface rests upon the diaphragm, being separated from it merely by the upper part of the omental bursa. To the left of the fossa for the ductus venosus is a groove in which lies the antrum cardiacum of the esophagus. The anterior border, margo anterior, is thin and sharp, and marked opposite the attachment of the falciform ligament by a deep notch, the umbilical notch, and opposite the cartilage of the ninth rib by a second notch for the fundus of the gallbladder. In adult males, this border generally corresponds with the lower margin of the thorax in the right mammillary line, but in women and children it usually projects below the ribs. The left extremity of the liver is thin and flattened from above downward. Fauci. The left sagittal fossa, fossa sagittalis sinistra, longitudinal fissure, is a deep groove which extends from the notch on the anterior margin of the liver to the upper border of the posterior surface of the organ. It separates the right and left lobes. The porta joins it at right angles and divides it into two parts. The anterior part, or fossa for the umbilical vein, lodges the umbilical vein in the fetus, and its remains, the ligamentum teres, in the adult. It lies between the quadrate lobe and the left lobe of the liver, and is partially bridged over by a prolongation of the hepatic substance, the pons hepatis. The posterior part, or fossa for the ductus venosus, lies between the left lobe and the caudate lobe. It lodges in the fetus, the ductus venosus, and in the adult a slender fibrous cord, the ligamentum venosum, the obliterated remains of that vessel. The porta, or transverse fissure, porta hepatis, is a short but deep fissure about 5 centimeters long, extending transversely across the undersurface of the left portion of the right lobe, nearer its posterior surface than its anterior border. It joins nearly at right angles with the left sagittal fossa and separates the quadrate lobe in front from the caudate lobe and process behind. It transmits the portal vein, the hepatic artery and nerves, and the hepatic duct and lymphatics. The hepatic duct lies in front and to the right, the hepatic artery to the left, and the portal vein behind and between the duct and artery. The fossa for the gallbladder, fossa vesiculae, is a shallow oblong fossa, placed on the undersurface of the right lobe, parallel with the left sagittal fossa. It extends from the anterior free margin of the liver, which is notched by it, to the right extremity of the porta. The fossa for the inferior vena cava, fossa venae cavae, is a short, deep depression, occasionally a complete canal in consequence of the substance of the liver surrounding the vena cava. It extends obliquely upward on the posterior surface between the caudate lobe and the bare area of the liver, and is separated from the porta by the caudate process. On slitting open the inferior vena cava, the orifices of the hepatic veins will be seen opening into this vessel at its upper part, after perforating the floor of this fossa. Lobes. The right lobe, lobus hepatis dexter, is much larger than the left, the proportion between them being as 6:1. It occupies the right hypochondrium and is separated from the left lobe on its upper surface by the falciform ligament, on its under and posterior surfaces by the left sagittal fossa, and in front by the umbilical notch. It is of a somewhat quadrilateral form, its under and posterior surfaces being marked by 3 fossae, the porta and the fossae for the gall bladder and inferior vena cava, which separate its left part into 2 smaller lobes, the quadrate and caudate lobes. The impressions on the right lobe have already been described. The quadrate lobe, lobus quadratus, is situated on the under surface of the right lobe, bounded in front by the anterior margin of the liver, behind by the porta, on the right by the fossa for the gall bladder, and on the left by the fossa for the umbilical vein. It is oblong in shape, its antero-posterior diameter being greater than its transverse. The caudate lobe, lobus caudatus, Spigelian lobe, is situated upon the posterior surface of the right lobe of the liver, opposite the 10th and 11th thoracic vertebrae. It is bounded below by the porta, on the right by the fossa for the inferior vena cava, and on the left by the fossa for the ductus venosus. It looks backward, being nearly vertical in position. It is longer from above downward than from side to side, and is somewhat concave in the transverse direction. The caudate process is a small elevation of the hepatic substance extending obliquely lateralward from the lower extremity of the caudate lobe to the under surface of the right lobe. It is situated behind the porta and separates the fossa for the gall bladder from the commencement of the fossa for the inferior vena cava. The left lobe, lobus hepatis sinister, is smaller and more flattened than the right. It is situated in the epigastric and left hypochondriac regions. Its upper surface is slightly convex and is molded onto the diaphragm. Its under surface presents the gastric impression and omental tuberosity already referred to. Ligaments. The liver is connected to the under surface of the diaphragm and to the anterior wall of the abdomen by 5 ligaments. 4 of these, the falciform, the coronary, and the 2 lateral, are peritoneal folds. The 5th, the round ligament, is a fibrous cord, the obliterated umbilical vein. The liver is also attached to the lesser curvature of the stomach by the hepatogastric, and to the duodenum by the hepatoduodenal ligament. The falciform ligament, ligamentum falciformi hepatis, is a broad and thin antero-posterior peritoneal fold, falciform in shape, its base being directed downward and backward, its apex upward and backward. It is situated in an antero-posterior plane, but lies obliquely so that one surface faces forward and is in contact with the peritoneum behind the right rectus and the diaphragm, while the other is directed backward and is in contact with the left lobe of the liver. It is attached by its left margin to the under surface of the diaphragm and the posterior surface of the sheath of the right rectus, as low down as the umbilicus. By its right margin it extends from the notch on the anterior margin of the liver, as far back as the posterior surface. It is composed of 2 layers of peritoneum, closely united together. Its base or free edge contains between its layers the round ligament and the parumbilical veins. The coronary ligament, ligamentum coronarium hepatis, consists of an upper and a lower layer. The upper layer is formed by the reflection of the peritoneum from the upper margin of the bare area of the liver to the under surface of the diaphragm, and is continuous with the right layer of the falciform ligament. The lower layer is reflected from the lower margin of the bare area onto the right kidney and suprarenal gland, and is termed the hepatorenal ligament. The triangular ligaments, lateral ligaments, are 2 in number, right and left. The right triangular ligament, ligamentum triangulare dextrum, is situated at the right extremity of the bare area, and is a small fold which passes to the diaphragm, being formed by the apposition of the upper and lower layers of the coronary ligament. The left triangular ligament, ligamentum triangulare sinistrum, is a fold of some considerable size, which connects the posterior part of the upper surface of the left lobe to the diaphragm. Its anterior layer is continuous with the left layer of the falciform ligament. The round ligament, ligamentum teres hepatis, is a fibrous cord resulting from the obliteration of the umbilical vein. It ascends from the umbilicus, in the free margin of the falciform ligament, to the umbilical notch of the liver, from which it may be traced in its proper fossa on the inferior surface of the liver to the porta, where it becomes continuous with the ligamentum venosum. Fixation of the liver. Several factors contribute to maintain the liver in place. The attachments of the liver to the diaphragm by the coronary and triangular ligaments and the intervening connective tissue of the uncovered area, together with the intimate connection of the inferior vena cava by the connective tissue and hepatic veins, would hold up the posterior part of the liver. Some support is derived from the pressure of the abdominal viscera, which completely fill the abdomen, whose muscular walls are always in a state of tonic contraction. The superior surface of the liver is perfectly fitted to the undersurface of the diaphragm, so that atmospheric pressure alone would be enough to hold it against the diaphragm. The latter, in turn, is held up by the negative pressure in the thorax. The latter Section 24 of Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Liver, Part 2. Development. The liver arises in the form of a diverticulum, or hollow outgrowth from the ventral surface of that portion of the gut which afterward becomes the descending part of the duodenum. This diverticulum is lined by entoderm, and grows upward and forward into the septum transversum, a mass of mesoderm between the vitelline duct and the pericardial cavity, and there gives off two solid buds of cells which represent the right and left lobes of the liver. The solid buds of cells grow into columns or cylinders, termed the hepatic cylinders, which branch and anastomize to form a close meshwork. This network invades the vitelline and umbilical veins and breaks up these vessels into a series of capillary-like vessels termed sinusoids, Minot, which ramify in the meshes of the cellular network and ultimately form the venous capillaries of the liver. By the continued growth and ramification of the hepatic cylinders, the mass of the liver is gradually formed. The original diverticulum from the duodenum forms the common bile duct, and from this the cystic duct and the gallbladder arise as a solid outgrowth, which later acquires a lumen. The opening of the common duct is at first in the ventral wall of the duodenum. Later, owing to the rotation of the gut, the opening is carried to the left, and then dorsalward, to the position it occupies in the adult. As the liver undergoes enlargement, both it and the ventral mesogastrium of the foregut are gradually differentiated from the septum transversum, and from the undersurface of the latter, the liver projects downward into the abdominal cavity. By the growth of the liver, the ventral mesogastrium is divided into two parts, of which the anterior forms the falciform and coronary ligaments, and the posterior the lesser omentum. About the third month, the liver almost fills the abdominal cavity, and its left lobe is nearly as large as its right. From this period, the relative development of the liver is less active, more especially that of the left lobe, which actually undergoes some degeneration and becomes smaller than the right. But up to the end of fetal life, the liver remains relatively larger than in the adult. Vessels and nerves. The vessels connected with the liver are the hepatic artery, the portal vein, and the hepatic veins. The hepatic artery and portal vein, accompanied by numerous nerves, ascend to the porta between the layers of the lesser omentum. The bile duct and the lymphatic vessels descend from the porta between the layers of the same omentum. The relative positions of the three structures are as follows. The bile duct lies to the right, the hepatic artery to the left, and the portal vein behind and between the other two. They are enveloped in a loose areolar tissue, the fibrous capsule of glycin, which accompanies the vessels in their course through the portal canals in the interior of the organ. The hepatic veins convey the blood from the liver and are described on page 680. They have very little cellular investment, and what there is binds their parietes closely to the walls of the canals through which they run, so that, on section of the organ, they remain widely open and are solitary, and may be easily distinguished from the branches of the portal vein, which are more or less collapsed, and always accompanied by an artery and duct. The lymphatic vessels of the liver are described on page 711. The nerves of the liver, derived from the left vagus and sympathetic, enter at the porta and accompany the vessels and ducts to the interlobular spaces. Here, according to Korotkov, the medullated fibers are distributed almost exclusively to the coats of the blood vessels, while the non-medullated enter the lobules and ramify between the cells and even within them. Structure of the liver. The substance of the liver is composed of lobules, held together by an extremely fine areolar tissue, in which ramify the portal vein, hepatic ducts, hepatic artery, hepatic veins, lymphatics, and nerves, the whole being invested by a serous and a fibrous coat. The serous coat, tunica serosa, is derived from the peritoneum, and invests the greater part of the surface of the organ. It is intimately adherent to the fibrous coat. The fibrous coat, capsula fibrosa, glissoni, areolar coat, lies beneath the serous investment and covers the entire surface of the organ. It is difficult of demonstration, except where the serous coat is deficient. At the porta it is continuous with the fibrous capsule of glycin, and on the surface of the organ with the areolar tissue separating the lobules. The lobules, lobuli hepatis, form the chief mass of the hepatic substance. They may be seen either on the surface of the organ or by making a section through the gland, as small granular bodies, about the size of a millet seed, measuring from 1 to 2.5 millimeters in diameter. In the human subject their outlines are very irregular, but in some of the lower animals, for example the pig, they are well defined, and when divided transversely have polygonal outlines. The bases of the lobules are clustered around the smallest radicals, sublobular, of the hepatic veins, to which each is connected by means of a small branch which issues from the center of the lobule, intralobular. The remaining part of the surface of each lobule is imperfectly isolated from the surrounding lobules by a thin stratum of areolar tissue, in which is contained a plexus of vessels, the interlobular plexus, and ducts. In some animals, as the pig, the lobules are completely isolated from one another by the interlobular areolar tissue. If one of the sublobular veins be laid open, the bases of the lobules may be seen through the thin wall of the vein on which they rest, arranged in a form resembling a tessellated pavement, the center of each polygonal space presenting a minute aperture, the mouth of an intralobular vein. Microscopic appearance. Each lobule consists of a mass of cells, hepatic cells, arranged in irregular radiating columns, between which are the blood channels, sinusoids. These convey the blood from the circumference to the center of the lobule, and end in the intralobular vein, which runs through its center, to open at its base into one of the sublobular veins. Between the cells are also the minute bile capillaries. Therefore, in the lobule there are all the essentials of a secreting gland, that is to say, 1. Cells, by which the secretion is formed, 2. Blood vessels, in close relation with the cells, containing the blood from which the secretion is derived, 3. Ducts, by which the secretion, when formed, is carried away. 1. The hepatic cells are polyhedral in form. They vary in size from 12 to 25 microns in diameter. They contain 1 or sometimes 2 distinct nuclei. The nucleus exhibits an intranuclear network and 1 or 2 refractile nucleoli. The cells usually contain granules, some of which are protoplasmic, while others consist of glycogen, fat, or an iron compound. In the lower vertebrates, for example frog, the cells are arranged in tubes, with the bile duct forming the lumen and blood vessels externally. According to de Lépine, evidences of this arrangement can be found in the human liver. 2. The blood vessels. The blood in the capillary plexus around the liver cells is brought to the liver principally by the portal vein, but also to a certain extent by the hepatic artery. The hepatic artery, entering the liver at the porta with the portal vein and hepatic duct, ramifies with these vessels through the portal canals. It gives off vaginal branches, which ramify in the fibrous capsule of glycin and appear to be destined chiefly for the nutrition of the coats of the vessels and ducts. It also gives off capsular branches, which reach the surface of the organ, ending in its fibrous coat in stellate plexuses. Finally, it gives off interlobular branches, which form a plexus outside each lobule to supply the walls of the interlobular veins and the accompanying bile ducts. From this plexus, lobular branches enter the lobule and end in the network of sinusoids between the cells. The portal vein also enters at the porta and runs through the portal canals, enclosed in glycin's capsule, dividing in its course into branches, which finally break up into a plexus, the interlobular plexus, and the interlobular spaces. These branches receive the vaginal and capsular veins, corresponding to the vaginal and capsular branches of the hepatic artery. Thus it will be seen that all the blood carried to the liver by the portal vein and hepatic artery finds its way into the interlobular plexus. From this plexus, the blood is carried into the lobule by fine branches which converge from the circumference to the center of the lobule and are connected by transverse branches. The walls of these small vessels are incomplete, so that the blood is brought into direct relationship with the liver cells. The lining endothelium consists of irregularly branched, disconnected cells, stellate cells of Cooper. Moreover, according to Herring and Simpson, minute channels penetrate the liver cells themselves, conveying the constituents of the blood into their substance. It will be seen that the blood capillaries of the liver lobule differ structurally from capillaries elsewhere. Developmentally, they are formed by the growth of the columns of liver cells into large blood spaces or sinuses, and hence they have received the name of sinusoids. Arrived at the center of the lobule, the sinusoids empty themselves into one vein, of considerable size, which runs down the center of the lobule from apex to base, and is called the intralobular vein. At the base of the lobule, this vein opens directly into the sublobular vein, with which the lobule is connected. The sublobular veins unite to form larger and larger trunks, and end at last in the hepatic veins. These converge to form 3 large trunks, which open into the inferior vena cava, while that vessel is situated in its fossa on the posterior surface of the liver. 3. The bile ducts commence by little passages in the liver cells, which communicate with canaliculi, termed intercellular biliary passages, bile capillaries. These passages are merely little channels or spaces left between the contiguous surfaces of 2 cells, or in the angle where 3 or more liver cells meet, and they are always separated from the blood capillaries by at least half the width of a liver cell. The channels thus formed radiate to the circumference of the lobule and open into the interlobular bile ducts, which run in glycin's capsule, accompanying the portal vein and hepatic artery. These join with other ducts to form 2 main trunks, which leave the liver at the transverse fissure and by their union form the hepatic duct. Structure of the ducts. Walls of the biliary ducts consist of a connective tissue coat, in which are muscle cells arranged both circularly and longitudinally, and an epithelial layer consisting of short columnar cells resting on a distinct basement membrane. Excretory apparatus of the liver. The excretory apparatus of the liver consists of 1. The hepatic duct, formed by the junction of the 2 main ducts, which pass out of the liver at the porta; 2. The gallbladder, which serves as a reservoir for the bile; 3. The cystic duct, or the duct of the gallbladder; and 4. The common bile duct, formed by the junction of the hepatic and cystic ducts. The hepatic duct, Ductus hepaticus. 2 main trunks of nearly equal size issue from the liver at the porta, one from the right, the other from the left lobe. These unite to form the hepatic duct, which passes downward and to the right for about 4 centimeters between the layers of the lesser omentum, where it is joined at an acute angle by the cystic duct, and so forms the common bile duct. The hepatic duct is accompanied by the hepatic artery and the portal vein. The gallbladder, Vesiculae. The gallbladder is a conical or pear-shaped muscular membranous sac, lodged in a fossa on the under surface of the right lobe of the liver, and extending from near the right extremity of the porta to the anterior border of the organ. It is from 7 to 10 centimeters in length, 2.5 centimeters in breadth at its widest part, and holds from 30 to 35 cubic centimeters. It is divided into a fundus, body, and neck. The fundus, or broad extremity, is directed downward, forward, and to the right, and projects beyond the anterior border of the liver. The body and neck are directed upward and backward to the left. The upper surface of the gallbladder is attached to the liver by connective tissue and vessels. The under surface is covered by peritoneum, which is reflected onto it from the surface of the liver. Occasionally, the whole of the organ is invested by the serous membrane, and is then connected to the liver by a kind of mesentery. Relations. The body is in relation by its upper surface with the liver, by its under surface with the commencement of the transverse colon, and farther back usually with the upper end of the descending portion of the duodenum, but sometimes with the superior portion of the duodenum or pyloric end of the stomach. The fundus is completely invested by peritoneum. It is in relation in front with the abdominal parietes, immediately below the ninth costal cartilage, behind with the transverse colon. The neck is narrow and curves upon itself like the letter S. At its point of connection with the cystic duct, it represents a well-marked constriction. Structure. The gallbladder consists of 3 coats, serous, fibromuscular, and mucus. The external or serous coat, tunica serosa vesicae felii, is derived from the peritoneum. It completely invests the fundus, but covers the body and neck only on their under surfaces. The fibromuscular coat, tunica muscularis vesicae felii, a thin but strong layer forming the framework of the sac, consists of dense fibrous tissue, which interlaces in all directions, and is mixed with plain muscular fibers, disposed chiefly in a longitudinal direction, a few running transversely. The internal or mucus coat, tunica mucosa vesicae felii, is loosely connected with the fibrous layer. It is generally of a yellowish-brown color, and is elevated into minute ruggi. Opposite the neck of the gallbladder, the mucous membrane projects inward in the form of oblique ridges or folds, forming a sort of spiral valve. The mucous membrane is continuous through the hepatic duct with the mucous membrane lining the ducts of the liver, and through the common bile duct with the mucous membrane of the duodenum. It is covered with columnar epithelium and secretes mucin. In some animals it secretes a nucleoprotein instead of mucin. The cystic duct, Ductus cysticus. The cystic duct, about 4 centimeters long, runs backward, downward, and to the left from the neck of the gallbladder, and joins the hepatic duct to form the common bile duct. The mucous membrane lining its interior is thrown into a series of crescentic folds, from 5 to 12 in number, similar to those found in the neck of the gallbladder. They project into the duct in regular succession, and are directed obliquely around the tube, presenting much the appearance of a continuous spiral valve. When the duct is distended, the spaces between the folds are dilated, so as to give to its exterior a twisted appearance. The common bile duct, Ductus choledochus. The common bile duct is formed by the junction of the cystic and hepatic ducts. It is about 7.5 centimeters long and of the diameter of a goose quill. It descends along the right border of the lesser omentum, behind the superior portion of the duodenum, in front of the portal vein, and to the right of the hepatic artery. It then runs in a groove near the right border of the posterior surface of the head of the pancreas. Here it is situated in front of the inferior vena cava, and is occasionally completely embedded in the pancreatic substance. At its termination it lies for a short distance along the right side of the terminal part of the pancreatic duct, and passes with it obliquely between the mucous and muscular coats. The 2 ducts unite and open by a common orifice upon the summit of the duodenal papilla, situated at the medial side of the descending portion of the duodenum, a little below its middle, and about 7 to 10 centimeters from the pylorus. The short tube formed by the union of the 2 ducts is dilated into an ampulla, the ampulla of Vater. Structure. The coats of the large biliary ducts are an external or fibrous, and an internal or mucous. The fibrous coat is composed of strong fibroareolar tissue with a certain amount of muscular tissue, arranged for the most part in a circular manner around the duct. The mucous coat is continuous with the lining membrane of the hepatic ducts and the gallbladder, and also with that of the duodenum, and, like the mucous membrane of these structures, its epithelium is of columnar variety. It is provided with numerous mucous glands, which are Section 25 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Pancreas. The pancreas is a compound racemose gland, analogous in its structures to the salivary glands, though softer and less compactly arranged than those organs. Its secretion, the pancreatic juice, carried by the pancreatic duct to the duodenum, is an important digestive fluid. In addition, the pancreas has an important internal secretion, probably elaborated by the cells of Langerhans, which is taken up by the bloodstream and is concerned with sugar metabolism. It is long and irregularly prismatic in shape. Its right extremity, being broad, is called the head, and is connected to the main portion of the organ or body by a slight constriction, the neck, while its left extremity gradually tapers to form the tail. It is situated transversely across the posterior wall of the abdomen, at the back of the epigastric and left hypochondriac regions. Its length varies from 12.5 to 15 centimeters, and its weight from 60 to 100 grams. Relations. The head, caput pancreatus, is flattened from before backward and is lodged within the curve of the duodenum. Its upper border is overlapped by the superior part of the duodenum, and its lower overlaps the horizontal part. Its right and left borders overlap in front and insinuate themselves behind the descending and ascending parts of the duodenum, respectively. The angle of junction of the lower and left lateral borders forms a prolongation, termed the uncinate process. In the groove between the duodenum and the right lateral and lower borders in front are the anastomosing superior and inferior pancreatico-duodenal arteries. The common bile duct descends behind, close to the right border, to its termination in the descending part of the duodenum. Anterior surface. The greater part of the right half of this surface is in contact with the transverse colon, only areolar tissue intervening. From its upper part the neck springs, its right limit being marked by a groove for the gastroduodenal artery. The lower part of the right half, below the transverse colon, is covered by peritoneum continuous with the inferior layer of the transverse mesocolon, and is in contact with the coils of the small intestine. The superior mesenteric artery passes down in front of the left half across the uncinate process. The superior mesenteric vein runs upward on the right side of the artery and, behind the neck, joins with the lyinal vein to form the portal vein. Posterior surface. The posterior surface is in relation with the inferior vena cava, the common bile duct, the renal veins, the right crus of the diaphragm, and the aorta. The neck springs from the right upper portion of the front of the head. It is about 2.5 centimeters long, and is directed at first upward and forward, and then upward and to the left, to join the body. It is somewhat flattened from above downward and backward. Its antero-superior surface supports the pylorus. Its postero-inferior surface is in relation with the commencement of the portal vein. On the right it is grooved by the gastroduodenal artery. The body, corpus pancreatus, is somewhat prismatic in shape, and has three surfaces, anterior, posterior, and inferior. The anterior surface, fasces anterior, is somewhat concave, and is directed forward and upward. It is covered by the postero-inferior surface of the stomach, which rests upon it, the two organs being separated by the omental bursa. Where it joins the neck there is a well-marked prominence, the tuber omentale, which abuts against the posterior surface of the lesser omentum. The posterior surface, facies posterior, is devoid of peritoneum, and is in contact with the aorta, the lyinal vein, the left kidney and its vessels, the left suprarenal gland, the origin of the superior mesenteric artery, and the crura of the diaphragm. The inferior surface, facies inferior, is narrow on the right but broader on the left, and is covered by the peritoneum. It lies upon the duodenojejunal flexure and on some coils of the jejunum. Its left extremity rests on the left colic flexure. The superior border, margo superior, is blunt and flat to the right, narrow and sharp to the left, near the tail. It commences on the right in the omental tuberosity and is in relation with the celiac artery, from which the hepatic artery courses to the right just above the gland, while the lyinal artery runs toward the left in a groove along this border. The anterior border, margo anterior, separates the anterior from the inferior surface, and along this border the two layers of the transverse mesocolon diverge from one another, one passing upward over the anterior surface, the other backward over the inferior surface. The inferior border, margo inferior, separates the posterior from the inferior surface. The superior mesenteric vessels emerge under its right extremity. The tail, cauda pancreatis, is narrow. It extends to the left as far as the lower part of the gastric surface of the spleen, lying in the phrenico-lyinal ligament, and it is in contact with the left colic flexure. Birmingham described the body of the pancreas as projecting forward as a prominent ridge into the abdominal cavity and forming part of a shelf on which the stomach lies. The portion of the pancreas to the left of the middle line has a very considerable antero-posterior thickness. As a result, the anterior surface is of considerable extent. It looks strongly upward and forms a large and important part of the shelf. As the pancreas extends to the left, toward the spleen, it crosses the upper part of the kidney and is so molded onto it that the top of the kidney forms an extension inward and backward of the upper surface of the pancreas and extends the bed in this direction. On the other hand, the extremity of the pancreas comes in contact with the spleen in such a way that the plane of its upper surface runs with little interruption upward and backward into the concave gastric surface of the spleen, which completes the bed behind and to the left, and, running upward, forms a partial cap for the wide end of the stomach. Footnote: Journal of Anatomy and Physiology, Part 1, Volume 31, page 102. The pancreatic duct, Ductus pancreaticus, Wersungi, duct of Wirsung, extends transversely from left to right through the substance of the pancreas. It commences by the junction of the small ducts of the lobules situated in the tail of the pancreas, and running from left to right through the body, it receives the ducts of the various lobules composing the gland. Considerably augmented in size, it reaches the neck, and turning downward, backward, and to the right, it comes into relation with the common bile duct, which lies to its right side. Leaving the head of the gland, it passes very obliquely through the mucous and muscular coats of the duodenum, and ends by an orifice common to it and the common bile duct upon the summit of the duodenal papilla, situated at the medial side of the descending portion of the duodenum, 7.5 to 10 centimeters below the pylorus. The pancreatic duct near the duodenum is about the size of an ordinary quill. Sometimes the pancreatic duct and the common bile duct open separately into the duodenum. Frequently there is an additional duct, which is given off from the pancreatic duct in the neck of the pancreas and opens into the duodenum about 2.5 centimeters above the duodenal papilla. It receives the ducts from the lower part of the head and is known as the accessory pancreatic duct, duct of Santorini. Development. The pancreas is developed in two parts, a dorsal and a ventral. The former arises as a diverticulum from the dorsal aspect of the duodenum, a short distance above the hepatic diverticulum, and growing upward and backward into the dorsal megagastrium, forms a part of the head and uncinate process and the whole of the body and tail of the pancreas. The ventral part appears in the form of a diverticulum from the primitive bile duct and forms the remainder of the head and uncinate process of the pancreas. The duct of the dorsal part, accessory pancreatic duct, therefore opens independently into the duodenum, while that of the ventral part, pancreatic duct, opens with the common bile duct. About the 6th week the two parts of the pancreas meet and fuse and a communication is established between their ducts. After this has occurred, the terminal part of the accessory duct, that is, the part between the duodenum and the point of meeting of the two ducts, undergoes little or no enlargement, while the pancreatic duct increases in size and forms the main duct of the gland. The opening of the accessory duct into the duodenum is sometimes obliterated, and even when it remains patent, it is probable that the whole of the pancreatic secretion is conveyed through the pancreatic duct. At first, the pancreas is directed upward and backward between the two layers of the dorsal mesogastrium, which give to it a complete peritoneal investment, and its surfaces look to the right and left. With the change in the position of the stomach, the dorsal mesogastrium is drawn downward and to the left, and the right side of the pancreas is directed backward and the left forward. The right surface becomes applied to the posterior abdominal wall, and the peritoneum which covered it undergoes absorption, and thus, in the adult, the gland appears to lie behind the peritoneal cavity. Structure. In structure, the pancreas resembles the salivary glands. It differs from them, however, in certain particulars, and is looser and softer in its texture. It is not enclosed in a distinct capsule, but is surrounded by areolar tissue, which dips into its interior and connects together the various lobules of which it is composed. Each lobule, like the lobules of the salivary glands, consists of one of the ultimate ramifications of the main duct, ending in a number of cecal pouches or alveoli, which are tubular and somewhat convoluted. The minute ducts connected with the alveoli are narrow and lined with flattened cells. The alveoli are almost completely filled with secreting cells, so that scarcely any lumen is visible. In some animals, spindle-shaped cells occupy the center of the alveolus and are known as the centroacinar cells of Langerhans. These are prolongations of the terminal ducts. The true secreting cells which line the wall of the alveolus are very characteristic. They are columnar in shape, and present two zones, an outer one, clear and finely striated, next to the basement membrane, and an inner granular one next to the lumen. In hardened specimens the outer zone stains deeply with various dyes, whereas the inner zone stains slightly. During activity, the granular zone gradually diminishes in size, and when exhausted is only seen as a small area next to the lumen. During the resting stages it gradually increases until it forms nearly 3/4 of the cell. In some of the secreting cells of the pancreas is a spherical mass, staining more easily than the rest of the cell. This is termed the paranucleus, and is believed to be an extension from the nucleus. The connective tissue between the alveoli presents in certain parts collections of cells, which are termed intra-alveolar cell islets, islands of Langerhans. The cells of these stain lightly with hematoxylin or carmine, and are more or less polyhedral in shape, forming a network in which ramify many capillaries. There are two main types of cells in the islets, distinguished as A cells and B cells according to the special staining reactions of the granules they contain. The cell islets have been supposed to produce the internal secretion of the pancreas, which is necessary for carbohydrate metabolism, but numerous researches have so far failed to elucidate their real function. The walls of the pancreatic duct are thin, consisting of two coats, an external fibrous and an internal mucus. The latter is smooth and furnished near its termination with a few scattered follicles. Vessels and nerves. The arteries of the pancreas are derived from the lyinal and the pancreatico-duodenal branches of the hepatic and superior mesenteric. Its veins open into the lyinal and superior mesenteric veins.
Section 26 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bianca. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. Development of Urinary and Generative Organs, Part 1. The urogenital apparatus. Apparatus urogenitalis, urogenital organs. The urogenital apparatus consists of A. the urinary organs, for the secretion and discharge of the urine, and B, the genital organs, which are concerned with the process of reproduction. A. Development of the urinary and generative organs. The urinary and generative organs are developed from the intermediate cell mass, which is situated between the primitive segments and the lateral plates of mesoderm. The permanent organs of the adult are preceded by a set of structures which are purely embryonic, and which, with the exception of the ducts, disappear almost entirely before the end of fetal life. These embryonic structures are, on either side, the pronephros, the mesonephros, the metanephros, and the Wolffian and Mullerian ducts. The pronephros disappears very early. The structural elements of the mesonephros mostly degenerate, but in their place is developed the genital gland, in association with which the Wolffian duct remains as the duct of the male genital gland, the Mullerian as that of the female. Some of the tubules of the metanephros form part of the permanent kidney. The pronephros and Wolffian duct. In the outer part of the intermediate cell mass, immediately under the ectoderm, in the region from the 5th cervical to the 3rd thoracic segments, a series of short evaginations from each segment grows dorsalward and extends caudalward, fusing successively from before backward to form the pronephric duct. This continues to grow caudalward until it opens into the ventral part of the cloaca. Beyond the pronephros, it is termed the Wolffian duct. The original evaginations form a series of transverse tubules, each of which communicates by means of a funnel-shaped ciliated opening with the coelomic cavity, and in the course of each duct a glomerulus also is developed. A secondary glomerulus is formed ventral to each of these, and the complete group constitutes the pronephros. The pronephros undergoes rapid atrophy and disappears. The mesonephros, Mullerian duct, and genital gland. On the medial side of the Wolffian duct, from the 6th cervical to the 3rd lumbar segments, a series of tubules, the Wolffian tubules, is developed. At a later stage in development, they increase in number by outgrowth from the original tubules. These tubules first appear as solid masses of cells, which later become hollowed in the center. One end grows toward and finally opens into the Wolffian duct. The other dilates and is invaginated by a tuft of capillary blood vessels to form a glomerulus. The tubules collectively constitute the mesonephros or Wolffian body. By the 5th or 6th week, this body forms an elongated spindle-shaped structure, termed the urogenital fold, which projects into the coelomic cavity at the side of the dorsal mesentery, reaching from the septum transversum in front to the 5th lumbar segment behind. In this fold, the reproductive glands are developed. The Wolffian bodies persist and form the permanent kidneys in fishes and amphibians, but in reptiles, birds and mammals, they atrophy and for the most part disappear coincidentally with the development of the permanent kidneys. The atrophy begins during the 6th or 7th week and rapidly proceeds, so that by the beginning of the 5th month, only the ducts and a few of the tubules remain. In the male, the Wolffian duct persists and forms the tube of the epididymis, the ductus deferens, and the ejaculatory duct, while the seminal vesicle arises during the 3rd month as a lateral diverticulum from its hinder end. A large part of the head end of the mesonephros atrophies and disappears. Of the remainder, the anterior tubules form the efferent ducts of the testis, while the posterior tubules are represented by the ductuli aberrantis and by the paradidymis, which is sometimes found in front of the spermatic cord above the head of the epididymis. In the female, the Wolffian bodies and ducts atrophy. The remains of the Wolffian tubules are represented by the apoophoron, or organ of Rosenmüller, and the peroophoron, two small collections of rudimentary blind tubules which are situated in the mesosalpinx. The lower part of the Wolffian duct disappears, while the upper part persists as the longitudinal duct of the apoophoron, or duct of Gärtner. Footnote. Barry Hart has described the Wolffian ducts as ending at the site of the future hymen in bulbous enlargements, which he has named the Wolffian bulbs, and states that the hymen is formed by these bulbs, aided by a special involution from below of the cells lining the urogenital sinus. He further believes that the lower third of the vagina is due to the coalescence of the upper portion of the urogenital sinus and the lower ends of the Wolffian ducts, and that the epithelial lining of the vagina is derived from the Wolffian bulbs. He also regards the colliculus seminalis of the male urethra as being formed from the lower part of the Wolffian ducts. End footnote. The Mullerian ducts. Shortly after the formation of the Wolffian ducts, a second pair of ducts is developed. These are named the Mullerian ducts. Each arises on the lateral aspect of the corresponding Wolffian duct as a tubular invagination of the cells lining the coelom. The orifice of the invagination remains patent and undergoes enlargement and modification to form the abdominal ostium of the uterine tube. The ducts pass backward lateral to the Wolffian ducts, but toward the posterior end of the embryo they cross to the medial side of these ducts, and thus come to lie side by side between and behind the latter, the four ducts forming what is termed the genital cord. The Mullerian ducts end in an epithelial elevation, the Mullerian eminence, on the ventral part of the cloaca, between the orifices of the Wolffian ducts. At a later date, they open into the cloaca in this situation. In the male, the Mullerian ducts atrophy, but traces of their anterior ends are represented by the appendices testes, hydatids of Morgagni, while their terminal fused portions form the utriculus in the floor of the prostatic portion of the urethra. In the female, the Mullerian ducts persist and undergo further development. The portions which lie in the genital cord fuse to form the uterus and vagina. The parts in front of this cord remain separate, and each forms the corresponding uterine tube, the abdominal ostium of which is developed from the anterior extremity of the original tubular invagination from the coelom. The fusion of the Mullerian ducts begins in the 3rd month, and the septum formed by their fused medial walls disappears from below upward, and thus the cavities of the vagina and uterus are produced. About the 5th month, an annular constriction marks the position of the neck of the uterus, and after the 6th month, the walls of the uterus begin to thicken. For a time, the vagina is represented by a solid rod of epithelial cells. A ring-like outgrowth of this epithelium occurs at the lower end of the uterus and marks the future vaginal fornices. About the 5th or 6th month, the lumen of the vagina is produced by the breaking down of the central cells of the epithelium. The hymen represents the remains of the Mullerian eminence. Genital glands. The first appearance of the genital gland is essentially the same in the two sexes, and consists in a thickening of the epithelial layer which lines the peritoneal cavity on the medial side of the urogenital fold. The thick plate of epithelium extends deeply, pushing before it the mesoderm and forming a distinct projection. This is termed the genital ridge, and from it the testis in the male and the ovary in the female are developed. At first, the mesonephros and genital ridge are suspended by a common mesentery, but as the embryo grows, the genital ridge gradually becomes pinched off from the mesonephros, with which it is at first continuous, though it still remains connected to the remnant of this body by a fold of peritoneum, the mesorchium or mesovarium. About the 7th week, the distinction of sex in the genital ridge begins to be perceptible. The ovary. The ovary, thus formed from the genital ridge, is at first a mass of cells derived from the coelomic epithelium. Later, the mass is differentiated into a central part or medulla, covered by a surface layer, the germinal epithelium. Between the cells of the germinal epithelium, a number of larger cells, the primitive ova, are formed, and these are carried into the subjacent stroma by bud-like ingrowth, genital cords, of the germinal epithelium. The surface epithelium ultimately forms the permanent epithelial covering of this organ. It soon loses its connection with the central mass, and the tunica albuginea develops between them. The ova are chiefly derived from the cells of the central mass. These are separated from one another by the growth of connective tissue in an irregular manner. Each ovum assumes a covering of connective tissue, follicle cells, and in this way the rudiments of the ovarian follicles are formed. According to Beard, the primitive ova are early set apart during the segmentation of the ovum and migrate into the germinal ridge. Waldeyer taught that the primitive germ cells are derived from the germinal epithelium covering the genital ridge. Beard, on the other hand, maintains that in the scate they are not derived from this epithelium, but are probably formed during the later stages of cell cleavage, before there is any trace of an embryo, and a similar view was advanced by Nussbaum as to their origin in amphibia. Beard says, at the close of segmentation, many of the future germ cells lie in the segmentation cavity just beneath the site of the future embryo, and there is no doubt they subsequently wander into it. The germ cells, after they enter the resting phase, are sharply marked off from the cells of the embryo by entire absence of mitosis among them. They can be further recognized by their irregular form and amoeboid processes, and by the fact that their cytoplasm has no affinity for ordinary stains, but assumes a brownish tinge when treated by osmic acid. The path along which they travel into the embryo is a very definite one, namely, from the yolk sac upward, between the splanchnopleur and gut, in the hinder portion of the embryo. This pathway, named by Beard the germinal path, leads them directly to the position which they ought finally to take up in the germinal ridge or nidus. A considerable number apparently never reach their proper destination, since vagrant germ cells are found in all sorts of places, but more particularly on the mesentery. Some of these may possibly find their way into the germinal ridge. Some probably undergo atrophy, while others may persist and become the seat of dermoid tumors. Section 27 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bianca. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. Development of Urinary and Generative Organs, Part 2. The testis. The testis is developed in much the same way as the ovary. Like the ovary, in its earliest stages, it consists of a central mass of epithelium covered by a surface epithelium. in the central mass a series of cords appear, and the periphery of the mass is converted into the tunica albuginea, thus excluding the surface epithelium from any part in the formation of the tissue of the testis. The cords of the central mass run together toward the future hilus and form a network which ultimately becomes the rete testis. From the cords, the seminiferous tubules are developed, and between them connective tissue septa extend. The seminiferous tubules become connected with outgrowths from the Wolffian body, which, as before mentioned, form the efferent ducts of the testis. Descent of the testes. The testes, at an early period of fetal life, are placed at the back part of the abdominal cavity, behind the peritoneum, and each is attached by a peritoneal fold, the mesorchium, to the mesonephros. From the front of the mesonephros, a fold of peritoneum, termed the inguinal fold, goes forward to meet and fuse with a peritoneal fold, the inguinal crest, which grows backward from the anterolateral abdominal wall. The testis thus acquires an indirect connection with the anterior abdominal wall, and at the same time a portion of the peritoneal cavity lateral to these fused folds is marked off as the future saccus vaginalis. In the inguinal crest, a peculiar structure, the gubernaculum testis, makes its appearance. This is at first a slender band, extending from that part of the skin of the groin which afterward forms the scrotum, through the inguinal canal, to the body and epididymis of the testis. As development advances, the peritoneum enclosing the gubernaculum forms two folds, one above the testis and the other below it. The one above the testis is the plica vascularis and contains ultimately the internal spermatic vessels. The one below, the plica gubernatrix, contains the lower part of the gubernaculum, which has now grown into a thick cord. It ends below at the abdominal inguinal ring in a tube of peritoneum, the saccus vaginalis, which protrudes itself down the inguinal canal. By the 5th month, the lower part of the gubernaculum has become a thick cord, while the upper part has disappeared. The lower part now consists of a central core of unstriped muscle fiber, and outside this of a firm layer of striped elements, connected, behind the peritoneum, with the abdominal wall. As the scrotum develops, the main portion of the lower end of the gubernaculum is carried, with the skin to which it is attached, to the bottom of this pouch. Other bands are carried to the medial side of the thigh and to the perineum. The tube of peritoneum, constituting the saccus vaginalis, projects itself downward into the inguinal canal and emerges at the cutaneous inguinal ring, pushing before it a part of the obliquus internus and the aponeurosis of the obliquus externus, which form, respectively, the cremaster muscle and the intercrural fascia. It forms a gradually elongating pouch, which eventually reaches the bottom of the scrotum, and behind this pouch the testis is drawn by the growth of the body of the fetus, for the gubernaculum does not grow commensurately with the growth of other parts, and therefore the testis, being attached by the gubernaculum to the bottom of the scrotum, is prevented from rising as the body grows, and is drawn first into the inguinal canal and eventually into the scrotum. It seems certain also that the gubernacular cord becomes shortened as development proceeds, and this assists in causing the testis to reach the bottom of the scrotum. By the end of the 8th month, the testis has reached the scrotum, preceded by the saccus vaginalis, which communicates by its upper extremity with the peritoneal cavity. Just before birth, the upper part of the saccus vaginalis usually becomes closed, and this obliteration extends gradually downward to within a short distance of the testis. The process of peritoneum surrounding the testis is now entirely cut off from the general peritoneal cavity and constitutes the tunica vaginalis. Descent of the ovaries. In the female, there is also a gubernaculum, which effects a considerable change in the position of the ovary, though not so extensive a change as in that of the testis. The gubernaculum in the female lies in contact with the fundus of the uterus and contracts adhesions to this organ, and thus the ovary is prevented from descending below this level. The part of the gubernaculum between the ovary and the uterus becomes ultimately the proper ligament of the ovary, while the part between the uterus and the labium majus forms the round ligament of the uterus. A pouch of peritoneum, analogous to the saccus vaginalis in the male, accompanies it along the inguinal canal. It is called the canal of Nuck. In rare cases, the gubernaculum may fail to contract adhesions to the uterus, and then the ovary descends through the inguinal canal into the labium majus, and under these circumstances its position resembles that of the testis. The metanephros and the permanent kidney. The rudiments of the permanent kidneys make their appearance about the end of the first or the beginning of the second month. Each kidney has a twofold origin, part arising from the metanephros and part as a diverticulum from the hind end of the Wolffian duct, close to where the latter opens into the cloaca. The metanephros arises in the intermediate cell mass, caudal to the mesonephros, which it resembles in structure. The diverticulum from the Wolffian duct grows dorsalward and forward along the posterior abdominal wall, where its blind extremity expands and subsequently divides into several buds, which form the rudiments of the pelvis and calyces of the kidney. By continued growth and subdivision, it gives rise to the collecting tubules of the kidney. The proximal portion of the diverticulum becomes the ureter. The secretory tubules are developed from the metanephros, which is molded over the growing end of the diverticulum from the Wolffian duct. The tubules of the metanephros, unlike those of the pronephros and mesonephros, do not open into the Wolffian duct. One end expands to form a glomerulus, while the rest of the tubule rapidly elongates to form the convoluted and straight tubules, the loops of Henle, and the connecting tubules. These last join and establish communications with the collecting tubules derived from the ultimate ramifications of the diverticulum from the Wolffian duct. The mesoderm around the tubules becomes condensed to form the connective tissue of the kidney. The ureter opens at first into the hind end of the Wolffian duct. After the 6th week, it separates from the Wolffian duct and opens independently into the part of the cloaca which ultimately becomes the bladder. The secretory tubules of the kidney become arranged into pyramidal masses or lobules, and the lobulated condition of the kidneys exists for some time after birth, while traces of it may be found even in the adult. The kidney of the ox and many other animals remains lobulated throughout life. The urinary bladder. The bladder is formed partly from the endodermal cloaca and partly from the ends of the Wolffian ducts. The allantois takes no share in its formation. After the separation of the rectum from the dorsal part of the cloaca, the ventral part becomes subdivided into 3 portions. 1. An anterior vesico-urethral portion, continuous with the allantois. Into this portion the Wolffian ducts open. 2. An intermediate narrow channel, the pelvic portion. And 3. A posterior phallic portion, closed externally by the urogenital membrane. The second and third parts together constitute the urogenital sinus. The vesico-urethral portion absorbs the ends of the Wolffian ducts and the associated ends of the renal diverticula, and these give rise to the trigone of the bladder and part of the prostatic urethra. The remainder of the vesico-urethral portion forms the body of the bladder and part of the prostatic urethra. Its apex is prolonged to the umbilicus as a narrow canal, which later is obliterated and becomes the medial umbilical ligament, uricus. The prostate. The prostate originally consists of two separate portions, each of which arises as a series of diverticular buds from the epithelial lining of the urogenital sinus and vesico-urethral part of the cloaca between the 3rd and 4th months. These buds become tubular and form the glandular substance of the two lobes, which ultimately meet and fuse behind the urethra and also extend to its ventral aspect. The isthmus, or middle lobe, is formed as an extension of the lateral lobes between the common ejaculatory ducts and the bladder. Skene's ducts in the female urethra are regarded as the homologues of the prostatic glands. The bulbourethral glands of Cowper in the male and greater vestibular glands of Bartholin in the female also arise as diverticula from the epithelial lining of the urogenital sinus. The external organs of generation. As already stated, the cloacal membrane, composed of ectoderm and endoderm, originally reaches from the umbilicus to the tail. The mesoderm extends to the midventral line for some distance behind the umbilicus and forms the lower part of the abdominal wall. It ends below in a prominent swelling, the cloacal tubercle. Behind this tubercle, the urogenital part of the cloacal membrane separates the ingrowing sheets of mesoderm. The first rudiment of the penis, or clitoris, is a structure termed the phallus. It is derived from the phallic portion of the cloaca, which has extended on to the end and sides of the undersurface of the cloacal tubercle. The terminal part of the phallus, representing the future glands, becomes solid. The remainder, which is hollow, is converted into a longitudinal groove by the adsorption of the urogenital membrane. In the female, a deep groove forms around the phallus and separates it from the rest of the cloacal tubercle, which is now termed the genital tubercle. The sides of the genital tubercle grow backward as the genital swellings, which ultimately form the labia majora. The tubercle itself becomes the mons pubis. The labia minora arise by the continued growth of the lips of the groove on the undersurface of the phallus. The remainder of the phallus forms the clitoris. In the male, the early changes are similar, but the pelvic portion of the cloaca undergoes much greater development, pushing before it the phallic portion. The genital swellings extend around between the pelvic portion and the anus, and forms a scrotal area. During the changes associated with the descent of the testis, this area is drawn out to form the scrotal sacs. The penis is developed from the phallus. As in the female, the urogenital membrane undergoes adsorption, forming a channel on the undersurface of the phallus. This channel extends only as far forward as the corona glandis. The corpora cavernosa of the penis or clitoris and of the urethra arise from the mesodermal tissue in the phallus. They are at first dense structures, but later vascular spaces appear in them, and they gradually become cavernous. The prepuce in both sexes is formed by the growth of a solid plate of ectoderm into the superficial part of the phallus. On coronal section, this plate presents the shape of a horseshoe. By the breaking down of its more centrally situated cells, the plate is split into two lamellae, and the cutaneous fold, the prepuce, is liberated and forms a hood over the glands. Adherent prepuce is not an adhesion really, but a hindered central desquamation. Very hard. The urethra. As already described, in both sexes, the phallic portion of the cloaca extends on to the undersurface of the cloacal tubercle as far forward as the apex. At the apex, the walls of the phallic portion come together and fuse, the lumen is obliterated, and the solid plate, the urethral plate, is formed. The remainder of the phallic portion is for a time tubular, and then, by the absorption of the urogenital membrane, it establishes a communication with the exterior. This opening is the primitive urogenital ostium, and it extends forward to the corona glandis. In the female, this condition is largely retained. The portion of the groove on the clitoris broadens out while the body of the clitoris enlarges, and thus the adult urethral opening is situated behind the base of the clitoris. In the male, by the greater growth of the pelvic portion of the cloaca, a longer urethra is formed, and the primitive ostium is carried forward with the phallus, but it still ends at the corona glandis. Later it closes from behind forward. Meanwhile, the urethral plate of the glans breaks down centrally to form a median groove, continuous with the primitive ostium. This groove also closes from behind forward, so that the external urethral opening is shifted forward to the end of the glans.
Section 28 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Kidneys, Part 1. The Urinary Organs. The urinary organs comprise the kidneys, which secrete the urine, the ureters or ducts which convey urine to the urinary bladder, where it is for a time retained, and the urethra through which it is discharged from the body. 1. The kidneys, renes. The kidneys are situated in the posterior part of the abdomen, one on either side of the vertebral column, behind the peritoneum, and surrounded by a mass of fat and loose areolar tissue. Their upper extremities are on a level with the upper border of the 12th thoracic vertebra, their lower extremities on a level with the 3rd lumbar. The right kidney is usually slightly lower than the left, probably on account of the vicinity of the liver. The long axis of each kidney is directed downward and lateralward, the transverse axis backward and lateralward. Each kidney is about 11.25 centimeters in length, 5 to 7.5 centimeters in breadth, and rather more than 2.5 centimeters in thickness. The left is somewhat longer and narrower than the right. The weight of the kidney in the adult male varies from 125 to 170 grams, in the adult female from 115 to 155 grams. The combined weight of the two kidneys in proportion to that of the body is about 1 to 240. The kidney has a characteristic form and presents for examination two surfaces, two borders, and an upper and lower extremity. Relations. The anterior surface, facies anterior, of each kidney is convex, and looks forward and lateralward. Its relations to adjacent viscera differ so completely on the two sides that separate descriptions are necessary. Anterior surface of right kidney. A narrow portion at the upper extremity is in relation with the right suprarenal gland. A large area just below this, and involving about 3/4 of the surface, lies in the renal impression on the inferior surface of the liver, and a narrow but somewhat variable area near the medial border is in contact with the descending part of the duodenum. The lower part of the anterior surface is in contact laterally with the right colic flexure, and medially, as a rule, with the small intestine. The areas in relation with the liver and small intestine are covered by peritoneum. The suprarenal, duodenal, and colic areas are devoid of peritoneum. Anterior surface of the left kidney. A small area along the upper part of the medial border is in relation with the left suprarenal gland, and close to the lateral border is a long strip in contact with the renal impression on the spleen. A somewhat quadrilateral field about the middle of the anterior surface marks the site of contact with the body of the pancreas, on the deep surface of which are the lyenal vessels. Above this is a small triangular portion, between the suprarenal and splenic areas, in contact with the postero-inferior surface of the stomach. Below the pancreatic area, the lateral part is in relation with the left colic flexure, the medial with the small intestine. The areas in contact with the stomach and spleen are covered by the peritoneum of the omental bursa, while that in relation to the small intestine is covered by the peritoneum of the general cavity. Behind the latter are some branches of the left colic vessels. The suprarenal, pancreatic, and colic areas are devoid of peritoneum. The posterior surface, facies posterior. The posterior surface of each kidney is directed backward and medialward. It is embedded in an areolar and fatty tissue and entirely devoid of peritoneal covering. It lies upon the diaphragm, the medial and lateral lumbocostal arches, the psoas major, the quadratus lumborum, and the tendon of the transversus abdominis, the subcostal, and one or two of the upper lumbar arteries, and the last thoracic, ilio-hypogastric, and ilio-inguinal nerves. The right kidney rests upon the 12th rib, the left usually on the 11th and 12th. The diaphragm separates the kidney from the pleura, which dips down to form the phrenico-costal sinus, but frequently the muscular fibers of the diaphragm are defective or absent over a triangular area immediately above the lateral lumbocostal arch, and when this is the case, the perinephric areolar tissue is in contact with the diaphragmatic pleura. Borders. The lateral border, margo lateralis, external border, is convex and is directed toward the posterolateral wall of the abdomen. On the left side it is in contact at its upper part with the spleen. The medial border, margo medialis, internal border, is concave in the center and convex toward either extremity. It is directed forward and a little downward. Its central part presents a deep longitudinal fissure, bounded by prominent overhanging anterior and posterior lips. This fissure is named the hilum and transmits the vessels, nerves, and ureter. Above the hilum, the medial border is in relation with the suprarenal gland, below the hilum with the ureter. Extremities. The superior extremity, extremitus superior, is thick and rounded, and is nearer the median line than the lower. It is surmounted by the suprarenal gland, which covers also a small portion of the anterior surface. The inferior extremity, extremitus inferior, is smaller and thinner than the superior, and farther from the median line. It extends to within 5 centimeters of the iliac crest. The relative position of the main structures in the hilum is as follows. The vein is in front, the artery in the middle, and the ureter behind and directed downward. Frequently, however, branches of both artery and vein are placed behind the ureter. Fixation of the kidney. The kidney and its vessels are embedded in a mass of fatty tissue termed the adipose capsule, which is thickest at the margins of the kidney and is prolonged through the hilum into the renal sinus. The kidney and the adipose capsule are enclosed in a sheath of fibrous tissue continuous with the subperitoneal fascia, and named the renal fascia. At the lateral border of the kidney, the renal fascia splits into an anterior and a posterior layer. The anterior layer is carried medialward in front of the kidney and its vessels, and is continuous over the aorta with the corresponding layer of the opposite side. The posterior layer extends medialward behind the kidney and blends with the fascia on the quadratus lumborum and psoas major, and through this fascia is attached to the vertebral column. Above the suprarenal gland, the 2 layers of the renal fascia fuse and unite with the fascia of the diaphragm. Below they remain separate and are gradually lost in the subperitoneal fascia of the iliac fossa. The renal fascia is connected to the fibrous tunic of the kidney by numerous tuberculi, which traverse the adipose capsule and are strongest near the lower end of the organ. Behind the fascia renalis is a considerable quantity of fat, which constitutes the paranephric body. The kidney is held in position partly through the attachment of the renal fascia and partly by the apposition of the neighboring viscera. General structure of the kidney. The kidney is invested by a fibrous tunic, which forms a firm, smooth covering to the organ. The tunic can easily be stripped off, but in doing so numerous fine processes of connective tissue and small blood vessels are torn through. Beneath this coat a thin, wide-meshed network of unstriped muscular fiber forms an incomplete covering to the organ. When the capsule is stripped off, the surface of the kidney is found to be smooth and even and of a deep red color. In infants, fissures extending for some depth may be seen on the surface of the organ, a remnant of the lobular construction of the gland. The kidney is dense in texture, but is easily lacerable by mechanical force. If a vertical section of the kidney be made from its convex to its concave border, it will be seen that the hilum expands into a central cavity, the renal sinus. This contains the upper part of the renal pelvis and the calyces, surrounded by some fat in which are embedded the branches of the renal vessels and nerves. The renal sinus is lined by a prolongation of the fibrous tunic, which is continued around the lips of the hilum. The renal calyces, from 7 to 13 in number, are cup-shaped tubes, each of which embraces one or more of the renal papillae. They unite to form 2 or 3 short tubes, and these in turn join to form a funnel-shaped sac, the renal pelvis. The renal pelvis, wide above and narrow below where it joins the ureter, is partly outside the renal sinus. The renal calyces and pelvis form the upper expanded end of the excretory duct of the kidney. The kidney is composed of an internal medullary and an external cortical substance. The medullary substance, substantia medullaris, consists of a series of red-colored striated conical masses, termed the renal pyramids, the bases of which are directed toward the circumference of the kidney, while their apices converge toward the renal sinus, where they form prominent papillae projecting into the interior of the calyces. The cortical substance, substantia corticalis, is reddish-brown in color and soft and granular in consistence. It lies immediately beneath the fibrous tunic, arches over the bases of the pyramids, and dips in between adjacent pyramids toward the renal sinus. The parts dipping in between the pyramids are named the renal columns, Bertini, while the portions which connect the renal columns to each other and intervene between the bases of the pyramids and the fibrous tunic are called the cortical arches. If the cortex be examined with a lens, it will be seen to consist of a series of lighter-colored conical areas, termed the radiate part, and a darker-colored intervening substance, which from the complexity of its structure is named the convoluted part. The rays gradually taper toward the circumference. Section 29 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Kidneys, Part 2. Minute Anatomy. The renal tubules, of which the kidney is for the most part made up, commence in the cortical substance, and after pursuing a very circuitous course through the cortical and medullary substances, finally end up at the apices of the renal pyramids by open mouths, so that the fluid which they contain is emptied through the calyces into the pelvis of the kidney. If the surface of one of the papillae be examined with a lens, it will be seen to be studded over with minute openings, the orifices of the renal tubules, from 16 to 20 in number, and if pressure be made on a fresh kidney, urine will be seen to exude from these orifices. The tubules commence in the convoluted part and renal columns as the renal corpuscles, which are small rounded masses of a deep red color varying in size, but of an average of about 0.2 millimeters in diameter. Each of these little bodies is composed of 2 parts, a central glomerulus of vessels and a membranous envelope, the glomerular capsule, capsule of Bowman, which is the small pouch-like commencement of a renal tubule. The glomerulus is a lobulated network of convoluted capillary blood vessels, held together by scanty connective tissue. This capillary network is derived from a small arterial twig, the afferent vessel, which enters the capsule generally at a point opposite to that at which the latter is connected with the tubule, and the resulting vein, the efferent vessel, emerges from the capsule at the same point. The afferent vessel is usually the larger of the two. The glomerular, or Bowman's capsule, which surrounds the glomerulus, consists of a basement membrane, lined on its inner surface by a layer of flattened epithelial cells, which are reflected from the lining membrane onto the glomerulus, at the point of entrance or exit of the afferent and efferent vessels. The whole surface of the glomerulus is covered with a continuous layer of the same cells, on a delicate supporting membrane. Thus, between the glomerulus and the capsule a space is left, forming a cavity lined by a continuous layer of squamous cells. This cavity varies in size according to the state of secretion and the amount of fluid present in it. In the fetus and young subject, the lining epithelial cells are polyhedral or even columnar. The renal tubules, commencing in the renal corpuscles, present during their course many changes in shape and direction, and are contained partly in the medullary and partly in the cortical substance. At their junction with the glomerular capsule, they exhibit a somewhat constricted portion, which is termed the neck. Beyond this, the tubule becomes convoluted and pursues a considerable course in the cortical substance, constituting the proximal convoluted tube. After a time the convolutions disappear, and the tube approaches the medullary substance in a more or less spiral manner. This section of the tubule has been called the spiral tube. Throughout this portion of their course the renal tubules are contained entirely in the cortical substance, and present a fairly uniform caliber. They now enter the medullary substance, suddenly become much smaller, quite straight in direction, and dip down for a variable depth into the pyramids, constituting the descending limb of Henle's loop. Bending on themselves, they form what is termed the loop of Henle, and reascending they become suddenly enlarged, forming the ascending limb of Henle's loop, and re-enter the cortical substance. This portion of the tubule ascends for a short distance, when it again becomes dilated, irregular, and angular. This section is termed the zigzag tubule. It ends in a convoluted tube, which resembles the proximal convoluted tubule, and is called the distal convoluted tubule. This again terminates in a narrow junctional tube, which enters the straight or collecting tube. The straight or collecting tubes commence in the radiate part of the cortex, where they receive the curved ends of the distal convoluted tubules. They unite at short intervals with one another, the resulting tubes presenting a considerable increase in caliber, so that a series of comparatively large tubes passes from the bases of the rays into the renal pyramids. In the medulla, the tubes of each pyramid converge to join a central tube, duct of Bellini, which finally opens on the summit of one of the papillae. The contents of the tube are therefore discharged into one of the calyces. Structure of the renal tubules. The renal tubules consist of a basement membrane lined with epithelium. The epithelium varies considerably in different sections of the tubule. In the neck the epithelium is continuous with that lining the glomerular capsule, and like it consists of flattened cells, each containing an oval nucleus. The two convoluted tubules, the spiral and zigzag tubules, and the ascending limb of Henle's loop, are lined by a type of epithelium which is histologically the same in all. The cells are somewhat columnar in shape and dovetail into one another of their lateral aspect. Each has a striated border near the lumen of the tube. Its inner part is granular and its outer portion vertically striated. The nucleus is spherical and situated about the center of the cell. In the descending limb of Henle's loop, the epithelium resembles that found in the glomerular capsule, and the commencement of the tube, consisting of flat clear epithelial plates, each with an oval nucleus. The nuclei alternate on opposite sides of the tubule so that the lumen remains fairly constant. In the straight tube the epithelium is clear and cubical. In its papillary portion the cells are distinctly columnar and transparent. The renal blood vessels. The kidney is plentifully supplied with blood by the renal artery, a large branch of the abdominal aorta. Before it enters the kidney, each artery divides into 4 or 5 branches, which at the hilum lie mainly between the renal vein and ureter, the vein being in front, the ureter behind. One branch usually lies behind the ureter. Each vessel gives off some small branches to the suprarenal glands, to the ureter, and to the surrounding cellular tissue and muscles. Frequently, a second renal artery, termed the inferior renal, is given off from the abdominal aorta at a lower level and supplies the lower portion of the kidney, while occasionally an additional artery enters the upper part of the kidney. The branches of the renal artery, while in the sinus, give off a few twigs for the nutrition of the surrounding tissues, and end in the arteriae propriae renales, which enter the kidney proper in the renal columns. Two of these pass to each renal pyramid and run along its sides for its entire length, giving off in their course the afferent vessels of the renal corpuscles in the renal columns. Having arrived at the bases of the pyramids, they form arterial arches or arcades which lie in the boundary zone between the bases of the pyramids and the cortical arches, and break up into two distinct sets of branches devoted to the supply of the remaining portions of the kidney. The first set, the interlobular arteries, are given off at right angles from the side of the arterial arcade looking toward the cortical substance, and pass directly outward between the medullary rays to reach the fibrous tunic, where they end in the capillary network of this part. These vessels do not anastomose with each other, but form what are called end arteries. In their outward course they give off lateral branches. These are the afferent vessels for the renal corpuscles. They enter the capsule and end in the glomerulus. From each tuft the corresponding efferent vessel arises, and having made its egress from the capsule near to the point where the afferent vessel enters, breaks up into a number of branches, which form a dense plexus around the adjacent urinary tubes. The second set of branches from the arterial arcades supply the renal pyramids, which they enter at their bases, and passing straight through their substance to their apices, terminate in the venous plexuses found in that situation. They are called the arteriae recti. The efferent vessels from the glomeruli nearest the medulla break up into leashes of straight vessels, false arteriae recti, which pass down into the medulla and join the plexus of vessels there. The renal veins arise from three sources, namely, the veins beneath the fibrous tunic, the plexuses around the convoluted tubules in the cortex, and the plexuses situated at the apices of the renal pyramids. The veins beneath the fibrous tunic, venae stellati, are stellae in arrangement, and are derived from the capillary network, into which the terminal branches of the interlobular arteries break up. These join to form the interlobular veins, which pass inward between the rays, receive branches from the plexuses around the convoluted tubules, and having arrived at the bases of the renal pyramids, join with the venae recti, next to be described. The venae recti are branches from the plexuses at the apices of the medullary pyramids, formed by the terminations of the arteriae recti. They run outward in a straight course between the tubes of the medullary substance, and joining, as above stated, the interlobular veins, form venous arcades. These in turn unite and form veins, which pass along the sides of the pyramids. These vessels, venae propriae renales, accompany the arteries of the same name, running along the entire length of the sides of the pyramids, and quit the kidney substance to enter the sinus. In this cavity they join the corresponding veins from the other pyramids to form the renal vein, which emerges from the kidney at the hilum and opens into the inferior vena cava. The left vein is longer than the right, and crosses in front of the abdominal aorta. The lymphatics of the kidney are described on page 712. Nerves of the kidney. The nerves of the kidney, although small, are about 15 in number. They have small ganglia developed upon them, and are derived from the renal plexus, which is formed by branches from the celiac plexus, the lower and outer part of the celiac ganglion and aortic plexus, and from the lesser and lowest splanchnic nerves. They communicate with the spermatic plexus, a circumstance which may explain the occurrence of pain in the testes in affections of the kidney. They accompany the renal artery and its branches, and are distributed to the blood vessels and to the cells of the urinary tubules. Connective tissue. Intertubular stroma. Although the tubules and vessels are closely packed, a small amount of connective tissue, continuous with the fibrous tunic, binds them firmly together, and supports the blood vessels, lymphatics, and nerves. Variations. Malformations of the kidney are not uncommon. There may be an entire absence of one kidney, but according to Morris, the number of these cases is excessively small. Or there may be congenital atrophy of one kidney, when the kidney is very small, but usually healthy in structure. These cases are of great importance, and must be duly taken into account when nephrectomy is contemplated. A more common malformation is where the two kidneys are fused together. They may be joined together only at their lower ends by means of a thick mass of renal tissue, so as to form a horseshoe-shaped body, or they may be completely united, forming a disc-like kidney, from which two ureters descend into the bladder. These fused kidneys are generally situated in the middle line of the abdomen, but may be displaced as well. In some mammals, for example ox and bear, the kidney consists of a number of distinct lobules. This lobulated condition is characteristic of the kidney of the human fetus, and traces of it may persist in the adult. Sometimes the pelvis is duplicated, while a double ureter is not uncommon. In some rare instances, a third kidney may be present. One or both kidneys may be misplaced as a congenital condition, and remain fixed in this abnormal position. They are then very often misshapen. They may be situated higher, though this is very uncommon, or lower than normal, or removed farther from the vertebral column than usual. Or they may be displaced into the iliac fossa, over the sacroiliac joint onto the promontory of the sacrum, or into the pelvis between the rectum and bladder, or by the side of the uterus. In these latter cases they may give rise to very serious trouble. The kidney may also be misplaced as a congenital condition, but may not be fixed. It is then known as a floating kidney. It is believed to be due to the fact that the kidney is completely enveloped by peritoneum, which then passes backward into the vertebral column as a double layer, forming a mesonephron which permits movement. The kidney may also be misplaced as an acquired condition. In these cases the kidney is mobile in the tissues by which it is surrounded, moving with the capsule in the perinephric tissues. This condition is known as movable kidney, and is more common in the female than in the male. It occurs in badly nourished people, or in those who have become emaciated from any cause. It must not be confounded with the floating kidney, which is a congenital condition due to the development of a mesonephron. The two
Section 30 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Ureters. 3b. 2. The Ureters. The ureters are the two tubes which convey the urine from the kidneys to the urinary bladder. Each commences within the sinus of the corresponding kidney as a number of short cup-shaped tubes termed calyces, which encircle the renal papillae. Since a single calyx may enclose more than one papilla, the calyces are generally fewer in number than the pyramids, the former varying from 7 to 13, the latter from 8 to 18. The calyces join to form 2 or 3 short tubes, and these unite to form a funnel-shaped dilatation, wide above and narrow below, named the renal pelvis, which is situated partly inside and partly outside the renal sinus. It is usually placed on a level with the spinous process of the first lumbar vertebra. The ureter proper measures from 25 to 30 centimeters in length, and is a thick-walled, narrow cylindrical tube which is directly continuous near the lower end of the kidney with the tapering extremity of the renal pelvis. It runs downward and medialward in front of the psoas major and, entering the pelvic cavity, finally opens into the fundus of the bladder. The abdominal part, pars abdominalis, lies behind the peritoneum on the medial part of the psoas major, and is crossed obliquely by the internal spermatic vessels. It enters the pelvic cavity by crossing either the termination of the common or the commencement of the external iliac vessels. At its origin, the right ureter is usually covered by the descending part of the duodenum, and in its course downward lies to the right of the inferior vena cava, and is crossed by the right colic and ileocolic vessels, while near the superior aperture of the pelvis it passes behind the lower part of the mesentery and the terminal part of the ileum. The left ureter is crossed by the left colic vessels, and near the superior aperture of the pelvis passes behind the sigmoid colon and its mesentery. The pelvic part, pars pelvina, runs at first downward on the lateral wall of the pelvic cavity, along the anterior border of the greater sciatic notch, and under cover of the peritoneum. It lies in front of the hypogastric artery medial to the obturator nerve and the umbilical, obturator, inferior vesicle, and middle hemorrhoidal arteries. Opposite the lower part of the greater sciatic foramen, it inclines medialward, and reaches the lateral angle of the bladder, where it is situated in front of the upper end of the seminal vesicle, and at a distance of about 5 centimeters from the opposite ureter. Here the ductus deferens crosses to its medial side, and the vesical veins surround it. Finally, the ureter is run obliquely for about 2 centimeters through the wall of the bladder, and opened by slit-like apertures into the cavity of the viscus at the lateral angles of the trigone. When the bladder is distended, the openings of the ureters are about 5 centimeters apart, but when it is empty and contracted, the distance between them is diminished by 1/2. Owing to their oblique course through the coats of the bladder, the upper and lower walls of the terminal portions of the ureters become closely applied to each other when the viscus is distended, and, acting as valves, prevent regurgitation of urine from the bladder. In the female, the ureter forms, as it lies in relation to the wall of the pelvis, the posterior boundary of a shallow depression named the ovarian fossa, in which the ovary is situated. It then runs medialward and forward on the lateral aspect of the cervix uteri and upper part of the vagina to reach the fundus of the bladder. In this part of its course it is accompanied for about 2.5 centimeters by the uterine artery, which then crosses in front of the ureter and ascends between the 2 layers of the broad ligament. The ureter is distant about 2 centimeters from the side of the cervix of the uterus. The ureter is sometimes duplicated on one or both sides, and the 2 tubes may remain distinct as far as the fundus of the bladder. On rare occasions they open separately into the bladder cavity. Structure. The ureter is composed of 3 coats: fibrous, muscular, and mucous coats. The fibrous coat, tunica adventitia, is continuous at one end with the fibrous tunic of the kidney on the floor of the sinus, while at the other it is lost in the fibrous structure of the bladder. In the renal pelvis the muscular coat, tunica muscularis, consists of 2 layers, longitudinal and circular. The longitudinal fibers become lost upon the sides of the papillae at the extremities of the calyces. The circular fibers may be traced surrounding the medullary substance in the same situation. In the ureter proper the muscular fibers are very distinct, and are arranged in 3 layers: an external longitudinal, a middle circular, and an internal, less distinct than the other 2, but having a general longitudinal direction. According to Kolliker, this internal layer is found only in the neighborhood of the bladder. The mucous coat, tunica mucosa, is smooth and presents a few longitudinal folds, which become effaced by distension. It is continuous with the mucous membrane of the bladder below, while it is prolonged over the papillae of the kidney above. Its epithelium is of a transitional character, and resembles that found in the bladder. It consists of several layers of cells, of which the innermost, that is to say, the cells in contact with the urine, are somewhat flattened, with concavities on their deep surfaces, into which the rounded ends of the cells of the second layer fit. These, the intermediate cells, more or less resemble columnar epithelium, and are pear-shaped, with rounded internal extremities, which fit into the concavities of the cells of the first layer, and narrow external extremities which are wedged in between the cells of the third layer. The external or third layer consists of conical or oval cells, varying in number in different parts, and presenting processes which extend down into the basement membrane. Beneath the epithelium, and separating it from the muscular coats, is a dense layer of fibrous tissue containing many elastic fibers. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the ureter are branches from the renal, internal spermatic, hypogastric, and inferior vesicle. The nerves are derived from the inferior mesenteric, spermatic, and pelvic plexuses. Variations. The upper portion of the ureter is sometimes double. More rarely it is double the greater part of its extent, or even completely so. In such cases there are two openings into the bladder. Asymmetry in these variations
Section 31 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Urinary Bladder. Vesica urinaria, bladder. The urinary bladder is a muscular membranous sac, which acts as a reservoir for the urine, and as its size, position, and relations vary according to the amount of fluid it contains, it is necessary to study it as it appears A. when empty, and B. when distended. In both conditions, the position of the bladder varies with the condition of the rectum, being pushed upward and forward when the rectum is distended. The empty bladder. When hardened in situ, the empty bladder has the form of a flattened tetrahedron with its vertex tilted forward. It presents a fundus, a vertex, a superior and an inferior surface. The fundus is triangular in shape, and is directed downward and backward toward the rectum, from which it is separated by the rectovesical fascia, the Vesiculae Seminales, and the terminal portions of the Ductus Deferens. The vertex is directed forward toward the upper part of the symphysis pubis, and from it the middle umbilical ligament is continued upward on the back of the anterior abdominal wall to the umbilicus. The peritoneum is carried by it from the vertex of the bladder on to the abdominal wall to form the middle umbilical fold. The superior surface is triangular, bounded on either side by a lateral border which separates it from the inferior surface, and behind by a posterior border, represented by a line joining the two ureters, which intervenes between it and the fundus. The lateral borders extend from the ureters to the vertex, and from them the peritoneum is carried to the walls of the pelvis. On either side of the bladder, the peritoneum shows a depression, named the paravesical fossa. The superior surface is directed upward, is covered by peritoneum, and is in relation with the sigmoid colon and some of the coils of the small intestine. When the bladder is empty and firmly contracted, this surface is convex and the lateral and posterior borders are rounded, whereas if the bladder be relaxed it is concave, and the interior of the viscus, as seen in a median sagittal section, presents the appearance of a V-shaped slit, with a shorter posterior and a longer anterior limb, the apex of the V corresponding with the internal orifice of the urethra. The inferior surface is directed downward and is uncovered by peritoneum. It may be divided into a posterior or prostatic area and two inferolateral surfaces. The prostatic area is somewhat triangular. It rests upon and is in direct continuity with the base of the prostate, and from it the urethra emerges. The inferolateral portions of the inferior surface are directed downward and lateralward. In front, they are separated from the symphysis pubis by a mass of fatty tissue, which is named the retropubic pad. Behind, they are in contact with the fascia, which covers the levatores ani and obturatores interni. When the bladder is empty, it is placed entirely within the pelvis, below the level of the obliterated hypogastric arteries, and below the level of those portions of the ductus deferens which are in contact with the lateral wall of the pelvis. After they cross the ureters, the ductus deferens come into contact with the fundus of the bladder. As the viscus fills, its fundus, being more or less fixed, is only slightly depressed, while its superior surface gradually rises into the abdominal cavity, carrying with it its peritoneal covering, and, at the same time, rounding off the posterior and lateral borders. The distended bladder. When the bladder is moderately full, it contains about 0.5 litres, and assumes an oval form. The long diameter of the oval measures about 12 centimetres, and is directed upward and forward. In this condition it presents a postero-superior, an antero-inferior, and two lateral surfaces, a fundus and a summit. The postero-superior surface is directed upward and backward, and is covered by peritoneum. Behind, it is separated from the rectum by the rectovesical excavation, while its anterior part is in contact with the coils of the small intestine. The antero-inferior surface is devoid of peritoneum, and rests below, against the pubic bones, above which it is in contact with the back of the anterior abdominal wall. The lower parts of the lateral surfaces are destitute of peritoneum, and are in contact with the lateral walls of the pelvis. The line of peritoneal reflection from the lateral surface is raised to the level of the obliterated hypogastric artery. The fundus undergoes little alteration in position, being only slightly lowered. It exhibits, however, a narrow triangular area, which is separated from the rectum merely by the rectovesical fascia. This area is bounded below by the prostate, above by the rectovesical fold of peritoneum, and laterally by the ductus deferens. The ductus deferens frequently come into contact with each other above the prostate, and under such circumstances the lower part of the triangular area is obliterated. The line of reflection of the peritoneum from the rectum to the bladder appears to undergo little or no change when the latter is distended. It is situated about 10 centimetres from the anus. The summit is directed upward and forward above the point of attachment of the middle umbilical ligament, and hence the peritoneum which follows the ligament forms a pouch of varying depth between the summit of the bladder and the anterior abdominal wall. The bladder in the child. In the newborn child, the internal urethral orifice is at the level of the upper border of the symphysis pubis. The bladder, therefore, lies relatively at a much higher level in the infant than in the adult. Its anterior surface is in contact with about the lower 2/3 of that part of the abdominal wall which lies between the symphysis pubis and the umbilicus. Symington. Its fundus is clothed with peritoneum as far as the level of the internal orifice of the urethra. Although the bladder of the infant is usually described as an abdominal organ, Symington has pointed out that only about 1/2 of it lies above the plane of the superior aperture of the pelvis. Dis maintains that the internal urethral orifice sinks rapidly during the first years, and then more slowly until the 9th year, after which it remains stationary until puberty, when it again slowly descends and reaches its adult position. The female bladder. In the female, the bladder is in relation behind with the uterus and the upper part of the vagina. It is separated from the anterior surface of the body of the uterus by the vesicuterine excavation, but below the level of this excavation it is connected to the front of the cervix uteri, and the upper part of the anterior wall of the vagina by areolar tissue. When the bladder is empty, the uterus rests upon its superior surface. The female bladder is said by some to be more capacious than that of the male, but probably the opposite is the case. Ligaments. The bladder is connected to the pelvic wall by the fascia endopelvina. In front, this fascial attachment is strengthened by a few muscular fibres, the pubovesicales, which extend from the back of the pubic bones to the front of the bladder. Behind, other muscular fibres run from the fundus of the bladder to the sides of the rectum in the sacrogenital folds and constitute the rectovesicales. The vertex of the bladder is joined to the umbilicus by the remains of the urachus, which forms the middle umbilical ligament, a fibromuscular cord, broad at its attachment to the bladder, but narrowing as it ascends. From the superior surface of the bladder, the peritoneum is carried off in a series of folds, which are sometimes termed the false ligaments of the bladder. Anteriorly, there are 3 folds, the middle umbilical fold on the middle umbilical ligament, and 2 lateral umbilical folds on the obliterated hypogastric arteries. The reflections of the peritoneum onto the side walls of the pelvis form the lateral false ligaments, while the sacrogenital folds constitute posterior false ligaments. Interior of the bladder. The mucous membrane lining the bladder is, over the greater part of the viscus, loosely attached to the muscular coat, and appears wrinkled or folded when the bladder is contracted. In the distended condition of the bladder, the folds are effaced. Over a small triangular area, termed the trigonum vesicae, immediately above and behind the internal orifice of the urethra, the mucous membrane is firmly bound to the muscular coat and is always smooth. The anterior angle of the trigonum vesicae is formed by the internal orifice of the urethra, its posterolateral angles by the orifices of the ureters. Stretching behind the latter openings is a slightly curved ridge, the torus uretericus, forming the base of the trigon, and produced by an underlying bundle of non-striped muscular fibres. The lateral parts of this ridge extend beyond the openings of the ureters, and are named the plici ureterici. They are produced by the terminal portions of the ureters as they traverse obliquely the bladder wall. When the bladder is illuminated, the torus uretericus appears as a pale band, and forms an important guide during the operation of introducing a catheter into the ureter. The orifices of the ureters are placed at the posterolateral angles of the trigonum vesicae, and are usually slit-like in form. In the contracted bladder they are about 2.5 centimeters apart, and about the same distance from the internal urethral orifice. In the distended viscus, these measurements may be increased to about 5 centimeters. The internal urethral orifice is placed at the apex of the trigonum vesicae, in the most dependent part of the bladder, and is usually somewhat crescentic in form, The mucous membrane immediately behind it presents a slight elevation, the uvular vesicae, caused by the middle lobe of the prostate. Structure. The bladder is composed of the four coats, serous, muscular, submucous, and mucous coats. The serous coat, tunica serosa, is a partial one and is derived from the peritoneum. It invests the superior surface and the upper parts of the lateral surfaces, and is reflected from these onto the abdominal and pelvic walls. The muscular coat, tunica muscularis, consists of 3 layers of unstriped muscular fibres, an external layer, composed of fibres having for the most part a longitudinal arrangement, a middle layer, in which the fibres are arranged more or less in a circular manner, and an internal layer, in which the fibres have a general longitudinal arrangement. The fibres of the external layer arise from the posterior surface of the body of the pubis in both sexes, musculi pubovesicalis, and in the male from the adjacent part of the prostate and its capsule. They pass, in a more or less longitudinal manner, up the inferior surface of the bladder, over its vertex, and then descend along its fundus to become attached to the prostate in the male and to the front of the vagina in the female. At the sides of the bladder, the fibres are arranged obliquely and intersect one another. This layer has been named the detrusor urinae muscle. The fibres of the middle circular layer are very thinly and irregularly scattered on the body of the organ, and, although to some extent placed transversely to the long axis of the bladder, are, for the most part, arranged obliquely. Toward the lower part of the bladder, around the internal urethral orifice, they are disposed in a thick circular layer, forming the sphincter vesicae, which is continuous with the muscular fibres of the prostate. The internal longitudinal layer is thin, and its vesiculae have a reticular arrangement, but with a tendency to assume for the most part a longitudinal direction. 2 bands of oblique fibres, originating behind the orifices of the ureters, converge to the back part of the prostate, and are inserted by means of a fibrous process into the middle lobe of that organ. They are the muscles of the ureters. Described by Sir C. Bell, who supposed that during the contraction of the bladder they serve to retain the oblique direction of the ureters, and so prevent the reflux of the urine into them. The submucous coat, tela submucosa, consists of a layer of areolar tissue, connecting together the muscular and mucous coats, and intimately united to the latter. The mucous coat, tunica mucosa, is thin, smooth, and of a pale rose colour. It is continuous above through the ureters with the lining membrane of the renal tubules, and below with that of the urethra. The loose texture of the submucous layer allows the mucous coat to be thrown into folds or rugae when the bladder is empty. Over the trigonum vesicae, the mucous membrane is closely attached to the muscular coat and is not thrown into folds, but is smooth and flat. The epithelium covering it is of the transitional variety, consisting of a superficial layer of polyhedral flattened cells, each with 1, 2, or 3 nuclei. Beneath these is a stratum of large club-shaped cells, with their narrow extremities directed downward and wedged in between smaller spindle-shaped cells containing oval nuclei. The epithelium varies according as the bladder is distended or contracted. In the former condition, the superficial cells are flattened and those of the other layers are shortened. In the latter, they present the appearance described above. There are no true glands in the mucous membrane of the bladder, though certain mucous follicles which exist, especially near the neck of the bladder, have been regarded as such. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the bladder are the superior, middle, and inferior vesicle, derived from the anterior trunk of the hypogastric. The obturator and inferior gluteal arteries also supply small visceral branches to the bladder, and in the female, additional branches are derived from the uterine and vaginal arteries. The veins form a complicated plexus on the inferior surface and fundus near the prostate, and end in the hypergastric veins. The lymphatics are described in Part 3 of Gray's Anatomy, Section 49. The nerves of the bladder are 1. Fine medullated fibres from the 3rd and 4th sacral nerves, and 2. Non-medullated fibres from the hypergastric plexus. They are connected with ganglia in the outer and submucous coats, and are finally distributed, all as non-medullated fibres, to the muscular layer and epithelial lining of the viscus. Abnormalities. A defect of development in which the bladder is implicated is known under the name of extraversion of the bladder. In this condition, the lower part of the abdominal wall and the anterior wall of the bladder are wanting, so that the fundus of the bladder presents on the abdominal surface and is pushed forward by the pressure of the viscera within the abdomen, forming a red vascular tumour on which the openings of the ureters are visible. The penis, except the glands, is rudimentary, and is cleft on its dorsal surface, exposing the floor of the urethra, a condition known as epispadias.
Section 32 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The male urethra, the female urethra. The male urethra, Urethra virilis. The male urethra extends from the internal urethral orifice in the urinary bladder to the external urethral orifice at the end of the penis. It presents a double curve in the ordinary relaxed state of the penis. Its length varies from 17.5 to 20 centimeters, and it is divided into 3 portions: the prostatic, membranous, and cavernous, the structure and relations of which are essentially different. Except during the passage of the urine or semen, the greater part of the urethral canal is a mere transverse cleft or slit, with its upper and under surfaces in contact. At the external orifice the slit is vertical, in the membranous portion irregular or stellate, and in the prostatic portion somewhat arched. The prostatic portion, pars prostatica, the widest and most dilatable part of the canal, is about 3 centimeters long. It runs almost vertically through the prostate from its base to its apex, lying nearer its anterior than its posterior surface. The form of the canal is spindle-shaped, being wider in the middle than at either extremity, and narrowest below, where it joins the membranous portion. A transverse section of the canal, as it lies in the prostate, is horseshoe-shaped, with the convexity directed forward. Upon the posterior wall, or floor, is a narrow longitudinal ridge, the urethral crest, veromontanum, formed by an elevation of the mucous membrane and its subjacent tissue. It is from 15 to 17 millimeters in length, and about 3 millimeters in height, and contains, according to Cobelt, muscular and erectile tissue. When distended, it may serve to prevent the passage of the semen backward into the bladder. On either side of the crest is a slightly depressed fossa, the prostatic sinus, the floor of which is perforated by numerous apertures. The orifices of the prostatic ducts from the lateral lobes of the prostate. The ducts of the middle lobe open behind the crest. At the forepart of the urethral crest, below its summit, is a median elevation, the colliculus seminalis, upon or within the margins of which are the orifices of the prostatic utricle and the slit-like openings of the ejaculatory ducts. The prostatic utricle, sinus pocularis, forms a cul-de-sac about 6 mm long, which runs upward and backward in the substance of the prostate, behind the middle lobe. Its walls are composed of fibrous tissue, muscular fibers, and mucous membrane, and numerous small glands open on its inner surface. It was called by Weber the uterus masculinus, from its being developed from the united lower ends of the atrophied Mullerian ducts, and therefore homologous with the uterus and vagina in the female. The membranous portion, pars membranacea, is the shortest, least dilatable, and, with the exception of the external orifice, the narrowest part of the canal. It extends downward and forward, with a slight anterior concavity, between the apex of the prostate and the bulb of the urethra, perforating the urogenital diaphragm about 2.5 cm below and behind the pubic symphysis. The hinder part of the urethral bulb lies in apposition with the inferior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm, but its upper portion diverges somewhat from this fascia. The anterior wall of the membranous urethra is thus prolonged for a short distance in front of the urogenital diaphragm. It measures about 2 cm in length, while the posterior wall, which is between the two fasciae of the diaphragm, is only 1.25 cm long. The membranous portion of the urethra is completely surrounded by the fibers of the sphincter urethrae membranaceae. In front of it, the deep dorsal vein of the penis enters the pelvis between the transverse ligament of the pelvis and the arcuate pubic ligament. On either side, near its termination, are the bulbourethral glands. The cavernous portion, pars cavernosa, penile or spongy portion, is the longest part of the urethra, and is contained in the corpus cavernosum urethra. It is about 15 cm long, and extends from the termination of the membranous portion to the external urethral orifice. Commencing below the inferior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm, it passes forward and upward to the front of the symphysis pubis, and then, in the flaccid condition of the penis, it bends downward and forward. It is narrow, and of uniform size in the body of the penis, measuring about 6 mm in diameter. It is dilated behind, within the bulb, and again anteriorly within the glans penis, where it forms the fossa navicularis urethra. The external urethral orifice, orificium urethrae, externum, meatus urinarius, is the most contracted part of the urethra. It is a vertical slit about 6 mm long, bounded on either side by 2 small labia. The lining membrane of the urethra, especially on the floor of the cavernous portion, presents the orifices of numerous mucous glands and follicles situated in the submucous tissue, and named the urethral glands, Litrae. Besides these are a number of small pit-like recesses, or lacunae, of varying sizes. Their orifices are directed forward, so that they may easily intercept the point of a catheter in its passage along the canal. One of these lacunae, larger than the rest, is situated on the upper surface of the fauces, navicularis. It is called the lacuna magna. The bulbourethral glands open into the cavernous portion about 2.5 centimeters in front of the inferior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm. Structure. The urethra is composed of mucous membrane supported by a submucous tissue, which connects it with the various structures through which it passes. The mucous coat forms part of the genitourinary mucous membrane. It is continuous with the mucous membrane of the bladder, ureters, and kidneys. Externally, with the integument covering the glans penis, and is prolonged into the ducts of the glands which open into the urethra, viz., the bulbourethral glands and the prostate, and into the Ductus deferens and Vesiculae Seminales, through the ejaculatory ducts. In the cavernous and membranous portions, the mucous membrane is arranged in longitudinal folds when the tube is empty. Small papillae are found upon it, near the external urethral orifice. Its epithelial lining is of the columnar variety, except near the external orifice, where it is squamous and stratified. The submucous tissue consists of a vascular erectile layer. Outside this is a layer of unstriped muscular fibers, arranged in a circular direction, which separates the mucous membrane and submucous tissue from the tissue of the corpus cavernosum urethrae. Congenital defects of the urethra occur occasionally. The one most frequently met with is where there is a cleft on the floor of the urethra owing to an arrest of union in the middle line. This is known as hypospadias, and the cleft may vary in extent. The simplest and by far the most common form is where the deficiency is confined to the glans penis. The urethra ends at the point where the extremity of the prepuce joins the body of the penis in a small valve-like opening. The prepuce is also cleft on its under surface and forms a sort of hood over the glands. There is a depression on the glands in the position of the normal meatus. This condition produces no disability and requires no treatment. In more severe cases, the cavernous portion of the urethra is cleft throughout its entire length, and the opening of the urethra is at the point of junction of the penis and scrotum. The undersurface of the penis, in the middle line, presents a furrow lined by a moist mucous membrane, on either side of which is often more or less dense fibrous tissue stretching from the glands to the opening of the urethra, which prevents complete erection taking place. Great discomfort is induced during micturition, and sexual connection is impossible. The condition may be remedied by a series of plastic operations. The worst form of this condition is where the urethra is deficient as far back as the perineum, and the scrotum is cleft. The penis is small and bound down between the two halves of the scrotum, so as to resemble a hypertrophied clitoris. The testes are often retained. The condition of parts, therefore, very much resembles the external organs of generation of the female, and many children, the victims of this malformation, have been brought up as girls. The halves of the scrotum, deficient of testes, resemble the labia. The cleft between them looks like the orifice of the vagina, and the diminutive penis is taken for an enlarged clitoris. There is no remedy for this condition. A much more uncommon form of malformation is where there is an apparent deficiency of the upper wall of the urethra. This is named epispadias. The deficiency may vary in extent. When it is complete, the condition is associated with extraversion of the bladder. In less extensive cases, where there is no extraversion, there is an infundibuliform opening into the bladder. The penis is usually dwarfed and turned upward, so that the glans lies over the opening. Congenital stricture is also occasionally met with, and in such cases multiple strictures may be present throughout the whole length of the cavernous portion. The female urethra. Urethra muliebris. The female urethra is a narrow membranous canal about 4 centimeters long, extending from the internal to the external urethral orifice. It is placed behind the symphysis pubis, embedded in the anterior wall of the vagina, and its direction is obliquely downward and forward. It is slightly curved, with the concavity directed forward. Its diameter, when undilated, is about 6 millimeters. It perforates the fascia of the urogenital diaphragm, and its external orifice is situated directly in front of the vaginal opening, and about 2.5 centimeters behind the glans clitoridis. The lining membrane is thrown into longitudinal folds, one of which, placed along the floor of the canal, is termed the urethral crest. Many small urethral glands open into the urethra. Structure. The urethra consists of 3 coats: muscular, erectile, and mucous. The muscular coat is continuous with that of the bladder. It extends the whole length of the tube, and consists of circular fibers. In addition to this, between the superior and inferior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm, the female urethra is surrounded by the sphincter urethrae membranaceae, as in the male, a thin layer of spongy erectile tissue containing a plexus of large veins intermixed with bundles of unstriped muscular fibers lies immediately beneath the mucous coat. The mucous coat is pale. It is continuous externally with that of the vulva, and internally with that of the bladder. It is lined by stratified squamous epithelium, which becomes transitional near the bladder. Its external orifice is surrounded by a few mucous follicles.
Section 33 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dr. Valerie Ross. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5 by Henry Gray. The Male Genital Organs. Organa genitalia virilia. The male genitals include the testes, the ductus deferens, the vesiculae seminales, the ejaculatory ducts, and the penis, together with the following accessory structures, namely the prostate and the bulbourethral glands. The testes and their coverings. The testes are 2 glandular organs which secrete the semen. They are suspended in the scrotum by the spermatic cords. At an early period of fetal life, the testes are contained in the abdominal cavity, behind the peritoneum. Before birth, they descend to the inguinal canal, along which they pass with the spermatic cord, and, emerging at the subcutaneous inguinal ring, they descend into the scrotum, becoming invested in their course by coverings derived from the serous, muscular, and fibrous layers of the abdominal parietes, as well as by the scrotum. The coverings of the testes are the skin, cremaster, scrotum, dartos tunic, infundibuliform fascia, intercrural fascia, tunica vaginalis. The scrotum is a cutaneous pouch which contains the testes and parts of the spermatic cords. It is divided on its surface into 2 lateral portions by a ridge or raphe, which is continued forward to the undersurface of the penis and backward along the middle line of the perineum to the anus. Of these 2 lateral portions, the left hangs lower than the right, to correspond with the greater length of the left spermatic cord. Its external aspect varies under different circumstances. Thus, under the influence of warmth, and in old and debilitated persons, it becomes elongated and flaccid, but under the influence of cold, and in the young and robust, it is short, corrugated, and closely applied to the testes. The scrotum consists of two layers, the integument and the dartos tunic. The integument is very thin, of a brownish color, and generally thrown into folds or rugae. It is provided with sebaceous follicles, the secretion of which has a peculiar odor, and is beset with thinly scattered crisp hairs, the roots of which are seen through the skin. The dartos tunic, tunica dartos, is a thin layer of non-striped muscular fibers, continuous around the base of the scrotum, with the two layers of the superficial fascia of the groin and the perineum. It sends inward a septum, which divides the scrotal pouch into two cavities for the testes, and extends between the raphe and the undersurface of the penis as far as its root. The dartos tunic is closely united to the skin externally, but connected with the sub-adjacent parts by delicate areolar tissue, upon which it glides with the greatest facility. The intercrural fascia, intercolumnar or external spermatic fascia, is a thin membrane, prolonged downward around the surface of the cord and testis. It is separated from the dartos tunic by loose areolar tissue. The cremaster consists of scattered bundles of muscular fibers connected together into a continuous covering by intermediate areolar tissue. The infundibuliform fascia, tunica vaginalis communis, testis et funiculi spermatici, is a thin layer which loosely invests the cord. It is a continuation downward of the transversalis fascia. The tunica vaginalis is described with the testes. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the coverings of the testes are the superficial and deep external pudendal branches of the femoral, the superficial perineal branch of the internal pudendal, and the cremasteric branch from the inferior epigastric. The veins follow the course of the corresponding arteries. The lymphatics end in the inguinal lymph glands. The nerves are the ilioinguinal and lumboinguinal branches of the lumbar plexus, the two superficial perineal branches of the internal pudendal nerve, and the pudendal branch of the posterior femoral cutaneous nerve. The inguinal canal, canalis inguinalis, is described on page 418. The spermatic cord, funiculus spermaticus, extends from the abdominal inguinal ring, where the structures of which it is composed converge, to the back part of the testis. In the abdominal wall, the cord passes obliquely along the inguinal canal, lying at first beneath the obliquus internus and upon the fascia transversalis, but nearer the pubis it rests upon the inguinal and lacunar ligaments, having the aponeurosis of the obliquus externus in front of it and the inguinal falx behind it. It then escapes at the subcutaneous ring and descends nearly vertically into the scrotum. The left cord is rather longer than the right, consequently the left testis hangs somewhat lower than its fellow. Structure of the spermatic cord. The spermatic cord is composed of arteries, veins, lymphatics, nerves, and the excretory duct of the testis. These structures are connected together by areolar tissue and invested by the layers brought down by the testis in its descent. The arteries of the cord are the internal and external spermatics, and the artery to the ductus deferens. The internal spermatic artery, a branch of the abdominal aorta, escapes from the abdomen at the abdominal inguinal ring and accompanies the other constituents of the spermatic cord along the inguinal canal and through the subcutaneous inguinal ring into the scrotum. It then descends to the testis and, becoming tortuous, divides into several branches, 2 or 3 of which accompany the ductus deferens and supply the epididymis, anastomosing with the artery of the ductus deferens. The others supply the substance of the testis. The external spermatic artery is a branch of the inferior epigastric artery. It accompanies the spermatic cord and supplies the coverings of the cord, anastomosing with the internal spermatic artery.
The artery of the ductus deferens, a branch of the superior vesicle, is a long, slender vessel which accompanies the ductus deferens, ramifying upon its coats and anastomosing with the internal spermatic artery near the testis. The spermatic veins emerge from the back of the testis and receive tributaries from the epididymis. They unite and form a convoluted plexus, the plexus pampiniformis, which forms the chief mass of the cord. The vessels composing this plexus are very numerous and ascend along the cord in front of the ductus deferens. Below the subcutaneous inguinal ring they unite to form 3 or 4 veins, which pass along the inguinal canal, and entering the abdomen through the abdominal inguinal ring coalesce to form 2 veins. These again unite to form a single vein, which opens on the right side into the inferior vena cava at an acute angle, and on the left side into the left renal vein at a right angle. The lymphatic vessels are described on page 713. The nerves are the spermatic plexus from the sympathetic, joined by filaments from the pelvic plexus, which accompany the artery of the ductus deferens. The scrotum forms an admirable covering for the protection of the testes. These bodies, lying suspended and loose in the cavity of the scrotum and surrounded by serous membrane, are capable of great mobility and can therefore easily slip about within the scrotum and thus avoid injuries from blows or squeezes. The skin of the scrotum is very elastic and capable of great distension, and on account of the looseness and amount of subcutaneous tissue, the scrotum becomes greatly enlarged in cases of edema, to which this part is especially liable as a result of its dependent position. The testes are suspended in the scrotum by the spermatic cords, the left testis hanging somewhat lower than its fellow. The average dimensions of the testis are from 4 to 5 centimeters in length, 2.5 centimeters in breadth, and 3 centimeters in the antero-posterior diameter. Its weight varies from 10.5 to 14 grams. Each testis is of an oval form, compressed laterally, and having an oblique position in the scrotum. The upper extremity is directed forward and a little lateralward, the lower backward and a little medialward. The anterior convex border looks forward and downward, the posterior or straight border to which the cord is attached backward and upward. The anterior border and lateral surfaces, as well as both extremities of the organ, are convex, free, smooth, and invested by the visceral layer of the tunica vaginalis. The posterior border, to which the cord is attached, receives only a partial investment from that membrane. Lying upon the lateral edge of this posterior border is a long, narrow, flattened body named the epididymis. The epididymis consists of a central portion or body, an upper enlarged extremity, the head, globus major, and a lower pointed extremity, the tail, globus minor, which is continuous with the ductus deferens, the duct of the testis. The head is intimately connected with the upper end of the testis by means of the efferent ductules of the gland. The tail is connected with the lower end by cellular tissue and a reflection of the tunica vaginalis. The lateral surface, head, and tail of the epididymis are free and covered by the serous membrane. The body is also completely invested by it, excepting along its posterior border, while between the body and the testis is a pouch, named the sinus of the epididymis, digital fossa. The epididymis is connected to the back of the testis. Section 34 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dr. Valerie Ross. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Testes and Their Coverings. Appendages of the testis and epididymis. On the upper extremity of the testis, just beneath the head of the epididymis, is a minute oval sessile body, the appendix of the testis, hydatid of Morgagni. It is the remnant of the upper end of the Mullerian duct. On the head of the epididymis is a second small stalked appendage, sometimes duplicated. It is named the appendix of the epididymis, pedunculated hydatid, and is usually regarded as a detached efferent duct. The testis is invested by three tunics, the tunica vaginalis, tunica albuginea, and tunica vasculosa. The tunica vaginalis, tunica vaginalis propria testis, is the serous covering of the testis. It is a pouch of serous membrane derived from the saccus vaginalis of the peritoneum, which in the fetus preceded the descent of the testis from the abdomen into the scrotum. After its descent, that portion of the pouch which extends from the abdominal inguinal ring to near the upper part of the gland becomes obliterated. The lower portion remains as a shut sac, which invests the surface of the testis and is reflected on to the internal surface of the scrotum. Hence it may be described as consisting of a visceral and a parietal lamina. The visceral lamina, or lamina visceralis, covers the greater part of the testis and epididymis, connecting the latter to the testis by means of a distinct fold. From the posterior border of the gland it is reflected on to the internal surface of the scrotum. The parietal lamina, or lamina parietalis, is far more extensive than the visceral, extending upward for some distance in front and on the medial side of the cord, and reaching below the testis. The inner surface of the tunica vaginalis is smooth and covered by a layer of endothelial cells. The interval between the visceral and parietal laminae constitutes the cavity of the tunica vaginalis. The obliterated portion of the saccus vaginalis may generally be seen as a fibrocellular thread lying in the loose areolar tissue around the spermatic cord. Sometimes this may be traced as a distinct band from the upper end of the inguinal canal, where it is connected with the peritoneum, down to the tunica vaginalis. Sometimes it gradually becomes lost on the spermatic cord. Occasionally no trace of it can be detected. In some cases it happens that the pouch of peritoneum does not become obliterated, but the sac of the peritoneum communicates with the tunica vaginalis. This may give rise to one of the varieties of oblique inguinal hernia. In other cases the pouch may contract, but not become entirely obliterated. It then forms a minute canal leading from the peritoneum to the tunica vaginalis. The tunica albuginea is the fibrous covering of the testis. It is a dense membrane of a bluish-white color composed of bundles of white fibrous tissue which interlace in every direction. It is covered by the tunica vaginalis, except at the points of attachment of the epididymis to the testis and along its posterior border, where the spermatic vessels enter the gland. It is applied to the tunica vasculosa over the glandular substance of the testis, and at its posterior border is reflected into the interior of the gland, forming an incomplete vertical septum called the mediastinum testis, or corpus hymori. The mediastinum testis extends from the upper to near the lower extremity of the gland and is wider above than below. From its front and sides numerous imperfect septa, or trabeculae, are given off, which radiate toward the surface of the organ and are attached to the tunica albuginea. They divide the interior of the organ into a number of incomplete spaces which are somewhat cone-shaped, being broad at their base at the surface of the gland and becoming narrower as they converge to the mediastinum. The mediastinum supports the vessels and duct of the testis in their passage to and from the substance of the gland. The tunica vasculosa is the vascular layer of the testis, consisting of a plexus of blood vessels held together by delicate areolar tissue. It clothes the inner surface of the tunica albuginea and the different septa in the interior of the gland, and therefore forms an internal investment to all the spaces of which the gland is composed. Structure. The glandular structure of the testis consists of numerous lobules. Their number in a single testis is estimated by Barris at 250 and by Krauss at 400. They differ in size according to their position, those in the middle of the gland being larger and longer. The lobules are conical in shape, the base being directed toward the circumference of the organ, the apex toward the mediastinum. Each lobule is contained in one of the intervals between the fibrous septa, which extend between the mediastinum testis and the tunica albuginea, and consists of from 1 to 3 or more minute convoluted tubes, the tubuli seminiferi. The tubules may be separately unraveled by careful dissection under water, and may be seen to commence either by free cecal ends or by anastomotic loops. They are supported by loose connective tissue, which contains here and there groups of interstitial cells containing yellow pigment granules. The total number of tubules is estimated by Louth at 840, and the average length of each is 70 to 80 centimeters. Their diameter varies from 0.12 to 0.3 millimeters. The tubules are pale in color in early life, but in old age they acquire a deep yellow tinge from containing much fatty matter. Each tubule consists of a basement layer formed of laminated connective tissue containing numerous elastic fibers with flattened cells between the layers and covered externally by a layer of flattened epithelioid cells. Within the basement membrane are epithelial cells arranged in several irregular layers, which are not always clearly separated, but which may be arranged in 3 different groups. Among these cells may be seen the spermatozoa in different stages of development. Lining the basement membrane and forming the outer zone is a layer of cubical cells with small nuclei. Some of these enlarge to become spermatogonia. The nuclei of some of the spermatogonia may be seen to be in process of indirect division or karyokinesis, and in consequence of this, daughter cells are formed, which constitute the second zone. Within this first layer is to be seen a number of larger polyhedral cells with clear nuclei arranged in 2 or 3 layers. These are the intermediate cells or spermatocytes. Most of these cells are in a condition of karyokinetic division, and the cells which result from this division form those of the next layer, the spermatoblasts or spermatids. The third layer of cells consists of the spermatoblasts or spermatids, and each of these, without further subdivision, becomes the spermatozoon. The spermatids are small polyhedral cells, the nucleus of each of which contains half the usual number of chromosomes. In addition to these 3 layers of cells, others are seen, which are termed the supporting cells or cells of Sertoli. They are elongated and columnar and project inward from the basement membrane toward the lumen of the tube. As development of the spermatozoa proceeds, the latter group themselves around the inner extremities of the supporting cells. The nuclear portion of the spermatid, which is partly embedded in the supporting cell, is differentiated to form the head of the spermatozoon, while part of the cell protoplasm forms the middle piece, and the tail is produced by an outgrowth from the double centriole of the cell. Ultimately, the heads are liberated and the spermatozoa are set free. The structure of the spermatozoa is described on pages 42 and 43. In the apices of the lobules, the tubules become less convoluted, assume a nearly straight course, and unite together to form from 20 to 30 larger ducts of about 0.5 millimeters in diameter, and these, from their straight course, are called tubuli recti. The tubuli recti enter the fibrous tissue of the mediastinum and pass upward and backward, forming, in their ascent, a close network of anastomosing tubes which are merely channels in the fibrous stroma, lined by flattened epithelium and having no proper walls. This constitutes the rete testis. At the upper end of the mediastinum, the vessels of the rete testis terminate in from 12 to 15 or 20 ducts, the ductuli efferentes. They perforate the tunica albuginea and carry the seminal fluid from the testis to the epididymis. Their course is at first straight. They then become enlarged and exceedingly convoluted and form a series of conical masses, the coni vasculosi, which together constitute the head of the epididymis. Each cone consists of a single convoluted duct from 15 to 20 centimeters in length, the diameter of which gradually decreases from the testis to the epididymis. Opposite the bases of the cones, the efferent vessels open at narrow intervals into a single duct, which constitutes, by its complex convolutions, the body and tail of the epididymis. When the convolutions of this tube are unraveled, it measures upward of 6 meters in length. It decreases in diameter and thickness as it approaches the ductus deferens. The convolutions are held together by fine areolar tissue and by bands of fibrous tissue. The tubuli recti have very thin walls. Like the channels of the rete testis, they are lined by a single layer of flattened epithelium. The ductuli efferentes and the tube of the epididymis have walls of considerable thickness on account of the presence in them of muscular tissue, which is principally arranged in a circular manner. These tubes are lined by columnar ciliated epithelium. Peculiarities. The testis, developed in the lumbar region, may be arrested or delayed in its transit to the scrotum, cryptorchism. It may be retained in the abdomen, or it may be arrested at the abdominal inguinal ring or in the inguinal canal, or it may just pass out of the subcutaneous inguinal ring without finding its way to the bottom of the scrotum. When retained in the abdomen, it gives rise to no symptoms other than the absence of the testis from the scrotum. But when it is retained in the inguinal canal, it is subjected to pressure and may become inflamed and painful. The retained testis is probably functionally useless, so that a man in whom both testes are retained, anorchism, is sterile, though he may not be impotent. The absence of one testis is termed monorchism. When a testis is retained in the inguinal canal, it is often complicated with a congenital hernia, the funicular process of the peritoneum not being obliterated. In addition to the cases above described, where there is some arrest in the descent of the testis, this organ may descend through the inguinal canal, but may miss the scrotum and assume some abnormal position. The most common form is where the testis, emerging at the subcutaneous inguinal ring, slips down between the scrotum and the thigh and comes to rest in the perineum. This is known as perineal ectopia testis. With each variety of abnormality in the position of the testis, it is very common to find concurrently a congenital hernia, or, if a hernia be not actually present, the funicular process is usually patent, and almost invariably so if the testis is in the inguinal canal. The testis, finally reaching the scrotum, may occupy an abnormal position in it. It may be inverted, so that its posterior or attached border is directed forward and the tunica vaginalis is situated behind. Fluid collections of a serous character are very frequently found in the scrotum. To these the term hydrocele is applied. The most common form is the ordinary vaginal hydrocele, in which the fluid is contained in the sac of the tunica vaginalis, which is separated, in its normal condition, from the peritoneal cavity by the whole extent of the inguinal canal. In another form, the congenital hydrocele, the fluid is in the sac of the tunica vaginalis, but this cavity communicates with the general peritoneal cavity, its tubular process remaining pervious. A third variety, known as an infantile hydrocele, occurs in those cases where the tubular process becomes obliterated only at its upper part, at or near the abdominal inguinal ring. It resembles the vaginal hydrocele, except as regards its shape, the collection of fluid extending up to the cord into the inguinal canal. Fourthly, the funicular process may become obliterated both at the abdominal inguinal ring and above the epididymis, leaving a central unobliterated portion which may become distended with fluid, giving rise to a condition known as The ductus deferens, or the vas deferens, or the seminal duct. The ductus deferens, the excretory duct of the testis, is the continuation of the canal of the epididymis. Commencing at the lower part of the tail of the epididymis, it is at first very tortuous, but gradually becoming less twisted, it ascends along the posterior border of the testis and medial side of the epididymis, and, as a constituent of the spermatic cord, traverses the inguinal canal to the abdominal inguinal ring. Here it separates from the other structures of the cord, curves around the lateral side of the inferior epigastric artery, and ascends for about 2.5 centimeters in front of the external iliac artery. It is next directed backward and slightly downward, and, crossing the external iliac vessels obliquely, enters the pelvic cavity, where it lies between the peritoneal membrane and the lateral wall of the pelvis, and descends on the medial side of the obliterated umbilical artery and the obturator nerve and vessels. It then crosses in front of the ureter, and reaching the medial side of this tube, bends to form an acute angle, and runs medialward and slightly forward between the fundus of the bladder and the upper end of the seminal vesicle. Reaching the medial side of the seminal vesicle, it is directed downward and medialward in contact with it, gradually approaching the opposite ductus. Here it lies between the fundus of the bladder and the rectum, where it is enclosed, together with the seminal vesicle, in a sheath derived from the rectovesical portion of the fascia endopelvina. Lastly, it is directed downward to the base of the prostate, where it becomes greatly narrowed and is joined at an acute angle by the duct of the seminal vesicle to form the ejaculatory duct, which traverses the prostate behind its middle lobe and opens into the prostatic portion of the urethra, close to the orifice of the prostatic utricle. The ductus deferens presents a hard and cord-like sensation to the fingers, and is of cylindrical form. Its walls are dense, and its canal is extremely small. At the fundus of the bladder it becomes enlarged and tortuous, and this portion is termed the ampulla. A small triangular area of the fundus of the bladder, between the ductus deferens laterally and the bottom of the rectovesical excavation of peritoneum above, is in contact with the rectum. Ductuli aberrantes. A long, narrow tube, the ductulus aberrans inferior, or vas aberrans of Haller, is occasionally found connected with the lower part of the canal of the epididymis, or with the commencement of the ductus deferens. Its length varies from 3.5 to 35 centimeters, and it may become dilated toward its extremity. More commonly, it retains the same diameter throughout. Its structure is similar to that of the ductus deferens. Occasionally, it is found unconnected with the epididymis. A second tube, the ductulus aberrans superior, occurs in the head of the epididymis. It is connected with the rete testis. Paradidymis, or organ of Geraldes. This term is applied to a small collection of convoluted tubules situated in front of the lower part of the cord above the head of the epididymis. These tubes are lined with columnar ciliated epithelium and probably represent the remains of a part of the Wolffian body. Structure. The ductus deferens consists of 3 coats. Number 1, an external or areolar coat. Number 2, a muscular coat, which in the greater portion of the tube consists of 2 layers of unstriped muscular fiber, an outer longitudinal in direction and an inner circular. But in addition to these, at the commencement of the ductus there is a 3rd layer, consisting of longitudinal fibers, placed internal to the circular stratum between it and the mucous membrane. Number 3, an internal or mucous coat, which is pale and arranged in longitudinal folds. The mucous coat is lined by columnar epithelium, which is non-ciliated throughout the greater part of the tube. A variable portion of the testicular end of the tube is lined by 2 strata of columnar cells, and the cells of the superficial layer are ciliated. Next chapter, the Vesiculae Seminales, or seminal vesicles. The Vesiculae Seminales are two lobulated membranous pouches placed between the fundus of the bladder and the rectum, serving as reservoirs for the semen and secreting a fluid to be added to the secretion of the testes. Each sac is somewhat pyramidal in form, the broad end being directed backward, upward, and lateralward. It is usually about 7.5 centimeters long, but varies in size, not only in different individuals, but also in the same individual on the two sides. The anterior surface is in contact with the fundus of the bladder, extending from near the termination of the ureter to the base of the prostate. The posterior surface rests upon the rectum, from which it is separated by the rectovesical fascia. The upper extremities of the two vesicles diverge from each other, and are in relation with the ductus deferens and the terminations of the ureters, and are partly covered by peritoneum. The lower extremities are pointed and converge toward the base of the prostate, where each joins with the corresponding ductus deferens to form the ejaculatory duct. Along the medial margin of each vesicle runs the ampulla of the ductus deferens. Each vesicle consists of a single tube coiled upon itself and giving off several irregular cecal diverticula. The separate coils, as well as the diverticula, are connected together by fibrous tissue. When uncoiled, the tube is about the diameter of a quill and varies in length from 10 to 15 centimeters. It ends posteriorly in a cul-de-sac. Its anterior extremity becomes constricted into a narrow, straight duct, which joins with the corresponding ductus deferens to form the ejaculatory duct. Structure. The vesiculae seminales are composed of three coats: an external or areolar coat, a middle or muscular coat thinner than in the ductus deferens and arranged in two layers, an outer longitudinal and an inner circular, an internal or mucous coat which is pale, of a whitish-brown color, and presents a delicate reticular structure. The epithelium is columnar, and in the diverticula goblet cells are present, the secretion of which increases the bulk of the seminal fluid. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the vesiculae seminales are derived from the middle and inferior vesicle and middle hemorrhoidal. The veins and lymphatics accompany the arteries. The nerves are derived from the pelvic plexuses. The next chapter is the ejaculatory ducts, or ductus ejaculatorii. The ejaculatory ducts are two in number, one on either side of the middle line. Each is formed by the union of the duct from the vesicula seminalis with the ductus deferens and is about 2 centimeters long. They commence at the base of the prostate and run forward and downward between its middle and lateral lobes and along the sides of the prostatic utricle, to end by separate slit-like orifices close to or just within the margins of the utricle. The ducts diminish in size and also converge toward their terminations. Structure. The coats of the ejaculatory ducts are extremely thin. They are an outer fibrous layer which is almost entirely lost after the entrance of the ducts into the prostate, a layer of muscular fibers consisting of a thin outer circular and an inner longitudinal layer,
Section 36 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Penis. The penis is a pendulous organ suspended from the front and sides of the pubic arch and containing the greater part of the urethra. In the flaccid condition it is cylindrical in shape, but when erect assumes the form of a triangular prism with rounded angles, one side of the prism forming the dorsum. It is composed of 3 cylindrical masses of cavernous tissue bound together by fibrous tissue and covered with skin. 2 of the masses are lateral, and are known as the corpora cavernosa penis. The third is median, and is termed the corpus cavernosum urethrae. The corpora cavernosa penis form the greater part of the substance of the penis. For their anterior 3/4 they lie in intimate apposition with one another, but behind they diverge in the form of 2 tapering processes, known as the crura, which are firmly connected to the rami of the pubic arch. Traced from behind forward, each crus begins by a blunt-pointed process in front of the tuberosity of the ischium. Just before it meets its fellow, it presents a slight enlargement, named by Cobalt the bulb of the corpus cavernosum penis. Beyond this point, the crus undergoes a constriction and merges into the corpus cavernosum proper, which retains a uniform diameter to its anterior end. Each corpus cavernosum penis ends abruptly in a rounded extremity some distance from the point of the penis. The corpora cavernosa penis are surrounded by a strong fibrous envelope consisting of superficial and deep fibers. The superficial fibers are longitudinal in direction, and form a single tube which encloses both corpora. The deep fibers are arranged circularly around each corpus, and form by their junction in the median plane the septum of the penis. This is thick and complete behind, but it is imperfect in front, where it consists of a series of vertical bands arranged like the teeth of a comb. It is therefore named the septum pectiniforme. The corpus cavernosum urethrae, corpus spongiosum, contains the urethra. Behind, it is expanded to form the urethral bulb, and lies in apposition with the inferior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm, from which it receives a fibrous investment. The urethra enters the bulb nearer to the upper than to the lower surface. On the latter there is a median sulcus, from which a thin fibrous septum projects into the substance of the bulb and divides it imperfectly into 2 lateral lobes or hemispheres. The portion of the corpus cavernosum urethra in front of the bulb lies in a groove on the under surface of the conjoined corpora cavernosa penis. It is cylindrical in form and tapers slightly from behind forward. Its anterior end is expanded in the form of an obtuse cone, flattened from above downward. This expansion, termed the glans penis, is molded on the rounded ends of the corpora cavernosa penis, extending farther on their upper than on their lower surfaces. At the summit of the glans is the slit-like, vertical external urethral orifice. The circumference of the base of the glans forms a rounded projecting border, the corona glandis, overhanging a deep retroglandular sulcus, behind which is the neck of the penis. For descriptive purposes it is convenient to divide the penis into 3 regions: the root, the body, and the extremity. The root, radix penis, of the penis is triradiate in form, consisting of the diverging crura, one on either side, and the median urethral bulb. Each crus is covered by the ischiocavernosus, while the bulb is surrounded by the bulbocavernosus. The root of the penis lies in the perineum between the inferior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm and the fascia of Colles. In addition to being attached to the fascia in the pubic rami, it is bound to the front of the symphysis pubis by the fundiform and suspensory ligaments. The fundiform ligament springs from the front of the sheath of the rectus abdominis and the linea alba. It splits into 2 vesiculae which encircle the root of the penis. The upper fibers of the suspensory ligament pass downward from the lower end of the linea alba and the lower fibers from the symphysis pubis. Together they form a strong fibrous band, which extends to the upper surface of the root, where it blends with the fascial sheath of the organ. The body, corpus penis, extends from the root to the ends of the corpora cavernosa penis, and in it these corpora cavernosa are intimately bound to one another. A shallow groove which marks their junction on the upper surface lodges the deep dorsal vein of the penis, while a deeper and wider groove between them on the under surface contains the corpus cavernosum urethrae. The body is ensheathed by fascia, which is continuous above the fascia of Scarpa, and below with the dartos tunic of the scrotum and the fascia of Colles. The extremity is formed by the glans penis, the expanded anterior end of the corpus cavernosum urethrae. It is separated from the body by the constricted neck, which is overhung by the corona glandis. The integument covering the penis is remarkable for its thinness, its dark color, its looseness of connection with the deeper parts of the organ, and its absence of adipose tissue. At the root of the penis it is continuous with that over the pubes, scrotum, and perineum. At the neck it leaves the surface and becomes folded upon itself to form the prepuce or foreskin. The internal layer of the prepuce is directly continuous along the line of the neck, with the integument over the glans. Immediately behind the external urethral orifice, it forms a small secondary reduplication attached along the bottom of a depressed median raphe, which extends from the meatus to the neck. This fold is termed the frenulum of the prepuce. The integument covering the glans is continuous with the urethral mucous membrane at the orifice. It is devoid of hairies, but projecting from its free surface are a number of small, highly sensitive papillae. Scattered glands on the corona, neck, glands, and inner layer of the prepuce, the preputial glands, have been described. They secrete a sebaceous material of very peculiar odor, which probably contains casein, and readily undergoes decomposition. When mixed with discarded epithelial cells, it is called smegma. The prepuce covers a variable amount of the glands, and is separated from it by a potential sac, the preputial sac, which presents two shallow fauces, one on either side of the frenulum. Structure of the penis. From the internal surface of the fibrous envelope of the corpora cavernosa penis, as well as from the sides of the septum, numerous bands or cords are given off, which cross the interior of these corpora cavernosa in all directions, subdividing them into a number of separate compartments, and giving the entire structure a spongy appearance. These bands and cords are called trabeculae, and consist of white fibrous tissue, elastic fibers, and plain muscular fibers. In them are contained numerous arteries and nerves. The component fibers which form the trabeculae are larger and stronger around the circumference than at the centers of the corpora cavernosa. They are also thicker behind than in front. The interspaces, cavernous spaces, on the contrary, are larger at the center than at the circumference, their long diameters being directed transversely. They are filled with blood, and are lined by a layer of flattened cells similar to the endothelial lining of veins. The fibrous envelope of the corpus cavernosum urethrae is thinner, whiter in color, and more elastic than that of the corpora cavernosa penis. The trabeculae are more delicate, nearly uniform in size, and the meshes between them smaller than in the corpora cavernosa penis, their long diameters, for the most part, corresponding with that of the penis. The external envelope or outer coat of the corpus cavernosum urethrae is formed partly of unstriped muscular fibers, and a layer of the same tissue immediately surrounds the canal of the urethra. Vessels and nerves. The arteries bringing the blood to the cavernous spaces are the deep arteries of the penis and branches from the dorsal arteries of the penis, which perforate the fibrous capsule along the upper surface, especially near the forepart of the organ. On entering the cavernous structure, the arteries divide into branches which are supported and enclosed by the trabeculae. Some of these arteries end in capillary network, the branches of which open directly into the cavernous spaces. Others assume a tendril-like appearance and form convoluted and somewhat dilated vessels, which were named by Müller Helicine arteries. They open into the spaces, and from them are also given off small capillary branches to supply the trabecular structure. They are bound down in the spaces by fine fibrous processes, and are most abundant in the back part of the corpora cavernosa. The blood from the cavernous spaces is returned by a series of vessels, some of which emerge in considerable numbers from the base of the glans penis and converge on the dorsum of the organ to form the deep dorsal vein. Others pass out on the upper surface of the corpora cavernosa and join the same vein. Some emerge from the under surface of the corpora cavernosa penis, and receiving branches from the corpus cavernosum urethrae, wind around the sides of the penis to end in the deep dorsal vein. But the greater number pass out at the root of the penis and join the prostatic plexus. The lymphatic vessels of the penis are described on page 713. The nerves are derived from the pudendal nerve and the pelvic plexuses. On the glands and bulb, some filaments of the cutaneous nerves have Pacinian bodies connected with them, and, according to Krauss, many of them end in peculiar end bulbs. Footnote 178. Staida, Comptes Rendus du 12 Congrès International de Médecine, Moscow, 1897, asserts that glands are never found on the corona glandis, and that what
Chapter 37 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. 37. The Prostate. Bulbourethral Glands. 3C 6. The prostate. Prostata. Prostate gland. The prostate is a firm, partly glandular and partly muscular body, which is placed immediately below the internal urethral orifice, and around the commencement of the urethra. It is situated in the pelvic cavity below the lower part of the symphysis pubis, above the superior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm, and in front of the rectum, through which it may be distinctly felt, especially when enlarged. It is about the size of a chestnut and somewhat conical in shape, and presents for examination a base, an apex, an anterior, a posterior, and 2 lateral surfaces. The base, basis prostate, is directed upward and is applied to the inferior surface of the bladder. The greater part of this surface is directly continuous with the bladder wall. The urethra penetrates it nearer its anterior than its posterior border. The apex, apex prostate, is directed downward and is in contact with the superior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm. Surfaces. The posterior surface. Facies posterior, is flattened from side to side and slightly convex from above downward. It is separated from the rectum by its sheath and some loose connective tissue, and is distant about 4 cm from the anus. Near its upper border there is a depression through which the 2 ejaculatory ducts enter the prostate. This depression serves to divide the posterior surface into a lower larger and an upper smaller part. The upper smaller part constitutes the middle lobe of the prostate and intervenes between the ejaculatory ducts and the urethra. It varies greatly in size and in some cases is destitute of glandular tissue. The lower larger portion sometimes presents a shallow median furrow, which imperfectly separates it into a right and a left lateral lobe. These form the main mass of the gland, and are directly continuous with each other behind the urethra. In front of the urethra, they are connected by a band which is named the isthmus. This consists of the same tissues as the capsule and is devoid of glandular substance. The anterior surface, facies anterior, measures about 2.5 centimeters from above downward, but is narrow and convex from side to side. It is placed about 2 centimeters behind the pubic symphysis, from which it is separated by a plexus of veins and a quantity of loose fat. It is connected to the pubic bone on either side by the puboprostatic ligaments. The urethra emerges from this surface a little above and in front of the apex of the gland. The lateral surfaces are prominent and are covered by the anterior portions of the levatories ani, which are, however, separated from the gland by a plexus of veins. The prostate measures about 4 centimeters transversely at the base, 2 centimeters in its antero-posterior diameter, and 3 centimeters in its vertical diameter. Its weight is about 8 grams. It is held in its position by the puboprostatic ligaments, by the superior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm, which invests the prostate, and the commencement of the membranous portion of the urethra, and by the anterior portions of the levatories ani, which pass backwards from the pubis, and embrace the sides of the prostate. These portions of the levatories ani, from the support they afford to the prostate, are named the levatories prostatae. The prostate is perforated by the urethra and the ejaculatory ducts. The urethra usually lies along the junction of its anterior with its middle third. The ejaculatory ducts pass obliquely downward and forward through the posterior part of the prostate and open into the prostatic portion of the urethra. Structure. The prostate is immediately enveloped by a thin but firm fibrous capsule, distinct from that derived from the fascia endopelvina and separated from it by a plexus of veins. This capsule is firmly adherent to the prostate and is structurally continuous with the stroma of the gland, being composed of the same tissues, viz., non-striped muscle and fibrous tissue. The substance of the prostate is of a pale reddish-gray color, of great density and not easily torn. It consists of glandular substance and muscular tissue. The muscular tissue, according to Kroliker, constitutes the proper stroma of the prostate, the connective tissue being very scanty and simply forming between the muscular fibers. Thin trabecula in which the vessels and nerves of the gland ramify. The muscular tissue is arranged as follows. Immediately beneath the fibrous capsule is a dense layer, which forms an investing sheath for the gland. Secondly, around the urethra, as it lies in the prostate, is another dense layer of circular fibers, continuous above with the internal layer of the muscular coat of the bladder, and blending below with the fibers surrounding the membranous portion of the urethra. Between these two layers, strong bands of muscular tissue, which decussate freely, form meshes in which the glandular structure of the organ is embedded. In that part of the gland which is situated in front of the urethra, the muscular tissue is especially dense, and there is here little or no gland tissue, while in that part which is behind the urethra, the muscular tissue presents a wide meshed structure, which is densest at the base of the gland, that is, near the bladder, becoming looser and more sponge-like toward the apex of the organ. The glandular substance is composed of numerous follicular pouches, the lining of which frequently shows papillary elevations. The follicles open into elongated canals which join to form from 12 to 20 small excretory ducts. They are connected together by areolar tissue, supported by prolongations from the fibrous capsule and the muscular stroma, and enclosed in a delicate capillary plexus. The epithelium which lines the canals and the terminal vesicles is of the columnar variety. The prostatic ducts open into the floor of the prostatic portion of the urethra and are lined by 2 layers of epithelium, the inner layer consisting of columnar and the outer of small cubical cells. Small colloid masses known as amyloid bodies are often found in the gland tubes, vessels, and nerves. The arteries supplying the prostate are derived from the internal pudental, inferior vesicle, and middle hemorrhoidal. Its veins form a plexus around the sides and base of the gland. They receive in front the dorsal vein of the penis, and end in the hypogastric veins. The nerves are derived from the pelvic plexus. 3C7. The bulbourethral glands. Glandulae bulbourethralis. Cooper's glands. The bulbourethral glands are 2 small, rounded, and somewhat lobulated bodies, of a yellow color, about the size of peas, placed behind and lateral to the membranous portion of the urethra, between the 2 layers of the fascia of the urogenital diaphragm. They lie close above the bulb, and are enclosed by the transverse fibers of the sphincter urethrae membranaceae. Their existence is said to be constant. They gradually diminish in size as age advances. The excretory duct of each gland, nearly 2.5 centimeters long, passes obliquely forward beneath the mucous membrane, and opens by a minute orifice on the floor of the cavernous portion of the urethra about 2.5 centimeters in front of the urogenital diaphragm. Structure. The gland is made up of several lobules held together by a fibrous investment. Each lobule consists of a number of acini lined by columnar epithelial cells opening into one duct, which join
Section 38 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. Female genital organs, ovaries, uterine tube. Female genital organs, ovaries, uterine tube. The female genital organs, organa genitalia mulibria. The female genital organs consist of an internal and an external group. The internal organs are situated within the pelvis and consist of the ovaries, the uterine tubes, the uterus, and the vagina. The external organs are placed below the urogenital diaphragm and below and in front of the pubic arch. They comprise the mons pubis, the labia majora et minora pudendi, the clitoris, the bulbus vestibule, and the greater vestibular glands. The ovaries, ovaria. The ovaries are homologous with the testes in the male. They are 2 nodular bodies, situated one on either side of the uterus in relation to the lateral wall of the pelvis, and attached to the back of the broad ligament of the uterus, behind and below the uterine tubes. The ovaries are of a grayish-pink color, and present either a smooth or a puckered, uneven surface. They are each about 4 centimeters in length, 2 centimeters in width, and about 8 millimeters in thickness, and weigh from 2 to 3.5 grams. Each ovary presents a lateral and a medial surface, an upper or tubal, and a lower or uterine extremity, and an anterior or mesovarian and a posterior free border. It lies in a shallow depression, named the ovarian fossa, on the lateral wall of the pelvis. This fossa is bounded above by the external iliac vessels, in front by the obliterated umbilical artery, and behind by the ureter. The exact position of the ovary has been the subject of considerable difference of opinion, and the description here given applies to the ovary of the nulliparous woman. The ovary becomes displaced during the first pregnancy, and probably never again returns to its original position. In the erect posture the long axis of the ovary is vertical. The tubal extremity is near the external iliac vein. To it are attached the ovarian fimbria of the uterine tube, and a fold of peritoneum, the suspensory ligament of the ovary, which is directed upward over the iliac vessels and contains the ovarian vessels. The uterine end is directed downward toward the pelvic floor. It is usually narrower than the tubal, and is attached to the lateral angle of the uterus, immediately behind the uterine tube, by a rounded cord termed the ligament of the ovary, which lies within the broad ligament and contains some non-striped muscular fibers. The lateral surface is in contact with the parietal peritoneum, which lines the ovarian fossa. The medial surface is to a large extent covered by the fimbriated extremity of the uterine tube. The mesovarian border is straight, and is directed toward the obliterated umbilical artery, and is attached to the back of the broad ligament by a short fold named the mesovarium. Between the two layers of this fold the blood vessels and nerves pass to reach the hilum of the ovary. The free border is convex, and is directed toward the ureter. The uterine tube arches over the ovary, running upward in relation to its mesovarian border, then curving over its tubal pole, and finally passing downward on its free border and medial surface. Epuphoron, parivarium, organ of Rosenmuller. The epuphoron lies in the mesosalpinx between the ovary and the uterine tube, and consists of a few short tubules, ductuli transversi, which converge toward the ovary, while their opposite ends open into a rudimentary duct, the ductus longitudinalis epuphori, duct of Gartner. Paruphoron. The paruphoron consists of a few scattered rudimentary tubules, best seen in the child, situated in the broad ligament between the epuphoron and the uterus. The ductuli transversi of the epuphoron and the tubules of the paruphoron are remnants of the tubules of the Wolffian body, or mesonephros, the ductus longitudinalis epuphori is a persistent portion of the Wolffian duct. In the fetus, the ovaries are situated, like the testes, in the lumbar region, near the kidneys, but they gradually descend into the pelvis. Structure. The surface of the ovary is covered by a layer of columnar cells, which constitutes the germinal epithelium of Waldeyer. The epithelium gives to the ovary a dull gray color as compared with the shining smoothness of the peritoneum, and the transition between the squamous epithelium of the peritoneum and the columnar cells which cover the ovary is usually marked by a line around the anterior border of the ovary. The ovary consists of a number of vesicular ovarian follicles embedded in the meshes of a stroma or framework. The stroma is a peculiar soft tissue, abundantly supplied with blood vessels, consisting for the most part of spindle-shaped cells with a small amount of ordinary connective tissue. These cells have been regarded by some anatomists as unstriped muscle cells, which, indeed, they most resemble, by others as connective tissue cells. On the surface of the organ, this tissue is much condensed, and forms a layer, tunica albuginea, composed of short connective tissue fibers, with fusiform cells between them. The stroma of the ovary may contain interstitial cells resembling those of the testes. Vesicular ovarian follicles. Graafian follicles. Upon making a section of an ovary, numerous round transparent vesicles of various sizes are to be seen. They are the follicles, or ovisacs, containing the ova. Immediately beneath the superficial covering is a layer of stroma, in which are a large number of minute vesicles of uniform size, about 0.25 millimeters in diameter. These are the follicles in their earliest condition, and the layer where they are found has been termed the cortical layer. They are especially numerous in the ovary of the young child. After puberty, and during the whole of the childbearing period, large and mature or almost mature follicles are also found in the cortical layer in small numbers, and also corpora lutea, the remains of follicles which have burst and are undergoing atrophy and absorption. Beneath this superficial stratum, other large and more or less mature follicles are found embedded in the ovarian stroma. These increase in size as they recede from the surface toward a highly vascular stroma in the center of the organ, termed the medullary substance, zona vasculosa of Waldeyer. This stroma forms the tissue of the hilum by which the ovary is attached, and through which the blood vessels enter. It does not contain any follicles. The larger follicles consist of an external fibrovascular coat connected with the surrounding stroma of the ovary by a network of blood vessels, and an internal coat which consists of several layers of nucleated cells called the membrana granulosa. At one part of the mature follicle, the cells of the membrana granulosa are collected into a mass which projects into the cavity of the follicle. This is termed the discus proligerus, and in it the ovum is embedded. The follicle contains a transparent albuminous fluid. The development and maturation of the follicles and ova continue uninterruptedly from puberty to the end of the fruitful period of woman's life, while their formation commences before birth. Before puberty, the ovaries are small, and the follicles contained in them are disposed in a comparatively thick layer in the cortical substance. Here they present the appearance of a large number of minute closed vesicles constituting the early condition of the follicles. Many, however, never attain full development, but shrink and disappear. At puberty, the ovaries enlarge and become more vascular. The follicles are developed in greater abundance, and their ova are capable of fecundation. Discharge of the ovum. The follicles, after attaining a certain stage of development, gradually approach the surface of the ovary and burst. The ovum and fluid contents of the follicle are liberated on the exterior of the ovary and carried into the uterine tube by currents set up by the movements of the cilia covering the mucous membrane of the fimbriae. Corpus luteum. After the discharge of the ovum, the lining of the follicle is thrown into folds, and vascular processes grow inward from the surrounding tissue. In this way the space is filled up and the corpus luteum formed. It consists at first of a radial arrangement of yellow cells with blood vessels and lymphatic spaces, and later it merges with the surrounding stroma, vessels, and nerves. The arteries of the ovaries and uterine tubes are the ovarian from the aorta. Each anastomosis freely in the mesosalpinx, with the uterine artery giving some branches to the uterine tube, and others which traverse the mesovarium and enter the hilum of the ovary. The veins emerge from the hilum in the form of a plexus, the pampiniform plexus. The ovarian vein is formed from this plexus and leaves the pelvis in company with the artery. The nerves are derived from the hypogastric or pelvic plexus and from the ovarian plexus, the uterine tube receiving a branch from one of the uterine nerves. Footnote 179. For a description of the ovum, see page 38. End footnote. The uterine tube, tuba uterina, fallopian tube, oviduct. The uterine tubes convey the ova from the ovaries to the cavity of the uterus. They are 2 in number, 1 on either side, situated in the upper margin of the broad ligament, and extending from the superior angle of the uterus to the side of the pelvis. Each tube is about 10 centimeters long, and is described as consisting of 3 portions. 1. The isthmus, or medial, constricted third. 2. The ampulla, or intermediate dilated portion, which curves over the ovary. And 3. The infundibulum, with its abdominal ostium, surrounded by fimbriae, one of which, the ovarium fimbriae, is attached to the ovary. The uterine tube is directed lateralward as far as the uterine pole of the ovary, and then ascends along the mesovarian border of the ovary to the tubal pole, over which it arches. Finally it turns downward and ends in relation to the free border and medial surface of the ovary. The uterine opening is minute and will only admit a fine bristle. The abdominal opening is somewhat larger. In connection with the fimbriae of the uterine tube, or with the broad ligament close to them, there are frequently 1 or more small pedunculated vessels. These are termed the appendices vesiculae, hydatid's of Morgagni. Structure. The uterine tube consists of 3 coats, serous, muscular, and mucous. The external or serous coat is peritoneal. The middle or muscular coat consists of an external longitudinal and an internal circular layer of non-striped muscular fibers continuous with those of the uterus. The internal or mucous coat is continuous with the mucous lining of the uterus, and at the abdominal ostium of the tube with the peritoneum. It is thrown into longitudinal folds, which in the ampulla are much more extensive than in the isthmus. The lining epithelium is columnar and ciliated. This form of epithelium is also found on the inner surface of the fimbriae, which, while on the outer or serous surfaces of these processes, the epithelium gradually merges from the endothelium of the peritoneum. Fertilization of the ovum is believed to occur in the tube, and the fertilized ovum is then normally passed on into the uterus. The ovum, however, may adhere to and undergo development in the uterine tube, giving rise to the commonest variety of ectopic gestation. In such cases the amnion and chorion are formed, but a true decidua is never present, and the gestation usually ends by extrusion of the ovum through the abdominal ostium, although it is not uncommon for the tube to rupture into the peritoneal cavity, this being
Section 39 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The Uterus. Womb. The uterus is a hollow, thick-walled, muscular organ situated deeply in the pelvic cavity between the bladder and rectum. Into its upper part the uterine tubes open, one on either side, while below its cavity communicates with that of the vagina. When the ova are discharged from the ovaries, they are carried to the uterine cavity through the uterine tubes. If an ovum be fertilized, it embeds itself in the uterine wall, and is normally retained in the uterus until prenatal development is completed, the uterus undergoing changes in size and structure to accommodate itself to the needs of the growing embryo. After parturition, the uterus returns almost to its former condition, but certain traces of its enlargement remains. It is necessary, therefore, to describe as the type form the adult virgin uterus, and then to consider the modifications which are effected as a result of pregnancy. In the virgin state the uterus is flattened antero-posteriorly and is piriform in shape, with the apex directed downward and backward. It lies between the bladder in front and the pelvic or sigmoid colon and rectum behind, and is completely within the pelvis, so that its base is below the level of the superior pelvic aperture. Its upper part is suspended by the broad and the round ligaments, while its lower portion is embedded in the fibrous tissue of the pelvis. The long axis of the uterus usually lies approximately in the axis of the superior pelvic aperture, but as the organ is freely movable, its position varies with the state of distension of the bladder and rectum. Except when much displaced by a fully distended bladder, it forms a forward angle with the vagina, since the axis of the vagina corresponds to the axes of the cavity and inferior aperture of the pelvis. The uterus measures about 7.5 centimeters in length, 5 centimeters in breadth at its upper part, and nearly 2.5 centimeters in thickness. It weighs from 30 to 40 grams. It is divisible into two portions. On the surface, about midway between the apex and base, is a slight constriction known as the isthmus, and corresponding to this in the interior is a narrowing of the uterine cavity, the internal orifice of the uterus. The portion above the isthmus is termed the body, and that below the cervix. The part of the body which lies above a plane passing through the points of entrance of the uterine tubes is known as the fundus. Body. Corpus uteri. The body gradually narrows from the fundus to the isthmus. The vesicle or anterior surface, facies vesicalis, is flattened and covered by peritoneum, which is reflected onto the bladder to form the vesico-uterine excavation. The surface lies in apposition with the bladder. The intestinal or posterior surface, facies intestinalis, is convex transversely, and is covered by peritoneum, which is continued down onto the cervix and vagina. It is in relation with the sigmoid colon, from which it is usually separated by some coils of small intestine. The fundus uteri, is convex in all directions, and covered by peritoneum, continuous with that on the vesical and intestinal surfaces. On it rest some coils of small intestine, and occasionally the distended sigmoid colon. The lateral margins, margo lateralis, are slightly convex. At the upper end of each the uterine tube pierces the uterine wall. Below and in front of this point the round ligament of the uterus is fixed, while behind it is the attachment of the ligament of the ovary. These three structures lie within a fold of peritoneum which is reflected from the margin of the uterus to the wall of the pelvis, and is named the broad ligament. Cervix uteri, neck. The cervix is the lower constricted segment of the uterus. It is somewhat conical in shape, with its truncated apex directed downward and backward, but is slightly wider in the middle than either above or below. Owing to its relationships, it is less freely movable than the body, so that the latter may bend on it. The long axis of the cervix is therefore seldom in the same straight line as the long axis of the body. The long axis of the uterus as a whole presents the form of a curved line, with its concavity forward, or in extreme cases may present an angular bend at the region of the isthmus. The cervix projects through the anterior wall of the vagina, which divides it into an upper supravaginal portion and a lower vaginal portion. The supravaginal portion, portio supravaginalis, cervicis, is separated in front from the bladder by fibrous tissue, perimetrium, which extends also onto its sides and lateralward between the layers of the broad ligaments. The uterine arteries reach the margins of the cervix in this fibrous tissue, while on either side the ureter runs downward and forward in it, at a distance of about 2 centimeters from the cervix. Posteriorly, the supravaginal cervix is covered by peritoneum, which is prolonged below onto the posterior vaginal wall, when it is reflected onto the rectum, forming the recto-uterine excavation. It is in relation with the rectum, from which it may be separated by coils of small intestine. The vaginal portion, portio vaginalis cervicis, of the cervix, projects free into the anterior wall of the vagina between the anterior and posterior fornices. On its rounded extremity is a small, depressed, somewhat circular aperture, the external orifice of the uterus, through which the cavity of the cervix communicates with that of the vagina. The external orifice is bounded by 2 lips, an anterior and a posterior, of which the anterior is the shorter and thicker, although, on account of the slope of the cervix, it projects lower than the posterior. Normally both lips are in contact with the posterior vaginal wall. Interior of the uterus. The cavity of the uterus is small in comparison with the size of the organ. The cavity of the body, cavum uteri, is a mere slit, flattened antero-posteriorly. It is triangular in shape, the base being formed by the internal surface of the fundus between the orifices of the uterine tubes, the apex by the internal orifice of the uterus through which the cavity of the body communicates with the canal of the cervix. The canal of the cervix, canalus cervicis uteri, is somewhat fusiform, flattened from before backward, and broader at the middle than at either extremity. It communicates above through the internal orifice with the cavity of the body, and below through the external orifice with the vaginal cavity. The wall of the canal presents an anterior and a posterior longitudinal ridge, from each of which proceed a number of small oblique columns, the palmate folds, giving the appearance of branches from the stem of a tree. To this arrangement the name arbor vitae uterina is applied. The folds on the 2 walls are not exactly opposed, but fit between one another so as to close the cervical canal. The total length of the uterine cavity from the external orifice to the fundus is about 6.25 centimeters. Ligaments. The ligaments of the uterus are 8 in number, 1 anterior, 1 posterior, 2 lateral or broad, 2 uterosacral, and 2 round ligaments. The anterior ligament consists of the vesico-uterine fold of peritoneum, which is reflected onto the bladder from the front of the uterus, at the junction of the cervix and body. The posterior ligament consists of the recto-vaginal fold of peritoneum, which is reflected from the back of the posterior fornix of the vagina onto the front of the rectum. It forms the bottom of a deep pouch called the recto-uterine excavation, which is bounded in front by the posterior wall of the uterus, the supravaginal cervix, and the posterior fornix of the vagina, behind by the rectum, and laterally by 2 crescentic folds of peritoneum which pass backward from the cervix uteri on either side of the rectum to the posterior wall of the pelvis. These folds are named the sacrogenital or recto-uterine folds. They contain a considerable amount of fibrous tissue and non-striped muscular fibers, which are attached to the front of the sacrum and constitute the uterosacral ligaments. The 2 lateral or broad ligaments, ligamentum latum uteri, pass from the sides of the uterus to the lateral walls of the pelvis. Together with the uterus they form a septum across the female pelvis, dividing that cavity into two portions. In the anterior part is contained the bladder, in the posterior part the rectum, and in certain conditions some coils of the small intestine and a part of the sigmoid colon. Between the two layers of each broad ligament are contained 1. The uterine tube superiorly, 2. The round ligament of the uterus, 3. The ovary and its ligament, 4. The epiophoron and paraophoron, 5. Connective tissue, 6. Unstriped muscular fibers, and 7. Blood vessels and nerves. The portion of the broad ligament which stretches from the uterine tube to the level of the ovary is known by the name of the mesosalpinx. Between the fimbriated extremity of the tube and the lower attachment of the broad ligament is a concave rounded margin called the infundibulopelvic ligament. The round ligaments, ligamentum teres uteri, are two flattened bands between 10 and 12 cm in length, situated between the layers of the broad ligament in front of and below the uterine tubes. Commencing on either side at the lateral angle of the uterus, this ligament is directed forward, upward, and lateralward over the external iliac vessels. It then passes through the abdominal inguinal ring and along the inguinal canal to the labium majus, in which it becomes lost. The round ligaments consist principally of muscular tissue, prolonged from the uterus, also of some fibrous and areolar tissue, besides blood vessels, lymphatics, and nerves, enclosed in a duplicature of peritoneum, which, in the fetus, is prolonged in the form of a tubular process for a short distance into the inguinal canal. This process is called the canal of Nuck. It is generally obliterated in the adult, but sometimes remains pervious even in advanced life. It is analogous to the saccus vaginalis which precedes the descent of the testis. In addition to the ligaments just described, there is a band named the ligamentum transversalis cali, Mackenrot, on each side of the cervix uteri. It is attached to the side of the cervix uteri and to the vault and lateral fornix of the vagina, and is continuous externally with the fibrous tissue which surrounds the pelvic blood vessels. The form, size, and situation of the uterus vary at different periods of life and under different circumstances. In the fetus the uterus is contained in the abdominal cavity, projecting beyond the superior aperture of the pelvis. The cervix is considerably larger than the body. At puberty the uterus is piriform in shape, and weighs from 14 to 17 grams. It has descended into the pelvis, the fundus being just below the level of the superior aperture of this cavity. The palmate folds are distinct, and extend to the upper part of the cavity of the organ. The position of the uterus in the adult is liable to considerable variation, depending chiefly on the condition of the bladder and rectum. When the bladder is empty, the entire uterus is directed forward, and is at the same time bent on itself at the junction of the body and cervix, so that the body lies upon the bladder. As the latter fills, the uterus gradually becomes more and more erect, until with a fully distended bladder the fundus may be directed backward toward the sacrum. During menstruation the organ is enlarged, more vascular, and its surfaces rounder. The external orifice is rounded, its labia swollen, and the lining membrane of the body thickened, softer, and of a darker color. According to Sir J. Williams, at each recurrence of menstruation a molecular disintegration of the mucous membrane takes place, which leads to its complete removal, only the bases of the glands embedded in the muscle being left. At the cessation of menstruation a fresh mucous membrane is formed by a proliferation of the remaining structures. During pregnancy the uterus becomes enormously enlarged, and in the 8th month reaches the epigastric region. The increase in size is partly due to growth of pre-existing muscle, and partly to development of new fibers. After parturition the uterus nearly regains its usual size, weighing about 42 grams, but its cavity is larger than in the virgin state, its vessels are tortuous, and its muscular layers are more defined. The external orifice is more marked, and its edges present one or more fissures. In old age the uterus becomes atrophied and paler and denser in texture. A more distinct constriction separates the body and cervix. The internal orifice is frequently, and the external orifice occasionally, obliterated, while the lips almost entirely disappear. Structure. The uterus is composed of 3 coats, an external or serous, a middle or muscular, and an internal or mucous. The serous coat, tunica serosa, is derived from the peritoneum. It invests the fundus and the whole of the intestinal surface of the uterus, but covers the vesical surface only as far as the junction of the body and cervix. In the lower fourth of the intestinal surface, the peritoneum, though covering the uterus, is not closely connected with it, being separated from it by a layer of loose cellular tissue and some large veins. The muscular coat, tunica muscularis, forms the chief bulk of the substance of the uterus. In the virgin it is dense, firm, of a grayish color, and cuts almost like cartilage. It is thick opposite the middle of the body and fundus, and thin at the orifices of the uterine tubes. It consists of bundles of unstriped muscular fibers, disposed in layers, intermixed with areolar tissue, blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, and nerves. The layers are 3 in number: external, middle, and internal. The external and middle layers constitute the muscular coat proper, while the inner layer is a greatly hypertrophied muscularis mucosae. During pregnancy the muscular tissue becomes more prominently developed, the fibers being greatly enlarged. The external layer, placed beneath the peritoneum, is disposed as a thin plane on the vesical and intestinal surfaces. It consists of fibers which pass transversely across the fundus, and, converging at each lateral angle of the uterus, are continued on to the uterine tube, the round ligament, and the ligament of the ovary, some passing at each side into the broad ligament, and others running backward from the cervix into the sacro-uterine ligaments. The middle layer of fibers presents no regularity in its arrangement, being disposed longitudinally, obliquely, and transversely. It contains more blood vessels than either of the other 2 layers. The internal or deep layer consists of circular fibers arranged in the form of 2 hollow cones, the apices of which surround the orifices of the uterine tubes, their bases intermingling with one another on the middle of the body of the uterus. At the internal orifice these circular fibers form a distinct sphincter. The mucous membrane, tunica mucosa, is smooth, and closely adherent to the subjacent tissue. It is continuous through the fimbriated extremity of the uterine tubes with the peritoneum, and through the external uterine orifice with the lining of the vagina. In the body of the uterus the mucous membrane is smooth, soft, of a pale red color, lined by columnar ciliated epithelium, and presents, when viewed with a lens, the orifices of numerous tubular follicles arranged perpendicularly to the surface. The structure of the corium differs from that of ordinary mucous membranes, and consists of an embryonic nucleated and highly cellular form of connective tissue in which run numerous large lymphatics. In it are the tube-like uterine glands, lined by ciliated columnar epithelium. They are of small size in the unimpregnated uterus, but shortly after impregnation become enlarged and elongated, presenting a contorted or waved appearance. In the cervix the mucous membrane is sharply differentiated from that of the uterine cavity. It is thrown into numerous oblique ridges, which diverge from an anterior and posterior longitudinal raphe. In the upper 2/3 of the canal the mucous membrane is provided with numerous deep glandular follicles, which secrete a clear, viscid, alkaline mucus, and in addition, extending through the whole length of the canal, is a variable number of little cysts, presumably follicles which have become occluded and distended with retained secretion. They are called the ovula nabothi. The mucous membrane covering the lower half of the cervical canal presents numerous papillae. The epithelium of the upper 2/3 is cylindrical and ciliated, but below this it loses its cilia, and gradually changes to stratified squamous epithelium close to the external orifice. On the vaginal surface of the cervix, the epithelium is similar to that lining the vagina, that is, stratified squamous. Vessels and nerves. The arteries of the uterus are the uterine from the hypogastric, and the ovarian from the abdominal aorta. They are remarkable for their tortuous course in the substance of the organ, and for their frequent anastomoses. The termination of the ovarian artery meets that of the uterine artery, and forms an anastomotic trunk from which branches are given off to supply the uterus, their disposition being circular. The veins are of large size, and correspond with the arteries. They end in the uterine plexuses. In the impregnated uterus the arteries carry the blood to, and the veins convey it away from, the intervillous space of the placenta. The lymphatics are described on page 714. The nerve
Section 40 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Clifton. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5 by Henry Gray. Section 40. The Vagina. The vagina extends from the vestibule to the uterus, and is situated behind the bladder and in front of the rectum. It is directed upward and backward, its axis forming with that of the uterus an angle of over 90 degrees, opening forward. Its walls are ordinarily in contact, and the usual shape of its lower part on transverse section is that of an H, the transverse limb being slightly curved forward or backward, while the lateral limbs are somewhat convex towards the median line. Its middle part has the appearance of a transverse slit. Its length is 6 to 7.5 centimeters along its anterior wall and 9 centimeters along its posterior wall. It is constricted at its commencement, dilated in the middle, and narrowed near its uterine extremity. It surrounds the vaginal portion of the cervix uteri, a short distance from the external orifice of the uterus, its attachment extending higher up on the posterior than on the anterior wall of the uterus. To the recess behind the cervix the term posterior fornix is applied, while the smaller recesses in front and at the sides are called the anterior and lateral fornices. Relations. The anterior surface of the vagina is in relation with the fundus of the bladder and with the urethra. Its posterior surface is separated from the rectum by the recto-uterine excavation in its upper fourth, and by the rectovesical fascia in its middle 2/4. The lower fourth is separated from the anal canal by the perineal body. Its sides are enclosed between the levatores ani muscles. As the terminal portions of the ureters pass forward and medialward to reach the fundus of the bladder, they run close to the lateral fornices of the vagina, and as they enter the bladder are slightly in front of the anterior fornix. Structure. The vagina consists of an internal mucous lining and a muscular coat separated by a layer of erectile tissue. The mucous membrane, tunica mucosa, is continuous above with that lining the uterus. Its inner surface presents two longitudinal ridges, one on its anterior and one on its posterior wall. These ridges are called the columns of the vagina, and from them numerous transverse ridges or rugae extend outward on either side. These rugae are divided by furrows of variable depth, giving to the mucous membrane the appearance of being studded over with conical projections or papillae. They are most numerous near the orifice of the vagina, especially before parturition. The epithelium covering the mucous membrane is of the stratified squamous variety. The submucous tissue is very loose and contains numerous large veins which by their anastomoses form a plexus together with smooth muscular fibers derived from the muscular coat. It is regarded by Gussenbauer as an erectile tissue. It contains a number of mucous crypts, but no true glands. The muscular coat, tunica muscularis, consists of 2 layers, an external longitudinal, which is by far the stronger, and an internal circular layer. The longitudinal fibers are continuous with the superficial muscular fibers of the uterus. The strongest fasciculae are those attached to the rectovesical fascia on either side. The 2 layers are not distinctly separable from each other, but are connected by oblique decussating fasciculae, which pass from the one layer to the other. In addition to this, the vagina at its lower end is surrounded by a band of striped muscular fibers, the bulbocavernosus. External to the muscular coat is a layer of connective tissue, containing a large plexus of blood vessels. The erectile tissue consists of a layer of loose connective tissue, situated between the mucous membrane and the muscular coat. Embedded in it is a plexus of large veins, and numerous bundles of unstriped muscular fibers derived from the circular muscular layer. The arrangement of the veins is similar to that found in other erectile tissues. The external organs. Partes genitales externae muliebris. The external genital organs of the female are the mons pubis, the labia majora et minora pudendae, the clitoris, the vestibule of the vagina, the bulb of the vestibule, and the greater vestibular glands. The term pudendum or vulva, as generally applied, includes all these parts. The mons pubis, commissura labiorum anterior, mons veneris, the rounded eminence in front of the pubic symphysis, is formed by a collection of fatty tissue beneath the integument. It becomes covered with hair at the time of puberty. The labia majora pudendae, are 2 prominent longitudinal cutaneous folds which extend downward and backward from the mons pubis and form the lateral boundaries of a fissure or cleft, the pudendal cleft or rima, into which the vagina and urethra open. Each labium has 2 surfaces, an outer, pigmented and covered with strong, crisp hairs, and an inner, smooth and beset with large sebaceous follicles. Between the 2 there is considerable quantity of areolar tissue, fat, and a tissue resembling the dartos tunic of the scrotum, besides vessels, nerves, and glands. The labia are thicker in front, where they form by their meeting the anterior labial commissure. Posteriorly, they are not really joined, but appear to become lost in the neighbouring integument, ending close to and nearly parallel with each other. Together with the connecting skin between them, they form the posterior labial commissure or posterior boundary of the pudendum. The interval between the posterior commissure and the anus, from 2.5 to 3 centimetres in length, constitutes the perineum. The labia majora correspond to the scrotum in the male. The labia minora pudendae, nymphae, are 2 small cutaneous folds situated between the labia majora and extending from the clitoris obliquely downward, lateralward, and backward for about 4 centimetres on either side of the orifice of the vagina, between which and the labia majora they end. In the virgin, the posterior ends of the labia minora are usually joined across the middle line by a fold of skin named the frenulum of the labia or fourchette. Anteriorly, each labium minus divides into 2 portions. The upper division passes above the clitoris to meet its fellow of the opposite side, forming a fold which overhangs the glans clitoridis, and is named the preputium clitoridis. The lower division passes beneath the clitoris and becomes united to its undersurface, forming, with its fellow of the opposite side, the frenulum of the clitoris. On the opposed surfaces of the labia minora are numerous sebaceous follicles. The clitoris is an erectile structure, homologous with the penis. It is situated beneath the anterior labial commissure, partially hidden between the anterior ends of the labia minora. It consists of two corpora cavernosa, composed of erectile tissue enclosed in a dense layer of fibrous membrane, united together along their medial surfaces by an incomplete fibrous pectiniform septum. Each corpus is connected to the rami of the pubis and ischium by a crus. The free extremity, glans clitoridis, is a small rounded tubercle consisting of spongy erectile tissue and highly sensitive. The clitoris is provided, like the penis, with a suspensory ligament and with two small muscles, the ischiocavernosae, which are inserted into the crura of the clitoris. The vestibule, vestibulum vaginae. The cleft between the labia minora and behind the glans clitoridis is named the vestibule of the vagina. In it are seen the urethral and vaginal orifices and the openings of the ducts of the greater vestibular glands. The external urethral orifice, orificium urethrae externum, urinary meatus, is placed about 2.5 centimeters behind the glans clitoridis and immediately in front of that of the vagina. It usually assumes the form of a short sagittal cleft with slightly raised margins. The vaginal orifice is a median slit below and behind the opening of the urethra. Its size varies inversely with that of the hymen. The hymen is a thin fold of mucous membrane situated at the orifice of the vagina. The inner edges of the fold are normally in contact with each other, and the vaginal orifice appears as a cleft between them. The hymen varies much in shape. When stretched, its commonest form is that of a ring, generally broadest posteriorly. Sometimes it is represented by a semilunar fold, with its concave margin turned towards the pubes. Occasionally it is cribriform, or its free margin forms a membranous fringe. It may be entirely absent, or may form a complete septum across the lower end of the vagina. The latter condition is known as an imperforate hymen. It may persist after copulation, so that its presence cannot be considered as a sign of virginity. When the hymen has been ruptured, small rounded elevations, known as the carunculi hymenales, are found at its remains. Between the hymen and the frenulum of the labia is a shallow depression named the navicular fossa. The bulb of the vestibule, bulbus vestibuli, vaginal bulb, is the homologue of the bulb and adjoining part of the corpus cavernosum urethrae of the male, and consists of two elongated masses of erectile tissue placed one on either side of the vaginal orifice and united to each other in front by a narrow median band termed the pars intermedia. Each lateral mass measures a little over 2.5 centimeters in length. Their posterior ends are expanded and are in contact with the greater vestibular glands. Their anterior ends are tapered and joined to one another by the pars intermedia. Their deep surfaces are in contact with the inferior fascia of the urogenital diaphragm. Superficially, they are covered by the bulbo cavernosus. The greater vestibular glands, glandulae vestibularis major, Bartolini, Bartolin's glands, are the homologues of the bulbo-urethral glands in the male. They consist of two small, roundish bodies of a reddish-yellow colour, situated one on either side of the vaginal orifice, in contact with the posterior end of each lateral mass of the bulb of the vestibule. Each gland opens by means of a duct, about 2 centimeters long, immediately lateral to the hymen, in the groove between it and the labium minus. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeannie Whitfield. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5 by Henry Gray. Chapter 11, Splanknology, Section 3D, the Female Genital Organs, Part 6, the Mammae. Mammary glands, breast. The mammae secrete milk and are accessory glands of the generative system. They exist in the male as well as in the female, but in the former only in the rudimentary state, unless their growth is excited by peculiar circumstances. In the female they are two large hemispherical eminences lying within the superficial fascia and situated on the front and sides of the chest. Each extends from the second rib above to the sixth rib below, and from the side of the sternum to near the mid-axillary line. Their weight and dimensions differ at different periods of life and in different individuals. Before puberty they are of small size, but enlarge as the generative organs become more completely developed. They increase during pregnancy and especially after delivery, and become atrophied in old age. The left mamma is generally a little larger than the right. The deep surface of each is nearly circular, flattened or slightly concave, and has its long diameter directed upward and lateralward toward the axilla. It is separated from the fascia covering the pectoralis major, serratus anterior, and obliquus externus abdominis by loose connective tissue. The subcutaneous surface of the mamma is convex and presents just below the center a small conical prominence, the papilla. The mammary papilla or nipple, papilla mammae, is a cylindrical or conical eminence situated above the level of the fourth intercostal space. It is capable of undergoing a sort of erection from mechanical excitement, a change mainly due to the contractions of its muscular fibers. It is of a pink or brownish hue, its surface wrinkled and provided with secondary papillae, and it is perforated by from 15 to 20 orifices, the apertures of the lactiferous ducts. The base of the mammary papilla is surrounded by an areola. In the virgin the areola is of a delicate rosy hue. About the second month after impregnation it enlarges and acquires a darker tinge, and as pregnancy advances it may assume a dark brown or even black color. This color diminishes as soon as lactation is over, but is never entirely lost throughout life. These changes in the color of the areola are of importance in forming a conclusion in a case of suspected first pregnancy. Near the base of the papilla and upon the surface of the areola are numerous large sebaceous glands, the areolar glands, which become much enlarged during lactation, and present the appearance of small tubercles beneath the skin. These glands secrete a peculiar fatty substance, which serves as a protection to the integument of the papilla during the act of sucking. The mammillary papilla consists of numerous vessels, intermixed with plain muscular fibers, which are principally arranged in a circular manner around the base, some few fibers radiating from base to apex. Development. The mamma is developed partly from mesoderm and partly from ectoderm, its blood vessels and connective tissues being derived from the former, its cellular elements from the latter. Its first rudiment is seen about the third month, in the form of a number of small inward projections of the ectoderm, which invade the mesoderm. From these secondary tracts of cellular elements radiate and subsequently give rise to the epithelium of the glandular follicles and ducts. The development of the follicles, however, remains imperfect, except in the parous female. Structure. The mamma consists of gland tissue, of fibrous tissue connecting its lobes, and of fatty tissue in the intervals between the lobes. The gland tissue, when freed from fibrous tissue and fat, is of a pale reddish color, firm in texture, flattened from before backward, and thicker in the centra than in the circumference. The subcutaneous surface of the mamma presents numerous irregular processes which project toward the skin and are joined to it by bands of connective tissue. It consists of numerous lobes, and these are composed of lobules connected together by areolar tissue, blood vessels, and ducts. The smallest lobules consist of a cluster of rounded alveoli, which open into the smallest branches of the lactiferous ducts. These ducts unite to form larger ducts, and these end in a single canal, corresponding with one of the chief subdivisions of the gland. The number of excretory ducts varies from 15 to 20. They are termed the tubuli lactiferi. They converge toward the areola, beneath which they form dilations of ampullae, which serve as reservoirs for the milk, and, in the base of the papillae, become contracted, and pursue a straight course to its summit, perforating it by separate orifices considerably narrower than the ducts themselves. These ducts are composed of areolar tissue, containing longitudinal and transverse elastic fibers. Muscular fibers are entirely absent. They are lined by columnar epithelium resting on a basement membrane. The epithelium of the mammae differs according to the state of activity of the organ. In the gland of a woman who is not pregnant or suckling, the alveoli are very small and solid, being filled with a mass of granular polyhedral cells. During pregnancy the alveoli change, and the cells undergo rapid multiplication. At the commencement of lactation, the cells in the center of the alveolus undergo fatty degeneration and are eliminated in the first milk, as colostrum corpuscles. The peripheral cells of the alveolus remains, and form a single layer of granular, short columnar cells, with spherical nuclei, lining the basement membrane. The cells, during the state of activity of the gland, are capable of forming in their interior oil globules, which are then ejected into the lumen of the alveolus and constitute the milk globules. When the acini are distended by the accumulation of the secretion, the lining epithelium becomes flattened. The fibrous tissue invests the entire surface of the mamma, and sends down septa between its lobes connecting them together. The fatty tissue covers the surface of the gland, and occupies the interval between its lobes. It usually exists in considerable abundance, and determines the form and size of the gland. There is no fat immediately beneath the areola and papilla. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the mammae are derived from the thoracic branches of the axillary, the intercostals, and the internal mammary. The veins described an anastomotic circle around the base of the papillae, called by Haller the circulus venosus. From this large branches transmit the blood to the circumference of the gland, and end in the axillary and internal mammary veins. The lymphatics are described on page 715. The nerves are derived from the anterior and lateral cutaneous branches of the 4th, 5th, and 6th thoracic nerves.
Section 42 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5, by Henry Gray. The ductless glands. There are certain organs which are very similar to secreting glands, but differ from them in one essential particular. That is, they do not possess any ducts by which their secretion is discharged. These organs are known as ductless glands. They are capable of internal secretion, that is to say, of forming, from materials brought to them in the blood, substances which have a certain influence upon the nutritive and other changes going on in the body. This secretion is carried into the bloodstream, either directly by the veins, or indirectly through the medium of the lymphatics. These glands include the thyroid, the parathyroids, and the thymus, the pituitary body and the pineal body, the chromophil and cortical systems, to which belong the suprarenals, the paraganglia and aortic glands, the glomus caroticum, and perhaps the glomus coccygeum. The spleen is usually included in this list, and sometimes the lymph and hemolymph nodes, described with the lymphatic system. Other glands, as the liver, pancreas, and sexual glands, give off internal secretions, as do the gastric and intestinal mucous membranes. The thyroid gland, glandula thyroidea, thyroid body. The thyroid gland is a highly vascular organ situated at the front and sides of the neck. It consists of right and left lobes connected across the middle line by a narrow portion, the isthmus. Its weight is somewhat variable, but is usually about 30 grams. It is slightly heavier in the female, in whom it becomes enlarged during menstruation and pregnancy. The lobes, lobuli, glandulae, thyroideae, are conical in shape, the apex of each being directed upward and lateralward, as far as the junction of the middle with the lower third of the thyroid cartilage. The base looks downward, and is on a level with the 5th or 6th tracheal ring. Each lobe is about 5 cm long. Its greatest width is about 3 cm, and its thickness about 2 cm. The lateral or superficial surface is convex, and covered by the skin, the superficial and deep fascia, the sternocleidomastoideus, the superior belly of the omohyoideus, the sternohyoideus and sternothyroideus, and beneath the last muscle by the pretracheal layer of the deep fascia, which forms a capsule for the gland. The deep or medial surface is molded over the underlying structures. These are the thyroid and cricoid cartilages, the trachea, the constrictor pharyngeus inferior and posterior part of the cricothyroideus, the esophagus, particularly on the left side of the neck, the superior and inferior thyroid arteries, and the recurrent nerves. The anterior border is thin, and inclines obliquely from above downward toward the middle line of the neck, while the posterior border is thick and overlaps the common carotid artery and, as a rule, the parathyroids. The isthmus, isthmus glandulae thyroidea, connects together the lower thirds of the lobes. It measures about 1.25 cm in breadth, and the same in depth, and usually covers the second and third rings of the trachea. Its situation and size present, however, many variations. In the middle line of the neck it is covered by the skin and fascia, and close to the middle line, on either side, by the sternothyroideus. Across its upper border runs an anastomotic branch uniting the two superior thyroid arteries. At its lower border are the inferior thyroid veins. Sometimes the isthmus is altogether wanting. A third lobe, of conical shape, called the pyramidal lobe, frequently arises from the upper part of the isthmus, or from the adjacent portion of either lobe, but most commonly the left, and ascends as far as the hyoid bone. It is occasionally quite detached, or may be divided into 2 or more parts. A fibrous or muscular band is sometimes found attached above to the body of the hyoid bone, and below to the isthmus of the gland, or its pyramidal lobe. When muscular, it is termed the levator glandulae thyroideae. Small detached portions of thyroid tissue are sometimes found in the vicinity of the lateral lobes or above the isthmus. They are called accessory thyroid glands, glandulae thyroidei accessorii. Development. The thyroid gland is developed from a median diverticulum, which appears about the 4th week on the summit of the tuberculum impar, but later is found in the furrow immediately behind the tuberculum. It grows downward and backward as a tubular duct, which bifurcates and subsequently subdivides into a series of cellular cords, from which the isthmus and lateral lobes of the thyroid gland are developed. The ultimobranchial bodies from the 5th pharyngeal pouches are enveloped by the lateral lobes of the thyroid gland. They undergo atrophy and do not form true thyroid tissue. The connection of the diverticulum with the pharynx is termed the thyroglossal duct. Its continuity is subsequently interrupted, and it undergoes degeneration, its upper end being represented by the foramen cecum of the tongue, and its lower by the pyramidal lobe of the thyroid gland. Structure. The thyroid gland is invested by a thin capsule of connective tissue, which projects into its substance, and imperfectly divides it into masses of irregular form and size. When the organ is cut into, it is of a brownish-red color, and is seen to be made up of a number of closed vesicles containing a yellow, glairy fluid, and separated from each other by intermediate connective tissue. The vesicles of the thyroid of the adult animal are generally closed spherical sacs, but in some young animals, for example young dogs, the vesicles are more or less tubular and branched. This appearance is supposed to be due to the mode of growth of the gland, and merely indicates that an increase in the number of vesicles is taking place. Each vesicle is lined by a single layer of cubical epithelium. There does not appear to be a basement membrane, so that the epithelial cells are in direct contact with the connective tissue reticulum which supports the acini. The vesicles are of various sizes and shapes, and contain as a normal product a viscid, homogeneous, semifluid, slightly yellowish colloid material. Red corpuscles are found in it in various stages of disintegration and decolorization, the yellow tinge being probably due to the hemoglobin, which is thus set free from the colored corpuscles. The colloid material contains an iodine compound, iodothyron, and is readily stained by eosin. According to Bensley, the thyroid gland prepares and secretes into the vascular channels a substance formed under normal conditions in the outer pole of the cell and excreted from it directly without passing by the indirect route through the follicular cavity. In addition to this direct mode of secretion, there is an indirect mode, which consists in the condensation of the secretion into the form of droplets having high content of solids, and the extension of these droplets into the follicular cavity. These droplets are formed in the same zone of the cell as that in which the primary or direct secretion is formed. This internal secretion of the thyroid is supposed to contain a specific hormone which acts as a chemical stimulus to other tissues, increasing their metabolism. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the thyroid gland are the superior and inferior thyroids, and sometimes an additional branch, thyroidea ema, from the innominate artery, or the arch of the aorta, which ascends upon the front of the trachea. The arteries are remarkable for their large size and frequent anastomoses. The veins form a plexus on the surface of the gland and on the front of the trachea. From this plexus the superior, middle, and inferior thyroid veins arise. The superior and middle end in the internal jugular, the inferior in the innominate vein. The capillary blood vessels form a dense plexus in the connective tissue around the vesicles, between the epithelium of the vesicles and the endothelium of the lymphatics, which surround a greater or smaller part of the circumference of the vesicle. The lymphatic vessels run in the interlobular connective tissue, not uncommonly surrounding the arteries which they accompany, and communicate with a network in the capsule of the gland. They may contain colloid material. They end in the thoracic and right lymphatic trunks. The nerves are derived from the middle and inferior cervical ganglia of the sympathetic. The parathyroid glands. The parathyroid glands are small brownish-red bodies situated, as a rule, between the posterior borders of the lateral lobes of the thyroid gland and its capsule. They differ from it in structure, being composed of masses of cells arranged in a more or less columnar fashion, with numerous intervening capillaries. They measure, on an average, about 6 millimeters in length, and from 3 to 4 millimeters in breadth, and usually present the appearance of flattened oval discs. They are divided, according to their situation, into superior and inferior. The superior, usually 2 in number, are the more constant in position, and are situated, one on either side, at the level of the lower border of the cricoid cartilage, behind the junction of the pharynx and esophagus. The inferior, also usually 2 in number, may be applied to the lower edge of the lateral lobes, or placed at some little distance below the thyroid glands, or found in relation to one of the inferior thyroid veins. In man they number 4 as a rule. Fewer than 4 were found in less than 1% of over 1,000 persons, papyri, but more than 4 in over 33% of 122 bodies examined by Seminales. In addition, numerous minute islands of parathyroid tissue may be found scattered in the connective tissue and fat of the neck around the parathyroid glands proper, and quite distinct from them. Development. The parathyroid bodies are developed as outgrowths from the 3rd and 4th branchial pouches. A pair of diverticula arise from the 5th branchial pouch and form what are termed the ultimobranchial bodies. These fuse with the thyroid gland, but probably contribute no true thyroid tissue. Structure. Microscopically, the parathyroids consist of intercommunicating columns of cells supported by connective tissue containing a rich supply of blood capillaries. Most of the cells are clear, but some, larger in size, contain oxyphil granules. Vesicles containing colloid have been described as occurring in the parathyroid, but the observation has not been confirmed. No doubt the parathyroid glands produce an internal secretion essential to the well-being of the human economy, but it is still a matter of dispute what symptoms of disease are produced by their removal and suppression of their secretion. Paperi believes that they show signs of exceptional activity during pregnancy, and that parathyroid insufficiency is a main factor in the production of tetany in infants and adults, of eclampsia, and of certain sorts of fits. It is probable that the tetany following parathyroidectomy is due to the accumulation of ammonium carbonate.
Section 43 of Gray's Anatomy, Part 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeannie Whitfield. Anatomy of the Human Body, Part 5 by Henry Gray, Section 43, the Thymus. 4C. The Thymus. The thymus is a temporary organ attaining its largest size at the time of puberty, Hamar. When it ceases to grow, gradually dwindles and almost disappears. If examined when its growth is most active, it will be found to consist of two lateral lobes placed in close contact along the middle line, situated partly in the thorax, partly in the neck, and extending from the fourth costal cartilage upward, as high as the lower border of the thyroid gland. It is covered by the sternum, and by the origins of the sternohyoidea and the sternothyroidea. Below it rests upon the pericardium, being separated from the aortic arch and great vessels by a layer of fascia. In the neck it lies on the front and sides of the trachea, being the sternohyoidea and sternothyroidea. The two lobes generally differ in size. They are occasionally united so as to form a single mass, and sometimes separated by an intermediate lobe. The thymus is of a pinkish-gray color, soft and lobulated on its surfaces. It is about 5 centimeters in length, 4 centimeters in breadth below, and about 6 millimeters in thickness. At birth it weighs about 15 grams. At puberty its weight is about 35 grams. After this it gradually decreases to 25 grams at 25 years, and less than 15 grams at 60, and about 6 grams at 70 years. Development. The thymus appears in the form of two flask-shaped entodermal diverticula, which arise, one on either side, from the third brachial pouch, and extend lateralward and backward into the surrounding mesoderm in front of the ventral aorta. Here they meet and become joined to one another by connective tissue. But there is never any fusion of the thymus tissue proper. The pharyngeal opening of each diverticulum is soon obliterated, but the neck of the flask persists for some time as a cellular cord. By further proliferation of the cells lining the flask, buds of cells are formed, which become surrounded and isolated by invading mesoderm. In the latter, numerous lymphoid cells make their appearance, and are aggregated to form lymphoid follicles. These lymphoid cells are probably derivatives of the entodermal cells, which line original diverticula, and their subdivisions. Additional portion of thymus tissues are sometimes developed from the fourth branchial pouches. Thymus continues to grow until the time of puberty and then begins to atrophy. Structure. Each lateral lobe is composed of numerous lobules, held together by delicate areolar tissue, the entire gland being enclosed in an investing capsule of similar but denser structure. The primary lobules vary in size from that of a pin's head to that of a small pea, and are made up of a number of small nodules or follicles, which are irregular in shape and are more or less fused together, especially toward the interior of the gland. Each follicle is from 1 to 2 millimeters in diameter and consists of a medullary and a cortical portion. These differ in many essential particulars from each other. The cortical portion is mainly composed of lymphoid cells, supported by a network of finely branched cells, which is continuous with a similar network in the medullary portion. The network forms an adventitia to the blood vessels. In the medullary portion, the reticulum is coarser than the cortex. The lymphoid cells are relatively fewer in number, and there are found peculiar nest-like bodies, the concentric corpuscles of Hassel. These concentric corpuscles are composed of a central mass consisting of one or more granular cells and of a capsule which is formed of epithelioid cells. They are the remains of the epithelial tubes which grow out from the third branchial pouches of the embryo to form the thymus. Each follicle is surrounded by a vascular plexus, from which vessels pass into the interior, and radiate from the periphery toward the center, forming a second zone just within the margin of the medullary portion. In the center of the medullary portion there are very few vessels, and they are of minute size. Watney has made the important observation that hemoglobin is found in the thymus, either in cysts or in cells situated near to or forming part of the concentric corpuscles. This hemoglobin occurs as granules or as circular masses exactly resembling colored blood corpuscles. He has also discovered in the lymph issuing from the thymus similar cells to those found in the gland, and like them containing hemoglobin in the form of either granules or masses. From these facts he arrives at the conclusion that the gland is one source of the colored blood corpuscles. More recently, Schaefer has observed actual nucleated red blood corpuscles in the thymus. The function of the thymus is obscure. It seems to furnish during the period of growth an internal secretion concerned with some phases of body metabolism, especially that of the sexual glands. Vessels and nerves. The arteries supplying the thymus are derived from the internal mammary and from the superior inferior thyroids. The veins end in the left innominate vein and in the thyroid veins. The lymphatics are described on page 698. The nerves are exceedingly minute. They are derived from the vagi and sympathetic. Branches of the descendens hypoglossy and phrenic reach the investing